The Tang Empire. The 276th year of the Tang calendar. Luojiang City, Luojiang Academy. Name Fangling. Martial examination. Sword Dao 63 points. Art Dao 26 points. Martial Dao 30 points. Scholarly examination. Poetry and prose 32 points. Strategic questions 41 points. Demonic tongue 40 points. Total score 232 points. Luojiang Academy ranking 736. In the ancient book-scented towers of Luojiang Academy, a youth in a cyan robe sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, listlessly staring at a sheet of red paper laid upon the desk before him. Written upon it were the results of this Luojiang Academy internal examination. His main discipline, Sword Dao, was graded out of 100, while the rest were out of 50, with the final score determined by the total. This was the unified scoring system for all examinations under heaven in the Tang Empire. With such results, he ranked over 700th even within Luojiang Academy. Looking across the entire Tang Empire, his name would likely fall beyond the top 100,000. With this level, if he were to take part in the truly brutal imperial examinations of the Tang Empire, he would undoubtedly be ground into dust. Fangling felt miserable. He had utterly disgraced the vast brotherhood of transmigrators. Yet he had crossed into this other world 15 years ago and had never once grown lax. However, the gulf created by talent and innate constitution could not be bridged by effort alone. Forget it. If I fail the examinations, then so be it. If I cannot become a cultivator, I will simply return home to inherit my father's 10,000 mu of fertile fields, 5 taverns and 3 market streets, and make do as a local landlord with little future muddling through the latter half of my life. Fangling let out a long sigh, utterly helpless. Ever since the Tang Empire unified the chaotic kingdoms of the human realm, the founding emperor had set a new goal: to strengthen national power, to promote cultivation, to prepare for war against the demonic world, and to intimidate all foreign races on the 4 horizons. Thus he spent vast sums and mobilized officials to establish elementary academies across the counties and cities of the Tang Empire, nurturing cultivators from a young age. Furthermore, he instituted the imperial cultivation examinations of the Tang Empire, allowing all cultivators to either choose their sex through the examinations or be chosen by the sex, thereby obtaining opportunities for far greater advancement. The examinations were a chance to change one's fate. For countless mortals who could not approach cultivation, they were a chance to swim against the current. Only by truly becoming a cultivator could one hope to glimpse the scenery of the upper echelons. After all, mighty cultivators could soar through the skies and burrow into the earth, pluck stars and chase the moon, shatter mountains with a single punch, and sever great rivers with a flick of the sword. Throughout the Tang Empire, a saying was widely spread. Cultivators cultivate the soul. Through cultivation, one becomes a person above other people. Thus the every 3 years imperial examinations of the Tang Empire were the time when academy students across the realm displayed their abilities. They fought not for anything else but simply to win some honor and strive for a glorious future. The academy's internal examination results had just been released. Between the study towers, the mood splintered into 1,000 shades. Some were joyous, some high-spirited, some dejected. Within this single building, all the varieties of human life seemed to be reflected. The teaching gentlemen of the academy, faces wreathed in smiles, offered earnest encouragement to the few genius students at the top of the rankings. As for the ones at the very bottom, they put on a dark expression and scolded them a few times. Students like Fangling, neither high nor low, did not even warrant a glance. Although the internal examination could not truly represent the final results of the empire-wide examinations, there was only 1 month left before the imperial exams. The scores were essentially fixed. Miracles were hard to come by. After reminding the leading geniuses a few more times, the teaching gentleman packed up his tools and turned to leave. The moment he departed, the study tower became like a fish pond scattered with bait, exploding into noisy commotion. Several students seeking connections hastened to crowd around the top-ranked geniuses. Fangling lazily rose to his feet. Watching the geniuses being surrounded until not even a drop of water could pass through, he felt neither envy nor jealousy. They were geniuses, such honor was theirs by right. If this were not an internal exam but the imperial examinations themselves, those around them would not be fellow students but sect representatives from all corners of the Tang Empire. To choose a sect and to be chosen by a sect were 2 entirely different situations. This was a very realistic world. Just like the college entrance examinations of his previous life, only even more cruel. He crumpled the red score sheet into a ball and stuffed it into his sleeve. Just as he did so, a voice suddenly resounded within Fangling's mind. Gene analysis in progress, bloodline analysis, neural analysis, analysis complete. Compatibility at 90%, criteria met. System initialization commencing. System successfully bound. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in cultivation. Please attempt to open the system interface. Host. A system prompt surfaced. Fangling instinctively stirred his mind. Host Fangling. Cultivation 3rd stage sword trainee. Level LV1. Experience 01000. Innate constitution 36 white. Cultivation funds 500 gold coins, 5 lower grade spirit jades usable only for cultivation related projects. Items none. Bonded targets. None. Upon binding a bonded target, obtain 50% of that target's cultivation insights and cultivation speed as a bonus. Unique passive. When any cultivation-related matter occurs together with a bonded target, additional rewards will be granted. Fangling's breathing grew slightly rapid. He calmed himself and carefully examined the system's information. The details at the top of the panel were simple enough. Even the cultivation funds Fangling skimmed over directly. Money resources, these were not what he lacked. The only part that drew Fangling's attention was the line concerning his innate constitution. This was the first time he had faced his own innate talents so plainly. When he had first enrolled in the academy, there had been a unified test of innate constitution. Fangling had already been tested then. At that time the instrument emitted a white radiance indicating that his innate constitution was of white quality with no bonus points in the imperial exams. In the Tang Empire, the quality of a cultivator's innate constitution was distinguished by color, roughly divided into 5 grades: black, white, red, yellow and gold. These could be detected by specialized instruments. It was said that above gold quality there existed other levels, but such grades lay beyond the reach of any instrument. Those who possessed a red grade constitution would receive an extra 10 points in the imperial examinations. Was this fair? It was very fair, for innate constitution was the embodiment of one's natural talent, an inherent bonus of being a genius. Retracting his thoughts, Fangling frowned and continued analyzing the system. The key lay in the bonded target. Once the bond was successfully formed, he could obtain 50% of that person's cultivation insights and cultivation speed. Fangling's eyes lit up. This was the crux of it. If he were to bind a peerless genius with a gold-grade constitution, setting aside the elusive matter of cultivation insights, merely gaining 50% of that person's cultivation speed would be beyond imagination. This was precisely what Fangling had always longed for. Clenching his fists, he suddenly felt a faint understanding. Perhaps the meaning of the system's existence was to warn him to draw close to the excellent, to walk the Tao together and thereby gain the chance to become more excellent himself. This was a system born specifically for dual cultivation. Fangling suppressed his surging emotions, dismissed the system panel and looked around at the blue-robed classmates nearby, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. The more gifted the bonded target, the greater Fangling's gains and returns would be. And geniuses were easiest to find within the academy. Luojiang Academy possessed 10 study towers and 3,000 students. This was the number of students mandated for each cultivation initiating academy by the Tang Empire, no more and no fewer. Each tower housed 300 students arranged over 3 floors, 100 students per floor. Those on each floor were commonly called classmates. The Tang Empire had founded elementary academies and held imperial examinations precisely to sift out geniuses. Academies were by nature gathering places for geniuses. When 3 walk together, one can be my teacher. However, since the system required him to bind a bond, ordinary geniuses no longer caught Fangling's eye. What are the requirements for binding a bonded target? Fangling pondered and silently asked in his heart. The bonded target's innate constitution grade must exceed that of the host. The system responded. Fangling fell silent for a moment. Was this requirement excessive? He almost felt offended. Leaving his cushion, Fangling strolled toward a red gold list hanging upon the wall of the floor. This was Luojiang Academy's golden list, symbolizing the honor of having one's name inscribed upon the golden rolls. Those whose names appeared here were the 50 top-ranked geniuses of this internal examination. Beneath the golden list, several classmates stood gazing up with full hearts of melancholy and envy. Fangling fixed his stare upon the list. His gaze settled upon the top 3 names. Among them he saw a familiar name in Niwen. She was a genius classmate on the same floor as Fangling, ranked 3rd on the golden list. The name was quite special, for she was a genius of commoner birth. Although the Tang Empire had opened the path of cultivation and widely established academies, each with 3,000 students, in truth those who could actually enroll to study and cultivate were mostly sons and daughters of families with some wealth, for they could afford the expenses. To care for the poorer common folk, the 3,000 available spots at Luojiang Academy included 300 places reserved specially for children of commoner families. Thus the examinations were a path that the court provided for ordinary people to change their fate. Even so, it remained extremely difficult for commoners to ascend the golden list, for they lacked cultivation resources. The top 2 names on the list belonged to scions of Luojiang City's foremost clans, whose resources were vast with spirit jades and pills in endless supply. In the face of such a stark disparity in resources, when born a commoner could still rise to 3rd on the golden list. This alone attested to the monstrous quality of her innate constitution and the terrifying speed of her cultivation. So then, was there any need to hesitate? Bind her. How does one bind a bonded target? Fangling stood beneath the golden list and asked. Ding. At the current system level of LV1, one bonded target may be bound. The higher the bonded target's innate constitution and cultivation, the longer the binding process will take. Please confirm the bonded target. A system prompt surfaced in his mind. If I bind a bond, will it cause any detrimental effect on the bonded target? Fangling thought for a moment and asked a crucial question. If binding were to affect the other party's innate constitution or weaken her talent, then he would have to consider very carefully. The system responded swiftly. After binding, when facing the host, the bonded target will experience a sense of familiarity on the level of consciousness and spirit. There will be no effect whatsoever on innate constitution or talent. Upon hearing this, Fangling's eyebrow arched. Since that was the case, what was there left to hesitate about? Bind bonded target NI1. Ding. Binding in progress. Fangling left the academy and stepped onto the bustling, prosperous streets of Luojiang City, heading in the direction of the Fang family estate. The city was lively and flourishing. Shops lined both sides of the road in dense rows. Hawkers clustered together in carriages, and pedestrians flowed past like an unending stream. Because the bond target was still in the process of being bound, Fangling did not linger any longer at the academy. As he walked, he studied the cultivation funds provided by the system. The monetary system of the Great Tang was not complicated. 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. Converted into the currency of his previous life, a single gold coin was roughly equivalent to 100 yuan, so 500 gold coins amounted to about 50,000. Spirit jades, however, pertained directly to cultivation and were far more valuable. Though gold coins could be used to purchase spirit jades, they were goods with a price but rarely seen on the market. One had to go to the major trading firms to buy them, and ordinary commoners or small merchants were not even qualified to make such purchases. In Luojiang City, spirit jades could only be bought in branch stores under the jurisdiction of the 3 great trading firms of the Great Tang. If Fangling remembered correctly, the listed price of a single lower-grade spirit jade hovered around 100 gold coins. Spirit jades were consumables. The spiritual energy stored within them was extremely important to cultivators. With enough spirit jades, one could greatly accelerate the pace of cultivation. Of course, people with different innate bones absorbed the chi within spirit jades at different speeds. Where are these cultivation funds supposed to be? Fangling narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. At the moment, his hands were empty. Gold coins and spirit jades were not going to materialize out of thin air. No sooner had the thought arisen than a system notification popped up in his mind. Detecting that the host is not wearing any spatial accessory. Funds have now been issued to the host's personal money pouch. Fangling froze and disappointment flashed across his eyes. Judging from the first half of the notification, he had thought the system would generously grant him a spatial ring outright. Of course, spatial rings were not truly rare items. It was only because Fangling did not possess one and purchase channels were restricted that they felt so precious to him. Across the Great Tang realm, cultivation had long since become a prevailing trend due to the advocacy of the founding emperor. Items related to cultivation circulated openly on the market and were no longer shrouded in deep mystery. The cultivation system of the Great Tang was mainly divided into 3 professions: sword cultivators, spell cultivators, and martial warriors. Each profession was ranked from 1st to 9th grade, and each grade contained 9 stages with distinct titles for every grade. These 3 were the cultivation professions recognized by the imperial examinations, while some obscure minor paths were excluded from the exams. Spatial rings were inventions born from spell cultivators adept in spatial arts. The instructors at the academy had once mentioned them, touching upon certain theoretical notions of spatial slicing. His sleeve pockets suddenly felt heavier. Fangling reached in and drew out a bulging money pouch. Inside, 500 gold coins and 5 spirit jades were packed together, filling it to the brim. A sweet joy welled up in Fangling's heart as though he had just tasted honey. He tightened the mouth of the pouch, tossed it lightly in his hand, then stuffed it back into his sleeve and strode home in cheerful spirits. At the end of the long street, he turned left and walked 100 or so steps. A residence that was not particularly luxurious yet still imposing came into view. This was Fangling's home, the Fang estate. Fangling's father, Fang Beha, was considered a local tycoon in Luojiang City. He owned 10,000 mu of fertile fields, 5 taverns, and 3 market streets, and his wealth was immense. Thus Fangling's rebirth into such a family was a stroke of fortune. Even if his talent proved insufficient and he could never truly tread the path of cultivation, he could still spend the rest of his life in comfort, free from worry over food or clothing. Just as he arrived before the vermilion-painted gates of the estate, his father Fang Beha happened to walk out from within, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a large paunch. "Langer, you've returned at just the right time. This is your uncle Zhao. He has just come down from the imperial capital and will be staying in Luojiang City for a few days. If there is anything you do not understand in cultivation, you may ask him." Old Fang spoke with a beaming face. Uncle Zhao also smiled, gently patted Fangling on the shoulder, and exchanged a few polite words. "Old Zhao, the road from the imperial capital is long. You must be tired from riding a flying sword all the way here, aren't you? Since you've finally come to Luojiang City, I'll take you to the Jiaofang department for a visit and let you experience just how delicate the young ladies of Luojiang can be." "Ha ha ha, old Fang, don't. Old Zhao is not that sort of man. Let's mainly drink and chat, listen to some tunes. As for the girls, just invite a few casually." Arm in arm, the 2 men left the estate, their voices drifting back from far down the road. Fangling rolled his eyes, utterly untempted by the romance of 2 older men. Fangling returned to the estate, slipped back into his own room, took out the money pouch and poured the gold coins and spirit jades onto the table. Coins clattered in a golden cascade, spirit jades gleamed brilliantly. Gazing at these cultivation funds provided by the system and thinking of the bond target that was about to finish binding, The cultivation dream that had once gone dark in Fang's heart began to stir faintly again. The next morning sunlight was bright and clear and the dew sparkled like diamonds. His eyes opened still hazy with sleep. Fangling sprang up quickly and entered a cultivation state. The early hours of the morning were when the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was at its highest, making it the finest time to cultivate. He took from the money pouch a thumbnail-sized spirit jade of deep blue, letting it fall into his palm. As he gently rubbed it, a chill spread across his fingertips and skin. Placing the spirit jade in his palm, he covered it with his other hand, sat cross-legged and began to circulate the spiritual energy route recorded in the Academy's foundational sword cultivation method, the Great Tang sword cannon. His spiritual sense surged as he refined and absorbed the chi within the jade. Bit by bit the stored spiritual energy was extracted and merged into his body. An hour later Fangling ended the absorption feeling utterly drained. Only about 1/10 of the jade's spiritual energy had been absorbed. To exhaust a single spirit jade completely, he would have to continue without rest for an entire day. With a bone grade of white 36 and aptitude ranked in the lower middle tier, absorbing spirit jades was this laborious and indulgent. Even with resources piled before him, his rate of improvement could not compare to that of true prodigies. Rumor had it that those monstrous geniuses possessing golden grade bones with their innate affinity for spiritual energy could casually drain 10 lower grade spirit jades within a single hour. That was the difference between them. The disparity in bone quality was most starkly and vividly revealed in the speed at which spirit jades were absorbed. Fangling sighed softly. At that moment another system notification appeared. Ding! Bonding successful. Bond target Niwen. Fangling was momentarily stunned, then joy flooded his heart. After a long day and night of binding, the system had finally completed the bond with the target. Bond target Niwen. Age 15. Cultivation 9th stage spell apprentice, 1st grade spell cultivator. Bone quality 80 yellow. Cultivation speed 5 lower grade spirit jades per hour. As this information about the bond target suddenly appeared before his eyes, Fangling gave it a quick glance and involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. This was what people meant by the gap between individuals. Without comparison he had not fully grasped it, but now with data laid side by side the disparity was like a dagger piercing straight through Fangling's heart. Niwen was a spell cultivator and her stage had already reached the highest level of 1st grade spell apprentices. Fangling by contrast was a sword cultivator whose strength was only that of a 3rd stage sword apprentice. The gap between them was truly vast. Fangling suddenly felt an urge to weep. Had all his past cultivation amounted to nothing but emptiness? Yet before he could sink too deeply into self-pity, another system notification appeared. Ding! First successful bonding with a target. Reward granted, triple amplification card 3. Ding! Confirm switching cultivation state. The system's rapid double chime left Fangling temporarily dazed. He glanced at the item column on the system panel. Triple amplification card, a one-time use card, works even better when used in conjunction with a bond, effective for 3 hours. At once Fangling's breathing grew slightly rapid. Confirm. Switching initiated. Switch complete. You have obtained the equivalent of 50% of the bond target's cultivation insights and speed bonus. By using a triple amplification card you obtain the equivalent of 150% of the bond target's cultivation insights and speed bonus. Wishing you a pleasant cultivation. When switching to the cultivation state of the civilian genius Niwen, Fangling experienced for the first time what it meant to be a genius in cultivation. A rumble echoed in his mind, faintly revealing a graceful figure seemingly sitting across from Luo Hong, mirroring the same movements and breathing rhythm. In the next moment Fangling's body, which was extremely insensitive to spiritual energy, erupted with a terrifying suction force as if it had gone mad. The spiritual energy within the spirit crystal rushed out like a torrent after a dam break. What was originally 90% of the spiritual energy was absorbed by Fangling in less than a quarter of an hour, with even the spiritual energy in the air continuously drilling towards his pores like fine threads. Crack! The spirit crystal in his palm made a cracking sound, a result of the spiritual energy being absorbed. Fangling opened his eyes and without hesitation took out another spirit crystal. Initially Fangling thought the speed of absorbing spirit crystals was the most intuitive difference in talent, but when he operated the Great Tang Sword Classic he realized that the real disparity came from the speed of the cultivation method's circulation in the meridians. The gap between heaven and earth. The difference between white grade and yellow grade bone structures was like a chasm. The confusion he previously had about the Sword Classic was instantly cleared, flowing freely like a torrent. The spiritual energy in the second spirit crystal was drained by Fangling in no time. Boom! Fangling's eyes snapped open and a faint airflow surrounded his body, pressing against the crown of his head, seemingly trying to break through the barrier and erupt forth. Finally it transformed into a wisp of green smoke wafting from the top of his head. Fangling exhaled a breath of turbid air. His cultivation level had broken through. He was now a 4-section swordsman. Although this was because Fangling had already been close to the level of a 4-section swordsman, if calculated with his original white grade bone structure it would still have taken at least a month to break through with just 2 spirit crystals. And a month later the examination would take place. Breaking through at that time would be like a drop of urine falling into the ocean, hardly making a splash. In less than a quarter of an hour I refined 2 low-grade spirit crystals. Is this the speed of a genius? Fangling took a deep breath, quite shaken. But after the shock only excitement remained. He could achieve a cultivation speed equivalent to 50 of his bond partner, while Niwen could refine 5 low-grade spirit crystals in 1 hour. Therefore, applying this to Fangling along with the threefold enhancement card, his cultivation level was equivalent to 1.5 Niwen. He could refine 7.5 spirit crystals in 1 hour. This was the speed of taking off. Fangling suddenly began to understand why after 3 years in the academy Niwen was able to reach the 9th stage practitioner despite the scarcity of resources. This woman does not abide by the rules of martial arts. She is supercharged. Fangling opened his eyes and smiled broadly. This boost is good, your boost is my boost. Not wasting any more time with the threefold enhancement card lasting only 3 hours, Fangling was full of energy and continued his cultivation. The cultivation funds provided by the system, of which 500 gold coins were not useful at this moment, but spirit crystals were what Fangling urgently needed. Thus, after stabilizing his breakthrough, Fangling began to solidify his 4th stage cultivation according to the operating method in the sword practitioner section of the Great Tang sword classic. After spending almost a quarter of an hour to stabilize, Fangling continued to refine the spirit crystals. 1, 2, 3. The remaining 3 spirit crystals were all absorbed by Fangling in less than an hour. Boom. Another familiar sense of impact. Wisping green smoke swirled above Fangling's head. 5-section swordsman. After continuously refining 3 spirit crystals, Fangling's swordsmanship cultivation broke through once again, reaching the 5th section. Fangling opened his eyes and exhaled, shooting out a 1-meter-long air sword that gradually dissipated in the air. His azure robe billowed and then calmed down, his skin slightly reddening, and amidst the profuse sweating he even felt a tingling sensation in his meridians. The rapid breakthrough put some strain on Fangling's body. However, the joy of the breakthrough overshadowed these minor aftereffects, which weren't a big deal. A little rest would resolve them. Looking at the 5 spirit crystals that had lost their spiritual luster, Fangling felt a bit of reluctance. If he were provided with enough spirit crystals, he was confident he could continue to advance to the 6th section swordsman. Unfortunately, the spirit crystals were limited and his physical body also needed time to adapt and recover. With a thought, the system panel popped up. Host Fangling. Cultivation 5-section swordsman. Level LV1. Experience 500-1000. Bone structure 36 white. Cultivation funds 500 gold coins only for cultivation projects. Items threefold enhancement card X2. Bonded partner Niwen 50. Unique passive engaging in cultivation related matters with the bonded partner grants additional rewards. He had gained an additional 500 experience points. Where did this experience come from? He had just refined 5 low-grade spirit crystals, meaning this experience was converted from those 5 spirit crystals, with each crystal worth 100 experience points. Fangling seemed to understand how the system upgrades worked. This made him somewhat delighted. After the system upgrade, could he bind more than one bonded partner? Just by binding to Niwen he had such cultivation speed. If he could bind more geniuses, how fast would his cultivation speed be? This made Fangling look forward to the examination, and he couldn't help but have some ambitions. To meet more geniuses he had to perform well in the examination. Due to the examination system, true top geniuses were absorbed by the large sects. Only by entering a large sect would Fangling have the opportunity to bind more genius bonds. As Fangling changed into a clean academy robe, he pondered. Although he understood the principle of system upgrades, there was still one question to clarify. Was experience converted only through cultivation funds, or could it be converted simply by refining spirit crystals? Unable to figure it out for now, Fangling brushed off his robe, tucked the pouch containing 500 gold coins into his sleeve, and walked out of the room. In the main hall, Old Fang and Uncle Zhao were having breakfast at the table. They were eating a simple meal of rice porridge paired with light side dishes. Old Fang scooped a spoonful of porridge and looked at Fangling, who had just walked out of the room, with some surprise. Langer, why are you half an hour later than usual today? Old Fang asked in astonishment. Fangling practiced diligently, which Old Fang knew very well. Unfortunately, the gap in bone structure was not something that could be easily compensated for. Although he felt pained, he wouldn't advise against it. I had a good cultivation session today and practiced a bit longer. Old Fang, how many spirit crystals do we have stored at home? Fangling grabbed a meat bun from the table, took a bite, and smiled at Uncle Zhao before asking Old Fang. Uncle Zhao seemed to have noticed the change in Fangling's aura, pausing slightly while eating his porridge, and looked at Fangling with surprise. Spirit crystals. With only a month left until the examination, Langer, are you planning to use the spirit crystals to make a push? Well, although you probably have no hope for the examination, your father will always support you. Old Fang scooped another spoonful of porridge, licked his chopsticks, and said, there are 10 low-grade spirit crystals left in the house. 2 should be enough for you to absorb for a month. You'll send someone to deliver them to your room later. Fangling shot Old Fang a glance and sneered too. Is that what you call support? Did you pick me up from the street? I want all 10. Fangling threw down the sentence, ignoring Old Fang's attitude, biting into the meat bun, his azure robe billowing as he turned and left the house, heading towards Luojiang Academy. Oh, 10. With your white grade bone structure, 10 would be enough for you for an entire year. Can you even use them all? Old Fang was somewhat stunned, confused, and took a big spoonful of porridge while murmuring. However, the plump Uncle Zhao seemed to ponder, smiling as he said, yesterday I saw my nephew at the peak of the 3-section swordsman, today he is at the 5-section swordsman. At this cultivation speed, 10 spirit crystals. He will definitely use them all. Hearing Uncle Zhao's words, Old Fang froze for a moment. My son has put. In his excitement he had just scooped a mouthful of porridge and it burst forth like a goddess scattering flowers. Luojiang Academy. 7th book, building 3rd floor. Just as Fangling sat on the cushion, the bell signaling the start of class was struck by the instructor on duty. The instructor responsible for Fangling's floor elegantly sat on the cushion behind the high book desk, opened a book and began to lecture. Below, Fangling slightly pursed his lips, but his thoughts were not on the lecture. Niwen was on the same floor as Fangling, a very low-key genius who did not like to interact with rich kids. Additionally, the divide between the commoner faction and the rich faction meant there was little communication. In the 3 years since entering the academy, Fangling had hardly paid attention to her. If it weren't for the bond he had formed, he wouldn't have known much about her, only that she was a rather aloof genius. After the examination concluded, they went their separate ways, no longer intersecting. As his gaze aimlessly swept across the many classmates, it landed on Niwen. The girl knelt on the cushion, a bit youthful but with a beautiful appearance, a lovely beauty. However, due to her simple diet, her complexion lacked much color and she was petite, the academy's robe draping over her looking loose and oversized. The girl tilted her head, her long and fair neck stretching as she listened intently to the instructor's lecture, her long eyelashes gently fluttering as she contemplated. When Fangling looked at the girl, her keen spiritual sense seemed to detect his gaze. She brushed aside some loose hair, slightly raising her eyelids as her eyes collided with Fangling's. Niwen was startled, feeling an inexplicable electric shock pass through her heart. A familiar sensation inexplicably rose from the depths of her heart, as if she and Fangling had been friends for many years. This unique, never-before-felt sensation made her pretty face flush instantly as she hurriedly averted her gaze like a startled deer. Suppressing that strange sense of familiarity, she felt a bit scared inside. Her mother had always warned her not to provoke those rich young masters while cultivating at the academy. The impoverished couldn't afford to offend them. Although the academy had protective mechanisms for commoners, in reality she would certainly be no match for those rich young masters. Today, with Fangling's attention on her, she felt a bit frightened, fearing that what her mother had warned her about might happen to her. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Niwen shrank into her oversized robe, biting her lip and muttering to herself. However, that sense of familiarity that seemed to come from the depth of her soul made her unable to resist sneaking a glance back. Just in time to meet Fangling's gaze again as he lightly tapped the book desk, seemingly surprised by her glance, instantly revealing a sunny smile that he believed to be elegant and approachable. Niwen, Omega Omega. Mother. Don't look at me. That smile is so unsettling. Don't smile at me. Fangling propped his chin on one hand, displaying a smile he deemed to be cultured and amiable. As he observed Niwen's terrified yet endearingly clumsy demeanor as she frequently turned to look back, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. This was hardly the image of a genius girl from the academy, she seemed more like a simpleton. Niwen's frequent glances backward caught the attention of other students on the same floor, causing a slight uproar. At the high desk in front of him, the instructor seized the wooden block and slammed it down. Silence. There is only 1 month left until the imperial examination. Keep your spirits high and do not relax for even a moment. For some, this examination is an opportunity to change their fate. The instructor implied something with his words. Niwen understood that the instructor was referring to her. Resisting the urge to look back at Fangling, she was curious. Although she felt a strange familiarity with him, as if he were a close friend, she could not comprehend why. The instructor was quite satisfied with Niwen's attitude. Shifting his gaze to Fangling, he offered no warnings or additional comments. His caution towards Niwen stemmed from her exceptional aptitude and great potential, suggesting she had a significant chance of achieving excellent results in the imperial examination, thus being recruited by one of the top sects in the Tang dynasty. As for Fangling, a rich young man with no hope in the examination, it was likely he would return to take over his family's business after graduating from the academy with a future that seemed bleak, which is why he couldn't be bothered to waste words. The instructor continued his lesson, discussing the intricate details of the Tang Dynasty sword classic within the sword cultivation profession and the key points relevant to the examination. Fangling no longer focused on Niwen, retracting his gaze to listen attentively. However, from the side across 7 or 8 classmates, a pair of piercing eyes were fixed on him. Fangling was taken aback and turned to look. It was a dark-skinned youth with a somewhat fierce gaze, exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Hao, a 5th-tier martial apprentice, ranked 378 in the academy examination and 27th among his peers on the same floor. Fangling furrowed his brows and thought quickly, recalling the details about him. Because Lu Hao, like Niwen, was a commoner. However, there was no comparison. One was a 5th-tier martial apprentice while the other was a 9th-tier mage apprentice, a significant gap. A very aggressive gaze, Fangling said with a smirk. Lu Hao seemed to notice Fangling's gaze as well, his fierce eyes hardening, lips slightly moving. Get lost. This was the meaning read from Lu Hao's lips. Fangling raised an eyebrow. Was Lu Hao a fellow commoner and admirer of Niwen? Or perhaps he viewed Niwen as a forbidden fruit? Such possessiveness. Fangling had merely exchanged a glance with Niwen, and here he was issuing a warning. Fangling was not angry, he was a person of refinement. With a beaming smile that carried no trace of hostility, he raised his middle finger at Lu Hao. Then he turned back, ignoring the furious Lu Hao, propping his chin on his hand, lightly tapping on the desk, continuing to listen to the instructor's lecture. Ding ding ding. The bell signaling the end of class was struck by the timekeeper. The instructor at the high desk closed the book Tang Dynasty Sword Classic, picked up the teacup on the table, pinched the lid, and leisurely took a sip. What is learned on paper is always shallow. True understanding comes from practice. The examination involves not only written tests but also practical combat. Prepare yourselves to gather at the training ground soon. The instructor finished his tea, chewed on the tea leaves, and lightly slapped the wooden block, speaking with a calm demeanor. His words elicited a wave of excited cheers. The practical classes at the training ground were the most anticipated by those students who had been nodding off during the lectures. The instructor left the lecture hall. The noise of chatter began to swell. Fangling stood up, lazily stretched, and with the power to change his cultivation talent, he felt an immense joy. Ding. Guided task: engage in deep communication about cultivation with your bond object Niwen and attempt to trigger the first passive ability. You will receive the reward sword technique, sword apprentice specialization. A system prompt task emerged in his mind. This was a guided task. This task reminded Fangling of the mention in the last column of the system panel, which stated engaging in cultivation-related matters with your bond object can yield additional rewards. Fangling smiled. The reward was not the main concern, he primarily loved cultivation. He leisurely left his spot and walked towards Niwen. Niwen almost shrank her head into her robe. She was filled with curiosity about Fangling. What was this inexplicable sense of familiarity deeply engraved in her soul? Niwen could swear she had never interacted with Fangling before, they had never even exchanged a word. However, just as she prepared to turn her head, she caught a glimpse of Fangling approaching. Niwen, omega omega. Why is he coming over so sudden? You don't come here. Her heart raced as she froze mid-turn, continuously shouting in her mind. However, Fangling still approached, unbothered by the dust on the floor of the lecture hall, and plopped down directly opposite Niwen, facing the girl. I am Fangling, the Fang of Fang de Shizhong and the Lang of Lang Ji Jianghu. Fangling looked at the girl, who was as stiff as a block of ice, revealing a sunny smile. Niwen was very low-key in the lecture hall, focused solely on cultivation and the route between the school and home. It had been like this for years due to the conflicts between commoner students and rich kids, coupled with her mother's warnings. She had hardly interacted with any wealthy youths. This was the first time she was so close to a rich young man. For a moment she felt nervous, her words becoming slightly stammered. She should have been avoiding contact with Fangling, but there was something inexplicably magnetic about him that made her want to get to know him. Fangling maintained a gentle smile, not expecting that the top student ranked third would have such a shy personality. Of course, Fangling speculated that part of the reason might be due to the subtle emotional influence of being bound as a bond object. The system had mentioned that it would not affect the root bones and talents of the other person but would slightly influence their mental will. I've heard much about the first genius of our floor. Do not be nervous, I have some questions regarding cultivation and would like your guidance. Fangling lowered his posture, displaying a standard smile. Perhaps due to Fangling's gentle demeanor, Niwen gradually relaxed, no longer as tense. Well, you can ask and I will do my best to answer. Niwen glanced around at the strange looks coming from her peers and shrunk her head, speaking softly. She didn't refuse, mainly because Fangling's level was low and his questions shouldn't be too difficult. She aimed to resolve them quickly and send Fangling on his way. Fangling was quite pleased to see her let down her guard. This was progress. He composed his expression and adopted a serious demeanor, prompting Niwen to relax even further. When I circulate the Tang Dynasty Sword Classic, I always feel that the spiritual energy forms different flow rates in the meridians when completing a small cycle, and I feel smoke rising from my head, which makes me quite uncomfortable and my meridians cannot bear it. Fangling earnestly posed his question. Upon hearing this, Niwen's long eyelashes trembled and she looked at Fangling in surprise. This question felt so familiar. Because she had encountered the same issue during her recent cultivation, though it occurred when she was circulating the Tang Dynasty Magic Classic. She had just asked the instructor and received a solution, not expecting Fangling to come specifically to ask this. Now that they were in her area of expertise, Niwen's confidence surged. Her hands shrank deep into the wide sleeves of her robe, and with a timid do she extended a delicate pale finger to point at the desk as if drawing a diagram of the Bodhis meridians. I've also studied the Sword Classic. The circulation of spiritual energy during a small cycle is quite similar to the Magic Classic. Both are foundational cultivation methods of the Tang dynasty and the principles are largely the same. The issue you mentioned should stem from the same nature. When your spiritual energy reaches the upper star point while circulating a small cycle, try to slow down the speed and begin reducing it to the lowest from the skull point and the upper star point, stacking the spiritual energy at the apex. When you reach the peak, then break through that way. You can minimize the pressure on the meridians and there won't be any smoke rising from your head. However, this method requires a good level of control over spiritual intent. And Niwen retracted her extended finger, her voice as soft as a whisper. Fangling maintained a smile, occasionally nodding as if he suddenly understood. Though he understood each word, putting them together felt like deciphering a celestial script. Even if he didn't fully grasp it, he still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Switch to bond object cultivation state. Fangling silently commanded. Ding, switch successful. Wishing you happy cultivation. The system prompt echoed. After switching cultivation states, Fangling was able to access Niwen's level of cultivation comprehension at 50. Previously using a 3-fold amplification card during spirit crystal absorption had a duration of 3 hours. He had cultivated at home for an hour and a half and listened to the instructor for an hour, leaving about half an hour of effective time on the amplification card. Thus at this moment Fangling maintained a level of cultivation comprehension equivalent to Niwen at 150. In the next moment Fangling's eyes brightened and the content Niwen spoke echoed in his mind, instantly clarifying everything, leading to a break. Fangling even thoughtfully pointed out some shortcomings in the improvement methods Niwen had discussed. Niwen was astonished, raising her head and revealing a look of surprise in her eyes. He truly understands. She felt as if she had caught a whiff of a kindred spirit. That was the aura of a scholar. Meanwhile Fangling's mind echoed with thoughts and his smile grew ever brighter. Ding. The host has completed the guided task, engaging in deep communication regarding personal cultivation issues with the bond object Niwen, triggering a passive ability and receiving the reward sword technique, sword apprentice specialization. The sword technique will be acquired through muscle memory and spiritual transmission, resolving the authenticity of swordsmanship from a causal perspective. Rest assured in cultivate host. Sword drawing technique. Specialization for sword apprentices. Fangling took a deep breath and his eyes gradually brightened. Buzz. In Fangling's mind, information regarding the sword apprentice level of the sword drawing technique surged in wildly and he felt a unique image rising from his memory. In the courtyard of the Fang residence heavy snow fell. The young man stood bare-chested in the snow, a sword hanging at his waist, his palm resting on the hilt, bowing his head with closed eyes. Huff. The young man exhaled a breath of white vapor swirling amidst the snowflakes. As a snowflake floated down before him, it seemed as if time had stopped. In an instant the young man opened his eyes, his thumb pressing forcefully against the sword hilt. A sound of the sword humming. The motion was almost imperceptible. The snowflake split in two and drifted gracefully down. A wind arose, the wind belonging to the heavens yet borrowed by the young man to cut through the heavy snowfall. Day after day, year after year. Fangling, do you have any questions? If there are no issues, can I leave? Niwen looked at Fangling, who seemed lost in thought like a wooden statue, and she cautiously poked his shoulder with her slender finger. Fangling came back to his senses and glanced at Niwen. Niwen instantly retracted her finger as if she had been electrocuted. Fangling grinned. I don't have any questions for now. By the way, can I spar with you in the practical class later? I also have some questions I'd like to ask you about practical combat. However, just as Fangling finished asking before Niwen could respond, a loud banging sound erupted nearby. Fangling. I've tolerated you for long enough. It's one thing to ask about impossible cultivation questions, but you even dare to think about sparring with Niwen. You a rich kid living off your family's wealth, do you even know how you rank in the assessments? Do you think you are worthy to spar with Niwen? Lu Hao slammed his palm onto the table, his face darkening as he stood up. He clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice, stepping towards Fangling. He had been watching Fangling, and when Fangling moved close to Niwen he had held back, secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. But now he simply couldn't hold back anymore. As a commoner student he had always been paired with Niwen in practical classes. Fangling was trying to steal his opportunity. Lu Hao's outburst drew the attention of many classmates on the same floor, and numerous students looked over with keen interest. Niwen was startled by the loud bang, and seeing Lu Hao's grim expression made her feel a bit flustered. Fangling raised an eyebrow in surprise but remained calm, thoughtfully brushing off his green shirt while wearing an elegant smile, looking at Lu Hao, who approached him. He raised an eyebrow and simply asked, "Are we going to fight? Are we really fighting?" Without a bit of noise first. And if we're going to fight, shouldn't you, a third-tier sword apprentice, be forced to accept the challenge? You're not playing by the rules. Meanwhile, some classmates who were eager to watch the show gathered around. A commoner student provoking a rich kid is quite a spectacle. The conflict between commoner students and rich kids has always existed in the academy and even led to faction disputes. Thus when Lu Hao moved, many people turned to look. Behind Fangling some rich kids although merely watching the excitement positioned themselves protectively around Fangling. And behind Lu Hao some commoner students though unwilling also gathered around. Don't stare at Niwen when she is a genius and the hope of us commoner students. You a rich kid living off your family's wealth should avoid provoking her. Lu Hao said clenching his fists. As soon as the words were spoken the atmosphere in the floor became slightly tense. The faces of the many rich kids behind Fangling instantly darkened. Living off wealth doing nothing. Just one sentence from Lu Hao and he offended nearly all the rich kids present. Even many talented rich kids looked over with cold sneers glaring at Lu Hao. The conflict between commoner students and rich kids seemed to be about to erupt at this moment. Fangling remained silent. This guy really had low emotional intelligence, but let's not digress. Are we going to fight? Fangling continued calmly. Lu Hao's lip twitched. Is that all you can say? It made him feel as if he was punching a pillow. Fangling third-tier sword apprentice scored 232 points in the academy assessment ranking over 700 in the broader context of the Great Tang he would be ranked at least 10,000 places behind. I hope you are self-aware. Lu Hao released his fists and directly used the scores to attack wanting to provoke Fangling into a rage. Unfortunately Fangling still wore an elegant and gentle smile showing no signs of anger. Fangling glanced at the slender girl Niwen beside him and his smile became even brighter. His gaze fell on Lu Hao and his expression began to take on a teasing look. Ultimately it converged into a single line. Are we going to fight? Still the same question. Is humanity inherently a parrot? No, Fangling really just wants to fight Lu Hao. Of course not without conditions. Around him the rich kids displayed playful smiles focusing on Lu Hao causing Lu Hao to feel immense pressure at this moment. He found it hard to back down. It seemed he couldn't avoid the fight. Moreover Fangling was truly asking for it and Lu Hao finally couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it. Come on. Let's fight. Lu Hao clenched his fists gritting his teeth his 5-tier martial apprentice cultivation surging like rolling thunder. Niwen turned pale at Lu Hao's words exclaiming ah. Lu Hao what are you fighting for? Then she looked at Fangling. Fangling smiled gently at her casually reaching out to pat Niwen on the head saying it's alright if he wants to fight then let him. Niwen didn't withdraw another little step forward. His gentle words and tone calmed Niwen's mood and recalling the challenging cultivation questions Fangling had discussed with her earlier she couldn't help but develop a sense of trust towards him. Most importantly the hand on her head made her body stiff and her mind erupted with a loud bang leaving her dazed forgetting to pull away. A blush spread from her neck to her forehead at a visible speed like a boiling kettle steaming and hissing. Niwen's appearance combined with Fangling's words made Lu Hao feel as if a surge of pent-up anger was about to erupt. Damn it. Take your dog paw away. It was clearly you Fangling who said you wanted to fight. Fangling. Come on. Let's have a fight. Only daring to talk big. Lu Hao's eyes turned red as he roared. Niwen came back to her senses looking at Lu Hao with some confusion and shock wondering why he was shouting so loudly. If we are going to fight let's do it during the practical combat class later. How about this if you lose we switch practice partners for the class? Lu Hao was taken aback the next moment his eyes turned even redder. Has it been exposed? This guy is indeed after Niwen. Fangling's intentions were now crystal clear. However Lu Hao did not back down instead he was filled with fierce determination as his desire to show off in front of the opposite sex was pushed to its limits. Fangling was merely a third-tier sword apprentice while Lu Hao was a 5-tier martial apprentice. In real combat he could easily crush Fangling without a doubt. Does Fangling want to rely on some external objects? Use some dirty tricks. Let's fight but you cannot use talismans or employ dirty tricks. You rich kids relying on your family's wealth to buy talismans and resorting to underhanded methods that doesn't count. Although Lu Hao was enraged by Fangling he was not foolish. Fangling reluctantly withdrew his hand from patting Niwen's head and smiled saying rest assured I won't use talismans or underhanded tricks. If I do from now on within 3 zhang of Shaowen you will find no trace of me Fangling. With those words Fangling's green shirt fluttered as he turned and walked down the stairs toward the academy's training ground. The students watching the commotion immediately erupted in excitement. Are they really going to fight? Lu Hao clenched his fists the bones cracking loudly. You dare to call her Shaowen? Fueled by anger Lu Hao also stomped down the stairs following Fangling. Without relying on talismans Lu Hao couldn't understand how he could lose. What gives a mere third-tier Fangling the audacity to act so tough? Fangling and Lu Hao are set for a duel. This news instantly stirred up a commotion on the 3rd floor of the 7th book building. Fangling was somewhat unfamiliar to most students in the academy. Although he came from a wealthy family students attending the academy aside from commoners typically had decent backgrounds. In contrast Lu Hao was quite well known being among the top talents among commoner students. Of course with one being a rich heir and the other a commoner one might wonder if this duel was merely a case of the rich oppressing the poor. Many were curious and thus a wave of excitement quickly swept through, even attracting students from other floors to come and watch the spectacle. As the crowd surged, many students leaving the building were exchanging thoughts. Fangling. Is he the one from the Fang family in Luojiang City? I heard he ranked over 700 in the academy exam, a 3-stage swordsman. Can he really represent us wealthy heirs? I heard it's due to jealousy over the 3rd place in Niwen. It doesn't seem to be pure jealousy. Fangling was just asking in Niwen about his cultivation difficulties, and that's when Lu Hao started to stir up trouble. Oh, is that it? This little genius from the commoners seems rather arrogant. But Lu Hao is a 5-stage martial artist. If Fangling doesn't use talismans, isn't he just asking for trouble? On the bluestone path leading to the training ground, the students in blue robes whispered excitedly to each other, filled with curiosity. Most of the students on the 3rd floor of the 7th book building had already formed factions, with many wealthy heirs following Fangling and most commoner students rallying behind Lu Hao. The two groups were heading towards the training ground with great momentum. Fangling walked at the forefront, frowning as he contemplated the sword drawing technique. Although the system stated that it would transmit the sword drawing technique through memory and muscle memory, Fangling felt he had acquired many memories on mastering it. Even calluses from years of sword handling had formed on his palm. Still, he felt a bit nervous. After all, before this, Lu Hao, a 5-stage martial artist, was someone Fangling could only look up to. Just as Fangling was lost in thought, a figure in blue robes swiftly approached and blocked his path. Young master, do you have confidence? The newcomer was a young man with a deliberately styled fringe who spoke while occasionally flicking his bangs. Fangling halted his contemplation of the sword drawing technique and looked up at the other. Yang Jingyi, an 8-stage technique practitioner, ranked 50 on the academy's merit list. The Yang family had ties with the Fang family, so Yang Jingyi had grown up alongside Fangling, making him one of Fangling's few friends. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why not just admit defeat? You're a 3-stage swordsman challenging a 5-stage martial artist. Are you foolish? With your family's wealth and your brother's guidance, what woman wouldn't you have? How about after class I take you to the pleasure district? Yang Jingyi held a folding fan, presenting an elegant demeanor, but with every sentence he flicked his head to brush aside his bangs that obscured his eyes. Don't worry, I have it all under control. Fangling patted Yang Jingyi gently and smiled warmly. Yang Jingyi was momentarily taken aback by Fangling's gaze. Such strong confidence. Young master. This feeling is different from before. Could it be the power of true love? With a snap, Yang Jingyi clapped his fan against his palm and glanced at the timid Niwen in the distance before looking back at Fangling. He wore an expression of someone who saw through it all. High above, a few scattered clouds resembling milk floated in the azure sky. Luojiang Academy. The training ground. The ground was paved with large blue bricks, and willows swayed gently on either side, creating a rustling sound. Although the practical combat class had yet to start, many students in blue robes were already scattered across the training ground, either relaxing their muscles or circulating their chi and blood. In venue number 3 of the training ground, a group of students gathered, standing in 2 factions. The atmosphere was even somewhat tense. In the center of the venue stood Fangling, head bowed, fiddling with the wooden sword he had selected from the weapon rack. The wooden sword had limited lethality and was typically used for training. Although the duel was voluntary and the academy wouldn't intervene, after all, cultivation was inherently dangerous, injuries were quite common. However, the academy did not allow any fatalities, so the choice of weapons was restricted. Facing Fangling, Lu Hao had also entered the arena, his hands wrapped in layers of cowhide reinforced with chains. Lu Hao wrapped the chains around his hands as he walked. These were special gloves for martial artists, the most lethal gloves permitted by the academy for duels. Upon seeing these gloves, many students gasped. Lu Hao was serious about this. Martial artists were a somewhat special profession. Most martial artists fought with their fists, but some opted for flashy weapons like large hammers, great swords, or 9-tooth linked blades. Those who fought with their fists would use specialized gloves. Some gloves were equipped with spikes or sharp blades, making them extremely dangerous. After finishing wrapping the chains around his fists, Lu Hao's gaze turned cold as he looked at Fangling. A 3-stage challenges me, a 5-stage. You must be hiding some schemes. You wealthy heirs all have the same disgusting behavior. Lu Hao spat out sarcastic words between clenched teeth. A useless person unable to rise despite his family's abundant resources and abundant spiritual crystals took 3 years to reach the level of a 3-stage swordsman. He felt no fear. This was also the reason Lu Hao was envious and resentful of those wealthy heirs. Some individuals, despite their lack of talent and poor foundations, occupied vast resources. This world is so unfair. His heart was filled with extreme imbalance. He wasn't worried about offending Fangling and the other wealthy heirs because his talent was decent enough and he had the chance to enter the sects of the Tang Empire through exams which would elevate his status and identity. But if he had more resources, he could soar higher. Thus he was extreme and envious. However, Fangling daring to challenge him with 3 stages made Lu Hao think that Fangling certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. But if he didn't use talismans, Lu Hao couldn't fathom how he could lose. Wait. Don't come crying to me. Lu Hao struck his fists together, the cold chains rattling, staring intently at Fangling. Fangling leaned on the wooden sword greeting the wind with a refined smile, crying and begging you not to die. Lu Hao froze. The surroundings fell silent. Niwen with her slender frame wrapped in blue robes looked at Fangling with a face full of anxiety and worry, mainly because this conflict originated from her. If anything happened to Fangling, she would feel immense guilt. Lu Hao in the arena noticed that Niwen's gaze was almost glued to Fangling, not casting a glance at him. His chest burned with fury. So Niwen, the so-called pride of the commoners ranking third, was just another woman who favored the wealthy. What did Fangling have aside from his family's wealth? The duel began. Fangling. Lu Hao roared. Boom. Martial artists cultivate their chi and blood, and Lu Hao's blue robe billowed as his chi surged. In an instant his entire demeanor transformed, resembling a raging tiger roaring ferociously. With a heavy step the blue bricks on the ground trembled. Lu Hao's figure suddenly lunged forward, stirring up a gust of wind as he charged at Fangling. A murmur of astonishment arose from the crowd. With his anger fueling him, Lu Hao's momentum nearly rivaled that of a six-stage martial artist. Yang Zhengyi flicked his bangs and paled slightly. At this rate, with Fangling's cultivation as a three-stage swordsman, he would surely be severely injured. Young master, danger. Suddenly Yang Zhengyi's eyes narrowed. He saw Fangling take a step back, adopting a sword-drawing stance, his entire aura suddenly shifting, transforming into an unsheathed treasure sword. The wind around him seemed to become the sword energy Fangling was accumulating. He thought he heard a barely perceptible sword chant. He seemed to see Fangling's wooden sword trembling. Not only Yang Zhengyi but also Niwen, who had originally worried about Fangling, was now somewhat stunned and surprised, her eyes shining faintly. It was not an illusion, she truly felt a familiar aura from Fangling. Lu Hao's eyes gleamed with malice, his twisted jealousy towards wealthy heirs completely erupted, pouring out onto Fangling. His chi surged like a roaring tiger, roaring again and again. 5 consecutive roars. 5-stage martial artist. The momentum was at its peak. With one final step his toes pressed down hard, causing the blue bricks beneath to crack. Lu Hao leaped into the air, his mind firmly locked onto Fangling, twisting his waist at a 45-degree angle, raising a fist to smash down on Fangling's head. A ripple of air spread outward. This momentum elicited a wave of gasps from the surrounding crowd. Fangling, like a statue, maintained the sword-drawing posture, his mind unwavering as the surrounding scene seemed to transform. Snow fell swiftly and he borrowed the wind amidst the heavy snow cutting through the icy expanse before him. Within Fangling's spiritual energy surged, sword energy erupted, and in an instant it was as if shackles were broken, producing 5 consecutive sword chants. 5-stage swordsman. The students watching from the academy were momentarily stunned, and the next moment a wave of exclamations erupted. Fangling. How could he be a 5-stage swordsman? Wasn't he at 3 stages? Many understood Fangling's confidence stemmed from his own breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Hao remained unperturbed, continuing his assault, his fist smashing down with unyielding resolve. At this moment Fangling also lifted his head, his gaze as calm as still water fixed on Lu Hao. Their eyes met like 2 parallel worlds overlapping. Lu Hao trembled violently, he saw himself in Fangling's eyes while he seemed to transform into a piece of snow cleaved in 2. The sword energy erupted suddenly. The clouds above obscured the sunlight. Fangling drew his sword. The mental focus Lu Hao had on Fangling was suddenly cleaved apart. Fast. Incredibly fast. This sword drawing technique was astonishingly swift. Sword drawing, a swordsman's specialty. A single strike. Hit. Lu Hao felt as if he had been struck by immense power. Bang. A tremendous sound erupted. The chains and leather on Lu Hao's fist shattered and his fist was torn open, blood oozing out like cold plum blossoms, continuously dripping onto the ground. Lu Hao crashed to the ground, sliding away, clutching his hand, gritting his teeth, his muscles tensed, yet he still couldn't comprehend, letting out a painful wail. The entire arena fell into silence. One strike, clean and decisive. The surrounding students were left dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Just this sword technique and you only ranked 230 in the exam. Fangling exhaled a breath. The clouds above parted and sunlight poured down. The young man looked at the shocked Niwen leaning on his cracked wooden sword, nodding slightly with golden sunlight bathing him in warmth as he spoke softly. I won. See you later. The training ground fell into a deep silence. After Fangling spoke to Niwen, the crowd finally snapped back to reality from Fangling's sword strike, and the clamor erupted like beads dropping onto a jade plate. Lu Hao, a 5-stage martial apprentice and a small genius among the 300 common students of Luojiang Academy, was defeated in a single move. Instant kill. Who could have imagined? Even Yang Zhengyi, Fangling's friend, was bewildered at this moment, his hair hanging down, looking utterly confused. The draw of the sword marked the end. Fangling won decisively and with overwhelming dominance. After defeating Lu Hao, Fangling greeted Niwen before turning to squeeze out of the crowd, taking his wooden sword with him. The wooden sword in his hand was covered in cracks, no longer usable. Among the onlooking students, many talented individuals began to grow serious. Some students even became alert. Fangling. Has he been hiding his strength all along? From 3 stages to 5 stages, and with such swift swordsmanship it couldn't have been achieved without at least 10 years of practice. Indeed, with the imperial examination approaching, all sorts of talents are emerging. Interesting, it seems Fangling has revealed his hand and stopped pretending. The talented students exchanged glances, each reflecting the vigilance in their eyes as well as the rising competitive spirit. The triannual imperial examination is a dead end for ordinary people but a carnival for geniuses. Students with strength plan to showcase their talents in this examination. Fangling's performance in this battle ignited the fighting spirit of many. 100 boats competing to flow, vying for beauty. Such an examination is truly interesting and does not betray their 3 years of hard work. Yang Jingyi, coming back to his senses, wore a face full of resentment, feeling that Fangling, this kid, had become distant, neglecting him to flirt with an Niwen. However, Yang Jingyi soon became excited, flipping his hair and chasing after Fangling's back. As for Lu Hao, he had quietly left, looking despondent. The crowd of onlookers dispersed. Niwen's face flushed red after Fangling's words, feeling dizzy. Wait. Are we really going to practice against each other? Maybe we shouldn't practice. My mother says. Wealthy children are all not good people. Niwen lowered her head, feeling hesitant and anxious. However, all she could remember was Fangling after he struck with a sword, looking at her among the crowd, flashing a bright smile. Then. Let's practice, but I won't speak to him. Niwen seemed to suddenly think of a solution, clenched her small fist and nodded solemnly. At the edge of the training ground, beneath a row of willow branches swaying gently in the breeze, several figures wandered. If Fangling were here, he would surely recognize a familiar figure, the elder Zhao, who had spent a whole evening accompanying old Fang to the teaching office. At this moment, elder Zhao stood respectfully beside a graceful figure, and beside them was a stooped figure wearing a white robe with a white beard flowing. The 3 of them simultaneously withdrew their gazes. Elder Zhao's expression was somewhat peculiar, while the graceful figure frowned, slightly lost in thought. The elderly figure stroked his white beard, a smile on his face. That sword strike was quite interesting. If it were a disciple from Sword Shu, I might not be surprised, but to see such a student at Luojiang Academy is quite remarkable. The graceful figure took a deep breath and murmured. After a moment, her eyes sparkled as if a long-held bottleneck in her heart had been burst through by a flowing waterfall. Mr. Chui once said not to underestimate the people of the world. Linglong has learned a lesson. The graceful figure bowed slightly to the stooped figure. Jiang girl, what are you doing? This was not an arrangement made by me. It was merely a common competition among students at Luojiang Academy. The old man waved his hand. Then, looking at the serious Jiang Linglong, the old man couldn't help but marvel. Golden great bones, truly each one is a monster. An opportune sword-watching event can also lead to small insights. That youth's swordsmanship achieving mastery in less than 10 years of day and night hard practice is difficult. It can be said to be the pinnacle swordsmanship attainable at the sword apprentice level. Although he is only a 5th-stage apprentice, this swordsmanship would score him considerable points in the sword cultivation category. Jiang Linglong, with her graceful figure, revealed a hint of appreciation on her face. The elderly man known as Mr. Chui stroked his beard and did not refute her claims. This boy is named Fangling, the child of Fang Beiha from the Fang family in Luojiang. Why have I never heard this name before? Mr. Chui smiled as he watched Fangling, who had just defeated Lu Hao, disappearing into the crowd. That sword severed the mundane, and his carefree demeanor made the old man quite appreciative. The two continued forward, not paying any more attention to Fangling. Although his sword strike was impressive, his cultivation level was still too low. As a 5th-stage apprentice, even with the added points from swordsmanship, it would be difficult for him to shine in the imperial examination. He might have a chance to be selected by a sect, but it would be impossible for him to join the top sects of the Great Tang, so there was no need for excessive concern. Unable to enter a top sect for cultivation, even if his swordsmanship was stunning, his future would still have a visible endpoint. The young girl Jiang Linglong and Mr. Chui chatted as they walked. Zhao, who was following Jiang Linglong, wore an expression of bewilderment and shock. Because he recognized that kid was Fangling. Yesterday he was at 3 stages, today at 5. Now he showcased such stunning swordsmanship. It was completely contrary to what old Fang had said, that Fangling is just an ordinary student of the academy. Zhao Wujie, what are you dazed about? After consulting Mr. Chui, I still need to go to Qianfei Pavilion. Hurry up and catch up. Suddenly Jiang Linglong turned around, her brows slightly furrowed. Yes. Zhao came back to his senses, apologized, and respectfully followed. Fangling returned the broken wooden sword to the weapon rack. The old instructor in charge of the weapon rack raised an eyebrow, but did not require Fangling to compensate. The instructor had witnessed the duel between Fangling and Lu Hao and had some understanding of the stunning sword strike Fangling had showcased. What a pity if you had replaced it with a steel sword. That strike could have severed an arm, even cutting through the bone. The instructor, holding a pipe, took a puff and smiled. Fangling was taken aback then smiled brightly saying it was just a friendly competition among classmates, one should spare others when possible. Most importantly, the academy does not allow the use of steel swords. Fangling placed the weapon down and selected a brand new wooden sword. The old instructor was momentarily taken aback by Fangling's words. Spare others when possible. Taking a puff from his pipe and exhaling the murky smoke, the old instructor grinned. Good lad, you've got a nice character. Cultivation is also about cultivating the heart, and one's nature can affect cultivation. The old instructor tapped the weapon rack with his pipe and advised. Fangling nodded toward the old instructor carrying the new wooden sword back to the training ground. In his battle with Lu Hao, Fangling experienced the technique of drawing the sword. In a duel with Lu Hao, he could not trigger the passive cultivation ability and wasting time was unnecessary, so he aimed for a quick resolution. The technique of drawing the sword was straightforward: either you win or I lose, clean and efficient. However, the technique of drawing the sword brought immense surprises to Fangling. As long as he engaged in deep training exchanges with the object of his bond, he would receive special rewards. This made Fangling increasingly look forward to the upcoming practice with Niwen. Such practice should also count as deep communication. The instructor in charge of the clock struck the bell signaling the end of the break. On the training ground, students from the 7th book building 3rd floor gathered in formation after their instructor rambled for a while before ordering pairs of students to practice against each other. The students scattered their flowing blue garments in the training ground, resembling leaves lifted by the wind. In one corner of the training ground, Fangling stood facing Niwen. Niwen held a wooden stick resembling a withered tree branch. Fangling wore a gentle and amiable smile as he looked at her. Niwen's head nearly shrank into her blue garment, feeling shy and anxious. I really just want to practice with you. I won't talk to you. In the distance, Yang Jingyi flicked the hair on his forehead, casting a resentful glance at Fangling. This kid has become arrogant, his wings have hardened, and for a little woman he won't even practice with me. Yang Jingyi at least is ranked 50 on the gold list. How can he not compare to Niwen? Cough cough. Niwen is 3rd on the gold list and Yang Jingyi seems to indeed be inferior. For a moment Yang Jingyi felt increasingly resentful, harboring grievances he wanted to vent on his practice opponent. Opposite Yang Jingyi, Lu Hao, who had just applied medicine to his wounds, twitched his lips intensely, a bad premonition rising within him as the instructor gave the command. All the students standing opposite each other bowed to their opponents. Please guide me. Their voices spread among the swaying willows lingering in the air above the training ground. In the next moment the practice began and the sounds of sparring erupted instantly. The youthful vitality of boys and girls filled the air without reservation, vibrant and lively, filled with laughter. As the only academy in Luojiang City, Luojiang Academy trains students to understand the world of cultivation. However, cultivation is not merely about the knowledge in books. Practical combat is one of the standards for measuring one's cultivation. In the imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty, practical combat accounted for a considerable proportion of the score. For instance, Fangling, whose major is the sword path, has a total of 100 points in swordsmanship, with 50 points allocated to practical combat and the remaining 50 points concerning knowledge of swordsmanship. In the last academy examination, Fangling scored 63 points in swordsmanship with a written score of 47 and only 16 points in practical combat. After all, he was just a 3rd-tier swordsman before, so it was understandable that his practical combat score was low. Fangling was deeply aware of this, so he could only strive to avoid losing points on the written exam. On the martial arts stage, a gentle breeze blew as students clashed on the blue bricks of the arena. Sword energy surged and magical techniques fluctuated, accompanied by bursts of vitality. Fangling, holding a wooden sword, slightly bowed toward Niwen. After the formalities of the practice duel, Fangling's aura suddenly transformed. Niwen ranked 3rd on the golden list of Luojiang Academy. The first talent among the common students of Luojiang City. Fangling had never considered how great the gap was between him and her, but this time, armed with the sword drawing technique, he might just get a taste of it. Niwen quickly entered the practice mode, sensing Fangling's fighting spirit. Previously, Fangling had defeated Lu Hao with a single strike, which had genuinely shocked Niwen. That sword was swift and fierce. It was difficult to achieve without rigorous training. Wen, be careful. Fangling grinned, placing his palm on the guard of the wooden sword. He did not immediately unleash the sword drawing technique. The execution of the sword drawing technique requires focus of spiritual intent, and once performed it consumes the intensity of that intent. In that case, he would only have the power of a single strike. Previously, Fangling had won against Lu Hao primarily by catching him off guard. However, facing Niwen, he definitely could not rely on such tactics. Moreover, this was a practice duel, an excellent opportunity to enhance his practical combat experience. Switch to bond object state. Fangling silently chanted in his heart. After switching to the cultivation state, you will gain 50 points of cultivation insight and speed from the bond object Niwen. Would you like to use the triple amplification card? The system prompt appeared in his mind. The triple amplification card. I won't use it for now. Fangling declined, as he only had 2 cards left and did not want to waste them carelessly. Cultivation state switched successfully. Wishing you a pleasant cultivation experience. After the system issued another prompt, it fell silent. Fangling gripped the handle of the wooden sword tightly, and in the moment he drew the sword his figure shot forward. Oh, look at you, Fangzi, you're quite impressive. Lu Hao, that kid. Scared out of his wits by you. Your sword strike instilled a sense of fear in him. Her shyness faded and she became serious. Her spiritual intent surged, causing her blue robe to billow. With her staff in hand she waved it, and faint spiritual energy formed an invisible wall in front of her. The instructor had mentioned more than once that in battles between spell cultivators and sword cultivators the latter must not let the former get close. If they do, it could be life-threatening. This is also a drawback of spell cultivation. Fangling was evidently determined to close the distance to an Niwen. When the two began their duel, the instructor responsible for teaching Fangling stood at a distance, hands hidden in his wide sleeves, observing. This instructor, surnamed Wen, was said to be sent from the prestigious Sansheng Academy in the imperial capital of the Tang dynasty and was exceptionally powerful. Fangling, over 700 in the academy exam, defeated Lu Hao with a single strike. Instructor Wen had not witnessed Fangling's sword drawing technique but had heard discussions among some students, thus he took an interest. Consequently, he focused closely on the duel between Fangling and Niwen. The tactical plan is sound. In a confrontation between sword and spell cultivators, the primary objective is to launch a surprise attack up close. Unfortunately, his swordsmanship and movement techniques are average and his practical combat experience is quite limited. After all, Niwen is ranked 3rd on the golden list. Even if her cultivation level is suppressed to the 5th stage with steady progress, Fangling has no chance whatsoever. Instructor Wen raised an eyebrow. Fangling's performance was not particularly poor, but it could only be described as average. It even left him somewhat disappointed. However, Instructor Wen did not rush to leave, as he had yet to see the stunning sword strike that the other students had discussed regarding Fangling's defeat of Lu Hao. But as he continued to watch, Instructor Wen gradually revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He noticed that Fangling's swordsmanship was steadily improving during the battle. Some of the swordsmanship details he had taught in class were gradually being assimilated by Fangling. This talent, although not on par with Niwen, is nonetheless impressive. How interesting, there's actually such a little genius hidden in the academy. I had never noticed before. This kid really knows how to hide his abilities. Instructor Wen observed the practice duel between Niwen and Fangling, gradually showing signs of interest. Launch an attack from the lower left, strike steadily and try to avoid colliding with the opponent's energy wall to minimize stamina consumption. Instructor Wen spoke slowly, his voice resonating in Fangling's ears like a bell. Fangling paused for a moment. After switching to the cultivation state, he quickly comprehended Instructor Wen's guidance, his face showing an enlightened expression and his movements became increasingly proficient and fierce. Instructor Wen nodded in satisfaction, occasionally offering advice. Fangling was drenched in sweat, continuously trying to get closer to Niwen. However, she was surrounded by waves of spiritual energy and an energy wall obstructed him. As he broke through one barrier, Niwen immediately created distance. Nevertheless, Fangling immensely enjoyed this combat process. After switching to the cultivation state, he felt his level of insight rising sharply. His swordsmanship and practical combat experience had improved significantly compared to before. Fangling was sweating profusely, yet his eyes sparkled brightly. He took a step forward, causing the blue bricks to tremble slightly. Be careful. Fangling exhaled a breath of turbid air. The swinging wooden sword instantly returned to its sheath. As he summoned his spiritual intent, a gentle breeze stirred and sword energy fused together. His spiritual intent locked onto Niwen. Niwen's eyes narrowed and she became alert, gripping her magical staff tightly. Fangling's figure collided with the energy wall set up by Niwen, and at the moment of impact he finally unleashed the sword drawing tech. A sword chant resonated. Fast. Extremely fast. As if the young man borrowed the wind to slice through the world's snow and wind. In the distance, Instructor Wen, with his hands hidden in his sleeves, had drawn them out at some point. He refrained from giving further guidance, not wanting to interrupt Fangling's attack rhythm. His eyes shone brightly, filled with disbelief. This is different, completely different. The feeling of this sword strike is entirely unlike the previous ones. This is a master-level strike. The previously mediocre swordsmanship seems to have been merely to set off this strike. This is the pinnacle of swordsmanship attainable at the swordsman level. All of the youth's essence was embodied in this strike, like a fleeting glimpse of a blooming flower. Instructor Wen seemed to perceive the youth's 10 years of relentless dedication in this strike. Most importantly, the angle at which Fangling executed this strike was exceptionally clever and the timing was perfect. Instructor Wen's sleeves billowed in the wind. In the distance, Niwen was also struck by Fangling's sword drawing technique, her heart racing. In a daze, she seemed to hear a tearing sound. The energy wall she had erected was unexpectedly sliced through by Fangling's sword. How powerful! No wonder Lu Hao was defeated. Niwen's body tensed, perhaps influenced by her sense of crisis, as her cultivation, initially suppressed at the 5th stage, uncontrollably broke through. 6th stage, 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage. Niwen's complexion changed drastically, turning pale. Oh no. Boom. A faint light appeared on her magical staff. Niwen's blue robe billowed as spiritual energy transformed into a massive wave radiating outward from her delicate form in a circular shockwave. Fangling's sword drawing technique struck the massive wave and was instantly dispersed. Fangling was knocked backward a few steps, landing on the ground with a thud. This scene was quite the spectacle. After all, the power of Niwen at the 9th stage as a spell cultivator attracted considerable attention. Niwen hurriedly rushed to Fangling's side and knelt down. Are you all right? That sword strike was too strong. I'm sorry. I couldn't control it. Niwen was anxious, filled with guilt, her fingers gripping the staff, turning pale, her face extremely white. Don't worry, I'm fine, it's not your fault. Fangling spoke gently despite being drenched in sweat. He looked up with a warm smile. Ding. The host engaged in an in-depth exchange on cultivation issues with the bond object Niwen, triggering a passive reward. Spirit Void Sword Step. Sword Master Specialization. Spirit Void Sword Step will be acquired through muscle memory and mental transmission, addressing the authenticity of swordsmanship from a causal perspective. Please rest assured to cultivate host. Sure enough, a reward was triggered. Fangling was momentarily stunned, but the next moment his smile grew even brighter. The rewards came so suddenly. Yet it was entirely within Fangling's expectations. Because of the passive mention, having a deep exchange regarding cultivation with Niwen provided the opportunity for extra rewards. This sparring session could definitely be deemed a deep exchange. If Niwen hadn't exploded with the strength of the 9th stage just now, Fangling's sword might have been enough to break through the barrier of spiritual energy, potentially leading Niwen to defeat or even suffer some minor losses. Unfortunately, this girl lacked martial ethics. Fangling didn't feel too regretful. There was still a gap in strength between him and Niwen. She was at the 9th stage while he was merely at the 5th stage, and only recently had he broken through. However, today's sparring had significantly improved Fangling's control over the realm of a 5th stage swordsman, and his physical body had adapted to the increase in strength. Most importantly, it enhanced his practical experience and his swordsmanship. Closing his eyes, countless images flashed rapidly in his mind, memories of practicing the Lingshu sword step. After a long time, as the memories settled, Fangling felt a subtle change in the strength of his legs. Having released the cultivation state of his bonded object, Fangling slowly exhaled. Switching to the cultivation state of the bonded object actually placed tremendous pressure on his will and spirit, so under normal circumstances he would not maintain that state for long. I'm sorry. Niwen snapped back to reality from Fangling's warm smile, pursing her lips seriously. Fangling smiled and nodded. Teacher Wen approached with a smile. Sir. Fangling and Niwen immediately stood up straight, slightly bowing in greeting. Teacher Wen patted Fangling's shoulder, saying, not bad. Unfortunately, your foundational cultivation is a bit lacking. You're only a 5th stage swordsman. If you could reach the 7th or 8th stage combined with your academic performance, you should still have a chance in the upcoming imperial examination in a month. Teacher Wen expressed some regret. With only a month left, even if Fangling used spirit crystals to bolster it, given his aptitude, it would be quite difficult to reach the 7th or 8th stage. The higher the rank, the greater the demand for spirit crystals. It's fortunate if I attain it, but if I don't, it's my fate. Fangling smiled gently. Teacher Wen chuckled in response. At such a young age, having this mindset is quite commendable. Of course, you also have opportunities. Teacher Wen looked at Fangling, falling into deep thought. After a long while looking at Fangling seriously, he said, in half a month the Jianshu sect will hold the Sword Query Conference, inviting sword cultivators from 300 academies across the Tang dynasty to participate. If you can secure a top 3 position in the Sword Query Conference, you could earn an additional 20 points towards your examination score, which could barely compensate for your rank gap. The Sword Query Conference. Fangling took a deep breath, his eyes slightly brightening. Though he felt that given a month he might have a chance to reach the 7th or 8th stage swordsman. However, securing a ranking in the Sword Query Conference that could grant an additional 20 points is also quite good. This is akin to bonus points in the Olympiad from his previous life. Gaining them is naturally not a loss. Teacher Wen smiled, saying, of course you don't need to feel too much pressure. Achieving a top 3 rank is still quite challenging. Although the Sword Query Conference doesn't value cultivation levels but rather swordsmanship, the Jianshu sect has invited sword cultivators from 300 academies, including prestigious ones like Chang'an Academy. Thus the hope of breaking into the top 3 seems quite slim. Moreover, the performance of Luojiang Academy in the Sword Query Conference in recent years has been rather disappointing. Teacher Wen patted Fangling's shoulder and continued, this year Luojiang Academy originally had low expectations. Dean Shui has already chosen a candidate, and all I need to do is find 2 more spots. Since that's the case, he'll give you 1 spot, providing you with an opportunity. Whether you can grasp it depends on yourself. Do you want to give it a try? Teacher Wen asked. Give it a try. Since trying wouldn't incur any loss, Fangling certainly wouldn't pass up this opportunity. Although the system existed allowing Fangling to switch cultivation speeds and insights in the examination, naturally the higher the score the better. Thus Fangling would choose to increase his own chances. Thank you, sir. I am willing to give it a try, Fangling said earnestly, his tone laced with gratitude. This opportunity was indeed rare. Hearing this, Teacher Wen's stern expression softened considerably and he nodded with satisfaction. Then come to the teaching building tomorrow to meet me. I'll introduce you to the other 2 students participating in the sword query conference. Fangling nodded while Teacher Wen reminded Niwen with a few words analyzing the shortcomings she had displayed in this battle before leaving with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Niwen kept apologizing to Fangling. After all, they had agreed to maintain the 5th stage swordsman cultivation, yet she inadvertently exploded to the 9th stage, nearly causing harm to Fangling. Her mistake was significant. Fangling found Niwen's persistence somewhat speechless. He had already said it was fine, yet she continued to apologize. Of course, at this moment Niwen's thoughts were filled with anxiety. After all, her mother had warned her about the vengeful nature of wealthy young masters. If Fangling were to hold a grudge, how could a mere common girl like her withstand his wrath? What if it also implicated her mother? Then she would truly regret it. Just as Fangling watched Niwen continuously apologize, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Guided task: please attempt to use cultivation funds for your first expenditure related to cultivation and you will receive a random reward. The system prompt suddenly popped up, leaving Fangling momentarily stunned. Another guided task: the previous one had asked him to engage in his first exchange regarding cultivation with Niwen, and this time it was prompting him to spend cultivation funds. Expenditure related to cultivation. Fangling frowned slightly. This wasn't difficult to understand, it simply meant spending money, but the spending direction needed to involve cultivation. This was also the primary use of the cultivation funds provided by the system. The rich focus on martial arts and cultivation akin to practicing martial arts is inherently a costly endeavor. If one genuinely wishes to invest in cultivation, it's not hard at all. For instance, purchasing high-grade elixirs or acquiring cultivation weapons and cultivation assisting spiritual devices, etc. All these require money, and some even cannot be bought with money. This task isn't too difficult. Spending money is something anyone can do. Fangling raised the corner of his mouth, suddenly having an idea. While Niwen continued to apologize, Fangling reached out and pressed down on her head. Niwen immediately froze, her delicate face turning bright red, unable to move. Little one, since you want to apologize, I'll give you a chance. After class, accompany me to buy some things. Fangling held Niwen's head down, smiling as he wondered if going to spend on cultivation together could also be considered an exchange of cultivation. Fangling wasn't particularly clear, but it was worth a try. Buy things. Niwen exclaimed, Omega Omega. Buying things to make amends. I have no money. She was just an ordinary common girl. However, she still tremblingly pulled out a ragged and deflated money pouch from her blue shirt sleeve, her eyes reddening as she opened the pouch and shook it upside down, revealing 3 small copper coins. This was all her wealth. She held the 3 coins trembling as she handed them to Fangling. I really have no more money. Niwen spoke these words almost in tears, as if asking him to compensate. But she couldn't afford it. Fangling. Why are you so dramatic? However, Fangling quickly understood the girl's peculiar reasoning and his expression darkened slightly. Did she take him for someone to exploit? Put it away, save it for something delicious. Also remember to wait for me at the academy gate after class. Fangling couldn't be bothered to say much, leaving behind a somewhat firm and domineering remark, and then picking up the broken wooden sword he turned to leave. Niwen, holding the 3 copper coins, bit her lip, staring blankly at Fangling's departing figure. The bell signaling the end of class was struck by the bellkeeper. The tranquility of the academy was instantly shattered like a sudden torrential rain, the droplets pattering against the ground adding a touch of clamor to the entire academy. At the entrance of Luojiang Academy, students in green robes came and went, chatting and laughing. Niwen stood at the gate resembling a delicate lotus, but her pale face bore a hint of anxiety and urgency. The occasional glances from the passing students made Niwen's cheeks flush, causing her to shrink within her green robe, evoking sympathy. Lu Hao walked out with several commoner students and happened to spot Niwen. After hesitating for a moment, he moved closer to her, intending to ask if she wanted to go home together. However, just as Lu Hao took a step, he saw Fangling walking out of the academy. Fangling was accompanied by Yang Jingyi, who was constantly flipping his hair. Lu Hao halted in his tracks while Fangling walked straight to the back of Niwen, lifting his gaze and landing it on the nearby Lu Hao. Lu Hao felt an inexplicable sense of panic in his heart, as if an invisible pressure was pervading the air. Remembering the duel in the training ground today, his face turned pale. He didn't even greet Niwen before turning around and leaving in a flustered manner like a defeated rooster. Oh, look at you, Fangzi, you're quite impressive. Lu Hao, that kid. Scared out of his wits by you. Your sword strike instilled a sense of fear in him. Yang Jingyi flicked his head, his bang smacking against his forehead, and grinned mischievously. But you've really been hiding your talents, you're already a 5th stage swordsman. Uncle Fang must have spent quite a lot of spirit crystals on you, huh? Yang Jingyi wasn't too surprised that Fangling's cultivation had reached the 5th stage. Considering the impending imperial examination and the Fang family's resources, it wasn't strange for them to invest a bit of spirit crystals in Fangling. Fangling didn't deny it. Let's go, accompany me to buy something. He smiled at Niwen. Yang Jingyi naturally had no objections, tossing his hair and chattering away. Niwen stood frozen in place at a loss. Fangling turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly. Shall Wenzi keep up? Niwen had no choice but to purse her lips and take small hesitant steps to follow. The three walked out of the academy, strolling along the bustling main street of Luojiang City. Throughout the journey, Yang Zhengyi was very talkative, chattering non-stop. Fangling was deep in thought about the guiding task. Niwen lagged 3 steps behind Fangling and Yang Zhengyi quietly following them. After a while, Yang Zhengyi seemed to tire of talking and opened his folding fan, fanning himself, causing his bangs to flutter. Fangzi, what do you want to buy? Where are we going? Fangling stopped, raised his hand and pointed to a beautifully decorated shop nearby, smiling, right here. Yang Zhengyi and Niwen turned their heads, and upon seeing the shop sign their eyes widened. Qianfige! Yang Zhengyi exclaimed in surprise. Niwen was shocked. Qianfige was a shop specializing in selling space rings. She didn't expect that Fangling wanted to buy something here. As a commoner genius, Niwen had certainly heard of the illustrious name of Qianfige, but she never dared to believe that one day she would come to such a high-end place with just 3 copper coins. Niwen felt panicked. Fangling, however, remained calm, stepping directly into Qianfige. No matter how luxurious the shop was, it was a place for consumption, and Fangling was here to spend what was there to fear. In the world of the Tang dynasty, the 3 essential items for cultivators were pills, flying swords, and space rings. These were the essential items every mature cultivator should possess, a symbol of their identity as a practitioner. Since the system required consumption related to cultivation, naturally it had to be within these 3 categories. The first 2 items had restrictions before the imperial examination. In the Tang dynasty, consuming pills was not allowed. If detected, points would be deducted, and in severe cases exam qualifications would be revoked. As for the flying swords that required mastery of the engraving array, one must undergo an assessment for the sword control license, much like a driver's license in the past life. Thus the only option for Fangling was the third item, the space ring. The Qianfige in Luojiang City was not the main branch, just a sub-branch. However, its decor was incredibly luxurious and elegant. The ground was covered with red velvet carpet, which felt exceptionally soft underfoot. The air was filled with a fragrant scent likely from burning sandalwood, conducive to calming the mind. Qianfige welcomes the 3 of you. I am the manager here. Do you have any advance payments? As soon as they stepped into Qianfige, a graceful woman dressed in a tight cheapao accentuating her curves approached them. With mature charm, bright red lips, and a calm, polite smile, she slightly bowed warmly and respectfully, addressing Fangling and the others with a hint of pride in her demeanor. For Fangling, who was accustomed to high-end luxury stores in his past life, such service and attitude were not unfamiliar. However, Yang Zhengyi and Niwen, who followed behind, were stunned. Even talkative Yang Zhengyi dared not breathe loudly, holding his breath while pretending to be calm. Niwen was even more terrified, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. The woman did not show any signs of impatience or disdain at their behavior. Never belittling any customer who steps into Qianfige, that is the principle of Qianfige. Fangling asked, I don't have any advance payment, but can I see the space rings? The charming woman smiled and led Fangling into the store. Of course, but without an advance payment you can only purchase rings with an internal space of less than 2 cubic units. Rings with more than 2 cubic units require a guarantee from a second grade or higher cultivator to purchase. This way please, the manager said with a smile. The group followed the graceful woman and soon arrived at a yellow pear wood counter. On the counter were displayed space rings, each placed in yellow pear wood boxes on red velvet cushions, shining brilliantly under the illumination of the radiant crystals. Yang Zhengyi took a deep breath, his gaze captivated, staring wide-eyed. Niwen was completely dazed, not daring to breathe heavily. These items exceeded her limited understanding. She was just a commoner, why did she dare to step into a place like Qianfige? The manager with a beaming smile retrieved 3 yellow pear wood boxes, each containing a different style of space ring. This Xiansan Wu Qi Ling North Wind space ring is a masterpiece from Master In Nai of the 4th grade law domain at Qianfige in the imperial capital. It follows the master's consistent style with an internal space of 1 cubic. The woman's voice was gentle and unhurried as she introduced it to Fangling. She also noticed that the 3 were centered around Fangling. After the introduction, Fangling frowned slightly. Still he asked, what is the price of the most expensive one? The manager was taken aback, then delicate fingers retrieved a silver engraved space ring from the box, raising it before Fangling. This Xiansan Ling Yi South Sky space ring is priced at 300 Tang coins. Fangling was not very satisfied. He planned to spend 500 coins in one go trying to fill his experience points to upgrade the system. A 1 cubic space ring did not meet his requirements in terms of price and internal space. Fangling shook his head. Is there a more expensive one? Upon hearing this, the manager's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her eagerness cooling a bit. Her red lips parted slightly. Her first reaction was that Fangling was looking for trouble. Yang Zhengyi was flicking his hair, almost twisting his neck. Niwen stood timidly behind Fangling, utterly confused. Was 300 coins cheap? Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? In the second floor of Qianfei's Chunyin Zhai. The aroma of tea wafted in the air accompanied by the sounds of a gentle piano. This was the hall for receiving the most important guests of Qianfei. At this moment 3 figures were seated in chairs. The master of the Luojiang branch of Qianfei was smilingly explaining and introducing a luxurious space ring to Jiang Linglong seated in the chair. The ring's art patterns sparkled like flowing water stirring waves of spiritual energy. Suddenly the graceful manager entered from outside apologetically bowing to Jiang Linglong and Zhao Wuji. The master frowned feeling a bit uncomfortable. Manager, you, what is it? Even though he was displeased, the master still inquired with grace. He knew that manager you would not disturb him unless it was something extraordinary. Manager Yu bowed and said, a young master Fangling from the Fang family wishes to purchase a space ring worth 500 coins. A basic space ring worth 500 coins isn't expensive. Just introduce him to a cost-effective one. Does this matter require interrupting me? Manager Yu pursed her red lips slightly. This young master Fang is a first-grade swordsman and has no advance payment with no second-grade cultivator as a guarantee. Therefore he can only purchase a 1 cubic ring and the most expensive one is 300 coins. The master understood. Qianfei would not underestimate any customer, that was the principle, and even the master would not go against it. The master frowned thinking of a solution. Not thinking too long he glanced at Jiang Linglong and Zhao Wuji shook his head and said to manager, you just tell him directly that without a second-grade cultivator as a guarantee he cannot purchase a space ring above 1 cubic. This is an unbreakable rule of Qianfei. Manager Yu understood, nodded and turned to leave. However, just as she was about to exit, Jiang Linglong, who was sitting nearby and playing with an exquisitely crafted space ring, slightly raised her eyes and said, Fangling. The image of the young man who executed an astonishing sword in the training ground of Luojiang Academy floated in her mind. An interesting young man. A young man who made her realize something. Zhao Wuji sitting beside her also showed a strange expression. Why did that kid Fangling come to Qianfei? Meeting his fate, moreover he helped me with a small task. Shall master grant this Fangling a purchasing qualification, and according to Qianfei's rules old Zhao will guarantee him. Jiang Linglong casually slipped the ring onto her long fair finger, speaking nonchalantly. The Chunyin Zhai fell into a brief silence. Manager Yes movements paused. Zhao Wuji was also slightly stunned, not expecting Jiang Linglong to speak up. Master Xiao looked at the girl with some incredulity, seemingly not anticipating that a girl of her status would speak for such a trivial matter. Within the Thousand Jade Pavilion in the Spring Cloud Studio, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat hushed. Jiang Linglong, her slender fingers spread wide, was examining the spatial ring adorning her index finger. She looked up with a hint of surprise. What are you standing there for? Despite her youth, Jiang Linglong's finely arched brows furrowed, lending her an air of unspoken authority. Zhao Wuji was the first to react, bowing with a smile. It's just that I never expected the young lady to speak. The pavilion master also showed a flicker of astonishment but quickly turned to manager Yu. Since Lord Zhao vouches for him, the doors of our Thousand Jade Pavilion are naturally open for young Master Fang. Manager Yu. Forget it, I'll go myself. The pavilion master rose, bowing respectfully to Jiang Linglong just as the portly figure of Zhao Wuji stepped out. Go on. Come see me when you're done. Jiang Linglong leaned back in her chair, removing the ring and placing it back into the yellow pear wood box. To the young lady this was merely a trivial matter. Moreover, earlier at the Luojiang Academy, Fang's single sword strike had slightly impressed her. In her words, the swordsmanship was excellent, worthy of a reward. Manager Yu, the pavilion master, and Zhao Wuji left the Spring Cloud Studio, the main hall of the Thousand Jade Pavilion. Fangling was slightly surprised to see the three emerge, mainly because he spotted a familiar face. Uncle Zhao, he called out. He hadn't expected to meet him here at the Thousand Jade Pavilion. His father had said Uncle Zhao was formidable, a figure descended from the imperial capital, but now it seemed Uncle Zhao's identity was far from ordinary. Zhao Wuji grinned with feigned simplicity, nodding. So you came to buy a spatial ring? Old Fang didn't even mention it. Since you want a ring over 2 cubic meters, your uncle will vouch for you. Pavilion Master Xiao also wore a smile. I am the master of the Luojiang branch of the Thousand Jade Pavilion. He warmly exchanged pleasantries with Fangling. Manager Yu stood behind them, her lithe figure poised with a professional smile, silently speculating on the relationship between the Fangling before her and the young lady in the Spring Cloud Studio. For the young lady to speak on his behalf, their connection must be significant. Fangling was overjoyed. He had been disappointed, ready to settle for 2 1-cubital rings to reach 500 gold coins. He hadn't expected this unexpected boon. Beside him, Yang Jingyi and Niwen were utterly stunned. The talkative Yang Jingyi fell silent. Niwen, shrinking within her loose blue robe, watched Fangling being personally received by the big shots of the Thousand Jade Pavilion. Her heart grew more anxious, even tinged with a hint of inferiority. Fangling turned and caught sight of Niwen, hunched and crestfallen with self-doubt. He paused for a moment. Then, offering a warm smile, he patted her head. With your talent and bone structure, a mere spatial ring means nothing to you. Once the imperial examinations are over with your results, most sects across the Great Tang Empire will compete to recruit you. They will offer far better conditions than a spatial ring. Your future lies among the stars and the sea. Fangling spoke gently with expectation. Perhaps it was these soft words that made Niwen lift her pale face, staring blankly at Fangling. Her tense heart began to relax. My future lies among the stars and the sea. In Niwen's eyes, specks of starlight seemed to gather, weaving into a vast galaxy, reflecting her longing for the future. After comforting Niwen, Fangling continued discussing the ring purchase with the pavilion master. For rings over 2 cubic meters the choices were abundant, but the prices grew increasingly unimaginable. The 500 gold coins of cultivation funds in Fangling's hands couldn't stir much of a wave. Ultimately, Fangling chose a basic model ring with an internal space of 5 cubic meters, though its exterior was simple and its functions rudimentary. Pavilion Master Xiao personally guided Fangling in connecting his spiritual sense to the spatial ring. After that, the ring became uniquely Fangling's, inaccessible to others unless they could forcefully break through its protective array. After binding, if you deposit gold coins or spirit crystals, you'll hear specific prompts. However, depositing other items won't trigger any notification. Pavilion Master Xiao briefly explained. Additionally, the ring is inscribed with 2 basic arrays, one defensive which activates automatically when you're in danger and one offensive triggered by your spiritual sense. This was why 1000 Jade Pavilion spatial rings were so popular and why purchases required a guarantor of at least the 2nd rank. Fangling nodded, took out the 500 gold coins from his pouch and handed them to Pavilion Master Xiao. Pavilion Master Xiao barely glanced at them, instructing Manager Yu to collect them. Ding! Host has completed the guidance task, made the first cultivation-related purchase. Random reward granted. Reward delivered to item bar. A system prompt echoed in his mind. This time it wasn't a direct reward, which slightly surprised Fangling. But the second prompt that followed made his pores open wide, filling him with exhilaration. Friendly reminder, experience points full. Level up. Suppressing his excitement, Fangling focused his mind and the system panel materialized. Host Fangling. Cultivation 5th stage Sword Disciple. Level LV2. Experience 010000. Bone structure 36 white. Cultivation funds 5000 gold coins, 50 low-grade spirit crystals usable only for cultivation projects. Items 2 triple amplification cards, 1 black reward egg. Bonded objects Niwen 50 vacant 50. Unique passive, engaging in cultivation-related activities with bonded objects grants extra rewards. Level up. Fangling stared at the system panel, taking a deep breath. The changes after leveling up were significant. The cultivation funds had doubled. No, increased tenfold. Most importantly, a vacant slot for a bonded object had opened up. The only pity was that after binding a bonded object, switching states still only allowed him to obtain 50% of their cultivation speed and insights. However, Fangling wasn't too disappointed, as this flaw could be compensated for with triple amplification cards. Moreover, he had a hunch that as his level continued to rise, he would someday obtain 100% of the bonded object's cultivation speed and insights even without the cards. This purchase of the spatial ring was well worth it. His earlier guess was correct, fully spending the cultivation funds leads to leveling up. This system is truly a scatterer of wealth. Fangling's face was nearly splitting into a grin. As for the reward from this purchase, Fangling didn't rush to inspect it. The black reward egg. This reward left him bewildered. Pavilion Master Xiao and Manager Yu took in Fangling's expression without much surprise. For a young man obtaining his first spatial ring in his cultivation journey, a hint of excitement was hardly unusual. Zhao Wuji also began chatting with Fangling. Langer, that sword strike you displayed at the training ground today was quite impressive. Hearing this, Fangling was taken aback. Uncle, were you at the academy today too? Zhao Wuji didn't elaborate, merely winking at Fangling. I accompanied the young lady to the academy and happened to witness your duel. From your swordsmanship I can see your father wasn't lying, you've truly trained diligently. Zhao Wuji patted Fangling's shoulder. My young lady holds you in high regard. Fangling raised an eyebrow. Uncle Zhao's young lady. He had always thought old Zhao was a big shot from the imperial capital. Turns out he was just a follower. A faint enigmatic smile played on Zhao Wuji's lips. He glanced sideways toward the Spring Cloud studio. My young lady is also participating in this year's imperial examinations. But among all the examinees in the Great Tang Empire, fewer than 10 can match her bone structure in talent. It's rare for you to earn her appreciation. It was the young lady who spoke up, asking me to vouch for you. Zhao Wuji grinned with feigned simplicity. Fangling was utterly stunned, his body trembling with excitement. His mind was filled only with the gist of Zhao Wuji's words. My young lattice bone structure is incredibly formidable. Fangling glanced at the vacant slot in the bonded objects column on his system panel, a smile tugging at his lips. Uncle Zhao, how could I accept this? I, Fangling, remember kindness and repay it. I want to personally thank Uncle Zhao's young lady for this great favor. Uncle Zhao, may I ask the young lad's name? Fangling beamed radiantly, his eyes sparkling. Zhao Wuji, watching the harmless smile on Fangling's face, felt his own feigned simplicity slowly fade. Why does this kid's smile seem a bit shady? Young lady in danger. Regarding Zhao Wuji's identity, Fangling had actually speculated, for although Zhao Wuji appeared simple, the pressure that occasionally emanated from his body made Fangling keenly aware that Zhao Wuji's cultivation was undoubtedly not weak. Thus Zhao Wuji's ability to express such grand admiration for the mysterious young lady in Chunyun's studio was sufficient to indicate her excellence. Even though Zhao Wuji was simple-minded, he still sensed something unusual in Fangling's smile. This kid's smile had ulterior motives. Therefore Zhao Wuji became vigilant. In the end, Fangling still could not step into Chunyun's studio as Zhao Wuji did not allow him entry, and even the submaster of Qianfei Pavilion blocked him with a smile. Despite Fangling genuinely harboring a profound enthusiasm to get to know the mysterious young lady from the imperial capital in Chunyun's studio. However, a door of Chunyun's studio stood in Fangling's way. It made him realize that this door was like a chasm isolating two worlds. The gap in social status was like heaven and earth. At the very least, Fangling understood that he was not yet qualified to enter the other's sight. The eagerness in Fangling's heart gradually cooled down, and his brilliant smile slowly retracted, though the corners of his mouth remained uplifted. This encounter felt like a splash of cold water cooling his fiery spirit. However, inside, Fangling was holding back a burst of fire, knowing that one day it would spread like a wildfire across the vastness. Thank you for your assistance today, miss. I will remember this kindness in my heart. I am Fangling, with Fang meaning to achieve and Lang meaning to wander the world. Fangling lightly shook his sleeves toward the direction of Chunyun's studio, clasped his hands and spoke. Standing straight as a rod, his spine as firm as frost grass, neither servile nor haughty, he exuded a stubbornness typical of youth. Zhao Wuji and Master Xiao said nothing, but they could also sense the vigorous vitality emanating from the young man. Inside Chunyun's studio, the young girl Jiang Linglong gently caressed the priceless spatial ring on her finger. Listening to the boy's words from outside the door, her red lips curled slightly. It's a trivial matter, no need to worry. If fate allows, we shall meet again, Jiang Linglong said. In the end, she still did not reveal her name. She simply admired the young man, whose decade-long dedication to swordsmanship was a persistence she could hardly achieve herself. Outside, Fangling glanced at the door obscured by Zhao Wuji's stout figure, and faintly he could see a pair of beautiful eyes deep as an abyss. Behind Fangling, Yang Jingyi and Niwen held their breaths, not daring to exhale. The other party did not reveal her name, and Fangling did not press the matter. Fangling turned around with a smile, and only then did Yang Jingyi and Niwen catch up. The sunset was blood-red, dyeing the vast sky with a golden hue. The three exited Qianfei Pavilion, and Yang Jingyi with a snap tossed his bangs aside and began to breathe heavily. The prodigal. How suffocating. Who exactly is in Chunyun's studio? The status is so substantial that even the submaster of Qianfei Pavilion is shielding her. Yang Jingyi seemed to be venting his frustrations, opening his mouth to speak non-stop, while Niwen trailed behind the two, keeping her head down timidly. Fangling wore a smile, walking steadily down the long street. Finally, upon reaching the street corner, Niwen bid farewell to Fangling. She timidly extended her hand from her wide sleeves, waved, lowered her head, and quietly said, "See you tomorrow," before running off and disappearing around the corner towards the darker corners beneath the prosperity of Luojiang City. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled down, seemingly adding a touch of shyness to the young girl. The lights were beginning to illuminate. Fangling returned to the Fang residence. Because Fangling returned late, old Fang went to the teaching office, and Fangling ultimately missed him. After having dinner prepared by the maid, Fangling strolled through the courtyard with stars filling the sky, reflecting in the courtyard's pond. Fangling stretched, feeling a hint of regret in his heart. Was going shopping with Niwen really not considered a deep exchange related to cultivation? Indeed. The system left no loopholes to exploit. The cultivation funds have been deposited into the host's spatial accessories. Please check. The system prompt popped up. Fangling squinted. The spiritual consciousness bound to the spatial ring on his index finger trembled slightly, and a voice echoed out. Your spatial ring has received 5,000 Tang Dynasty gold coins and 50 lower-grade spirit crystals. This was not a system notification sound, but rather a voice emanating from the spatial ring. Fangling caressed the spatial ring and smiled. With a thought, he entered a space of about 5 cubic meters where 5,000 gold coins and 50 lower-grade spirit crystals were placed. This was the cultivation funds after the system upgrade. Exiting the spatial ring, Fangling was surprised to see a black egg floating before him. This was a black reward egg from the system's reward panel, a reward for completing a task. Fangling was a bit curious. Previously, rewards were distributed directly, but now it was in this manner. This egg. How do I use it? Fangling inquired. Ding, this is a reward egg. Reward eggs come in 6 tiers: black, green, silver, gold, diamond, and rainbow. Please smash it to receive the rewards inside. The system explained to Fangling. Fangling's eyes lit up. Was this the feeling of a lottery? It felt quite similar to the experience of cracking golden eggs in his past life. Raising his hand, a golden hammer naturally appeared in his palm. With a grin he struck down towards the black reward egg with a hint of anticipation. Crack! The eggshell shattered and light began to emerge from within. The broken eggshell gradually transformed into an illusion and dissipated. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward expert level flying sword mastery and the accompanying sword control order. The acquisition of sword control order is legal, reasonable and effective. The host's name is registered and does not violate Tang dynasty laws. Please use it with confidence. After smashing the reward egg, the rewards presented before Fangling made his eyes shine with excitement. This was a palm-sized token engraved with a formation. This formation was used to activate the array within the flying sword. Only then could the sword be activated and controlled in the skies. The expert-level flying sword mastery surged into Fangling's mind through memory and muscle transmission. Just like when he learned the sword drawing technique, Fangling quickly felt as if he had become an experienced driver. In his memories he once rode a flying sword soaring above the skies. Through these memories Fangling also understood that even attaining the rank of a sword apprentice granted one the qualification to fly with a sword. Because his cultivation evolved, practitioners developed formations and engraved them onto flying swords, transforming them into a means of transportation. As long as the formation remained intact and one possessed sufficient spirit crystals, they could easily ride the flying sword through the skies. The speed was faster than that of powerful sword cultivators flying with their swords, thus gradually becoming a trend in the Tang dynasty, becoming a standard for practitioners' travels. Fangling quickly understood that flying swords in the Tang dynasty were akin to cars in his past life, representing a form of transportation. He clicked his tongue. Although Fangling was excited, he also felt a bit disappointed. After all, he did not possess a flying sword of his own. Now this technique and the sword control order reward seemed somewhat cumbersome. Moreover, this reward offered no help for his exams, as the exams did not test sword flying skills. It would have been more practical to receive a few more enhancement cards. Thus he still felt a bit disappointed. After strolling through the courtyard, Fangling returned to his room to begin his cultivation. Even with the system, Fangling understood that he merely possessed the hope of becoming stronger and he would need to work even harder than before. However, the binding relationship object panel had one vacant slot. This meant Fangling could bind a second genius, but without a target for now he was not in a rush to bind. Fangling thought of the mysterious girl in Chunyun's studio of Qianfei Pavilion. According to Zhao Wuji's description, he wanted to reserve the next slot for her even though he still did not know her name. On the table in the room lay 10 lower-grade spirit crystals which old Fang had prepared for Fangling. Fangling felt warmth in his heart and stored the 10 spirit crystals. Finish cultivation early tomorrow. I need to visit the teaching building to learn about the sword inquiry conference mentioned by Teacher 1. Fangling exhaled a breath of turbid air. Clearing his mind, he settled his thoughts. Switch to the binding object cultivation state, Fangling stated. Ding, switch successful. Wishing you a pleasant cultivation experience. The system prompt popped up and quickly fell silent. Fangling took out the spirit crystals from the cultivation funds provided by the system and began refining. Boom! Fangling felt the spiritual energy within the spirit crystals beginning to flow slowly into his meridians. The night grew deeper. The crescent moon hung like a hook. Fang Beiha, reeking of wine, returned from the teaching office to the Fang residence. Passing by Fangling's small courtyard, he saw the flickering light in Fangling's room where Fangling was diligently practicing. What was he working hard for in business and socializing? Wasn't it to give Fangling, who lacked the talent for cultivation, a future that remained stable even after failing the examination? Who wouldn't wish for their child to become a dragon? Under the moonlight, Fang Beiha leaned against the courtyard wall, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. The next day. As the morning light dissipated, the dew hanging on the leaves was also evaporated. Fangling sat cross-legged on his bed with 6 or 7 exhausted spirit crystal remnants scattered before him. This was the result of his night of arduous cultivation. Fangling opened his eyes, realizing that the training method after discussions with Niwen had significantly reduced its drawbacks and the thick smoke above his head during cultivation was much less. The spiritual energy within him surged once again, but the only regret was that Fangling still had not stepped into the realm of a 6th-stage swordsman. Although it was merely the level of a swordsman, the required accumulation of spiritual energy for breakthroughs increased as one progressed. Based on Fangling's estimation, reaching the 9th stage in a short time would definitely require more than 50 low-grade spirit crystals. If he could not reach the 9th stage before the imperial examination, it would be quite difficult to stand out in the great examination of the Tang Empire and become one of the gifted candidates chosen by top sects. Thus Fangling still felt a sense of urgency. He had ambitions. He wanted to become a genius selected by the top sects rather than just a student chosen by the sect. After a night of hard training, both his spiritual mind and physical body were somewhat unable to bear it. He left his room, relaxing every cell in his body and breathing in the fresh air of the morning light. Fangling headed to the hall. Zhao Wujin was again mooching off food while Lao Fang and Lao Zhao were engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon seeing Zhao Wujin, Fangling paused slightly before a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Old Zhao glanced at Fangling with a smile that was neither here nor there. Old Fang seemed to sense the strange atmosphere between Fangling and Zhao Wujin, his eyes flickering slightly, but he did not say anything. After breakfast, Fangling bid farewell to Old Fang and left the Fang residence, making his way along the long street towards Luojiang Teaching Building. Fangling stepped onto the second floor of the teaching building, his footsteps creaking on the wooden floor. Inside the building, several instructors were carrying teaching plans moving through the corridors. Upon seeing Fangling, they raised their eyebrows in surprise but did not come over to inquire. Instructor Wen's resting place was in the 8th room of the second floor, and when Fangling arrived there were already several people standing inside, making the small room quite crowded. Besides the familiar instructor Wen, there were 3 figures, one of whom was an elderly man with white hair and beard sitting in a chair, his face displaying a gentle wisdom that spoke of worldly experience. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a scholar's blue robe. As soon as Fangling entered, he caught the man's attention, who glanced at Fangling before looking away. This man's appearance was quite handsome, but he exuded a powerful aura radiating an air of confidence that declared, "I am a genius." As for the young woman, she wore a veil obscuring her features. Her figure was graceful and her eyes peeking through the veil shone like stars. Jiang Linglong glanced at Fangling, her eyes calm and unwavering. Fangling also looked at the young woman, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. The old man smiled warmly at Fangling. Fangling's heart tightened and he bowed slightly, saying, "Principal Cui." This elder was the principal of Luojiang Academy, rumored to be a 4th-rank grandmaster who controlled forbidden spells, possessing terrifying destructive power with every movement. "Your name is Fangling, right? You're quite impressive, young lad." Principal Cui nodded with a smile. He had previously seen Fangling perform a stunning sword move beneath the willow trees outside the martial arts arena, hence he remembered this young man. Instructor Wen stood respectfully beside Principal Cui, and upon hearing the principal praise Fangling, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Principal, these 2 are the students I selected to participate in the Swordshoe Sect's Sword Challenge. This is Lu Bubi, a student from the 1st Book Tower and 9th Stage Swordsman, ranked 7th on the list. This is Fangling, a student from the 7th Book Tower, a 5th Stage Swordsman. Along with this young lady Jiang Pei, whom the principal introduced, the 3 of you will represent Luojiang Academy in this competition. In the Sword Challenge, the Swordshoe Sect has invited over 200 academies from across the Tang Empire to participate. Luojiang Academy had achieved brilliant results in previous competitions, but in recent years it has fallen behind, with most students unable to even pass the first round. This year you must all work hard." The old man's voice was gentle, encouraging Fangling and Lu Bubi. With the principal personally encouraging them, the sword cultivation genius Lu Bubi was visibly excited, nodding repeatedly. Jiang Linglong, veiled and disguised as Jiang Pei, remained aloof, only giving a slight nod. The principal smiled, stood up, bent over slightly and patted Fangling on the shoulder. "Young man, perform well." With a smile, Principal Cui left the room. Inside the room, only Instructor Wen and the others remained. Instructor Wen looked at the veiled young woman, smiling, and said, "Miss Jiang, I've heard that you are a genius swordsman from the imperial capital. Could you share a bit about your cultivation level?" Instructor Wen's words created a slightly strange atmosphere in the room. Jiang Linglong frowned slightly, then relaxed her brow and nodded gently. "Swordsman." Instructor Wen raised his eyebrows. "A 15-year-old swordsman, indeed a genius from the imperial capital." Fangling's eyes narrowed. Although it was just a brief 2-word response, he sensed a familiar essence. This young woman was the same one he had seen yesterday at Qianfei Pavilion. Upon hearing that the young woman came from the imperial capital and was a swordsman, Lu Bubi's proud head lowered slightly as he nodded at Jiang Linglong, but he was ignored. This made Lu Bubi's expression somewhat unpleasant. Lu Bubi was the foremost swordsman among this year's students, possessing the unique pride of a swordsman. Experiencing a cold shoulder from Jiang Linglong, Lu Bubi's face turned solemn. As for Fangling, Lu Bubi did not care. A mere 5th-stage swordsman was likely just arranged by Luojiang Academy to fill the numbers, especially with the imperial examination approaching. Not everyone was willing to participate in the sword challenge, wasting their final training time. Instructor Wen wasn't too concerned about the awkward atmosphere among the students. Looking at Fangling, he spoke earnestly. "Your cultivation level is only 5th stage, but your swordsmanship foundation is solid. Therefore you still have a chance in this sword challenge. Of course, do not approach it merely for the sake of getting points in the imperial examination. You must go with the intent to learn," Instructor Wen advised. "Miss Jiang Pei and Lu Bubi are both excellent learning partners for you." Instructor Wen held a favorable view of Fangling, recognizing that despite his poor aptitude he had managed to cultivate such impressive swordsmanship, clearly enduring a lot of hardship. Though cultivation often relies on one's aptitude, enduring hardship is also crucial to rise above others, which equally applies to the path of cultivation. Sir Fangling is merely a 5th-stage swordsman. While the sword challenge only focuses on swordsmanship, without sufficient cultivation to support its swordsmanship is difficult to excel in. Therefore, Fangling, you don't need to feel too pressured in individual matches. Jiang Pei and I cannot assist you. However, in the team matches representing Luojiang Academy you still have a chance to win effortlessly. Lu Bubi crossed his arms, nodding his chin towards Fangling confidently. His meaning was clear. "I, the Great One, will carry you to victory. Stay steady, just lie down." At this moment Jiang Linglong shot Lu Bubi a glance, her eyes flashing with a hint of exasperation. Fangling's swordsmanship was well known to her. The pinnacle swordsmanship achievable by a swordsman was quite competitive in the sword challenge, which evaluated only swordsmanship without regard to cultivation. Who leads whom to victory was truly uncertain. Fangling simply smiled gently. Lu Bubi wasn't a bad person, he was just overly confident. Seeing this, instructor Wen stood up and addressed the three, saying, "Then let's settle on this. After class this afternoon you will gather at the martial arts arena. I will provide you with some simple training and explain the rules of the competition. Time is running short, you should head back to the book tower." Fangling and the others exited the teaching building one after another. Lu Bubi patted Fangling's shoulder, implying that Fangling should just lie down and relax. Everything was left unsaid. Then the young man in the blue robe strode away, proudly lifting his chin. Jiang Linglong, wearing a veil, did not say a word to Fangling or Lu Bubi. She was as proud as a heavenly snow lotus, beautiful yet unattainable. Fangling watched Jiang Linglong's departing figure, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Jiang Pei Ha. He finally learned her name. 15 years old, a second-rank swordsman. This talent could only be described as terrifying. Indeed, when one reaches a dead end, new opportunities often arise unexpectedly. The vacancy for his bond object could finally be filled. Upon seeing the real person and learning her name, what else was there to think? Bind her. System bind bond object. Jiang Pei. Fangling looked at Jiang Linglong's back. Ding. Binding in progress. Ding. No such person found. Please wait before attempting to bind again. Fangling. He had acted too hastily. He was indeed too happy too soon. The binding was unsuccessful. Fangling was speechless. The girl was using a false name. What a blunder. Fangling figured out the conditions for the system binding. He needed to see the other person in real life and know their true name. Only by meeting these two conditions could he establish a bond. Fangling touched his nose, not expecting that the girl would use a false name in front of Dean Shui and the instructors at the academy. Of course, this also indirectly indicated the girl's status and identity. However, deliberately using a false name to participate in the Jianshu sex sword contest, could it be for some special purpose? Fangling pondered for a moment but decided to abandon the thought. This matter had nothing to do with him. He only needed to focus on his own affairs. Moreover, there would eventually come a day when someone would know the girl's name. With expertise in the sword drawing technique and the Lingshu sword step. I wonder if I can stand out in the sword contest. Fangling took a deep breath. There was indeed some pressure. Despite having these two sword techniques this time, there were over 200 sword cultivators from various academies participating. No one knew what kind of formidable opponents might be hidden among them. Ding! The instructor for the clock duty struck the bell. A rustling sound filled the floors of the study building as the students sat upright. Fangling returned to the study building and greeted Niwen from afar, causing her to shyly almost bury her head into her green shirt. In the distance, Yan Zhengyi also threw a glance at Fangling, flipping his bangs back with a thwack. The instructor responsible for the martial arts class entered, gently tapping the lectern, and began explaining the knowledge points from the Great Tang martial canon. This lesson focused on martial cultivation knowledge. A day of learning soon came to an end. As the class bell rang, the students in green shirts left the building in droves like leaves falling from trees into a river scattered by the currents. Fangling did not leave the study building. The moment the class bell rang, he approached Niwen holding the Great Tang martial canon. "Little one, there's a question here I don't quite understand. Can you help me analyze it?" Fangling said with a warm smile. Niwen timidly glanced at Fangling and did not refuse. "You say. I will try my best to answer." Fangling sat cross-legged on the mat opposite Niwen, pointing at a problem. A martial cultivator and a sword cultivator simultaneously charged through a wall of a powerful technique array created by a technique cultivator. The spiritual energy wall is 5 feet thick. The sword cultivator breaks through 1 foot with each strike, and the martial cultivator also breaks through 1 foot with each punch. The sword cultivator doubles his speed daily, while the martial cultivator increases his speed by half daily. When will they meet and how far will they each travel? Upon seeing this question, Fangling felt utterly exasperated. Niwen glanced at the problem and quickly found a solution. With a soft do, she extended a slender finger, sketching on the table as she explained the answer to Fangling in a calm and unhurried voice. Fangling did not switch his cultivation state for this written knowledge question. Ding! The host has engaged in a shallow exchange of cultivation knowledge with the bond object Niwen and obtained fragment of the breakthrough card 1. The system notification popped up in a timely manner. A shallow exchange. This ordinary question was indeed not deep enough. Fangling took a deep breath but was not too disappointed. Check introduction. Breakthrough card fragment. Gather 5 pieces to exchange for a complete breakthrough card, which can be used to break through bottlenecks related to techniques, skills and cultivation. What a good thing! Fangling felt a wave of relief in his heart. This little one is a treasure. If he could discuss cultivation with her every day, whether deeply or superficially, and gather more breakthrough cards, wouldn't that make cultivation a breeze for him? However, today Fangling did not chat with Niwen for too long. He specifically told her that he would not be going home with her today as he needed to attend special training for the sword contest. As for Yang Jingyi, Fangling couldn't be bothered to mention him. This guy, once class was dismissed, happily went off to the teaching office with a few like-minded classmates, claiming it was a way to relax both mentally and physically before the exams. Although Fangling found this quite reasonable. The setting sun blazed, burning the horizon with a brilliant red. In the martial arts arena when Fangling arrived, Jiang Linglong was already standing elegantly beneath a willow tree. She wore a green shirt and a veil. As a gust of wind blew, it lifted her flowing hair, the sunset willow trees and the girl created a picturesque scene. Fangling was stunned for a moment. After a long while he smiled and greeted Jiang Linglong, although he did not know her. In the distance, Zhao Wuji squatted beside the weapons rack with the instructor, both puffing on their pipes. Seeing Fangling appear, he felt somewhat disgruntled. I can't shake the feeling that this kid has ulterior motives toward the young lady. Zhao Wuji's honest face bore a hint of vigilance. He had brought the young lady out of the imperial capital and had to ensure her safe return. If anything happened to her, especially if some young men deceived her emotionally, he, old Zhao, would fear being killed by countless young talents upon returning to the capital. Of course, before that the master would also deal with him first. Fang family brat, you'd better keep a low profile. With this thought, Zhao Wuji held his pipe with his mouth, casting a sharp gaze at Fangling from a distance. Fangling seemed to sense something glancing in Zhao Wuji's direction, revealing a radiant smile that showcased his 8 pearly teeth. Old Zhao was also there, confirming that this girl was indeed the mysterious young lady from the Qinfei pavilion. However, Fangling did not approach to greet her. Although the girl was cold, her unique aura wrapped her in armor filled with sharp spikes, making anyone who got too close easily suffer injuries. Fangling contemplated in his heart. Now that he had seen her in person, his requirements were not high. He only needed to know her true name to establish the bond. Therefore he could take his time. Lu Bubi also arrived, and he had even specially changed into a training outfit, holding his head high and raising his chin, looking as proud as a swan. He held a magnificent sword encrusted with numerous gems, the sword sheath inscribed with technique arrays and adorned with red tassels. With this sword in hand, Lu Bubi exuded an undeniable aura of a sword cultivation genius. Instructor Wen appeared, glancing at Lu Bubi in his new attire, and a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Jiang Linglong. Although Instructor Wen did not quite understand why Dean Shui would specifically place the girl here, perhaps Dean Shui wanted the Luojiang Academy to perform well in this year's sword contest. Let me briefly introduce you to the Jianshu sect. Perhaps among you some may be accepted by the Jianshu sect in the upcoming exam in a month. Instructor Wen, holding a wooden sword, smiled. Lu Bubi raised his head even higher. He felt that the praise was directed at him. Jiang Linglong remained calm and composed, with only her veil fluttering slightly in the breeze. Fangling continued to wear his warm and elegant smile. The Jianshu sect is the 9th-ranked top sect in the Great Tang, with over 10,000 disciples divided into inner and outer sects. The sect leader Shen Yuan Taihua also serves as a first-rank official in the court, known as the greatest sword immortal of the Great Tang. Most notably, the Jianshu sect single-handedly suppresses the Yao Ke, the passage connecting the demon world to the Great Tang, ensuring stability and peace for the common people and cultivators within the Jianshu sect's jurisdiction. Instructor Wen spoke unhurriedly. Lu Bubi's face was filled with admiration. Jiang Linglong listened quietly, as if untouched by the world serene as water. Fangling slightly squinted, curious about the so-called Yao Ke. The textbook stated that the Great Tang and the demon world were completely separated and blocked by barriers with no connection. To travel between the two worlds, one could only pass through the Yao Ke, otherwise even a 9th-grade cultivation expert could not step into the other realm. It was rumored that the barrier separating the two worlds was left behind by an existence that surpassed the 9th grade. Although Fangling was curious, Instructor Wen obviously did not intend to provide further explanations regarding the Yao Ke. Instructor Wen lightly tapped the ground with the wooden sword and said the Jianshu sect holds the sword contest every year, aiming to allow the younger generation of sword cultivators to engage in exchanges before the exam, hoping they gain something from it. The sword contest is divided into individual and team rankings, both using a 3-round elimination system. The top 3 in the individual ranking get an additional 20 points in the exam, while the top 3 in the team ranking allow each member to receive 10 extra points in the exam. In total, this amounts to 30 points, which can create a substantial gap in scores. Over the years, many genius sword cultivators aiming for the top spot in the exam have worked hard for those 25 points. Lu Bubi's eyes sparkled with ambition. Fangling and Jiang Linglong still appeared calm and unruffled. Instructor Wen smiled and raised the wooden sword. His gaze fell upon Fangling, Jiang Linglong and Lu Bubi. Next, we will conduct some special training which also serves to assess the sword techniques of the 3 of you. You are not allowed to use your cultivation, only pure sword techniques are permitted. All 3 of you will attack together. If you can make me move a step, today's special training will end, otherwise each of you will swing your swords 3,000 times before being dismissed. Instructor Wen had a smile on his face, his left hand forming a finger and swiftly gliding over the wooden sword. Even the wooden sword emitted a clear resonant sword cry. The sword cry was like a dragon tearing apart the silence of the martial arts arena beneath the setting sun. The setting sun blazed like fire, casting a myriad of colorful clouds that seemed dreamlike and illusory. A fierce bird spread its wings amidst the radiant glow, soaring high into the sky. Luojiang Academy, the martial arts arena. Fangling's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked at the teacher, one who held a wooden sword with a smile that seemed both amused and mocking. On the other side, Jiang Linglong was provoked by Wen's words, her long eyebrows furrowing. Lu Bubi's demeanor was evident. He raised his chin and said then the teacher should be prepared for defeat. He did not use the exquisite long sword he brought from home, but instead took a wooden sword prepared by the academy. Fangling and Jiang Linglong also gripped wooden swords. In the distance, Zhao Wuji and the old teacher in charge of the weapon rack squatted together smoking. The old teacher squinted his eyes, exhaling tobacco smoke, and laughed when Laochi is about to start playing tricks again. Every year at this time when Laochi pulls this kind of stunt to suppress the ambitions of the academy's sword cultivators, hoping these three kids can hold out a bit longer. Zhao Wuji's honest face revealed a naive smile when Laochi, isn't he the one who ranked 7th in the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty, joined the Jianshu sect, was trained in Jianshu but refused to stay there? He chose to teach at Chang'an Academy for a woman, the gentleman swordsman Wen Ting. Yes, that's the charming fellow. The old teacher grinned widely. The old teacher glanced at the now scruffy one and revealed a look of regret. What a pity, Wen Ting was also a remarkable talent back in the day. If he had joined Jianshu, he might have reached the 4th rank by now. Zhao Wuji sighed deeply. No wonder the woman he pursued back then captivated the world. Who could resist? He was not the only one to be lost in her charms. Next, the two seemed to find common ground and began discussing that extraordinary woman who captivated half of the Tang dynasty. In the martial arts arena, Lu Bubi struck first, full of arrogance. Although his cultivation was far inferior to that of Wen, he was still confident in his swordsmanship. Even if he couldn't match Wen, could he not make Wen move a step? Without using any cultivation, the gap in swordsmanship wouldn't be too great. The setting sun illuminated Lu Bubi's wooden sword, wrapping it in a layer of fiery brilliance. Teacher, I am sorry. Lu Bubi gripped the wooden sword, feeling as though he held the whole world in his hands. He felt as if he was born for the sword. With a whoosh, the wooden sword thrust out instantly at speed so quick that it even created a sound of air rushing and fracturing. The sword thrust forward, but when it was a foot away from Wen's body, Lu Bubi's eyes sharpened. His footwork changed and the momentum of the sword transformed, fiercely weaving like a dragon or snake, tracing an arc as it stabbed towards Wen's waist. The speed was astonishing, containing a suppressed sword energy. In the distance, Fangling's eyes narrowed. Lu Bubi indeed had the capital to be proud. If it were the previous Fangling who did not understand sword drawing, he would have been immediately overwhelmed. Jiang Linglong veiled showed no emotional fluctuations in her eyes. The speed is not fast and the force is too weak. Where did all the food you ate go? Wen's eyes were cold and sharp as he instantly pointed out with his wooden sword, striking with incredible precision. Bang! Bang! Lu Bubi's wooden sword was suddenly knocked away, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. So fast that Lu Bubi didn't even notice when Wen drew his sword. So quick! Lu Bubi, unwilling to admit defeat, picked up the sword and thrust out again, the angle tricky and the speed even faster, like a red dragon tearing through the air. However, Wen's wooden sword seemed to come alive, pressing against Lu Bubi's sword. With a flick, the wooden sword slipped from Lu Bubi's hand, spinning continuously around Wen's sword, performing sword flowers. From start to finish, Wen did not move a single step. Trash! All three of you together. Wen tossed the sword back to the pale-faced Lu Bubi. Drawing a sword requires skill, but more importantly, timing. Strength and relaxation both have their intricacies, but what truly tests you is your vision. Wen said coldly. At this moment, Fangling and the others felt an overwhelming pressure from Wen, like facing a peerless sword immortal. Behind him, countless flying swords radiated dazzling silver light, cascading like a waterfall of stars. Jiang Linglong, with her picturesque brows and delicate red lips under her veil, smiled slightly. No wonder he's the renowned gentleman swordsman Wen Ting of the imperial capital. Whoosh! Jiang Linglong drew her sword and the wooden sword instantly transformed into countless afterimages as if spring rain was falling softly. Fangling felt a surge of excitement. System switched to bond cultivation mode. Fangling declared without hesitation. He understood this was a rare opportunity for swordsmanship guidance and he wouldn't pass it up. Ding! Bond cultivation mode switched successfully. Do you want to use the triple amplification card? The system prompted. This suggestion made Fangling hesitate. Triple amplification card. Should I use it? Use it. Fangling gritted his teeth. Ding! Triple amplification card has been used. The host can now gain 150 insights and cultivation speed from the bond object Ni1. Wishing you a pleasant cultivation. The system's prompt gradually faded. As Fangling felt a jolt in his mind, the next moment the previously rapid and dazzling sword shadows of Jiang Linglong and Wen began to be dissected in his eyes. Under the enhancement of 1.5 of Ni, Wen's bone structure, Fangling kept up. Jiang Linglong's sword had a strong oppressive presence. The initial sword strike was like spring rain, but then it transformed into a torrential summer rain followed by the gentle autumn rain and the piercing winter rain. One easily suppressed Jiang Linglong's sword, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your technique employs the four seasons flow. I seem to have figured out your identity. Wen blocked Jiang Linglong's swift transformation attack with his sword, but his expression carried a touch of respect. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Wav. I am now your student solely seeking the sword. Jiang Linglong's voice remained cold and imbued with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Lu Bubi also joined the fray. Although Jiang Linglong was suppressed by Wen's sword, she still counterattacked, greatly stimulating Lu Bubi. This newcomer girl seemed to be slightly better at swordsmanship than him. With Lu Bubi's entry, Wen's speed in drawing his sword became increasingly slow, moving gracefully like a gentleman. His swordplay as fluid as writing. So powerful. This was purely a contest of swordsmanship devoid of any cultivation. Yet Wen remained unbothered, as if even with two more Jiang Linglongs he would still handle it with ease. Fangling on the side felt exhilarated. Having switched cultivation modes and activated the triple amplification card, he continuously absorbed the techniques of the three in their swordplay. He was enriching himself. This feeling was truly delightful. Such ecstasy was entirely beyond Fangling's original comprehension with his mediocre bone structure of 36. Gripping the wooden sword, Fangling slightly lowered his body, adopting a stance to draw the sword and charge forward. A wind arose, blowing the young man's clothes. In the martial arts arena, Wen, who stood immovable like a mountain against Jiang Linglong and Lu Bubi's sword technique, suddenly sensed a sharpness. Startled, he instinctively turned to look at Fangling, his eyes brightening. He knew Fangling's sword drawing technique, that level of swordsmanship condensed with spirit and energy, could not be achieved without at least 10 years of hard training. He was quite looking forward to Fangling's sword strike. At this moment, numerous images flickered in Fangling's eyes. They were memories of the Lingshu's sword steps. In the imagery, the young man walked against the turbulent water flow, splashing 3 feet of water with each step. Time and again he was swept away by the current, crashing into the river disoriented. Day after day, year after year. Eventually the day came when the sword steps took shape, each step severing the rushing waters like a delicate white snake, agitating 7 inches before gradually dissipating. The imagery slowly faded into the depths of Fangling's pupils. Fangling in a sword drawing stance began to circle around Wen, moving silently like a shadow. Lu Bubi was nearly overwhelmed by Fangling's spinning. Fangling's circling had a certain magic to it. Jiang Linglong's sword momentum slightly faltered as well. In contrast, Wen was tense all over, the first to show a grave expression. He actually felt like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. In the distance, Zhao Wuji and the old teacher, squatting on the ground and observing the match, also grew serious. Boom! In the martial arts arena, Fangling circling finally made his move, executing the sword drawing technique. Whoosh! The young man rode the wind, the gust slicing like a knife. One sword flashed like lightning. It was fast, accurate, and fierce. The sword momentum Fangling had accumulated burst forth at this moment. It was as if the sound of air exploding echoed. Wen's gaze sharpened, as keen as a blade. Gripping the wooden sword, he suddenly accelerated, sweeping aside Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong's swords before his sword reversed to hang upside down. Clash! The 2 wooden swords collided mid-air. With a heavy step, Fangling stomped down each step like riding the wind, as if the sword and steps were one. Sword energy erupted beneath his feet, elusive and hard to capture. Wen seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. His wooden sword pressed against Fangling's sword, forcefully pushing it away, causing Fangling's overwhelming sword drawing technique to be deflected. However, the sword energy unleashed by the sword steps could not be blocked in time. Wen had to lift a foot, his figure twirling gracefully like a butterfly, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet he sighed inwardly, realizing that this movement left a significant opening for Fangling. A huge flaw was exposed. Jiang Linglong's gaze was sharp as her sword momentum like summer rain came crashing down. Lu Bubi's sword also thrust forward. Wen's wooden sword turned back, forced to evade the more significant threat of Jiang Linglong's summer rain sword momentum. However, without using his cultivation, he was utterly drained. Lu Bubi's wooden sword pierced forth, striking directly at Wen's chest. Wen's body trembled and he lost his balance, ultimately taking a step back. Lu Bubi was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He had won. One sword determined the world. Indeed, Lu Bubi was still that stable swordsmanship genius. The setting sun was like blood and the colorful clouds filled the sky. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena fell into a state of stagnation. Only Lu Bubi's ecstatic laughter echoed. Jiang Linglong veiled looked complexly at Fangling behind one. One with a bitter smile rubbed his nose and glanced at Fangling, who was sitting on the ground laughing brightly. He actually had a setback. In the distance, Zhao Wuji and the old teacher also looked at the panting Fangling. The scenes in their minds seemed frozen. The young man stepped forward, unleashing sword energy. Employing the sword steps, he executed a sword that determined the world. Except for Lu Bubi, everyone was looking at Fangling. When Jiaoshi rubbed his nose feeling quite embarrassed. Although he had only been pushed back a step given his former identity and status, this step backward was humiliating. Jiang Linglong gazed deeply at Fangling. She had previously thought that his sword drawing technique was his greatest trump card, but she realized she was mistaken. The sword move he used to attack when Jiaoshi at the end seemed to be an extremely difficult sword step to master. With each step he unleashed sword energy and murderous intent. The training of the sword step was even more arduous and grueling. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injuries. However, this young man before her had actually executed the sword step. How much hardship had he endured to learn swordsmanship? A gentle breeze brushed against Jiang Linglong's veil, her beautiful eyes fixed on Fangling. For a moment she felt a mixture of curiosity and realization. Some people might not possess extraordinary talent or innate gifts, but they exhibit an extraordinary tenacity and willingness to endure hardship, which is in itself a form of talent. Lu Bubi laughed heartily. He had one remaining, the genius of swordsmanship. He was the first sword of Luo Jiang. Regardless of the process, had it not been for his final sword, the three of them would have suffered a devastating defeat in this spar. Jiang Linglong's swordsmanship amazed Lu Bubi. While he thought Fangling's swordsmanship had some merit, it mainly stemmed from Lu Bubi's precise grasp of the final moment, which determined the outcome. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Bubi was the best main force. However, Fangling's performance today also garnered Lu Bubi's admiration. He walked over to Fangling leaning on his wooden sword and extended his hand to help him up from the ground. Well done. In the team competition of the Sword Inquiry Grand Contest, keep it up and I along with Zhang Pei will carry you through. Lu Bubi habitually raised his chin and said arrogantly. He had somewhat acknowledged Fangling. The veiled Jiang Linglong's eyes twitched slightly. Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere any longer, she turned, gripping her wooden sword, and walked away. In the distance, Zhao Wuji took a puff of his dry smoke and quickly followed, disappearing with Jiang Linglong from the training ground. When Jiaoshi also cast a strange glance at Lu Bubi, who was as proud as a white swan. For the next 3 days, come to the training ground before class and after class. I will personally teach you the moves. After class on the 3rd day we will take you to participate in the grand contest together. When Jiaoshi waved his hand, the esteemed gentleman Sword Wen Ting, who had refined his swordsmanship to perfection, had actually been pushed back a step by 3 15-year-old children. At this moment every breath he took was filled with embarrassment. Fangling stood up, a smile on his face. He had exited his cultivation state. This battle was for him a bountiful harvest. Lu Bubi proudly raised his head and turned to leave, looking effortlessly relaxed in his training outfit. Fangling watched his departing figure and couldn't help but admire him. This confidence was beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Unfortunately, his innate talent and roots paled in comparison to that mysterious young lady, even falling short of an I1. Otherwise I would have tied you up. Fangling stretched lazily, not lingering in the training ground, and sped towards the Fang residence. After all, he had used a 3-fold amplification card which was effective for 3 hours, and the recent sword spar had lasted less than a quarter of an hour. He couldn't waste the remaining time. Fangling hurried back to the Fang residence, barely having time to eat dinner before returning to his room to take out the spirit crystal and begin his arduous cultivation. This left Fang Beiha in utter shock. He approached the door, opened a crack, and saw Fangling inside, engrossed in cultivating with the spirit crystal. This dedication and hard work brought tears to Old Fang's eyes. Old Fang also learned about Fangling's participation in the Sword Inquiry Grand Contest, which indirectly indicated that Fangling's efforts were being rewarded and achieving results. My son's current achievements are all the result of his hard work. The bright moon hung high and the stars sparkled. Old Fang happily wiped away his tears, left the Fang residence, and continued to socialize at the Ministry of Rites. With the help of the 3-fold amplification card, Fangling absorbed the spirit crystal at 1.5 times Niwen speed without using the 10 spirit crystals prepared by Old Fang. After all, with the funding provided by the system, utilizing the system's funds for cultivation would lead to system upgrades, so he could save his own spirit crystals. When the 4th spirit crystal was drained by Fangling, faint wisps of green smoke swirled above his head. However, using the improved plan discussed with Niwen, the smoke had considerably diminished, indicating a significant reduction in the burden of spiritual energy on his meridians. Boom! Fangling opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing within. Within his body the spiritual energy surged like ocean waves breaking through the shackles. 6 segments. Opening his mouth, he expelled a mouthful of murky sword energy. In just 3 days he had progressed from a 3-segment swordsman to a 6-segment swordsman, a feat he would have never dared to imagine before. Feeling the vastly strengthened spiritual energy within him, Fangling rose, forming a sword with his hand, adopting a sword drawing posture, and in the next moment he suddenly drew it out. An invisible sword energy sliced through the air, exploding outward for 3 feet. The air burst with a paw sound. Fangling was elated, gaining considerable confidence for the Sword Inquiry Grand Contest 3 days later. After all, increased strength equated to improved physical fitness, which would indirectly enhance his swordsmanship. As a 6-segment swordsman I can barely keep up with the genius echelon of Luo Jiang Academy, even if it is just the last tier. Fangling took a deep breath. Among the top 200 students of Luojiang Academy, the average level was around 6-segment swordsman. Now that Fangling had reached this standard, coupled with his good performance in written tests, he could shine in the academic examinations. As for poetry and prose in the written tests, Fangling was naturally confident, being a transmigrator with a natural advantage. However, merely being a 6-segment swordsman is not enough. To stand out in the academic exams, I must at least reach the 9 segments. Fangling collected his thoughts, sat cross-legged on his bed again, and took out the spirit crystal to continue absorbing. The next day Fangling arrived at the academy much earlier than usual. As he arrived, the veiled Jiang Linglong had already been there. "Good morning." Fangling swallowed the meat bun in his hand and greeted her with a smile. Jiang Linglong, recalling Fangling's sword step from yesterday, hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod in acknowledgement of him. Fangling smiled at this small change, feeling delighted. He wasn't in a hurry, there was plenty of time ahead. Soon the atmosphere grew tense again and the two stood quietly in the training ground, neither speaking. After a while Lu Bubi arrived, still dressed in his flashy training outfit, carrying the ornate sword with tassels flying in the wind, resembling a young rogue. Lu Bubi had little in common with Jiang Linglong, but he struck up a conversation with Fangling. Of course the main topic was to reassure Fangling, telling him not to be nervous and just relax. Lu Bubi was very confident in his sword. When Jiaoshi arrived, continuing to guide Fangling and the others. As for the guidance method, it was the same as yesterday, however this time when Jiaoshi became serious. Even when Fangling executed the sword step again, the prepared one Jiaoshi could easily counter it. Your sword step is considered a unique skill because very few sword cultivators truly master the sword step. However, once this move is exposed, your opponent will be prepared, making it difficult for you to gain the upper hand. Therefore you must learn to look for opportunities or even create them. While when Jiaoshi taught Fangling, he continued to feed moves. Fangling had only switched to the bond state this time and had not used the threefold amplification card. Now he had only one card left, which he was reluctant to use. Nevertheless, he still gained a lot. As more students entered the academy when Jiaoshi concluded the morning special training, Jiang Linglong drifted away while Fangling and Lu Bubi, drenched in sweat, returned to the lecture building to begin their daily training and study. The 3 days were spent in intense special training with both before and after classes dedicated to Wenjiax's special training. Fangling could only secretly exchange some superficial insights about cultivation with Niwen during break times, and he discovered 2 more fragments, leaving just 2 to gather 5 pieces. Returning to the Fang residence exhausted in the evening, Fangling hastily ate dinner before diving back into his room to absorb the spirit crystal. Fangling understood that despite preparing for the Sword Inquiry Grand Contest, he could not slack off in improving his cultivation, as the academic examination was even more important. Time flows like sand slipping through one's fingers. In the blink of an eye it was already the evening of the 3rd day. With the ringing of the dismissal bell by the clock instructor, the students in the study building poured out. Fangling and Niwen and Yang Zhengyi walked out of the study building, heading towards the training ground. Yang Zhengyi flicked his bangs and chattered, "Longzi, you need to work hard. I even skipped going to the teaching office today just to see you off. You must strive for a top 3 finish." Niwen, like a little tail, followed behind Fangling and Yang Zhengyi. That's just how she was, quiet and unassuming. However, when she learned that Fangling was participating in the Jianshu Sect's sword challenge, she was still quite surprised. "Fangling, go. Go for it." Niwen thought for a moment before encouraging him. Fangling was taken aback, then broke into a warm smile, patting Niwen on the head before turning towards the training ground. Under the setting sun, Yang Zhengyi and Niwen quietly watched Fangling stride towards the training ground. Although the sunset was fiery, they felt a vigorous vitality emanating from Fangling, as if the young man wielding a sword was about to pierce the starry sky. At the training ground, instructor Wen arrived quite early today. He changed into a neat and elegant white robe with a sword sheath slung across his back containing a sword. His previously stubbly beard was shaved off, making him appear remarkably spirited, as if an aura was rising from behind him. It felt as though the gentleman's sword had returned. When Fangling arrived and saw such an instructor, he was somewhat astonished. Jiang Linglong, on the other hand, was not too surprised, as she was well aware of the past of the gentleman's sword Wen Ting and his connection with the Jianshu sect. The gentleman's sword would not want to lose momentum on its way to Jianshu. Lu Bubi, Jiang Linglong and Fangling were all present, and this time instructor Wen would personally lead them to the Jianshu sect. Indeed, the venue for the sword challenge was within the gates of the Jianshu sect. This was also Wen Ting's first time leading a team. Previously he only handled special training. However, this year Dean Shui personally ordered him to lead, and he could not decline. Of course, Wen Ting understood that the main reason Dean Shui wanted him to lead was to protect Jiang Pei. This year's sword challenge, Luojiang Academy doesn't want to lose face. Among the 200 academies invited by Jianshu sect, Luojiang Academy ranks roughly within the top 50. Therefore you must at least make it to the 2nd round for me. Instructor Wen said calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This was his first battle with the Jianshu sect, and he had deep ties with them, knowing many familiar faces. He did not want to embarrass himself. Moreover, after 3 days of special training, he had confidence in the 3 of them. They had the capability to reach the 2nd round. After the mobilization was complete, Instructor Wen raised his hand, his index finger adorned with a shiny black spatial ring. The ring bore a lotus flower mark also produced by Qian Fij, a high-end spatial ring of considerable value. Buzz. A flash of light. Spatial fluctuations spread. In the next moment a flying sword emerged from the spatial ring floating in the training ground. Fangling and Lu Bubi's eyes widened. A flying sword. That was the dream of every cultivator. This is a luxurious flying sword from the Yunxiao sect part of the Trident series. It is paired with an array developed for upper 4th grade techniques. When the array is fully activated, the flying sword can travel 3,000 miles per hour. Each hour the array provides enough energy to consume the spiritual energy equivalent of 10 low-grade spirit crystals. Lu Bubi's eyes turned red as he looked at the flying sword suspended before Instructor Wen, his entire body trembling with excitement. Fangling listened in a daze, feeling confused yet awed. Lu Bubi's ecstatic demeanor could only be described as akin to a car enthusiast in a past life spotting a top-tier supercar. Instructor Wen glanced at Lu Bubi. You seem to know a lot. Do you have a sword control order? Lu Bubi nodded continuously. Yes. I obtained the sword control order from the court's sword control office last year. Instructor Wen immediately laughed. If you finish in the top 3 in this sword challenge, I'll let you borrow this Yunxiao flying sword for an hour. Lu Bubi's breath quickened, his eyes burning with ambition like a wildfire. Fangling smacked his lips while Jiang Linglong remained quite calm. Instructor Wen smiled, flipped his hand and produced the sword control order. Stepping forward, he placed his foot on the flying sword, maintaining his balance as he inserted the sword control order into the sword socket. Buzz. A wave of spiritual energy expanded and the flying sword naturally grew, expanding to accommodate 4 people. Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong were familiar with the situation as they stepped onto the broad blade of the flying sword and sat cross-legged. Fangling also curiously sat cross-legged, a circular formation rising beneath him, wrapping around his body like a protective barrier, isolating him from sound waves and airflow. Hold on tight, we're departing. Instructor Wen stood on the sword's hilt and said calmly. As his words fell, a high-purity spirit crystal appeared in his hand. This was a mid-grade spirit crystal equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit crystals. This mid-grade spirit crystal was the source of power. Tossed into the sword socket, the formation on the flying sword immediately activated. Boom! The airwaves surged. A disc-shaped formation spread out like a blooming flower, rapidly spinning from the sword socket, resembling a sword piercing through a disc. The phantom of the formation rotated, accompanied by the sound of gears clicking. In the next moment the flying sword roared. It shot up into the sky. The formation expelled torrents of airwaves. The flying sword broke through the void. The roar resonated between heaven and earth like a soaring kunping rising 90,000 miles. Transforming into a black streak of light ripping through the sky under the sunset. The Great Tang world. Mount Shu Jianshu sect. A mountain resembling a sword blade rose between heaven and earth, majestic and ethereal. On top of the peak, countless palaces and towers adorned like blooming flowers, emanating a formidable sword intent that surged into the clouds. Around the peak, clouds swirled and howling winds tore through the sky. The clouds above the peak were forcibly split open as flying sword phantoms wrapped in formations dashed out like numerous boats competing on the water, swiftly converging from Mount Shu. The thunderous roars from the operation of the luxurious flying swords formation were deafening. On the flying sword controlled by Instructor Wen, Fangling, Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong gazed at the peaks that manifested between heaven and earth, a marvel of creation. This was the site of the Jianshu sect's gates and the venue for this sword challenge, Mount Shu. The Jianshu sect is the most powerful sword cultivation sect in the Great Tang world, ranking among the top 10 sects. Each examination the Jianshu sect only selects 10 talented individuals from among the participating academies. Instructor Wen said. He piloted the flying sword tearing through the clouds as they descended towards the large flat area atop Mount Shu. Not only him but many flying swords were also breaking through the air, descending towards the large flat area. On the large flat area sword chi surged, flying swords hovered and the roars of formations gradually faded. This was where the participating academies from all over the Great Tang world had gathered, arriving on their flying swords today. Fangling sat cross-legged on the flying sword, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Although this wasn't an examination, the thrill of clashing with the talents of the world still made Fangling genuinely begin to feel exhilarated. Disembark from the sword. Instructor Wen said with a smile. The 3 of them leaped off the flying sword, which was then stored away. As the 4 landed, a spirited woman with a sword sheath on her back approached briskly from a distance. From Luojiang Academy. Follow me. We will rest and adjust tonight and the competition starts tomorrow. The woman's expression was indifferent, as if she were performing a routine task. She glanced at Instructor Wen, her expression growing even colder. Even Fangling and the others could feel the underlying tension and chill in the air. What are you looking at? Just an old acquaintance. Back then we agreed to stay at Jianshu sect. What a pity. Instructor Wen smacked his lips as if reminiscing about a past event. The spirited woman walking ahead turned around with a fierce look in her eyes and shot a glance at Instructor Wen. Ting, you dare to bring up the past after deceiving me? Do you believe I won't stab you to death right now? Instructor Wen immediately smiled. Huangying, you wouldn't dare. TSK. So shamelessly confident. The Jianshu sect disciple named Huangying's expression grew darker, nearly drawing her sword to stab Instructor Wen. Leading Fangling and the others quickly to the accommodation area, although Huangying exuded an icy aura and was very dissatisfied with Instructor Wen, she still busily helped everyone with the check-in procedures. Fangling held his room card and found his room. Just as he was about to open the door to enter, the ornate wooden door next door opened. A tall and handsome young man leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching Fangling. Which academy are you from? The young man asked. Fangling smiled warmly. Luojiang Academy. The young man raised an eyebrow and nodded. Beijiang Academy. Song Qingyun, a 9th stage sword apprentice. Oh. 6th stage. Song Qingyun frowned and the interest in his eyes instantly vanished. A 6th stage sword apprentice was likely only sent by the academy to make up numbers. It seemed uninteresting. Of course he did not say anything mocking, he simply lost interest in the conversation and said, "We'll talk later," before turning back into his room and closing the door. Fangling stared at the closed door, slightly taken aback. Clearly he had been underestimated. This Song Qingyun from Beijiang Academy, though not overtly displaying it, could be seen from the fluctuations in his emotions that he looked down on him. After all, most of those participating in the sword challenge are swordsmanship geniuses from various academies, and their innate talents are unlikely to be weak. Fangling could be considered an anomaly. Although he was underestimated, he paid it no mind as he walked into his resting room and closed the door. The rooms prepared by the Jianshu sect were very simple: a pot of tea, a set of table and chairs, and a bed. It was not a place of luxurious decor. Joining the Jianshu sect was for rigorous cultivation, not for enjoyment. Fangling had no intention of resting. With the examination impending, he still did not have the privilege of leisure or rest. He took out a spirit crystal, sat cross-legged on the bed, switched his cultivation state and began to practice. The next day. Clear skies. The sword challenge of Jianshu sect officially commenced. Students from various academies across the Tang dynasty arrived, stepping out of their respective resting rooms. After a night, they had all shaken off their travel fatigue and were in optimal condition. Those who could participate in the sword challenge were all swordsmanship geniuses from their respective academies. Standing here with curiosity about Jianshu sect, these geniuses aimed to apply to Jianshu sect after the examination. At the summit of Mount Shu, a dense crowd of students stood quietly under the guidance of their respective instructors. Fangling met with Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong, while Instructor Wen still appeared lazily relaxed. On the large square there was a palace tower. A ray of light descended from the sky, capturing the attention of all students. A young man in white robes with flowing white hair stood on a radiant sword, like a stream of sword energy gracefully descending from the heavens. With a soft thud, he landed lightly on the pavilion. He clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over all the students in the square. A rustling sound suddenly arose in the square. This is the deputy master of Jianshu sect, known as the white-haired sword demon Zhao Shaojian. Instructor Wen turned his head to introduce to Fangling and the others beside him. Not only Instructor Wen but many instructors from surrounding academies were introducing their own students. Zhao Shaojian began to speak from the pavilion, resembling a leadership address. However, without wasting much time, he concluded his speech, announced the start of the team battle in the sword challenge, and led the first round of drawing lots for each academy's instructors before hastily departing on his sword. Instructor Wen returned, his expression quite relaxed. He raised the drawing results in his hand. Today is the team battle. 200 academies will be randomly divided into 4 groups: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious and Yellow, each with 50 academies. In the first round we have been placed in the Mysterious group. In the first battle our opponent is Shuzhou Academy, which is considered to be of average caliber among the 200 participating academies. Who wants to go up? Instructor Wen smiled. Perhaps influenced by his relaxed demeanor, Lu Bubi volunteered. However, Instructor Wen's gaze shifted, ignoring Lu Bubi and landing on Fangling. Fangling, you go up. Fangling was momentarily stunned. Why would Instructor Wen designate him? At the same time as Instructor Wen made this decision, a system notification resonated in Fangling's ears. Ding! Target task: cultivation is not just about dual cultivation but also exhilarating battles. In the sword challenge, defeat targets consecutively using swordsmanship to achieve 18 consecutive kills and you will receive the reward Dual Sword Flow Sword Practitioner Specialization. Current task progress 018. Lu Bubi, hearing this arrangement, excitedly straightened his neck. Sir, why not me? Instructor Wen's expression stiffened. What kind of wolfish words are you saying? Fangling immediately reacted, his eyes gleaming. The task had been revealed. The target: 18 consecutive kills. This meant that Fangling needed to defeat 18 participating students. This task was neither too big nor too small. If he encountered a powerful academy or a true prodigy in swordsmanship, the chances of failing this task would be extremely high. Therefore Fangling had to seize every opportunity. Old Lu. You are our trump card in Luojiang Academy. How could you misunderstand the good intentions of the instructor? A trump card should not be used right away. This trump card is meant to deal with strong enemies like Chanan Academy to keep other academies from seeing through our Luojiang Academy's level. Fangling smiled and said, so let me someone with ordinary swordsmanship take on this first match. As soon as Fangling spoke, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Instructor Wen's lips twitched. Is that what I meant? Jiang Linglong wearing a veil appeared to be smiling ambiguously. In contrast, Lu Bubi looked as if he had a sudden realization. Fangling made a good point, leaving him speechless. Indeed. Lu Bubi turned to look at Instructor Wen and only noticed the depth in his eyes and a hint of approval. Lu Bubi took a deep breath, feeling a sense of responsibility and pressure. He had once defeated Instructor Wen with a single sword strike. He was the prized asset of Luojiang Academy. I understand. Lu Bubi said, Old Fang, you can attack with confidence. I will cover for. Lu Bubi walked over to Fangling, earnestly patted his shoulder, and Fangling nodded seriously in response. The two seemed like very good friends, and their sincere camaraderie erupted at this moment. Jiang Linglong rolled her eyes in silent disbelief. Instructor Wen laughed heartily. Fangling Bubi is right. You can attack with confidence. Losing doesn't matter, someone will cover for you. Instructor Wen's eyes glimmered with amusement as he glanced at Jiang Linglong. Fangling also revealed a look of understanding. At the mysterious group, 7th Arena students from Shuzhou Academy and Luojiang Academy stood firmly beneath the stage. On the arena there was a judge arranged by Jianshu Sect, an inner disciple of Jianshu Sect, a third-tier sword cultivator who was capable of overseeing a swordsmanship competition at the sword disciple level. Shuzhou Academy sent forth their first student. Fangling also ascended the stage holding the steel sword that Instructor Wen had prepared for him. The arena was set for a showdown in swordsmanship. This was not a sparring session but a real battle. Since it was a battle, there was no room for mercy, and the rules of the sword challenge allowed for it. As long as no fatalities occurred, they would not intervene. Shuzhou Academy Sun Ming, 9th-tier sword disciple. His opponent was a robust man wielding an exceptionally heavy steel sword. Fangling, dressed in a blue robe, held the steel sword and respectfully clasped his hands. Luojiang Academy Fangling, 6th-tier sword disciple, much like Song Qingshu from Beijiang Academy, who had been astonished and disappointed when he heard Fangling announce his rank. Sun Ming, surprised, wore a smirk akin to finding a bargain. He believed his first match would surely yield victory. Although the sword challenge did not focus on strength certainly had an impact on swordsmanship. A low cultivation level implied that his swordsmanship would likely not be impressive. Luojiang Academy actually sent a 6th-tier sword disciple to compete. Is this self-sabotage? Are you giving me free points? Sun Ming gripped the heavy iron sword and grinned. As he spoke, he suddenly moved, swinging the iron sword with tremendous force, creating a loud explosive sound as the air was cut through. Fangling's expression remained calm as he thrust out the steel sword, activating the Lingshu sword step. His figure began to blur like a ghost. Sun Ming swung his sword several times but could not hit Fangling. In an instant, Fangling appeared behind Sun Ming, back facing him, the two in a crossed position. Fangling's sword was already pressed against Sun Ming's neck, slightly applying pressure, drawing a streak of blood. I concede, admit defeat. Sun Ming's speed was too slow, while Fangling with the Lingshu sword step excelled in swift movements. Just as Fangling thought Sun Ming would concede, Sun Ming's eyes turned red, swinging his iron sword, its blade gleaming cold, aiming for Fangling behind him. Fangling was forced to retreat swiftly, his blue robe sliced open, a small trickle of crimson oozing out. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been cut in half. Fangling was slightly taken aback, his eyes fluctuating in surprise, realizing, were you testing my level of mercy? Taking a deep breath, he understood. This was a battle of cultivation, not sparring, it simulated combat. In the midst of battle, how could there be any room for mercy? In this moment, Fangling gained a deeper understanding of cultivation. In the battle of cultivation, life and death could hang by a thread. Your mercy could very well be your own cruelty. Battles in cultivation easily lead to death, and Fangling feared death. He had finally glimpsed hope for growth and rise, and he did not want to die so. He had to become ruthless. The battle continued. Fortunately, Fangling still held the advantage in technique. The two exchanged sword shadows. Suddenly time seemed to freeze. Fangling and Sun Ming passed each other, standing back to back. This time without hesitation, Fangling's sword pierced through Sun Ming, the blade penetrating crimson blood, forming beads that dripped from the sword's tip. Concede. Below the stage, the instructor from Shuzhou Academy spoke with a cold face. The judge from Jianshu Sect swiftly arrived to declare the outcome, and Fangling retracted his sword. Sun Ming was helped down by a throng of students from Shuzhou Academy. Fortunate that Jianshu Sect had long prepared healing elixirs. Fangling remained standing on the stage holding his bloodied sword, saying, next one. Current task progress 118. Below the stage, another student from Shuzhou Academy rushed onto the stage in a fury, seeking to avenge Sun Ming. Without even announcing his name, he launched an attack. Fangling smiled gently, activating the Lingshu sword step, his form flowing like a dream. After several exchanges, the second student from Shuzhou Academy was pierced through the leg, his bones shattered, blood gushing as he fell to the ground. The second student was carried off the stage. As soon as the second student was taken down, the third student charged forward, also a trump card from Shujo Academy, filled with fury, leaping onto the stage without even announcing his academy's name, launching a powerful sword strike. The furious rage was like a howling hurricane. Fangling calmly stepped back, initiating with the draw sword technique. Below, the stage instructor, when displayed a look of keen interest, was Fangling planning to achieve a series of 3. He did not stop him. He wanted to see Fangling's potential. Facing the aggressive sword strike from the third student of Shujo Academy, Fangling chose not to use the Lingshu sword step again. Instead, he confidently clashed Hedon using the draw sword technique. The young man borrowed the wind, breaking through myriad techniques with a single sword strike. With a sharp sound, the third student from Shujo Academy's steel sword was shattered, a chunk flying to the ground. Swordsmanship at the sword disciple level, a single strike to defeat the enemy. Concede. Below the stage, the instructor from Shujo Academy shouted with a grim face. Otherwise, based on Fangling's previous merciless performance, he might add another strike. Luojiang Academy has produced a fierce contender. Luojiang Academy victory. On the arena, the judge from the Jianshu sect cast a deep glance at Fangling and spoke. Fangling's swordsmanship surprised even this disciple of the Jianshu sect. In terms of sword skill alone, this young man had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of a swordsman. Winning against Shujo Academy was not unexpected, especially given his strength as a 6th-tier swordsman. Executing such sword techniques left people astounded. Moreover, achieving a consecutive victory of 3 is a skill in itself. As for the blood spilling on the arena, it was a common sight for the judges of the Jianshu sect. What kind of cultivation doesn't involve bloodshed? True cultivation confronts life and death. Hedon. Did the Jianshu sect truly believe that guarding the demon's cliff was merely a leisurely pursuit? The reality is that it is the result of the combined efforts of many disciples from the Jianshu sect. Each year, no fewer than 10 disciples from their inner sect die at the demon's cliff, and countless others are injured. Thus, when faced with such brutality, the disciples of the Jianshu sect hardly blinked. To them, this was merely a minor skirmish. The academy students were still too inexperienced. On the arena, Fangling gripped his steel sword, his blue robe billowing as he wore a warm smile. 18 consecutive slashes, and now progress stood at 3. He still needed to win 15 more, amounting to 5 teams. This initial battle also deepened Fangling's understanding of the harshness of cultivation. It was not merely about learning, but also involved combat, bloodshed, and killing. Fangling needed to adapt to this situation, to assimilate into the local customs and not to romanticize cultivation. This shift in mindset was his greatest gain from this battle. As he descended from the arena, Teacher Wen wore a satisfied smile, having witnessed Fangling's transformation on the arena from the initial gentleness and politeness to the later swordplay imbued with sharpness. This transformation also signified progress. A true cultivator should not be merciful. Cultivation is a matter of risking one's life, and life is only one. Cultivation is about being responsible for one's life. On the arena, you just focus on unleashing your full strength. The life and death of the participants are under the watchful eyes of the Jianshu sect judges. The first battle achieved a consecutive victory of 3. This result even caught the attention of many surrounding competing academies, with numerous students casting serious glances. Lu Bubi was quite pleased, even wrapping his arm around Fangling's neck and raising his chin. You performed well, exhibiting the charm of Lu Bubi. Winning against a student from a mid-ranking academy is nothing to brag about, Fangling replied with a smile. Jiang Linglong veiled glanced at Fangling, her eyes carrying a hint of contemplation. Mr. Wen, I will participate in the next match, Jiang Linglong stated. Teacher Wen was taken aback but did not refuse and nodded. Soon the break ended and Teacher Wen went to draw lots, preparing for the second round. It was still at the 7th arena of the Xian group. This time, Luojiang Academy's opponent was a moderately ranked academy and an academy. On the arena, Jiang Linglong ascended her veil in place, holding a steel sword, her graceful figure attracting many gazes. Opposite her stood a handsome young man, a smile adorning his face. And Nan Academy, Chen Liangtian, 9th-tier swordsman. Why do you wear a veil, young lady? With such beautiful eyes, you must have a stunning face. If you lose, would you be willing to accompany me, Chen, on a journey to Jianshu? The young man from a Nan Academy said with a laugh. Jiang Linglong remained as calm as a still pond. Luojiang Academy, Jiang Pei. Then there was nothing more. She did not report her tear. Because there was no need. The sword intent surged like the changing seasons. Jiang Linglong had no issue facing Wen Ting, but against an ordinary student it was a complete domination. Smack! With a swift strike of her sword, this loquacious student from a Nan Academy was sent flying off the arena, blood bursting from his chest. The girl held her sword at an angle, her gaze like stars, nonchalantly declaring next. Below the arena there was a stir. Teacher Wen felt a headache coming on, was another one aiming for a consecutive victory. The youth of today, do they all prefer to achieve everything in one go? However, for sword practitioners, youthful arrogance is a good thing. Lu Bubi proudly lifted his head, arms crossed, lips pursed. The trump card should only be revealed last. I am not in a hurry, not at all. I am the trump card. While they are reckless, I must remain steady and support them. On the arena, Jiang Linglong replicated Fangling's previous match, finishing the battle with a consecutive victory, utterly crushing her opponent. The girl descended from the arena filled with pride and showing no signs of distress. Fangling glanced over and Jiang Linglong nodded at him. Teacher Wen was not surprised. Jiang Linglong's swordsmanship was not inferior to Fangling's, and due to her foundational cultivation she was even slightly stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Bubi's eyes lit up as he spoke to Teacher Wen. Sir. But he had just started to speak when Fangling's gaze sharpened and he quickly said, Sir, let me participate in the next match. Lu Bubi is our trump card, he cannot be easily exposed. Lu Bubi opened his mouth, realizing Fangling's reasoning was sound, but he wanted to wield his sword too. He also wanted to showcase his skills on the arena. Teacher Wen wore an oddly amused smile. All right. With the teacher's agreement, Lu Bubi had no further objections. He could only hold his neck high, maintaining the pride unique to a trump card. I am a genius. When I step onto the stage I shall determine the fate of the world with a single sword. In the third match it was once again Fangling on stage, and the opponent was still a mid-ranking academy. However, this battle also held no suspense. With his sword techniques specializing in draw techniques and Lingshu sword steps, Fangling easily achieved a consecutive victory. Task progress at 1/3 completion. However, it seemed Jiang Linglong had a rivalry with Fangling. In the next match Jiang Linglong stepped up again. Lu Bubi wanted to speak, but upon receiving a glare from Jiang Linglong he swallowed back his words. As Jiang Linglong took the stage she still swept her opponent away with her dazzling sword moves. Luojiang Academy achieved 4 consecutive victories, each match a complete domination. This also drew the attention of several competing academies in the Xian group, with some top academy geniuses casting serious glances. With each match resulting in a consecutive victory, they too could achieve this. However, it also subtly indicated that Luojiang Academy's strength this year was significantly greater than in previous years, making them a competitive opponent. As the first round continued, the competition within the Xian group intensified, with the opponents Luojiang Academy faced becoming progressively stronger. Nevertheless, Fangling and Jiang Linglong maintained their rhythm of consecutive victories, winning their matches. Lu Bubi still had not been given a chance to step up. Tears glistened in his eyes, yet he held his head high, preserving the demeanor and mystique of a trump card. But Lu Bubi was getting anxious. Draw sword technique. Lingshu sword steps. With both techniques unleashed simultaneously, after a quarter hour of entanglement with his opponent, Fangling finally seized the opportunity to execute the final strike. The opponent fell from the arena face pale. Below the arena, the instructor from the opposing academy wore a grim expression. Fangling once again achieved a consecutive victory. Fangling was panting heavily, his hand trembling around the sword. This opponent was not weak, yet he still emerged victorious. The joy within Fangling was indescribable. Current task progress 1818 ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the target task, earning dual sword flow swordsman specialization. Dual sword flow will be acquired through muscle memory and mental transmission. To solve the authenticity of sword techniques from a causal perspective, please rest assured during cultivation. Fangling unexpectedly completed the task of 18 consecutive slashes in the first round. Meanwhile, the Sword Inquiry Tournament concluded its first round. Luojiang Academy emerged from the Xian group with a perfect victory record, qualifying for the second round. Lu Bubi appeared somewhat dazed. He ultimately did not get to participate. In this first round it seemed he had done nothing. What had he accomplished? Nothing at all, yet inexplicably he lay back to the second round. This situation felt off. Lu Bubi, the swordsmanship genius of Luojiang Academy. He should be the one showcasing his skills, the one responsible for leading the way. He could not allow Fangling and Zhang Pei to steal the spotlight. In the second round he absolutely must take the stage. Definitely. He could no longer remain low-key. Fangling and Jiang Linglong's performances have captured the attention of most students from the academy. After all, the Xian group's perfect record, ending each match with a sweep of 3 consecutive victories, is enough to demonstrate that Fangling and Jiang Linglong's swordsmanship is undoubtedly at the top level of this year's sword questioning competition. Not to mention individual battles. Just in the team competition, many students from various academies felt the pressure coming from Luojiang Academy. The first round of the team battle ended with 5 teams from the Xian group advancing. The second round will determine one team from the 5 to advance, entering the third round to compete against the teams from the Tian group, D group and Huang group for the top 3 spots. With the end of the first round, the first day passed. Teacher Wen gathered Fangling and the others to analyze the strengths of the remaining 4 groups in the Xian group. Among the Xian group, the most significant obstacle for our group to advance is the well-established Donglu Academy, which is on par with Chang'an Academy. Donglu Academy is a top-tier academy, and in terms of strength and teaching staff it is not inferior to Chang'an Academy. Our first match in the second round will be against Donglu Academy. If we can defeat Donglu Academy, the pressure from the other academies will be significantly reduced. Teacher Wen analyzed. Fangling, Lu Bubi and the others nodded. Jiang Linglong remained cold and indifferent. Teacher Wen. I want to take on the first battle against Donglu Academy tomorrow. No one is to stop me. As soon as Teacher Wen finished speaking, Lu Bubi couldn't help but volunteer, unable to resist, as lying back and winning was not his style. Of course, if Fangling and Jiang Linglong truly wished to intervene, he would still uphold the pride of being a trump card and be willing to continue hiding. Fangling, hearing this, did not stop or persuade them further, mainly because their main task was accomplished, and after 18 consecutive victories he thought Lu Bubi could go ahead. Jiang Linglong also remained silent. The atmosphere was exceptionally awkward. Lu Bubi glanced at Fangling and Jiang Linglong, wondering why they were not stopping him. Did they not fear that our team's trump card would be exposed? Teacher Wen smiled slightly, saying, "Alright, for the first match of the second round, Lu Bubi, you will go. However, be careful, Donglu Academy is not weak." Teacher Wen reminded for a while before dismissing the meeting, and the three returned to their respective rooms to rest, waiting for the second round of the competition tomorrow. Fangling planned to return to his room. After a day of competition, although his practical experience had improved significantly, the dual exhaustion of body and spirit hit him like a tidal wave. Before Fangling reached his room, the door to Song Qingjian's room next door was ajar, and inside 2 other students were chatting and laughing with Song Qingyun. Fangling glanced at Song Qingyun, who nodded slightly at him, then turned his head back to continue chatting with his companions. Song Qinjian's 2 companions looked at the closed door of Fangling's room and Song Qinjian's indifferent attitude, their expressions filled with surprise. Who is that? Which academy is he from? Song Qingyun also withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly, saying, Luojiang Academy, a 6th-stage swordsman. His companions were instantly incredulous. A 6th-stage swordsman? How can someone that weak participate in the sword questioning competition? But it's not like that the competition doesn't focus on cultivation but rather on swordsmanship. That may be true, but how strong can swordsmanship be without cultivation to support it? Song Qingyun actually did not doubt it. A 6th-stage swordsman participating in the sword questioning competition likely came just to go through the motions. Luojiang Academy. It seems to be in the Xian group, right? I think I heard that Luojiang Academy also advanced to the second round. One of Song Qinjian's companions suddenly said, "What's his name?" Song Qingyun was taken aback, saying, "I think it's Fangling." Fangling. Indeed, it's him. In the first round, Luojiang Academy only sent 2 participants, 1 male and 1 female, both fierce competitors. Each match ended with a sweep of 3, achieving a perfect record, and the student who participated was named Fangling. Ruthless. Every strike stained with blood. His companion exclaimed in surprise. Song Qingyun was also shocked. A 6th-stage swordsman could achieve a sweep of 3. What kind of terrifying understanding of swordsmanship must that be? Song Qingyun turned to look at the ornately carved wooden door of Fangling's room, feeling as if he had misjudged him. In the room, Fangling of course was unaware of the astonishment of Song Qingyun and the others. He switched to Niwen's cultivation state, took out spirit crystals to begin refining. Although he was competing in the Jianshu sect, Fangling still did not allow himself to relax. There could be no slackening in the pursuit of improvement. Time passed gradually, and beside Fangling a pile of spirit crystals depleted of spiritual energy accumulated. Of the 50 low-grade spirit crystals provided by the system, Fangling had refined 20. Fangling was attempting to break through the bottleneck of the 7th-stage swordsman within his meridians. The spiritual energy stirred restlessly, continuously washing against the walls of his meridians, expanding every one of them and his blood vessels. The foundational cultivation method described in the Great Tang sword canon was vividly clear in Fangling's mind. With Niwen's top-grade yellow bone and sufficient spirit crystal resources, the breakthrough in cultivation became much easier and quicker. Boom! As he sat cross-legged, a muffled sound resonated within Fangling's body and his breath slightly surged. Finally, Fangling broke through from the 6th-stage swordsman to the 7th-stage swordsman. After 3 days of relentless cultivation, Fangling finally broke through to the 6th stage. In the darkness, Fangling opened his eyes, a satisfied smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. However, soon Fangling's brows furrowed slightly. The amount of spirit crystals consumed had significantly increased from 6th stage to 7th stage. As for anything above 7th stage, even with Niwen's yellow-grade bone, it would still become exceedingly slow. With just over 20 days remaining, Fangling felt that reaching the 9th stage was quite uncertain. Cultivation was so difficult. He needed to try binding a second connection object. Perhaps it would help with his cultivation. In the stillness of the night, Fangling got out of bed, paced to the window, gazing at the bright moonlight, and slowly exhaled, his gaze growing increasingly firm. The next day, the second round of the sword questioning competition was in full swing. Fangling, Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong arrived at the Xian group's arena area. Teacher Wen had arrived long ago, still looking nonchalant. Although Donglu Academy was a formidable opponent, Teacher Wen remained calm. In the distance, the teachers from Donglu Academy were also leading their students, gazing towards Fangling and the others. Luojiang Academy has come on strong this year, advancing with a perfect record in the first round, and each match ended with a sweep of 3, displaying unmatched dominance that cannot be underestimated. Although we also advanced with a perfect record, we need to take this seriously this time, the teacher from Donglu Academy said earnestly. After pondering for a long time, he continued, with each match ending in a sweep of 3. The momentum of Luojiang Academy's students has reached its peak, thus the pressure on the first competitor to take the stage will be immense. Therefore we must win the first battle. This will help shatter Luojiang Academy's momentum, greatly benefiting the subsequent participants. So, for the first match Lin Yun will take the stage. As soon as this arrangement was made, the students from Donglu Academy were slightly surprised and in an uproar. Sir, Lin Yun is our trump card. Are we really exposing our trump card in the first match of the second round? The students from Donglu Academy were somewhat shocked. However, they could not refute the teacher's explanation. Among them the student named Lin Yun, tall and with a shadowy gaze, grinned upon hearing the teacher's words, revealing a somewhat wicked smile. Finally I can take the stage. My sword has long been eager to fight. The teacher frowned and glanced at him, saying, "This is just a contest, tone it down and don't let it lead to fatalities." Understood. The student named Lin Yun waved his hand impatiently, lazily dragging a rusty iron sword as he walked towards the stage. When the referee announced the start of the second round in the Xian group area, the first stage was set. The contestant from Donglu Academy, Lin Yun, had already taken the stage. Teacher Wen did not go back on his word and truly sent Lu Bubi. Lu Bubi was extremely excited as he held his flamboyant and ornate sword. Dressed in tight attire, approached Fangling, patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I promise to carry you and I will definitely carry you." After saying this, Lu Bubi turned and leaped onto the stage with flair. Today's weather is slightly oppressive, with thick dark clouds in the sky swirling like ink dropped into clear water. It feels stifling and constricted, making it hard to breathe. Shu Mountain, the Grand Arena. The first arena of the Xian group. Surrounding the arena, a considerable crowd has gathered. Compared to the first round that went unnoticed, the second round has attracted significant attention. Some academies whose participants were eliminated in the first round have brought their students to watch the second round. Such a viewing experience is quite educational for the students. Moreover, this first battle of the Xian group features two academy teams that advanced with a perfect win record in the first round. Luojiang Academy and Donglu Academy, among which Donglu Academy has the qualifications to challenge the prestigious Chang'an Academy. Therefore many students are looking forward to this match, believing it will be quite exciting. Below the arena, teacher Wen, dressed in white and carrying a sword case, frowned slightly as he watched Lin Yun standing on the arena. Wearing a veil, Jiang Linglong's eyes narrowed. This student from Donglu Academy. Before Jiang Linglong could finish, teacher Wen turned his head and looked over. You sensed it too. This Lin Yun has a strong scent of blood. Jiang Linglong nodded solemnly. Beside them, Fangling, overhearing their conversation, also put away his smile. Have you killed before? Teacher Wen glanced at Fangling. Is it strange to have killed? Cultivation is not about romance and poetry. Teacher Wen's words made Fangling take a deep breath. He looked up at the arena, glancing at Lu Bubi, his expression slightly grave. So could it be that Lu Bubi might lose? How tragic. Encountering such an opponent in his debut match. Fangling couldn't help but feel for Lu Bubi. A young man wanting to ride on his coattails had bad luck. On the arena, Lu Bubi, clad in agile attire, held a luxurious long sword. His handsome face was raised high, full of confidence. Luojiang Academy, Lu Bubi, a 9th level swordsman. Opposite him, Lin Yun from Donglu Academy grinned widely. With such tender skin, when the sword cuts, the sound should be delightful. Lu Bubi raised his head, squinting as he felt an impending sense of danger. Donglu Academy, Lin Yun. Lin Yun dragged the rusty iron sword and licked his lips, not revealing his cultivation level, wearing a smirk. Lu Bubi ignored him, raising his ornate longsword and preparing his stance. In fact, during these 3 days of special training under teacher Wen, Lu Bubi's swordsmanship had improved significantly and he felt quite confident. However, Lin Yun inexplicably brought him a sense of oppression. In the sky, dark clouds rolled ominously. It seemed as though angry thunder roared within. A low wind began to howl, stirring the sand and stones on the ground, creating a rustling sound. The battle on the arena erupted in an instant. Lu Bubi drew his sword, producing a sonic boom. Neither used their cultivation, but relying solely on swordsmanship was incredibly dangerous. A slight misstep could threaten their lives. Lu Bubi's sword strikes were like a torrential storm, while Lin Yun merely lifted the rusty iron sword, effortlessly blocking them. Too slow, too weak. Is this the level of Luojiang Academy? Truly disappointing. Lin Yun gripped the heavy rusty iron sword with one hand, his face partially hidden behind the sword, staring coldly at the continuously attacking Lu Bubi, laughing icily. Lu Bubi's face grew more serious with each exchange, his expression becoming increasingly grim. This was because Lu Bubi could sense that Lin Yun's combat experience was incredibly rich, able to deflect his attacks with minimal effort and cost. As the balance tilted, Lu Bubi's stamina was depleting rapidly while Lin Yun remained at ease. Lin Yun continuously spewed mocking words, provoking Lu Bubi. Lu Bubi forced himself to remain calm, though his sword technique remained unchanged. After all, the swordsmanship genius of Luojiang Academy was not unfounded. Lin Yun also noticed this, dismissively curling his lips. In the next moment, his previously defensive posture transformed, bursting forth like a fierce tiger, the scent of blood overwhelming, startling Lu Bubi into a momentary pause. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yun quickly closed the distance to Lu Bubi. The heavy rusty iron sword was suddenly hurled. It smashed down on Lu Bubi. Lu Bubi's face changed, raising his sword to block the strike. When a crisp sound rang out and Lu Bubi felt a numbness in his grip, stumbling back several steps. Lin Yun's sword was a heavy weapon and this strike nearly overwhelmed Lu Bubi. However, if it had been the old Lu Bubi, he might have suffered greatly. But after 3 days of special training he had improved significantly and immediately shifted from offense to defense. His sword moved in a flurry, impenetrable. Oh, you know how to defend. Lin Yun grinned, revealing a fierce smile like a wolf that had everything under control, watching its prey step into the trap it had laid. Lin Yun gripped the rusty iron sword with his other hand, thrusting it out. Lu Bubi parried with his sword. However, in the next moment Lu Bubi's expression changed. Lin Yun suddenly threw his sword, the metal handle carving through the air, striking hard against Lu Bubi's head. Flesh opened and blood spilled. The blood-stained sword handle bounced back into Lin Yun's hand. Blood arched through the air, splattering onto Lin Yun's face, seemingly igniting a thrill within him. The dark clouds roared, unbearably oppressive. Lu Bubi was momentarily dazed from the blow of Lin Yun's heavy sword handle, shaking his head as blood splattered onto the arena. You're not going to concede, are you? Lin Yun, holding the heavy sword, wore an exaggerated expression. Lu Bubi lifted his head, gripping his sword. Concede? He could never concede. This was his debut match. Before the match he had said he would carry Fangling to victory, yet now in his first match he faced such a crushing defeat. What face did he have left? Could it be that Lu Bubi would instead become the one being carried? How could he calmly choose to ride on someone else's coattails? That wasn't his style. Continue. Lu Bubi wiped away the blood, gripping his sword firmly, coldly declaring. Lin Yun grinned, instantly lunging forward with immense pressure. Dragging the rusty iron sword he swung it fiercely. Lu Bubi's eyes reflected Lin Yun's movements, and the next moment he sidestepped, thrusting his sword toward the ground. The sword formed a massive arc. This was Lu Bubi's ultimate sword technique. A clear, sharp sword cry echoed. The sword light flashed and Lin Yun sensed the crisis, raising the iron sword. However, the sword light struck his iron sword, bending it and sweeping across Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun's chest erupted with a spray of blood. Staring at his bleeding chest, a strange and frenzied smile gradually emerged in his eyes. Boom! Lin Yun's speed suddenly increased, raising his heavy sword to strike down at Lu Bubi, who also thrust his sword forward. However, Lu Bubi's expression changed rapidly, for Lin Yun did not dodge or evade, seemingly unafraid of death. Lu Bubi's face turned pale and he could only raise his sword to block. Yet Lin Yun repeated his previous tactic. The rusty iron sword slammed down and the handle struck Lu Bubi's head again. Blood burst forth. The sword handle bounced back and Lin Yun struck again, the handle crashing down on Lu Bubi's head. Thud. 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 Once. Twice. 3 times. The sound of bones cracking echoed from the arena. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence as many students watching were left dumbfounded. Such a bloody scene made many students tremble. Below the arena, Teacher Wen's eyes instantly turned sharp and an immense pressure enveloped him. Jiang Linglong, still wearing her veil, had her expression concealed, but her eyes grew increasingly cold. Fangling clenched his fists. The air was thick with a rich and scorching smell of blood. There was also Lin Yun's manic laughter coming from the arena. This was a mockery. Lu Bubi gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. He stubbornly swung his sword while Lin Yun kept using sword techniques to mockingly strike the sword handle against Lu Bubi's head. Even as blood sprayed and his face turned pale, Lu Bubi still did not concede. Since there was no life-threatening danger, the judges from Jianshu sect chose not to intervene. However, this scene left everyone in silence. Below the arena, Teacher Wen slammed his palm on the edge of the arena, causing cracks to appear in the bricks. Concede. Teacher Wen said in a deep voice. At the moment he declared Lu Bubi's concession, the judge from Jianshu sect appeared before Lin Yun as if teleporting, grabbing the blood-soaked sword handle. That's enough. In the first match, Donglu Academy wins. The judge glanced at Lin Yun and stated. Meanwhile, Lu Bubi, with a bruised face, had blood and flesh muddled on his forehead, blood continuously dripping down his cheek as he stumbled. Come on, you. Come at me again. Lu Bubi shouted. Whoosh. Whoosh. Fangling and Jiang Linglong appeared beside Lu Bubi simultaneously. Both of their expressions were quite grim. Me. Fangling and Jiang Linglong nearly spoke in unison. The two paused. Then Jiang Linglong's long eyelashes trembled as she took a step back, not contesting with Fangling. Teacher Wen had also floated onto the arena, pulling out a fragrant pill and placing it into Lu Bubi's mouth, then carrying Lu Bubi off the arena. As he passed by Fangling, Lu Bubi with his bruised face was not focused on his injuries, but rather there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Lunzi, I can't carry you to victory anymore. Fangling smiled warmly and took the sword from Lu Bubi's hand. Gripping with his left hand and right hand, Fangling held the sword with both hands. It's fine, you can still ride on me. Fangling said. Lu Bubi closed his eyes, not wanting to speak. Let it be destroyed, I'm tired. Teacher Wen cast a deep glance at Fangling. Jiang Linglong also moved gracefully, walking to Fangling side softly saying, "Hit him to the death." "Okay." Fangling replied with one word. Jiang Linglong did not linger, gracefully descending from the arena. On the arena, Lin Yun, dragging the rusty sword still dripping blood, grinned widely. "I heard Luojiang Academy enjoys a combo of 3. What a coincidence. I do too." Thunder rumbled, tearing the heavens of Shu Mountain, and the thick rolling dark clouds could no longer contain themselves. Large raindrops poured down from the black clouds. They fell with a crisp sound. Fangling held his long sword reverse, gazing at Lin Yun without responding. He simply leaned on his dual swords, expressionless, slightly raising his chin. Luojiang Academy, Fangling, 7th level swordsman. In the Xian group, the first arena. An increasing number of students from the academy gathered around as the air was thick with a tense atmosphere and an overwhelming stench of blood. Lin Yun fought against Lu Bubi, easily overpowering him as Lin Yun's swordsmanship had improved greatly. In truth, it wasn't just that. Primarily, Lin Yun repeatedly struck Lu Bubi's head with the hilt of his sword, humiliating him and insulting a swordsman's dedication to their craft. Fangling regarded Lu Bubi as a friend. Though Lu Bubi was confident in his swordsmanship, perhaps a bit too self-assured. But he had a good essence. He had always said he would help Fangling achieve victory effortlessly, and Fangling just smiled in response. However, he could imagine the profound impact this battle would have on Lu Bubi. Fangling understood the cruelty of cultivation. In the fierce competition, the victor ultimately stands upon the corpses of the defeated. The long-suppressed torrential rain finally began to pour down. With the sound of splashing, raindrops fell onto the arena, bursting into fragments. Jiang Linglong appeared with an oil paper umbrella, standing beneath it as raindrops pelted the surface. Her delicate brows furrowed as she watched Fangling on the arena. She did not quite understand why Fangling insisted on competing with her. She knew Fangling's swordsmanship was top tier among sword apprentices, but Lin Yun's skills were extraordinary, evidently honed through bloodshed. Based on Fangling's previous performance, his sword techniques and steps might not be enough to defeat Lin Yun. However, Jiang Linglong still did not contest with Fangling, as she believed he might still surprise her. Her gaze fell on the swords held in both of Fangling's hands. 2 swords. Was he using both? Besides sword techniques and steps, did he have other forms of swordsmanship? Would he bring her surprises? Song Qingyun furrowed his brows. The competition at Beijiang Academy had not yet begun, but he had come to see what was going on after hearing about Luojiang Academy from his classmates. He wanted to see if the Fangling who lived next door was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Donlu Academy. Lin Yun, the disciple of the sword saint of Donlu, rumored to have trained in the Donlu demon abyss. Killing men, slaying demons, exterminating monsters. He's a real ruthless character. Song Qingyun had heard of Lin Yun's reputation. Even the hidden trump cards of Beijiang Academy felt a great deal of pressure when facing him. Lin Yun was a key subject of study for both Chang'an Academy and Beijiang Academy. So when Song Qingyun saw Fangling stepping onto the arena, he shook his head in regret. Perhaps Fangling was indeed as exceptional as rumored, with a level of swordsmanship equivalent to a 6th level sword apprentice, but against Lin Yun his chances of winning seemed less than 10%. The rain began to fall in drizzle, shrouding the entire Mount Shu in a hazy mist resembling a dreamlike scene. On the mountaintop arena, a 7th level sword apprentice. Who do you look down on? Lin Yun scoffed upon hearing Fangling's self-introduction, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, he did not underestimate him. A 7th level sword apprentice daring to enter the arena must possess some skill. If he were to take it lightly, he might have already perished in the Donlu demon abyss. Lin Yun moved under the torrential rain, wielding his rusty sword, striding toward Fangling. The tip of the rusty sword scraped across the arena, slicing the falling raindrops in two. The sudden downpour added a chilling atmosphere. Lin Yun paused mid-stride, splashing water 2 feet high, while the rusty iron sword swung directly toward Fangling. Lin Yun loved rainy days because on such days his swordsmanship would become even stronger. Bang! The rusty sword compressed the air, causing it to explode, and countless raindrops transformed into a semi-transparent rainsword, slashing toward Fangling. Fangling gripped his dual swords tightly, with raindrops clinging to his forehead. His eyes were sharp. A keen sword and keen eyes. He stepped forward, becoming elusive, utilizing the Lingshu sword step. Ethereal and hard to grasp. Fangling remained calm. He knew Lin Yun was very strong, but the stronger his opponent, the calmer he became. Switching to bonded state, Fangling declared. As the system prompt appeared, he completed the switch and his eyes grew even sharper. In bonded state, Fangling essentially possessed Niwen's innate talent, which was valuable not only during cultivation but also provided immense assistance during battles. Because at times sufficiently excellent innate talent allows one to keep pace with their opponent's speed and even discern their battle intention, the rain poured relentlessly. Thunder roared, washing over the heavens and earth. Each raindrop that struck the ground splattered in all directions, enveloping the summit of Mount Shu in a misty haze. Are you here to avenge that pretty boy? Lin Yun swung the rusty sword, feeling the pressure Fangling exerted on him, yet he was unafraid. The heavy rusty sword in his hand, under the eruption of tremendous force, compressed the air, executing a terrifying air sword slash. The raindrops falling from the sky were sliced in half by his air sword, their edges smooth. The sword energy howled as it slashed toward Fangling. Lin Yun had not even used his cultivation, this was pure power manifesting his sword energy. Fangling's figure was dreamlike as he stepped aside in a moment, dodging the strike. Fangling finally closed the distance to Lin Yun and the clash occurred. He leaped into the rain, bringing his steel sword down with great force. Clang! Lin Yun raised his hand solid as a boulder, blocking with the rusty sword, a grin spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. You should experience the pain that pretty boy felt, Lin Yun said as he pushed the hilt of his rusty sword swinging toward Fangling's head. Just as he had previously mocked and humiliated Lu Bubi. However, Fangling seemed to have anticipated this move. His left sword swept out, blocking the hilt that Lin Yun swung at him, sparks flying as the two sword bodies clashed. Fangling lifted his foot, his soul like a sword sliding out forcefully. The sword energy beneath him erupted instantaneously. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as he spun in place, stirring up the swirling rainwater, evading the sword energy that sliced through the raindrops. Fangling's expression remained unfazed and cold, and his eyes' memories seemed to bloom like lotus flowers. In the Fang residence's courtyard, torrential rain poured down. Fangling was drenched, gripping his dual swords, continuously slashing with sword energy like a rainbow and the rain like a curtain. Each drop of rain was sliced apart by his swords, forming an impenetrable net of blades. He struggled against the torrential rain with his dual swords. He attempted to thrust with his left sword while performing sword dances with his right, wielding both swords simultaneously. Day after day, year after year. Under the downpour, Fangling suddenly looked up, shaking off the raindrops from his hair. Creak! That was the sound of his dual swords being drawn. The sword light flowed like water. Countless raindrops fell from the sky, and Lin Yun suddenly felt his breath catch. A sharpness pressed against his throat, slicing through his heart and lungs. Lin Yun could not afford to toy with Fangling as he had with Lu Bubi, for he truly felt the difference between Fangling and Lu Bubi. He raised the heavy rusty sword in his hand to block in front of him. Fangling wielded his dual swords, striking down repeatedly. Clang! Clang! The two swords descended without pause, giving Lin Yun no time to breathe. In their exchanges, like flowing clouds and flowing water, two swords and two styles merged into one person. Lin Yun felt as if he were being pushed back into an abyss, gasping for breath in the narrow space. The sword momentum surged like waves, one after another. Fast. Too fast. Fangling's dual sword showed no sign of stagnation. The torrential rain falling from the heavens was split apart, failing to encroach upon him in the slightest. Lin Yun was being overwhelmed. Step by step he retreated on the arena. At the first arena of the Xian group, silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the thunderous roar of the rain remained, but in everyone's ears there was only the continuous hurried chopping sound emanating from the arena, quickening their breathing. The judge from the Swordshoe sect had sharp eyes focused intently. He feared that a moment's inattention would lead to Lin Yun being reduced to pulp by Fangling's swift dual swords. Jiang Linglong held the oil paper umbrella, the veil fluttering in the wind, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment for the first time. Is this Fangling's trump card? In the distance, Song Qingyun from Beijiang Academy slightly opened his mouth, his face reflecting only shock and disbelief. Many instructors in the academy turned to look at the fierce battle on the arena, falling into a moment of stunned silence. After sending Lu Bubi for treatment, instructor Wen quickly returned and witnessed the scene in the downpour, finally revealing a look of shock and peculiarity. Sword drawing, sword steps, dual sword techniques. How did he practice this? Is this kid a monster? At the summit of Mount Shu, heavy rain poured down. The swordsmanship competitions on various platforms continued fervently. Zhao Xiaojian, the deputy master of the Jianshu sect, stood with his long white hair flowing, impervious to the countless raindrops that fell around him as he stood on a droplet of rain amidst the curtain of rain. Beside Zhao Xiaojian, 7 elders from the Jianshu sect hovered quietly, gazing down at the competition atop Mount Shu. Their eyes reflected the sword techniques displayed by the young students. The Jianshu Demon Abyss is in turmoil. Master Xian Yuan has been ordered by the Tang Emperor to oversee the Demon Abyss, and with the examination approaching, the Tang Emperor cannot tolerate any imperfections. Zhao Xiaojian said softly, his voice gentle. He carried a sword as black as ink on his back, yet his white hair like frost and snow gave him an air of melancholy amidst the rain. Behind him the 7 sect leaders nodded in agreement. Each leader was deeply skilled, and as rain fell it parted to the sides around them. With the master overseeing the Demon Abyss, the affairs of the Jianshu sect would be managed by Zhao Xiaojian. Everyone listened intently to Zhao Xiaojian's subsequent arrangements. However, as they listened, many of the Jianshu leaders grew puzzled, only to realize that Zhao Xiaojian's voice had vanished. They looked up to see Zhao Xiaojian with his white hair intently watching the competition on the platform. His pupils reflected the figure of a young man wielding twin swords. The young man resembled a wolf with his twin swords sharp as fangs. Who is he? Zhao Xiaojian's gentle voice resonated above the roaring rain. The sect leaders exchanged glances, unsure of a nameless academy student. They had not anticipated that Zhao Xiaojian, second only to the master in the Jianshu sect, would take interest in an ordinary academy student. After watching for a moment, Zhao Xiaojian suddenly smiled. This child has remarkable talent. Recruit him. The sound of clashing swords echoed as Lin Yun gasped for breath, the rain beating mercilessly against his face. His eyes however gleamed with a ferocity as he fixated on Fangling, who left him no opportunity to counter. Fangling's dual swords denied him any chance for retaliation. He had underestimated his opponent and found himself ensnared in Fangling's offensive, an outcome he had not foreseen. His heart was filled with rage and ferocity. He was a disciple of the East Lu sword saint Nan Yehua. Originally his master had sent him to participate in this sword competition, but he had not given it much thought, believing that his prowess in the demon abyss would easily handle. He was a disciple of the East Lu sword saint Nan Yehua. Originally his master had sent him to participate in this sword competition, but he had not given it much thought, believing that his prowess in the demon abyss would easily handle this competition. Thus he had not taken it seriously at all. However, facing Fangling, Lin Yun felt utterly stifled. Without unleashing his full power, he was completely dominated in swordsmanship. Fangling's tempestuous assault filled him with a vague sense of dread. He might actually lose. Lose? How could I possibly lose? Lose to a mere academy student? Lin Yun refused to accept such a fate. With a furious roar, he launched a fierce counterattack. He reached out with one hand, reckless and fearless, grasping at Fangling's rapidly descending left sword. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth, the rain washing over the blood that twisted on the platform. At the cost of his own injury, Lin Yun broke through Fangling's dual sword assault. Do you think you can win against me? Lin Yun's eyes glinted with a hint of crimson. With a single hand he swung his rusty sword in a wide arc, causing the raindrops to explode into countless droplets. Fangling was agile, but Lin Yun understood that as long as he struck Fangling with even one blow, this match would come to an end. His heavy sword could easily injure Fangling with a single strike. Fangling understood this as well, yet maintained his composure. He unleashed his sword steps. The rain beneath his feet was disturbed by the force, scattering like lotus petals. Fangling leapt into the air and in a reverse motion withdrew the sword Lin Yun had grasped. Sword drawing technique. Fangling soared into the air facing Lin Yun. With a powerful release of the sword drawing technique, he instantly pulled the sword out of Lin Yun's grip. With a splatter, blood shot forth and Lin Yun let out a furious howl. He quickly released his grip, or his hand would have been cleaved by Fangling. Seek death. Lin Yun's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at the airborne Fangling swinging his rusty sword down towards Fangling's waist. In midair he was like a target, his weakness exposed. The sudden change in the situation elicited gasps from all the students below the platform. Many hearts tightened. Their eyes were glued to the platform, and even the heavy rain could not obscure the tension in their gazes. Jiang Linglong's grip on the umbrella handle turned pale. Teacher Wen also furrowed his brow in concentration. On the platform the referee from the Jianshu sect held his breath, spiritual energy swirling around him, ready to intervene at any moment. Suddenly, the situation changed. Fangling, soaring through the air, twisted his waist, sharply gripping his sword with both hands, his twin swords spinning like a windmill, flinging off the numerous raindrops that clung to the blades, the sword light cascading like a waterfall. It collided with Lin Yun's rusty heavy sword. The power of the sword drawing technique combined with the inertia from his body's motion sent Lin Yun's powerful downward strike flying. Fangling's palm split at the tiger's mouth, blood flowing freely, yet his gaze remained solemn. He stepped heavily, training his sword steps as if against the current. The rain exploded around him, resembling a blood-red lotus blooming on the earth. The rainwater mixed with sword energy struck Lin Yun, causing him to grunt and retreat. As Fangling landed, he splashed water 2 feet high, his hands still firmly gripping his sword, advancing step by step. With rapid thrusts his dual swords danced like a butcher carving meat, continuously stabbing at Lin Yun's chest. Stab, pull out. Stab, pull out. Blood splattered everywhere as Lin Yun staggered back, his fierce gaze locked onto Fangling through the flying blood. It was as if he wanted to engrave that face deeply into his mind. East Lu Academy, I concede. Below the platform the teacher from East Lu Academy's eyes widened, shouting frantically. If something happened to the Sword Saint's disciple under his watch, he would have no way to return to East Lu. The Jianshu sect's referee floated out, blocking Fangling's dual swords. Lin Yun's clothing in front of him was utterly tattered, not a single part intact, blood dripping incessantly. However, Lin Yun did not let out a single cry of pain. He simply gritted his teeth, jaw muscles bulging, and stared at Fangling with a smile. The teacher from East Lu Academy rushed onto the platform, taking out a pill and placing it in Lin Yun's mouth. The heavy rain continued to pour down. The atmosphere on and off the platform fell into a deathly silence. Fangling. 1. The nameless student from Luojian Academy triumphed over the direct disciple of the East Lu Sword Saint. In that moment Fangling's name could not be overlooked even by established academies like Chang'an Academy. Fangling stood on the platform, his back straight, his hands trembling, blood flowing from the tiger's mouth and merging with the sword's tip, blooming a deep crimson in the rain. Next. Fangling's voice was slightly hoarse. At East Lu Academy the other 2 participating students exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. One student drew a steel sword and ascended the platform. The rain fell like a curtain of pearls obscuring Fangling's view. Fangling slowly raised his sword, his hand slightly trembling, and blood dripped from his tiger's mouth. He felt a bit weary yet could still fight. Suddenly a delicate white hand pressed down on Fangling's sword-wielding hand. An oiled paper umbrella shielded Fangling from the rain. He turned to see Jiang Linglong's eyes sparkling like stars, curving gently, smiling like a crescent moon. The girl smiled under the rain, holding the umbrella, resembling a painting of a serene mountain landscape. "My name is Jiang Linglong." Her soft voice drowned out by the rain pressing down on Fangling's sword-wielding hand. "Next. Leave it to me." In the heavy rain, Jiang Linglong's voice was crisp and melodious, overshadowing all the rumbling reaching Fangling's ears. The downpour, the girl, and the oiled paper umbrella. The three formed an ink-wash painting. Fangling lowered his sword and smiled. "Jiang Linglong. That's a beautiful name." He gazed into the girl's star-like eyes and spoke softly. From the martial arts arena of Luojiang Academy to Qianfei Pavilion and Chunya Studio, and now to the first arena of the Xianchu of Mount Shu, Fangling finally qualified to know the girl's name. He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. Originally Fangling had planned to bind with this Lin Yun despite their enmity. After all, Lin Yun was known as the disciple of the sword saint of Donglu, and his talent was undoubtedly formidable. Had it not been for encountering someone like him who had the extraordinary ability to directly acquire the sword master specialization, Lin Yun might have led Donglu Academy to compete for first place in the team competition. Moreover, since Lin Yun was accepted as a disciple by the sword saint, his roots must not be too poor. However, the unexpected joy was that he learned Jiang Linglong's true name. Fangling did not doubt the authenticity of the name, because at this moment there was no need to report a false name. This battle was exhausting, yet everything was worth it. Fangling felt an indescribable sense of comfort within. Choosing between Jiang Linglong and Lin Yun. Was there even a choice? Of course it was Jiang Linglong. Old Jiang was a 15-year-old swordmaster. Her roots must be incredibly formidable. And Lin Yun had already been defeated by Fangling. The rain continued to pour and Fangling did not insist. His hands trembled, the skin on his palms cracked. In the battle with Lin Yun, Fangling had exerted all his strength, his stamina depleted. If it weren't for Lin Yun underestimating him at the start, winning would have been extremely difficult. Moreover, Lin Yun placed immense pressure on Fangling. This was the first time Fangling had encountered such tremendous pressure in swordsmanship after acquiring the sword master specialization. If he continued on the stage against other contestants from Donglu Academy, he might lose. Perhaps old Jiang had noticed this, which was why he stepped onto the arena. The arena was in an uproar, even drowning out the roar of the rain. Fangling from Luojiang Academy had defeated Lin Yun, which was simply the biggest upset in this sword competition. The disciple of the sword saint was defeated in swordsmanship by an unknown student. Who could have imagined such a thing? The uproar grew and discussions continued endlessly. Fangling's dual swords, his sword stance, caused many academy instructors to take him seriously and treat him with respect. This was a key figure of the academy. Luojiang Academy produced a true swordsmanship genius. Moreover, this cohort had a chance to ascend to greatness. In an instant, many gazes were fixed on Fangling, who walked down the arena calmly. In the crowd, Song Qingyun from Beijiang Academy was also watching Fangling. His expression inscrutable. On the arena, Jiang Linglong slowly drew her steel sword, holding the oiled paper umbrella to shield herself from the downpour, remaining as still as a statue as she gazed at her opponent from Donglu Academy. Donglu Academy, Lu Xian, 9th rank sword apprentice. The student from Donglu Academy spoke slowly, his voice cutting through the sound of the rain. Jiang Linglong held the oiled paper umbrella, her veil fluttering in the rain, yet she did not respond to him at all. This girl was as aloof as an ancient iceberg, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Miss, do you plan to fight me while holding your umbrella?" Lu Xian's expression turned somewhat cold and unsightly as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Linglong through the rain. "Is this too dismissive?" Jiang Linglong did not introduce herself, clearly indicating that she held Lu Xian in contempt. Although Lu Xian was not as strong as Lin Yun, as a representative of Donglu Academy, he was not a weakling. Whoosh! Lu Xian lifted his steel sword and stepped down, his pace steady and rapid. On the rain-soaked arena, he created a series of splashing water with swordlight cutting through the rain curtain. A chilling sword energy stirred the air, aimed at Jiang Linglong's delicate neck. Jiang Linglong's star-like eyes fixed on Lu Xian. One hand held the umbrella and the other extended the sword. As the sword emerged, the rain intensified, instantly pouring down like a summer downpour. Lu Xian felt his sword energy sinking into a quagmire with each drop of rain infused with Jiang Linglong's sword chi. Put! Lu Xian dashed forward. The splashes he created grew smaller, and finally, his body stiffened and fell silent. The world fell silent, leaving only the sound of raindrops being silently sliced apart. In the next moment, Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled and knelt on the ground. His body was covered in countless sword scars, blood gushing from the wounds. Jiang Linglong's sword tip hung down. She still calmly held the oiled paper umbrella. Lu Xian, kneeling before her, seemed to be bowing to a noble and proud queen. Next. Jiang Linglong's long eyelashes fluttered lightly as she spoke softly. The arena fell silent once more. It turned out Luojiang Academy had more than one trump card. Below, the arena instructor Wen handed Fangling a healing pill, and Fangling hesitated. Don't worry, the healing pills won't affect the assessment for the imperial examination, Instructor Wen assured him. After that, Fangling did not refuse again. After swallowing the pill, a cool sensation rapidly spread from his cracked palm, and soon the wound healed at a visible rate. The effect of this healing medicine was surprisingly good. Clearly this healing pill was quite expensive. This is a healing medicine refined by the medical practitioners of Taiha Hall. It works wonders, and one piece costs 10 gold coins. Instructor Wen smiled. Fangling turned to look at him. No need to feel sorry, the academy will reimburse it, so it won't cost me anything. Instructor Wen blinked. Fangling couldn't help but chuckle. Did he lack money? What was there to feel sorry about? Lu Bubi is only lightly injured after taking the pill. He'll be back to his spirited self by tomorrow, though his condition may slightly decline. Instructor Wen continued. After that, the two chatted for a while and watched Jiang Linglong's swift and decisive battle on the arena. Suddenly Instructor Wen let out a breath and asked, practicing swordsmanship. You must have endured a lot of hardship, right? This sudden question left Fangling at a loss for words. Was he supposed to say it wasn't hard at all, just that he learned it by having in-depth discussions with Xia Wenzi? Naturally Fangling would not answer like that. Fangling turned his head and nodded vaguely. It could be considered quite hard. This was a kind lie. Instructor Wen laughed. I knew it. You're a good kid. Only those who endure hardship can rise above others. Your roots may not be strong, but at least your talent in swordsmanship is enough to elevate you above the ordinary. Even if you failed the imperial examination, it doesn't matter. In this sword competition you've shown your worth. If I'm not mistaken, Jianshu will likely recruit you as an outer sect disciple in advance. Instructor Wen said. Fangling was taken aback upon hearing this. The rain poured down, drumming on the bluestone ground of the Mount Shu Plaza like large pearls falling on a jade plate, mirroring the sudden rapid beating of Fangling's heart. Instructor Wen felt a bit emotional. This was Fangling turning his fate around. Given Fangling's academy exam results, there was little hope for him to enter Jianshu sect. Even though Fangling had reached the 7th rank sword apprentice, it would still be difficult for him to apply to Jianshu sect a month later. Therefore, being recruited in advance was a stroke of luck for Fangling, a reward for his hard work in practicing swordsmanship. Outer sect. Fangling murmured. Instructor Wen suddenly froze and looked at him. Fangling raised his head, rainwater dripping down from the tips of his hair blurring his vision. Fangling watched Jiang Linglong walking down the arena proudly, having just effortlessly defeated the 3rd contestant from Donglu Academy, holding the oiled paper umbrella like a queen, and he chuckled softly. Outer sect is not enough. If I apply to Jianshu, I don't just want to enter the outer sect, I want to qualify for the inner sect of Jianshu. I want the best. Fangling's voice was soft but firm. The rain and thunder roared on, yet Instructor Wen could hear nothing but the seemingly unattainable words of the youth. Master Wen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled lightly. Since one must pursue the best. Indeed, the inner sect and the outer sect are worlds apart. Compared to the outer sect, the resources and conditions for cultivation in the inner sect are indeed vastly superior. Fangling has ambition. Having ambition is a good thing. However, the Jianshu sect's recruitment before the examination is primarily limited to the outer sect. The main purpose of the sword asking competition is to recruit promising sword cultivators as outer sect disciples. As for the inner sect disciples, none can be recruited before the examination. This is a rule set by the Emperor of the Great Tang himself. All major sects in the Great Tang follow this rule before the examination to make way for it. To enter the inner sect of Jianshu, one must pass the examination, and according to the ranking of top sects, one must achieve an exceptionally good score to have a chance of selection. Once one enters the outer sect, they must adhere to the rules and endure the brutal assessments of the outer sect to have a chance of advancing to the inner sect. Otherwise, it will be difficult to enter the inner sect of Jianshu. Master Wen found it hard to persuade him, since Fangling had chosen this incredibly difficult path, choosing to fly into the fire. What could he say? Luojiang Academy wins. The referee of Jianshu sect announced the winner of the first match of the 2nd round. Jiang Linglong returned gracefully, holding an oil paper umbrella. Due to the continuous heavy rain, the competition was suspended and everyone retreated into the Jianshu sect's pavilion to avoid the rain, waiting for it to stop. Inside the pavilion, many students circulated their spiritual energy to dry their clothes, and amidst the rising humidity, a pair of eyes gazed towards the area where Luojiang Academy was located. The dominance exhibited by Fangling and Jiang Linglong made many academies feel a sense of vigilance. Even Chang'an Academy felt the pressure. Originally, Chang'an Academy's biggest competitors were Beijiang Academy and Donglu Academy, but with Luojiang Academy defeating and eliminating Donglu Academy, Chang'an Academy had to shift its focus to Luojiang Academy. The good news was that Fangling, the swordsmanship genius, had basically revealed all his trump cards during his battle with Lin Yun. Sword step, sword drawing techniques and dual sword skills had all been displayed. This prepared the students of Chang'an Academy psychologically, at least they would not be caught off guard by Fangling's suddenly displayed skilled swordplay. As for Jiang Linglong, this girl was too mysterious, having yet to exert her full strength. She was a formidable opponent. The heavy rain came quickly and left just as fast. Once the heavy rain ceased, the second round of the competition continued. The various arenas erupted into fierce battles once again. The second round was essentially an elimination round. If one lost, they would completely lose the chance to advance to the third round. Thus every student from the academies on the arena displayed their best abilities. As the matches progressed, the lists of those who advanced from each group were released. As expected, Chang'an Academy easily advanced and Beijing Academy also dominated their group, securing their advancement. In fact, among the four groups of Tiandi Xianhuang, there were all prominent old academies except for the Xian group. The other three groups established academies advanced without any doubt. Only in the Xian group did an upset occur. Donglu Academy was defeated by the dark horse Luojiang Academy. This was also the biggest upset of this year's sword asking competition so far. With the defeat of Donglu Academy, there was essentially no one in the Xian group to stop Luojiang Academy. Despite Lu Bubi being injured and unable to participate in the upcoming matches with Fangling and Jiang Linglong present, there was still no suspense. On the first stage of the Xian group, Fangling stepped onto the stage again. After swallowing a healing medicine, his injury on the tiger's mouth was basically no longer an issue. Facing his opponent, he did not use dual swords but initiated with sword drawing techniques, forcefully defeating his opponent and winning 2 consecutive matches. Subsequently, Jiang Linglong took the stage, drew her sword, and after a few exchanges knocked her opponent off the stage effortlessly. Luojiang Academy wins. Xian group advances Luojiang Academy. The referee of Jianshu sect announced loudly on the stage. The list of the 4 academies advancing to the third round was completely revealed. From the Tian group, Chang'an Academy; from the D group, Beijing Academy; from the Xian group, Luojiang Academy; and from the Huang group, Bailu Academy. Among them, Chang'an, Beijing and Bailu are established academies of the Great Tang, while Luojiang Academy is somewhat lesser known in comparison. However, this time no one from the 3 established academies dared to underestimate Luojiang Academy. After all, Fangling's achievement of defeating the disciple of the sword Saint Lin Yun was quite impactful. Now Fangling's name has gained some recognition among the students participating in this sword asking competition. Master Wen stood up, his white robes fluttering, and after exchanging smiles with the instructors of the other 3 established academies that advanced, he took Fangling and Jiang Linglong and left the daping of Shushan. On the daping, everyone gradually dispersed. The students from the 3 established academies were taken away by their instructors to arrange tactical guidance for the next day. Tomorrow is the last day of the team competition, which will also determine the final rankings. As for the students from the academies that lost in the team competition, they eagerly anticipated the individual matches after the team competition concluded. It is said that this year Jianshu sect has reformed the competition system for the individual matches. Master Wen halted his steps. Fangling and Jiang Linglong behind him also stopped, and in front of them stood a man in white with white hair standing with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing this figure, Master Wen's eyes involuntarily narrowed. I have met with Lord Chao Zhang. Master Wen hurriedly bowed respectfully. Chao Ziojian's face was cold and he glanced at Master Wen Ting. You have quite the guts, daring to step into the Jianshu sect. Are you not afraid of being killed? For a woman you abandoned the Jianshu sect. Quite the romantic. Chao Shaojian recognized Wen Ting, the little fellow whose swordsmanship talent shocked the entire Jianshu sect back then. How could he not recognize him? However, he looked down on this fellow. For a woman he gave up his future with the sword. Ridiculous to the extreme. In Chao Ziojian's eyes, women only slow down his sword drawing speed. Thus, without caring for Wen Ting's response, Chao Shaojian directly ignored him, his gaze falling upon Fangling and Jiang Linglong. He saw through Jiang Linglong's identity at a glance. I know why you are here. You must have received wind of it, so you chose to come this way, wanting to rely on your own strength to obtain it. I am quite pleased and admire that, Chao Shaojian said. Jiang Linglong, wearing a veil, slightly bowed. Chao Shaojian nodded in response, and finally his gaze fell upon Fangling. The purpose of my visit is you. Young man, your swordsmanship is not bad, Chao Shaojian said. After the competition, join the outer sect of Jianshu. Fangling's breath momentarily halted. He was indeed right about Master Wen's words. Jianshu sect truly came to recruit him, and it was none other than Chao Shaojian, known as the white-haired sword demon, who personally came. Chao Shaojian. This is a renowned figure throughout the Great Tang. However, Fangling suppressed the excitement in his heart, recalling his conversation with Master Wen. If he were to choose, he must choose the best. Therefore Fangling began to have a choice in his heart. Fangling's gaze became steady, and after bowing to Chao Shaojian, he said, if I were willing to enter Jianshu, could I enter the inner sect? Chao Shaojian raised an eyebrow and the next moment shook his head. Impossible. I cannot defeat the Emperor of the Great Tang otherwise. It would be possible. Chao Ziojian's words made Fangling's gaze firm.
Then I am willing to participate in the examination to strive for it. Perhaps I can rely on my own strength.
To enter the inner sect. Fangling said. As soon as these words came out, Chao Shaojian was taken aback and Jiang Linglong looked over in astonishment.
Master Wen had already prepared for this, showing no significant emotional change.
Fangling said. As soon as these words came out, Chao Shaojian was taken aback and Jiang Linglong looked over in astonishment.
Master Wen had already prepared for this, showing no significant emotion, but such a young person he was quite optimistic about.
Chao Shaojian extended his hand, grabbing Fangling's shoulder, his fingers tapping lightly. This is commonly known as bone touching.
However, after bone touching, the smile in Chao Ziojian's eyes gradually faded and a hint of astonishment emerged.
To enter Jianshu's inner sect through the examination. Are you kidding me? Your bone structure is so poor.
White grade. With a serious expression devoid of smiles, Chao Shaojian looked intently at Fangling.
White grade root bones. There are hardly any in the entire Jianshu sect. For those who can enter Jianshu sect cannot possibly have white grade root bones.
Yet a hint of softness surfaced in his eyes. It is simply inconceivable that one with white grade root bones could forge such a sword. The youth must have devoted everything for the sword. A sword cultivator obsessed with their craft deserves gentle treatment from the heavens. Chao Shaojian retracted his hand, his toes touching the ground as boundless sword energy surged forth. In an instant his figure transformed into a beam of sword light soaring into the clouds of the ninth heaven, disappearing from sight. Young man, dare to fight boldly. If you lose, come to Jianshu and find me. I can still offer you a chance to enter the outer sect. Although Chao Shaojian was no longer visible, his words still resonated powerfully.
Fangling's eyes flickered with gratitude. Chao Ziojian's earlier bone examination must have revealed his root bones, yet he still left him with an opportunity. Fangling bowed solemnly, filled with appreciation.
It was not until Chao Shaojian had long vanished that Teacher Wen cautiously approached.
You actually refused. Are you really planning to rely on the examination to gamble? Teacher Wen frowned as he looked at Fangling. Chao Shaojian personally extended the invitation, yet Fangling still declined.
With your root bones facing a crowd of geniuses in the examination, your chances are slim.
Teacher Wen understood Fangling's root bones were white grade, ordinary among the vast student body, and precisely because they were ordinary there was no hope. Fangling's accomplishments in swordsmanship had already exceeded Teacher Wen's comprehension. Fangling nodded, excitement bubbling deep within his eyes. White grade root bones. Everyone thinks I am incapable. Just wait until I bind a few geniuses and see.
However, Fangling was also deep and thought he might need to address his root bone issue later. If his strength increased too rapidly, it would appear strange. Teacher Wen did not try to dissuade him again, as this was Fangling's own decision. On the side, Jiang Linglong would certainly not persuade him either. Whether Fangling entered Jianshu had nothing to do with her. After Teacher Wen introduced the details of the three old-style academies to Fangling and Jiang Linglong, he dismissed the meeting to rest and adjust. As for Lu Bubi, he was still recuperating from his injuries. Fangling returned to his room. Song Qingyun from the adjacent room had not yet returned, likely discussing tactics for the next day's battle. In this regard, Teacher Wen was rather laid back, not very focused on the formulation of tactics. After closing the door, Fangling felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. He finally learned Jiang Linglong's name. This mysterious girl had finally revealed herself before him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, gently stroking the space ring on his index finger, Fangling concentrated, extracting all the low-grade spirit crystals from within. There were a total of 40 pieces, 10 of which were generously sponsored by Old Fang. Fangling piled these spirit crystals on the bed, knowing they would be needed shortly. For a moment Fangling felt both anticipation and unease. After all, he did not know how Jiang Linglong's root bones were, as everything before had been mere conjecture on his part. What if old Jiang's talent is very poor? Fangling felt a moment of confusion, but the next instant his gaze sharpened and became resolute. Since he had made a choice, there was no need for regret. System: bind the bond object. Jiang Linglong. Fangling took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Ding, binding in progress. Detecting bound objects, cultivation level 2nd grade 8th stage sword master, estimated binding time 3 days. The system prompt popped up. Fangling was momentarily taken aback, and the next moment a sense of boredom washed over him. 3 days for binding. I've already stripped down for this and you throw me this. However, Fangling remembered that the system had mentioned before that the stronger the bound object, the longer the binding time would be. It's quite uncomfortable. System. Is there a way to speed up the binding process? Fangling inquired. 3 days to bind and the sword examination will be over. By then everything will be lost. Fangling felt fortunate that he did not attempt to bind Chao Shaojian, as with Chao Ziojian's cultivation it would probably take 10 or 8 years. Ding, detecting that the host currently possesses 3 fragments of the rush segment card, can exchange for time spent binding the bond object. Do you wish to exchange? The system prompt appeared. Fangling was taken aback for a moment, then elated. The rush segment card fragments have this use. Exchange. The rush segment card fragments were only 3 to gather more, he would need 2 more, and they were of no use for the time being. Since that was the case, it was better to use them to exchange for binding time.
Ding. Exchange successful, binding countdown 15 minutes. Please wait, host.
In the inventory, the rush segment card fragments vanished, replaced by the system's prompt.
15 minutes was something Fangling could wait for.
Switching to Jiang Linglong's bond state, he took out a spirit crystal to begin absorbing and refining. Perhaps due to his mindset, Fang's speed of absorbing the spirit crystals had become somewhat slow. In 15 minutes he had barely absorbed half a low-grade spirit crystal. At this moment the melodious system prompt finally popped up.
Ding. Bonding successful, bond object Jiang Linglong. Fangling exhaled slowly, overwhelmed with excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. She is here. Bond Jiang Linglong. Age 15. Cultivation 8th stage sword master, 2nd grade sword cultivator. Root bone 55 gold. Cultivation speed 15 low-grade spirit crystals hour. Jiang Linglong's information popped up before him. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Fangling couldn't help but gasp. Golden root bones. 8th stage sword master. Is this Jiang Linglong's true strength? Jiang Linglong has golden root bones while Niwen has yellow grade 80 root bones. A prodigy. No wonder she achieved 8th stage sword master at such a young age. While resources played a part, her innate root bones and talent were also indispensable. I made the right bet. Now these golden root bones belong to Fangling.
Fangling suddenly felt an impulse to place his hands on his hips and laugh heartily. With a thought he checked his system panel.
Host Fangling. Cultivation 7th stage sword disciple. Level LV2.
Experience 200, 010000.
Root bone 36 white. Cultivation funds 5,000 gold coins, 30 low-grade spirit crystals for cultivation purposes only. Items 1 triple amplification card. Bond objects Niwen 50, Jiang Linglong 50.
Unique passive extra rewards for cultivation-related matters with bond objects.
Although Fangling's cultivation speed was already incredibly fast, it still fell far short compared to Jiang Linglong, an 8th stage sword master.
What is it like to absorb 15 low-grade spirit crystals in an hour?
Fangling took a deep breath, his eyes filled with eager anticipation.
He extended his hand, grasping a low-grade spirit crystal from the bed, covering it with his palm, and prepared to absorb it while operating the Great Tang sword cannon. However, just before absorbing, the system once again popped up a prompt.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully binding a new bond object and receiving an item reward random card X3.
There are rewards.
Does each new bond object come with an item reward? This is quite motivating, encouraging him to level up the system and bind more geniuses.
The system is quite clever. He glanced at the introduction in the item inventory.
Random card, a one-time card that randomly transforms into a functional card with each use. Combined with bonds, the effect is enhanced duration 1 hour. This introduction was somewhat vague, but Fangling still understood. In other words, using the random card, if lucky, there's a chance to draw an amplification card. Of course, it could also be something like a rush segment card.
Fangling pondered. Draw a card. Fangling silently thought. Ding.
Would you like to use the drawn random card for conversion?
Insight card. Fangling raised an eyebrow. Do not use, continue to draw. Ding.
Draw a random card and convert to enchantment card combat type.
Ding. Draw a random card and convert to double amplification card. All 3 random cards were drawn by Fangling. It felt somewhat like a lottery, inexplicably thrilling.
The only downside was that the last drawn double amplification card was somewhat lackluster after all, having tried the triple amplification card. The double
felt a bit underwhelming. However, since it was drawn, it should be used.
Perfectly suited to pair with Jiang Linglong's bond state.
Switch to Jiang Linglong's bond state and use the double amplification card. Ding. Switching begins. Switch completed.
You gain the equivalent of 50 cultivation insights and speed bonuses from the bond object. Using the double amplification card, you gain the equivalent of 100 cultivation insights and speed bonuses from the bond object.
Wishing you happy cultivation. Fangling grabbed a spirit crystal lying on the bed.
Opposite him, a graceful and aloof figure radiated a faint golden light, sitting across from Fangling, sharing the same posture and breathing rhythm.
Boom. The spiritual energy in the spirit crystal seemed to be sucked away by Fangling in a rush. This exhilarating feeling was like flying. With a rush, another strand of spiritual energy entered his body, then another. So fast. It's indescribably delightful. Fangling suddenly opened his eyes. An audacious thought struck him. What would happen if he simultaneously switched the cultivation states of both bond objects for cultivation? In just 1 hour he refined 15 lower-grade spirit crystals, a speed of cultivation that Fangling could hardly imagine. Previously, Niwen's cultivation speed was already quite fast, but Jiang Linglong's pace was astonishingly faster.
It felt as if he had just entered a state of focus, immediately rising to a climax.
However, once a bold thought appeared in Fangling's mind, it could no longer be erased. Dual cultivation was no longer sufficient for Fangling. He desired triple cultivation. System.
Can the cultivation states of the bond object be activated simultaneously?
Fangling felt the spiritual energy rapidly flowing through his meridians and asked.
The system responded quickly. The bond object can indeed be activated simultaneously. Once activated, the cultivation states will automatically stack, granting the host a 10% increase in cultivation comprehension and speed. However, the host's spiritual consciousness meridians and physical burden will increase, and the effect of the enhancement card will deplete faster.
Do you choose to activate the bond cultivation simultaneously? The system's response made Fangling's heart skip a beat, and he quickly fell into deep thought.
The ability to stack states was a pleasant surprise, but cultivating with stacked bond states also had downsides, as it would increase the burden on his spiritual consciousness and meridians, along with increasing the consumption of the enhancement card. Overall, it was a double-edged sword. If he didn't use the enhancement card, the overall effect should be beneficial. This was still with a few bound objects. If there were more bound objects activated simultaneously, the benefits would likely multiply.
Understanding this point, Fangling suddenly felt relaxed.
Since he had used a double enhancement card that lasted for 1 hour, he directly attempted to enter the dual bond state.
Ding!
The dual bond state has been activated.
Friendly reminder: host, please pay attention to your health and wish you a pleasant cultivation experience.
The system notification popped up.
Buzz. To Fangling's left, a graceful phantom similar to Niwen appeared, glowing with a yellow light.
He instantly felt his mind clear and his cultivation speed increase slightly, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit crystals more quickly,
gaining a 10% boost.
Thus at this moment his cultivation speed was slightly faster than Jiang Linglong's gold great rootbone cultivation speed. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a torrent, and Fangling felt his meridians swelling with a faint pain coursing through them. Above his head, wisps of green smoke billowed due to the rapid absorption of spiritual energy. In less than an hour he drained 15 lower-grade spirit crystals.
Fangling sat cross-legged on the bed, looking exhausted yet satisfied, surrounded by the increasing remnants of consumed spirit crystals.
He exhaled a breath of foul air as if cutting through the air with a sword's aura. He felt the surging spiritual energy almost reaching the peak of the 7th stage.
Fangling's eyes sparkled. If he continued at this pace, he might break through to the 8th stage swordsman tomorrow.
The dual bond state was exhilarating, yet it was too taxing on his body. However, if he had enough spirit crystals in reserve, coupled with the dual bond state, 1 month would definitely be enough to reach the 9th stage.
Fangling stretched lazily, having bound himself to old Jiang next.
It was time for an in-depth conversation about cultivation. This was
the main event. The next day, after the rain, the sky was clear and blue. Fangling left his room early and arrived at the large square of Mount Shu.
Jiang Linglong was already in the large square, wearing a veil, her long dress flying in the wind. She sensed something and looked towards Fangling, who was walking towards her. A strange look appeared in her eyes.
She noticed that today Fangling
seemed particularly pleasing to the eye, even evoking an indescribable sense of familiarity from deep within her heart.
It was as if she and Fangling were close friends who had known each other for many years. What a bizarre feeling.
She had only met Fangling for the first time in Luojiang City. How could they possibly have known each other for long? It must just be because of the admiration from yesterday's battle, Jiang Linglong murmured, suppressing her strange feelings.
However, despite her naturally aloof demeanor, she did not hide this feeling of familiarity.
She smiled at Fangling, her star-like eyes curving into crescent moons. In the distance, Lu Bubi also arrived, his head wrapped in bandages. After taking a precious healing elixir, his injuries had completely stabilized. If possible, he could even take the stage to fight, though winning was another matter. At least he could display some aura. Lu Bubi felt a bit awkward. His first battle
ended in defeat.
He had promised to help Fangling win effortlessly, but instead he had become the one who was carried through.
Yesterday was just a mistake. Lu Bubi comforted himself internally.
He saw Fangling approaching and greeted him with a smile.
Fangling nodded politely with a smile and then bypassed Lu Bubi, heading straight towards Jiang Linglong.
He began chatting with Jiang Linglong, laughing as if they were old friends. A gust of wind blew by and Lu Bubi felt that the wind today was a bit chilly. When did these two become so familiar? What had they done behind his back while he was injured?
Overnight, Lu Bubi felt a sense of abandonment by the entire world.
At this moment, Fangling had no mood to pay attention to Lu Bubi's feelings, as he himself was not very good at comforting people. He could only say, "You lie down well, just strike a few poses and we will continue to carry you through."
Fangling wore a warm smile.
Jiang Linglong frowned slightly at his smile. It seemed
somewhat improper. "Miss Jiang, I observed your 4-season sword technique yesterday and had some insights.
I have a few questions regarding the sword technique that I hope to discuss with you." "You may speak," Jiang Linglong replied, raising an eyebrow unexpectedly, inquiring about cultivation issues. If this had been in the past, Jiang Linglong would have resisted, but today, recalling that familiar feeling from deep within, she rarely did not refuse.
Fangling felt delighted. See, he and Xiao Wenzi were indeed two different types. Old Jiang's confidence radiated from within.
Your sword technique simulates the changes of the 4 seasons. In fact, my dual sword flow is somewhat similar to the summer rain sword force, except that my dual swords strike more rapidly. I noticed that you integrated the summer rain force into your sword technique. I have considered this as well, but there are a few critical points that need to be overcome, primarily regarding the technique of striking.
Fangling began.
Jiang Linglong fell into deep thought as Fangling's questions surprisingly provided her with substantial help regarding her swordsmanship. For a time the two engaged in a heated exchange, colliding ideas and sharing deep insights on cultivation. In the distance, Lu Bubi slightly opened his mouth, feeling out of place with the two of them.
Moreover, why was Fangling discussing sword techniques and not with him, Lu Bubi? Did Lu Bubi not match up to Fangling?
In the distance, Teacher Wen arrived. He saw Fangling and Jiang Linglong engrossed in conversation, momentarily taken aback, not expecting these two to be able to chat together.
He knew a bit about Jiang Linglong's identity, and it was precisely this knowledge that surprised him.
However, Teacher Wen had no intention of interrupting. A hint of knowing patience flashed in his eyes.
He glanced at the confused and lonely Lu Bubi and waved his hand dismissively.
You brat, you've been injured, your condition is poor, and the probability of losing in the 3rd round is high. Why not come with me to draw lots to increase your sense of participation and prove that you are not simply lying down to win?
Teacher Wen spoke. Does what you say count as human language?
Lu Bubi felt as if a sword had pierced into his chest, repeatedly pulling out.
Lu Bubi, how could I not win a single match? Who do you look down on?
Lu Bubi, a genius of swordsmanship. Even if I were to be defeated today, I would never choose to lie down.
Lu Bubi shouted internally. However, Teacher Wen disregarded his protests and directly dragged Lu Bubi to draw lots.
The clouds in the sky drifted lazily. At the large square atop Mount Shu, a clamor arose as the results of the drawing were announced.
The opponent for Luojiang Academy in the 3rd round was Chang'an Academy.
Teacher Wen's face darkened slightly as he shot Lu Bubi a few disdainful glances, regretting bringing this guy to draw lots, which ruined his...
Lu Bubi's lips trembled. Why should your bad luck concern me? However, the next round's opponent, Chang'an Academy. A complex expression flashed across Lu Bubi's face. In fact,
being the treasure of the team wasn't bad, that position was quite important. Meanwhile, down by the arena, Fangling, oblivious to the drawing results, was getting more and more into the conversation, even switching directly to Jiang Linglong's bond state. For a moment, insights about the Golden Roots sparked a collision of ideas with Jiang Linglong. Jiang Linglong's eyes also grew brighter. She hadn't expected that Fangling shared many similar insights with her in the realm of swordsmanship, giving her a feeling of encountering a kindred spirit.
This feeling was so wonderful. Ding!
The host engaged in deep communication about cultivation with the bond object Jiang Linglong, triggering a cultivation passive and receiving the reward Tactical Formation Talisman Rotor Reverse Style Flying Sword Amplification Array. The conversation abruptly halted.
Fangling.
Could you reward me with something more worldly?
What exactly is this newly emerging reward? A ritual array talisman. Jiang Linglong is a sword cultivator, right?
Why, after a deep exchange, did the reward turn out to be something related to talisman cultivation?
This is unreasonable. With such a name, ordinary people truly cannot comprehend it.
In any case, Fangling searched all the knowledge related to talisman cultivation taught by the instructor in his mind, but found no relevant information. However, Fangling, having previously acquired and specialized in the advanced technique of flying sword mastery, managed to figure out a little something. This ritual array talisman is actually used on flying swords.
But as for how to use it specifically, Fangling didn't quite understand.
After all, his research in talisman cultivation had been limited. He primarily focused on sword cultivation. Niwen is a talisman cultivator. Deeply exchanging with her led to revelations related to sword cultivation. Jiang Linglong is a sword cultivator, yet revealed something related to talisman cultivation. What would happen if I deeply exchanged with a martial artist?
Fangling stroked his chin, lost in thought, as if he had figured out something. Instructor Wen and Lu Bubi returned from drawing lots. Not continuing the exchange, Fangling released the binding state and his tense spiritual sense relaxed.
Both of them had grim expressions. In the 3rd round, our opponent is Chang'an Academy. Only by defeating Chang'an Academy do we have a chance to contend for first place.
Instructor Wen said.
He had originally thought they would face Chang'an Academy in the final match, but unexpectedly encountered them early.
Chang'an Academy is truly formidable.
Even though Wen Ting had high hopes for Fangling and Jiang Linglong facing the 3 participating students from Chang'an Academy, there was still not much confidence. Chang'an Academy is located at the foot of the Tang Emperor in the political and economic center of the Tang dynasty, the capital city of Chang'an. With gifted individuals and a rich environment, the talents nurtured here are among the best in the Tang dynasty. Every examination, about 80% of the 3,000 students from Chang'an Academy pass and are selected by sects. Most of the time the top achiever in the Tang dynasty's examinations comes from Chang'an Academy.
Therefore when Instructor Wen mentioned the next opponent both Fangling and Jiang Linglong became somewhat solemn. Well anyway, reaching the third round has already exceeded my expectations and it can be considered the best result for Luojiang Academy in its history. You shouldn't feel too much pressure going forward. Instructor Wen smiled. Now let me analyze our opponent for you.
After finishing his words, Instructor Wen glanced at Lu Bubi, hesitated for a moment and said, you should listen too, even though
it may not be of much use, but you'll be more comfortable.
Lu Bubi. Instructor Wen ignored Lu Bubi's resentful gaze and began to analyze this formidable opponent from Chang'an Academy.
Chang'an Academy is a well-known established academy in the Tang dynasty. At first I truly did not expect you to face them.
This time the 3 participating students from the academy are all swordmasters, each with their own specialties.
Among them the ace of Chang'an Academy is named Lu Zhe.
This person, like Fangling, excels in speed and has agile sword techniques.
He is the great-grandson of Lu Taiyuan, the chancellor of the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing this, Fangling was immediately stunned. Lu Taiyuan.
Although a chancellor, was also a renowned figure in swordsmanship, a character included in the teaching materials with stories about him circulating in the texts, known as the drunken sword immortal who once drank wine while slaying demons, humorously referring to it as demons for liquor. To have such a legendary figure's great-grandson as the opponent in the next match.
Even Jiang Linglong frowned slightly upon hearing this name. Tricky. Chang'an Academy truly lives up to its reputation.
Apart from Lu Zhe, the other 2 are not weak either, but they still fall short compared to Lu Zhe.
If I'm not mistaken, in the first match Chang'an Academy will send out Lu Zhe.
Thus the first match is very important. If Fangling can defeat Lu Zhe, even if he loses his combat effectiveness afterward with Zhang Pei in the next 2 matches, there's still a chance. However, if Fangling loses, especially if he loses too quickly, allowing Lu Zhe to face Zhang Pei, and Zhang Pei becomes too exhausted, then we basically lose.
Instructor Wen said sternly. Although Luojiang Academy still had Lu Bubi's strength was slightly weaker than the other 2 from Chang'an Academy, excluding Lu Zhe.
Thus he could not influence the overall situation.
Meanwhile, while Instructor Wen was discussing tactics with Fangling and Jiang Linglong, the third round had already begun on the arena. Students from Bailu Academy and Beijiang Academy began their competition. On the arena, sword shadows intertwined and the sound of swords echoed. The battle was fierce, almost entirely a fight to the death. On the arena, if one's will was not strong enough, the likelihood of defeat was very high.
Additionally, the previous bloody battle between Fangling and Lin Yun had stimulated these students, each fighting with great fervor. The referee from the Jianshu sect had also changed, replaced by a much older elder. However, this elder's cultivation was exceptionally strong. Just the aura he emitted was filled with oppressive force, clearly a formidable presence at the 4th rank. The competition between Bailu Academy and Beijiang Academy quickly concluded in a brutally fierce manner. The winning side suffered severe casualties.
Song Qingyun, who lived next to Fangling, also took the stage, enduring the pressure and at the cost of serious injury secured a win for Beijiang Academy, bringing the battle to the 3rd match between the aces of both academies. Ultimately, the ace of Beijiang Academy narrowly defeated the ace of Bailu Academy.
The 2 students fought until the end, both covered in blood, yet displayed the pride and demeanor of sword cultivators. This spectacle left the surrounding academy students shouting with excitement.
As the battle concluded and some rest was taken, the competition between Chang'an Academy and Luojiang Academy was about to begin.
One is a powerful established academy and the other is the biggest dark horse in this sword competition.
Both attracted everyone's attention.
However, even though Luojiang Academy is the biggest dark horse facing Chang'an Academy, not many people are optimistic. Chang'an Academy is too strong, having held the first place for several consecutive sessions.
This time should not be an exception either, mainly because Lu Zhe from Chang'an Academy is the renowned great-grandson of the drunken sword immortal. Names carry weight.
Lu Zhe, having received guidance from the drunken sword immortal since childhood, how could his swordsmanship be weak?
Fangling, for the first match, stay steady. Instructor Wen rarely became serious.
Even if Lu Zhe wants to win against Fangling, he will have to expend a huge amount of energy, which would create opportunities for Zhang Pei.
Fangling nodded, grabbing his steel sword and preparing to walk towards the arena.
However, Lu Bubi stopped him and handed over the luxurious sharp long sword.
Take this and use it.
If you win, please treat me to a drink.
Lu Bubi said. If you lose, it doesn't matter, I have this treasure to back you up.
This was something Fangling had jokingly said to Lu Bubi before.
Now as Lu Bubi said it, there was a hint of self-deprecation. Fangling raised an eyebrow, accepted Lu Bubi's sword and held both swords aloft. As he passed by Jiang Linglong unexpectedly, she also offered her sword.
Against Lu Zhe, if you use an ordinary steel sword, it will become your weakness.
Lu Bubi's sword can barely be used, but the other one. Use mine. Jiang Linglong, cold as an ice mountain, said.
She herself did not understand why, but facing Fangling she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, otherwise this ice mountain would not have melted a bit, lending her sword. After all, in this sword competition she had not even used her personal sword herself. As Fangling gripped Jiang Linglong's sword, he could vaguely sense the sound of the sword's resonance lingering within the scabbard. Drawing the sword, its light glimmered, and a cold sword intent spread. A fine sword. Fangling's eyes brightened. After thanking Jiang, he held swords in both hands and stepped onto the arena. On the arena, the opponent was already waiting. A youth dressed in plain clothes with a large gourd hung at his waist, his hair tied with a thin string, his clothes open at the chest, wearing a peculiar smile on his face. Looking at Fangling standing opposite him, the plainclothed youth took a swig from the wine gourd, wiped his mouth, and said, "Do you know? Holding this seasoned snow sword within the imperial capital, in less than an hour you will be no more."
Fangling was taken aback.
The plainclothed youth smirked upon seeing Fangling's expression. "You managed to defeat Lin Yun, which is indeed impressive, but you relied on luck. Lin Yun underestimated you at the beginning and fell into your sword trap, otherwise you wouldn't have had many chances.
And I won't underestimate you, so in this battle you will definitely lose.
Originally I thought you were quite likable since you defeated Lin Yun. But once you hold the seasoned snow sword,
I just can't stand it."
The plainclothed youth Luze took a sip of wine, and as the liquid flew out his tone became colder and his sword was drawn.
"This sword. Is it something you can wield?"
However, before he could finish his words, Fangling had already made his move, gripping both swords in reverse and utilizing the Lingshu sword step, seeming to pull multiple afterimages as he approached.
"You talk too much. Are we competing in swords or in insults?"
"Sword duel.
An insult."
Luze put down his wine gourd, his smile fading. As the great-grandson of the drunken sword immortal, he had never been insulted so blatantly before.
Did he think that defeating Lin Yun made him invincible?
Luze drew his sword, the sound of the blade singing crisp yet heavy, echoing above the arena. This was also a sword of exceptional quality. Luze was genuinely displeased with Fangling. What had this kid been doing with Jiang Linglong before stepping onto the stage? Why would Jiang Linglong give her precious personal sword to Fangling? In the imperial capital, how many talented individuals had tried to win a smile from her, yet this kid? What right did he have? Under the arena, the many observing students were instantly in an uproar. The atmosphere was tense, as if a needle could pierce a grain of wheat. They had just stepped onto the stage and the battle had begun. Fangling, who had previously defeated Lin Yun, against Luze, the great-grandson of the drunken sword immortal. This match was bound to be thrilling. Lin Yun arrived carrying a rusty iron sword, his face cold, staring intently at the clash between Fangling and Luze. If this kid only had the skills he displayed before then against Luze, he would surely lose. Lin Yun crossed his arms, his gaze stern, carrying an air of pressure. He was serious. If not for his previous carelessness falling into Fangling's rhythm and swordsmanship trap, it would have been very difficult for Fangling to defeat him. On the arena, the referee from the Jianshu sect floated to a distance, spiritual energy swirling between his palms as he fixed his gaze firmly on Fangling and Luze. The two young men were like beams of light piercing through darkness, converging from either side of the arena, colliding fiercely.
Fangling held nothing back, unleashing his sword techniques, dual sword flow and spiritual phantom sword steps all at once. His double swords transformed into a torrential downpour covering Luze. Luze too became serious. Without using his cultivation, the influence on his swordsmanship would still be significant, so he did not dare to be careless. With a swift draw, Luze's sword also moved quickly, slicing towards Fangling's dual swords. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds of swords colliding echoed continuously on the arena. Both of them swung their swords with such speed that many could only see afterimages. Only at the moment of collision did sparks fly. Neither of them was like Lin Yun, a strength-based swordsman. In terms of physical strength, they were not far apart, but speed was their true advantage. Luze's swordsmanship was more ethereal, while Fangling adhered to the unpredictable nature of the spiritual phantom sword steps. Surrounding the arena, a sudden silence fell as everyone held their breath, fixated on the rapid exchanges on the stage. Many even rubbed their eyes, trying to see clearly how the two were wielding their swords. The swords moved too quickly, creating phantoms. Many talented students were exclaiming in excitement. These two were indeed figures of immense potential from their respective academies. As they exchanged sword techniques, the two began to engage in footwork battles, constantly shifting positions on the stage. However, the speed of their strikes only increased, as if after an initial probing they both entered each other's rhythm. Luze was a second-tier swordsman. Although he did not exert his cultivation, his physical condition was still superior to Fangling, thus giving him an advantage in footwork. Gradually, Fangling's spiritual phantom sword steps could no longer keep up with Luze's speed, and he began to be pressured. This scene caused an uproar. Many shook their heads below, sensing Fangling's decline. Previously he had won against Lin Yun by leveraging speed, but against Luze he could not find an advantage and was even being countered. In the area of Luojiang Academy, instructor Wen frowned while Lu Bubi clenched his fist, staring intently at the arena. Jiang Linglong also watched without blinking. Atop Mount Shu, the clouds were ethereal. A figure in white with white hair sat cross-legged on a cloud, polishing his sword as he looked down at the arena. In the reflection of his eyes, the duel between Fangling and Luze unfolded, his expression calm. To select the Jian Shu sect based on one's own strength. If he cannot win this battle, then the vow will only be a joke. Sweat began to roll down, shattering with a plop. Fangling truly felt the pressure. He did not switch to the bond state, he wanted to test his own strength. But Lu Zhe was really too strong. Fangling struggled to keep up with Lu Zhe's speed. Speed and grace were Lu Zhe's advantages, and Fangling also pursued this style. In a contest of the same type, struggling in his field of expertise meant defeat was not far off. Lu Zhe showed no signs of underestimating his opponent. He unleashed his full strength from the start. Having drunk before the battle, his sword now carried a hint of drunkenness, making his sword momentum increasingly elusive. With a step of the spiritual phantom sword steps, Fangling unleashed sword chi with his foot, striking towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe waved his sword, shattering the strand of sword chi. The sword steps, being a clever move, lost much of their effectiveness once countered. Fangling moved in again but was pushed back by the drunken sword. Taking a deep breath, a sense of helplessness surfaced in his eyes. With his own strength, it was indeed difficult. Forget it. System switched to Jiang Linglong's bond state. Fangling said. Ding. Switch successful, wishing you a pleasant cultivation. A system prompt popped up. In an instant, Fangling felt everything before him change. With Jiang Linglong's golden root bones, Lu Zhe's sword seemed to slow down in his eyes. Lu Zhe's perception became clearer. Having battled for so long, Lu Zhe had begun to adapt to Fangling's attack speed and rhythm, but now Fangling's speed suddenly increased. His sword techniques became more cunning, seemingly seeing more clearly. Many of his sword intentions were cleverly countered by Fangling. Something's off. You're really off. Was Fangling hiding his strength before? After Lu Zhe got accustomed to Fangling's rhythm, did he suddenly explode, catching him off guard? What a clever scheme. Lu Zhe was startled. Fangling suddenly accelerated attack rhythm, put immense pressure on Lu Zhe, even causing him to lose his composure. The Fangling, who could not keep up with his sword speed, now seemed to keep pace, even predicting his rhythm. This change was noticed not only by Lu Zhe but also by many observing students below. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed and his chest swelled. Impossible. When he fought me, he was actually hiding his strength. Does he look down on me, Lin Yun? The rusty heavy sword behind Lin Yun slammed into the ground, shaking the earth. The surrounding students were in an uproar, equally shocked as they watched the arena. This dark horse was way too dark. It had regained the initiative and was starting to press Lu Zhe. Jiang Linglong's beautiful eyes were fixed on the changing situation on the arena, her eyes crescent-shaped. Because she saw the shadow of her swordsmanship in Fangling's blade. Jiang Linglong recalled their previous discussions on the truths of swordsmanship. It turned out Fangling had understood and even gained insights. At this moment, incorporating her swordsmanship was what allowed him to counter Lu Zhe. Beside her, Lu Bubi was so excited he could barely close his mouth, feeling he could once again be the treasure of the team. On the arena, Lu Zhe sensed something was off. He swung his sword to push Fangling away, retreating several steps, his wine gourd tossed into the air. He tilted his head and drank. Gulp. Wine flowed from the gourd, running down his chin and sliding over his throat. Lu Zhe's steps began to sway, weaving like a snake, the rich scent of alcohol spreading across the arena. Drunken sword. From a distance, Fangling felt a chill. He sensed immense pressure. His dual sword flow, sword drawing techniques and spiritual phantom sword steps were all specialized for swordsmen, making him very strong at the swordsman level. But Lu Zhe's drunken sword combined with the strength of a swordsman was no longer a swordsman's technique. Fangling did not want Lu Zhe to continue drinking, stepping forward and lunging with his sword. However, Lu Zhe's steps swayed, appearing as if he were about to fall over, his face flushed, yet his sword momentum grew increasingly cunning. The bizarre sword momentum of the drunken sword followed no rules, making Fangling feel incredibly challenging. When someone is drunk, their swordsmanship becomes wild. Fangling was forced back. What could suppress the drunken sword? Fangling pondered quickly. He thought of a functional card he had previously transformed. Enchant card. After use, your attacks will carry the attack effects of a bonded partner. This was the description of the enchant card and the only battle-related item card Fangling had. System used the enchant card. Fangling thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and used it. If not, this battle might be a loss. He had no way to deal with Lu Zhe's drunken sword. And the trump card was meant to be used right. Ding. Please select the bond object for enchantment. Jiang Linglong. Fangling said without hesitation. Ding. Enchant card activated successfully, duration of 1 hour. Wishing you a pleasant battle. The system prompt disappeared. Buzz. Fangling felt the change instantly. In a vague sense, he thrust his sword as if Jiang Linglong was hidden beside him, also thrusting her sword. Sword strikes like rain, spring, summer, autumn and winter rain. The sword in his hand, the seasoned snow sword, seemed to sense the familiar sword momentum, emitting a joyful sword tune.
In an instant the sword light surged towards Lu Ze's side. Vaguely Lu Ze seemed to see Jiang Linglong within Fangling's sword hazy like the misty rain of Jiangnan. 4 seasons flow. This is impossible. Could it be? I drank too much. No. The originally flushed Lu Ze suddenly sobered up. Lu Ze woke up from his drunken stupor. His steps were unsteady, yet he astonishingly saw Jiang Linglong's sword technique in Fangling's strike. Who was Jiang Linglong? Fangling might not know, but how could he not know? Jiang Linglong's talent is among the top even among her peers in the imperial capital. And the 4 seasons sword technique is renowned. Even his great-grandfather would not dare to underestimate the creator of the 4 seasons sword technique. Therefore, seeing the 4 seasons sword technique in Fangling, Lu Ze was startled awake. Did Jiang Linglong impart the 4 seasons sword technique to Fangling? Impossible. It is a grave taboo to teach sword techniques in secret. Boo! A tremendous pressure instantly enveloped Lu Ze, who roared fiercely. However, having only partially sobered up, the power of the drunken sword in his hand plummeted. With a single sword thrust, a cold gleam of light shone. Fangling wielded his twin swords with rapid strikes, infusing them with the essence of the 4 seasons. It was as if Jiang Linglong's ethereal figure was behind him, holding the sword together with him. Twin swords. 4 seasons. Ding! A sharp sound echoed as Lu Ze's sword was knocked away while Fangling's other sword thrust out, causing the air to explode with a deafening roar. Puff! Lu Ze was struck by a sword in front of him, and in an instant blood blossomed like a lotus. Lu Ze staggered, retreating step by step, ultimately falling off the ring. On the ring the referee raised an eyebrow but did not intervene. After all, Lu Ze was not gravely injured. However, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The crowd's suppressed gasps of disbelief rose and fell. Lu Ze actually lost. It was beyond everyone's expectations, and many did not see through Fangling's final strike. But they did not need to see through it, they only needed to know that Lu Ze lost and Fangling won, and that was enough. What mattered to them was only the result. Lin Yun squinted, staring intently at Fangling. This guy was truly hiding his strength. Fangling looked down on him. Lin Yun's face darkened as he grabbed an old iron sword and turned to leave. In the area of Luojiang Academy, Jiang Linglong's eyes flickered with a strange light. That last sword. What happened? Fangling actually grasped the essence of the 4 seasons flow. No. Not just the ordinary 4 seasons flow. Fangling had integrated the 4 seasons flow into his twin sword. Goodness. This kid, after just watching you wield your sword a few times, could actually replicate 70 to 80% of the 4 seasons flow spirit. His bone structure is lacking, but his swordsmanship talent is indeed extraordinary. When Jiaoshi praised, it must be said, Fangling had shocked him. Did you teach him? When Jiaoshi turned to Jiang Linglong and asked. Jiang Linglong, wearing a veil, glanced at Wen Jiaoshi. What do you think? I think it's impossible. If so, this kid's sword talent is quite good. Wen Jiaoshi sighed, regretting Fangling's lacking bone structure. It was hard to articulate. Heaven really envies talent. Atop the peak of Shushan, the white-clad, white-haired Cha Shaojian also sighed. He actually won. That last sword had the flavor of the 4 seasons. Observing the sword, merging the sword. His talent is truly remarkable. What a pity. However, this year's examination is indeed interesting. Cha Shaojian smiled and stepped into the clouds, disappearing in a swaying motion. On the ring, Fangling felt the blood within him boiling. The effect of the enchantment card lasted only 1 hour, and within that hour his swordsmanship could incorporate Jiang Linglong's 4 seasons sword technique's effects. This doubled Fangling's swordsmanship power and more. Coupled with his twin sword flow, it was practically 2 against 1. Lu Ze, already half awake, was further disadvantaged by the two-known situation, so his loss was not unjust. At this moment Fangling was immersed in understanding the 4 seasons sword technique. In the enchanted state he was practically glued to Jiang Linglong, experiencing Elder Jiang's swordsmanship. This feeling was wonderful, allowing Fangling to gradually touch the essence of the 4 seasons flow. Next. Without lingering too long, Fangling grasped his sword with both hands, slightly tilting his head, and spoke lightly. Seizing the remaining effectiveness of the enchantment card, Fangling planned to continue. The instructor from Chang'an Academy helped Lu Ze up, his expression somewhat grim. Lu Ze had lost. Most importantly, he lost too easily. Moreover, he had not even managed to inflict any injuries on Fangling. At this moment Fangling clearly seemed to be in peak condition and could continue fighting without any issues. The remaining 2 students might not be Fangling's opponents. Chang'an Academy was falling far behind. Moreover, Chang'an Academy was about to be taken down in a string of 3. Not only did the instructors from Chang'an Academy think of this, but the many observing instructors around also wore strange expressions. Could it be that the Chang'an Academy, which had consecutively ranked first in the sword examination for several sessions, was going to experience a string of 3 losses this year? The instructors from Chang'an Academy gritted their teeth, arranging for the next student to take the stage. Do your best to wear him down so he has no spare energy to achieve a string of 3. The instructor sternly instructed. If Fangling truly accomplished a string of 3, that instructor might lose face entirely. A student stepped onto the stage. Fangling did not waste words and instantly dove out. Grasping his sword with both hands, he struck fiercely. No frills. Buzz. The student from Chang'an Academy facing Fangling was not weak either. His cultivation had reached the sword master level and his swordsmanship was also outstanding. However, unfortunately, he encountered the enchanted Fangling. As his eyes blurred, he felt as if Fangling had struck out with the power of 2 people wielding swords simultaneously. With the twin sword flow combined with the 4 seasons flow, Fangling and Elder Jiang engaged in a mixed double attack. This student from Chang'an Academy only lasted 2 strikes before meeting the same fate as Lu Zhe, blood bursting forth from his chest as he flew off the ring. Fangling became more and more excited in battle. Last one. A clamor erupted from below the ring. Was Fangling really planning to achieve a string of 3 against the prestigious Chang'an Academy? What kind of monster is this? Originally everyone thought Linwen who lost to Fangling was unfortunate, but now they realized that the Chang'an Academy was truly suffering. Linwen at least managed to take Fangling down with him while the Chang'an Academy was being thoroughly trounced. The last student of Chang'an Academy gritted his teeth, stepping onto the stage under immense pressure. Fangling had won 2 consecutive matches, his momentum soaring. The third student of Chang'an Academy felt his hands shaking as he gripped his sword. If he lost, then the Chang'an Academy would have suffered a string of 3 losses. This was the first time in countless years that the Chang'an Academy faced a string of 3 losses in the 3rd round. This was a humiliation, a groundbreaking disgrace. Below, Lu Zhe swallowed a pill, stopping his injuries, but his complexion was pale and his gaze fixed on Fangling, determined to remember. Though the third student of Chang'an Academy wanted to win, Fangling did not want to lose either. Furthermore, in his enchanted state, he was indeed quite formidable. 2 against 1. He couldn't afford to lose. Thus Fangling could only give the opponent a dignified way to lose, just like he did with Lu Zhe and the previous student, explosively hitting his chest and letting a crimson blood flower bloom. Everyone fell in the same manner. One person, one little red flower. This was fair and dignified. Below the ring, the instructor from Chang'an Academy held his head in despair. Damn it. Now my professional reputation will be ruined. Why me? Why did I foolishly push to lead the team? I thought that with Lu Zhe this time first place would be a sure thing, yet it ended up crashing into a stinking ditch. Luojiang Academy wins. On the ring, the referee from the Jianshu sect cast a deep glance at Fangling and announced. As the words fell, an uproar erupted like a giant stone dropped into a still pond. The crowd was in an uproar. The Chang'an Academy had suffered a string of 3 losses. Meanwhile, in the Luojiang Academy area, Lu Bubi's eyes widened, suddenly bursting into excited laughter. Ha ha ha. We really won. We are number 1. Lu Bubi was so excited he nearly started dancing. Cough cough. When Zhaoxi and Jiang Linglong exchanged speechless glances at the overly delighted Lu Bubi. This is just the first match of the 3rd round, we still have to compete for first place with Beijing Academy, Jiang Linglong reminded. Lu Bubi's face stiffened, suddenly embarrassed. Winning against Chang'an Academy isn't enough for first place. This is just a lay win, so exhilarating. Jiang Linglong found it hard to understand, glancing at Lu Bubi, and said, "Why are you so excited about a lay win?" Lu Bubi smiled brightly, looking at Jiang Linglong. "Aren't you also a lay winner? You just laid down, you don't understand." Jiang Linglong. At this moment, as Fangling walked down from the ring, he happened to see Lu Bubi, who was being unreasonable yet assertive, and his lips twitched slightly. "Old Jiang is different from you. Actually, the only true lay winner is you." His voice was not loud, yet it suddenly made the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lu Bubi looked at Fangling, fell silent for a while, and his gaze gradually grew desolate. "Longzi, you've changed." Fangling spoke the truth. Jiang Linglong was indeed similar to Lu Bubi. After all, Fangling was bound to old Jiang, which meant that on the arena it was as though Fangling and Jiang Linglong were facing the enemy together. Thus Jiang Linglong could not be considered to have won effortlessly, she simply fought in an unconventional manner. As for Lu Bubi, he was the one truly lying down to win. Of course. Fangling did not explain, merely throwing out a casual remark. The duration of the enchantment card still had some time left, and Fangling was hesitating whether to also include the match against Beijing Academy. Otherwise he would be wasting an enchantment card. This was Fangling's first combat-type card thus far. After a suppressed silence, the air erupted with cheers. Luojiang Academy defeated another established academy, advancing to the finals. In fact, everyone knew that the suspense was gone. When Fangling achieved a string of victories against Chang'an Academy, everyone understood the final outcome. This time Luojiang Academy would undoubtedly secure first place, no doubt about it. Because the other academy advancing, Beijing Academy's participants, faced off against Bailu Academy, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. Each participant was injured and their condition severely declined. If Luojing Academy and Chang'an Academy fought and both sides were equally injured with declining conditions, then Beijiang Academy could still contend. However, with Fangling, who had triumphed over 3 genius sword cultivators from Chang'an Academy, including the drunken sword immortals descendant Lu Zhe, even if Fangling's condition declined, Luojing Academy still had a trump card.
So how could they win? What could Beijiang Academy use to win? Would they gamble their lives?
There was no need. The most heartbreaking truth was that even if they fought, they might not win. After all, even if the students of Beijiang Academy were at their peak, they might still not defeat Luojing Academy. In the distance, the chief instructor of Beijiang Academy let out a long breath, feeling a mix of helplessness and resolution.
This year Luojing Academy was an unstoppable force.
As the leading instructor, he also had to consider the upcoming individual battles for his students. Primarily, he had received word that this year's Jianshu sect had implemented a reform in the individual battle format, seemingly offering great opportunities. He felt it would be better to generously concede this first place, preserving the strength of his students to battle in the individual competition.
In the Luojing Academy area, Fangling was still waiting for the final match of the team battle. Lu Bubi might have been hurt in his heart, turning away and proudly ignoring Fangling.
Jiang Linglong has always maintained the reserved demeanor expected of an ice queen. If you did not initiate conversation, neither would she.
Fangling attempted to engage Jiang Linglong in discussions about cultivation, but she remained aloof and uninterested, failing to trigger any passive cultivation effects.
Even their shallow exchanges barely counted.
Fangling couldn't help but feel a bit weary. At least Xiao Wenzi was adorable and could be coaxed into sharing something with a little effort.
Instructor Wen was called away by the judges of Jianshu sect. It seemed something unexpected had occurred in the matches.
However, he soon returned, his face glowing with excitement.
His eyes were filled with enthusiasm and a sense of accomplishment.
Bubi. Instructor Wen's eyes sparkled. You will take the final match.
Fangling, make sure to adjust your condition and stamina. The individual battle is about to commence, and this time there's something special.
Instructor Wen looked at Fangling, speaking earnestly.
While speaking, he also cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Linglong. The reason Jiang Linglong participated in this Jian competition was likely because she had received news in advance, which is why she specifically participated under the banner of Luojing Academy.
Lu Bubi was taken aback. Me? Was Instructor Wen's head hit by a donkey? Was he planning to mock Beijiang Academy?
Was he trying to mess with the opponent's mindset? Or was it to wear down the opponent's strength? Lu Bubi felt a whirlwind of emotions, but he soon grasped the key point. He was meant to exhaust the opponent's strength to pave the way for Fangling and Jiang Linglong.
Sure enough, was he not going to let Lu Bubi have an easy win? Very well.
Lu Bubi stood up proudly, held his head high and took back the sword from Fangling.
Rest assured, I will handle everything.
Lu Bubi looked at Fangling and Jiang Linglong, a strange sense of tragic heroism in his voice. I will do my best to wear down the strength of Beijiang Academy students. Fangling found this a bit odd, while Jiang Linglong's expression remained largely unchanged. She watched Lu Bubi's tragically heroic departure, then leaned over to Fangling's ear and whispered something softly.
Fangling was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling disinterested.
Lu Bubi stepped onto the arena, tightly gripping his sword, feeling both excited and resolute. Song Qingyun from Beijiang Academy stepped onto the arena. Seeing Lu Bubi, his expression was complex, and he turned to look at Fangling in the Luojing Academy area.
He sighed. You have two good teammates, Song Qingyun said. I admit defeat.
Then he cupped his hands toward Lu Bubi with a hint of reluctance and turned to leave the arena.
Lu Bubi was stunned.
The crowd erupted in an uproar. The noise was deafening and incessant. Many academies were still waiting for the final battle between Beijiang Academy and Luojing Academy, not expecting such an outcome.
It was so sudden. However, many instructors expressed their understanding. With Fangling and Jiang Linglong as trump cards in Luojing Academy, given the state of Beijiang Academy and Bailu Academy after their bloody battle, they basically couldn't win.
It was better to conserve their strength and focus on the individual battles. On the arena, Lu Bubi looked at Song Qingyun as he turned to leave, wanting to draw his sword and call the opponent back for a duel.
After finally getting his chance to fight, the opponent directly admitted defeat.
What was the difference between that and lying down to win?
As Song Qingyun left, the second student from Beijiang Academy stepped onto the stage. I envy you. You only got to fight once and still lost. And you can take first place with that. I admit defeat. The other party turned and walked away.
Lu Bubi clutched his chest, feeling his mindset being shattered. The third student stepped onto the stage, the trump card of Beijiang Academy.
Oh. Are you also a student of Luojing Academy? This is the first time I've seen you. Nice to meet you. Please tell Fangling I look forward to battling with him.
After saying this, the trump card from Beijiang Academy easily admitted defeat and gracefully turned to leave the arena.
Lu Bubi covered his mouth, desperately holding back tears.
His heart was riddled with wounds. He had been forced to win without effort.
This time it was truly against his will.
He had polished his sword, yet no one was there to duel with him.
Around him silence descended. The first place of the Jian competition was thus decided.
Everyone's gaze was fixed on the arena, watching Lu Bubi cover his mouth, nearly bursting into tears, their emotions complex as they saw how moved this child was.
This first place was hard-earned. First place in the Jian competition belongs to Luojing Academy. The judge shouted loudly on the arena.
Around the arena, many students from various academies also offered their congratulations. Amidst the congratulatory shouts, Lu Bubi covered his mouth, assisted by Instructor 1 as he left the arena. Meanwhile, in the Luojing Academy area, as the judge announced Luojing Academy as the first place in the Jian competition, the system's notification sound echoed in Fangling's mind.
Ding!
The host and the bond partner Jiang Linglong have worked together to secure first place in the Jian competition, resulting in deep cultivation communication, triggering passive cultivation effects and earning the reward green reward egg.
Ha! This counts as deep communication.
Old Jiang seems to be easier to extract from than I imagined. Fangling's eyes lit up. The main thing was that this time the reward was actually a green reward egg. Smash the egg.
Since he had nothing else to do, Fangling instantly made a decision.
The green reward egg in his inventory floated before him, invisible to those around.
Fangling reached out to grab the golden hammer. I will smash it.
With a thwack, the hammer came down. The shell of the green reward egg shattered and countless white lights burst forth from within. The special effects were off the charts. In the next moment, the shattered eggshell vanished into thin air. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Flicking Swordwave Sword Master Specialization. Flicking Swordwave will be acquired through muscle memory and mental transmission, solving the authenticity of swordsmanship from the perspective of causality.
Please rest assured and cultivate host. Another sword technique explosion.
But what delighted Fangling the most was that this time the sword technique that erupted was actually
Sword Master Specialization.
In his mind, memories and images began to surge along with countless technique transformations.
In the bamboo forest, a gentle breeze blew, resonating with the rustling sound of bamboo. Bamboo leaves fluttered down.
A young man stood, eyes closed in profile. After a while, the young man opened his eyes and countless bamboo leaves were blown away by the fierce wind, scattering like a torrential downpour. And the young man raised his hand, thumb pressed against his middle finger, suddenly flicking. The spiritual energy within him erupted from his fingertips, instantly creating a ripple-like sword energy fluctuation like a rolling river. The swirling fallen leaves were also swayed by the flicking sword wave, becoming even more unsteady. Day after day, year after year, the young man flicked his fingers countless times, unaware of the passage of time. One day the young man flicked his finger again, like a small stone dropping into a mirror lake. The sword wave rippled out and the surrounding fallen leaves crumbled to dust. Fangling slowly opened his eyes from his memories, looking at his own hands. His fingertips were thickly covered in calluses, though he could not recall when this had happened. His fingers slightly bent, with his thumb resting against his middle finger. The spiritual energy within him flowed freely, gathering at his fingertips.
Dimly, a current of air began to converge between the two fingers, suppressing the restlessness.
The finger-flicking sword wave could unleash lethal force without the need for a sword. This sword art surpassed Fangling's imagination, even more domineering than the sword drawing technique and the spirit void sword steps.
Fangling dispersed his finger imprint and smiled broadly.
With this finger-flicking sword wave, his gains from this sword inquiry competition were truly substantial. Indeed, there was still potential to be drawn from Lao Jiang.
Fangling had an intuition that he could still extract many good things from him. Lu Bubi and Wen Jiaoxi had returned.
The two displayed different expressions. Lu Bubi covered his mouth, appearing dazed, while Wen Jiaoxi was beaming with joy, having achieved first place in the sword inquiry competition. This was a highlight in his teaching career.
Calm down and rest well.
The reason Beijing Academy has given up on competing for first place is likely to prepare for the individual battles later. This year's format for the individual battles has changed, and I'm not entirely clear on the details. However, the emergence of so many swordsmanship geniuses in this sword inquiry competition must be due to the reform in the competition format. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the descendants of the drunken sword immortal Lu Zhe and disciples like Lin Yun from the Donglu sword saint to come and participate.
Wen Jiaoxi said. He specifically urged Fangling to rest well. Fangling nodded, feeling something unusual.
For a moment, the originally noisy Shushan daping suddenly quieted down as if a storm was approaching. Each student sat down where they were, inhaling and exhaling, adjusting their states. Fangling also ceased his study of the finger-flicking sword wave, sitting cross-legged, rotating his spiritual energy according to the Great Tang sword classic to recover his strength and energy. In less than half an hour, the Shushan daping once again erupted in noise.
Fangling opened his eyes, and beside him Jiang Linglong also opened her beautiful eyes, looking towards the peak of Shushan. The sound of breaking air echoed, deafening.
Lu Bubi, not far away, finally regained his senses from his previous stupor and exclaimed, "Flying sword!" The air waves surged. Above the clouds of Shushan, several disciples of the Jianshu sect in white robes rode their flying swords as if they were sword immortals descending to the mortal realm. The flying swords beneath their feet were all luxurious, roaring with the power of formation, operating at high speed, stirring the hearts of every sword cultivator. A gigantic flying sword soared across the sky, nearly obscuring the entire mountain peak. All the students were in shock. This is a large luxury flying sword maintained in flight by the simultaneous operation of 99 formations capable of carrying hundreds of people at once.
Lu Bubi exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he introduced it to Fangling.
As a flying sword enthusiast, he felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life at this moment. Sitting cross-legged on the large flying sword was a familiar figure, none other than the deputy head of the Jianshu sect, Zhao Xiaojin, who had once tried to recruit Fangling.
Each academy's instructors will independently control flying swords to follow the group.
The students of each academy will board the large flying sword and we will soon head to the location of the individual battles. Zhao Xiaojian, dressed in white with white hair, sat cross-legged on the sword's edge, speaking softly. His words floated out, causing many instructors to feel a chill. One by one they took out their flying swords and soared into the sky, bowing and saying yes.
Everyone follow me.
A branch master of the Jianshu sect led the way on his flying sword. Many instructors followed on their swords and instantly sword lights flowed like water, converging behind the branch master of the Jianshu sect as they surged into the distance. After giving a few instructions to Fangling and the others, when Jiaoxi also controlled his flying sword to follow the crowd. On Shushan Daping, a suppressed uproar lingered.
Fangling, Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong were personally escorted by the judges of the Jianshu sect to the 3 seats closest to Zhao Xiaojian's sword edge.
As the first place in the sword inquiry competition, they had this qualification. Jiang Linglong sat beside Fangling, enveloped by a formation, her veil fluttering, her body slightly trembling, seemingly excited and anticipatory.
Fangling pondered.
Jiang Linglong would represent Luojiang Academy in this sword inquiry competition. Perhaps it was for this moment. What was so special about this individual battle? With 200 academies and 600 competing students, they all boarded the large flying sword. As everyone found their positions and sat down, formations around them shimmered like rings, isolating air currents and sound waves. The formations of the flying sword roared with thunderous sounds, but those seated within the flying sword heard the gentle sound of a zither. The luxurious flying sword provided an unparalleled sense of comfort.
Everyone suppressed their curiosity, uncertain of where Zhao Xiaojian would take them.
Previous individual battles were held on the arena of Shushan Daping, but this time the location had changed.
For a moment everyone felt both novelty and excitement.
As everyone settled in, Zhao Xiaojian waved his sleeve and 9 exquisitely crafted spirit crystals floated in the air. These flawless spirit crystals shimmered with a misty glow. They were top-quality spirit crystals of extraordinary value.
Boom!
Zhao Xiaojian inserted the top-quality spirit crystals into the 9 slots beside his sword command.
Instantly spiritual energy surged and was drawn away.
On the sword edge of the gigantic flying sword, 99 formations operated simultaneously, rotating clockwise while forming a ring around the large flying sword, creating a ticking sound like a winding mechanism. The gigantic flying sword carrying 600 students soared into the sky, racing rapidly and disappearing from the peak of Shushan. The speed of the gigantic flying sword, propelled by top-quality spirit crystals, was not slow, even faster than when Jiax's flying sword. Crossing mountains and breaking through clouds, after 15 minutes the gigantic flying sword gradually slowed down and descended in front of an enormous floating palace.
Where is this? Fangling took a deep breath.
Before even approaching, he felt an immense pressure, as if there was an endless terror lurking behind the palace, clawing and roaring at the sky. This is the Jianmen Pass. Behind it lies the Jianshu Yaokei. A melodious voice came from the side.
Jiang Linglong's veil fluttered, revealing her exquisite features beneath.
She tilted her head back, her star-like eyes shimmering.
Yaokei. Fangling's heart jolted.
It was said that the Yaokei connected to 2 worlds and was extremely dangerous, guarded by top-tier sects. This time the location of the individual battles was actually arranged at the Jianshu Yaokei. Jiang Linglong glanced at Fangling and said, "Of course we can only stop at Jianmen Pass.
We cannot enter the true Jianshu Yaokei.
With our strength, entering the Yaokei would only result in being crushed by the collision of the 2 worlds." After saying this, Jiang Linglong fell silent.
As the gigantic flying sword landed, 600 students disembarked one by one.
Zhao Xiaojian waved his hand and the flying sword was stored in a spatial ring. 600 students were escorted by disciples of the Jianshu sect, leading them through the enormous palace. Soon they arrived at a massive passageway at Jianmen Pass. At the end of the passageway there was only a solitary sword, its tip pointing downwards, suspended upside down. A drop of blood stained the blade, clinging tightly to the sword body, unable to drip down. Outside Jianmen Pass, instructors stood on flying swords, hovering in midair, blocked from descending by disciples of the Jianshu sect. The instructors were unconcerned, focusing on the situation in the passageway, their expressions shifting slightly. When Jiaoxi narrowed his eyes, "So that's how it is. This year's individual battle format has actually changed to this." He had spent time in the Jianshu sect, so he understood quite a bit.
This is an assessment for outer sect disciples to challenge the inner sect.
The passageway is 1,000 meters long and outer sect disciples must walk 800 meters to qualify. The passage does not test strength but rather swordsmanship talent.
This assessment has been opened to the public for the first time.
Zhang Pei, Lu Zhe and that Lin Yun must all be aiming for that sword. However, that sword has been suspended there for 100 years and not a single disciple of Jianshu has managed to draw it.
Truly, ignorance breeds courage.
Even if one reaches 999 meters, attempting to grasp the sword would still be like crossing a chasm. After all, swords possess spirit just like a girl. If they have no feelings for you, they won't even let you touch them. However, if they have a good impression of you, then touching them is naturally possible. The drop of blood on the sword was exceedingly strange. Many students stared at it, gradually becoming entranced and completely lost in it. Zhao Shaojian snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound many students came to their senses, their faces pale and filled with fear. Don't keep staring at the sword. Listen carefully. The rules for the individual battle assessment are quite simple. Walk along the 1,000-meter passage. The farther you go, the higher your score. Zhao Shaojian wore a smile that seemed neither a smile nor a frown. I know many of you came here just for that sword. This is the sword once wielded by the master of Taihua, the Lotus Blossom. Of course, whoever can grasp this sword will be the first in the individual battle, and even the sword can be taken away. Zhao Shaojian shrugged. This sword had been hanging there for 100 years, and thousands of outer sect disciples from the Jianshu sect tried every year, yet no one had succeeded in drawing it. Thus he casually boasted without paying much attention. In front of the passage there was a cacophony of noise. The students' faces were filled with uncontainable excitement. They had not received this news beforehand, nor had the instructors mentioned it, yet the passage was not unfamiliar to the students. The students present were all talented sword cultivators from various academies, most of whom aimed for the Jianshu sect as their target sect. Thus they were well aware of Jianshu sect and had some knowledge about the passage assessment. This was an assessment for outer disciples of Jianshu sect vying for entry into the inner sect, held once every 3 years, and it was quite challenging. The passage assessment, which had never been open to the public, unexpectedly became a competition of individual battles today. Most importantly, that sword hanging at the end of the passage, according to Master Chaos' intention, could be taken by anyone who was able to grasp it. This meant that every student had a chance to obtain it. This was what excited everyone the most. The first sword immortal of the Tang dynasty, Xianyuan Taihua's treasured sword. Whoever could obtain it might have the qualification to become a disciple of the Taihua sect. What a tremendous temptation this was. At that moment many students were enlightened. No wonder the great sword immortal's great-grandson LVZ would participate in this sword competition, and no wonder the East Lu sword saint would send his disciple Lin Yun to compete. Everything was for this sword. Fangling was also somewhat surprised. No wonder instructor Wen said there was great fortune. This sword indeed counted as a monumental opportunity, but unfortunately it was not something just anyone could obtain. According to the teachings, this passage had existed for 100 years, but over the past century the disciples of Jianshu sect had changed numerous times, yet this sword remained steadfast. Flowing disciples, yet an unyielding sword. A thought flashed through Fangling's mind. In a daze could he obtain this sword? After a long while he chuckled and shook his head, thinking too much. Since Zhao Shaojian dared to boast like this, it indicated confidence in the sword. It wouldn't be easily taken by anyone. So Fangling was also self-aware. Zhao Shaojian quickly left, and an old sword cultivator from Jianshu sect took over the assessment of the passage. He had a scar on his face, looked stern, and exuded a chilling aura. He held a bloodstained iron sword and swept it across the ground, leaving a sword scar. Those participating in the assessment, the order of the academy students, will be shuffled. 100 will enter the passage in each batch, while others will stand behind the sword scar. Additionally, Deputy Sect Master Chao mentioned that points will be added for the examination. It is not limited to the top 3. As long as one can walk 800 meters in the passage, 20 points can be added to the examination score. The old sword cultivator's voice was hoarse as he shouted. Jianshu sect had already communicated with the court. The surrounding students, upon hearing this news, became even more excited. The first batch of students quickly lined up in front of the passage. At the old sword cultivator's command they stepped into the passage. Fangling was in the 5th batch, so he took a few steps back to watch quietly. Jiang Linglong stood beside him, her beautiful eyes also fixed on the sword within the passage. Fangling turned to her and asked, "Is this sword the reason you joined Luojiang Academy to participate in the sword competition?" Jiang Linglong was momentarily taken aback and nodded. She had not intended to answer Fangling, but the inexplicable sense of familiarity in her heart prompted her to explain. "This sword holds great significance for someone very important to me, so I hope to obtain it." Fangling nodded thoughtfully. The first batch of 100 students, each filled with excitement and tension, stepped into the passage. Some students revealed a glint in their eyes and began to charge forward. As someone stepped into the passage, the suspended sword at the end trembled slightly. An invisible wave gradually spread out. Like a floodgate opening, it surged within the passage. The surrounding cultivators' swords trembled slightly as if eager to unsheath and fly. Boom! The students who had originally intended to charge within the passage suddenly felt their eyes shrink as they were impacted by this ripple-like force. Instantly they lost control and were sent flying out. Many disciples even bled from their mouths and noses, their spirits injured. This is the sword intent. Jiang Linglong behind her veil slightly parted her red lips to clarify for Fangling. Fangling took a deep breath. Sword intent. When charging through the passage you cannot rush, you must be steady and counter the sword intent. Otherwise it is easy to have your spirit shattered by the sword intent. Jiang Linglong reminded him, mentioning some strategies for overcoming the challenge.
Fangling nodded. This was indeed something to pay attention to.
Within the passage, 7 or 8 students who intended to charge were knocked out like fallen leaves. They did not cover more than 10 meters within the passage. The scarred old sword cultivator chuckled coldly and waved his hand, sending the defeated students to be taken away by Jianshu sect disciples for treatment.
The remaining students continued forward, their steps unsteady, completely lacking the anticipated exhilaration.
As time passed, one pale-faced student after another exited the passage, their faces filled with regret and reluctance.
100 meters, 200 meters.
This was the level of most students. Among the first batch, the most outstanding performance came from a student of Donglu Academy, but even he only advanced 400 meters in the passage.
Outer disciples of Jianshu sect must travel 800 meters to qualify for entry into the inner sect. This meant that the best performing student in this first batch only reached half of the passing mark. Second batch, prepare. The scarred old sword cultivator showed no surprise and spoke indifferently. Soon behind the sword scar, the second batch of students gathered, and among them was a familiar face to Fangling Song Qingyun from Beijing Academy, who lived next door to him. At the command, the students filed in. Having seen the first batch's experience, the second batch proceeded steadily and were not eliminated at the outset. However, the second batch still did not live up to expectations. Even Song Qingyun failed after only walking 500 meters. This reality was brutally harsh, pouring cold water on the previously eager students. Third batch. Among them there was also a familiar face to Fangling Linyun from Donglu Academy.
Linyun, carrying a heavy sword, had a cold gaze as he suddenly swept over and briefly glanced at Fangling before striding into the passage. As a disciple of the East Lu Sword Saint, Linyun's performance was indeed far superior to that of other students. He moved through the passage like a drawn sword, piercing through all obstacles with rapid progress.
400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters.
Linyun instantly set a record. However, his pace did not stop, he continued forward. Amidst the astonishment of surrounding students, Linyun crossed the 800-meter boundary and his speed finally began to slow. Yet as he slowed down, it was as if an energy had been released, making forward movement extremely difficult.
Finally reaching the position of 879 meters, Linyun exited with a pale face.
However, 879 meters was a score that even the scarred old sword cultivator regarded with a hint of admiration. Linyun emerged from the passage drenched in sweat, provocatively lifting his chin towards Fangling.
The fourth batch of students stepped up and Jiang Linglong gracefully walked out from beside Fangling. Fangling was momentarily stunned and suddenly recalled something, a look of regret appearing on his face.
He missed the opportunity to walk through the passage with old Jiang, thus losing the chance to trigger a deep exchange of cultivation insights.
However, Fangling was also curious about where old Jiang's limit truly lay.
In the team battles, due to Fangling's influence, Jiang Linglong had never unleashed her full potential, so Fangling was quite curious. The scarred old sword cultivator glanced at Jiang Linglong, who wearing a veil stood out among the many students. At the command, the fourth batch of students stepped into the passage.
For the first time, Jiang Linglong drew her sword Jishue.
As sword intent rushed towards her from the end of the passage, she grounded the sword tip, producing a crisp sound. In an instant, that sword intent surged past Jiang Linglong like flowing water. Jiang Linglong advanced leisurely. At the 100-meter mark, she tapped the sword tip on the ground again. Every 100 meters she tapped the sword tip on the passage floor, cutting through the sword intent as she progressed. While surrounding students fell one after another, Jiang Linglong moved forward like a lone boat navigating through a vast sea. She was far more relaxed and graceful than Linyun. Even when countering the sword intent, her movements exuded a poetic beauty. However, when she reached the 800 meters, it became increasingly difficult for her to tap the sword tip again.
Ding!
The Jishue's sword struck the ground of the passage, the clear sound echoing back. The sword intent was once again diverted. Jiang Linglong gracefully continued her advance within the passage.
900, 910, 920.
By the time she reached the last 100 meters, she had to strike the Jishue's sword every 10 meters. With each strike, her hair flew and her body trembled violently. She was nearing her limit. The sword body of Jishue had been bent into a shocking arc by the sword intent. Buzz! The Jishue's sword sprang back. Jiang Linglong trembled, taking 7 or 8 steps back, and a trace of red slowly spread across her white veil.
920 meters. Old Jiang's final score.
This score had already stunned all the students. Even the disciples of Jianshu sect revealed traces of shock.
However, Jiang Linglong's eyes were filled with disappointment, as if all the stars in the sky had lost their light overnight.
In the end, she still could not touch the Lianqing sword.
Jiang Linglong exited the passage feeling dejected. Fifth batch, prepare.
Just as Fangling was about to comfort her, the scarred old sword cultivator shouted sharply.
Fangling helplessly walked towards the sword scar position.
Behind him, Lu Bubi from the 6th batch was fondling his magnificent long sword, watching Fangling's back, pursing his lips. Why did he always feel an odd sensation in his heart? Could it be that he had developed an instinct from carefree victories?
However, in this kind of personal battle, how can you let me remain carefree?
In the corridor before the sword marks Fangling, clad in a flowing azure robe, held a fine steel sword in his hand. Unlike Jiang Linglong and others, he did not possess a suitable sword. Lu Zhe, dressed in coarse cloth and reeking of alcohol, approached, gulping down a mouthful of gourd wine while casting a sidelong glance at Fangling.
Lu Zhe was also from the 5th batch, quite a coincidence.
Lu Zhe remained silent, merely drinking continuously. His injuries had healed, yet he was defeated by Fangling, which was still a considerable blow to him.
In fact, Lu Zhe did not expect to face Fangling in the same batch for the individual competition.
This ignited his fighting spirit, and he planned to measure his strength against Fangling in the corridor. As for the defeat in the team battle, Lu Zhe accepted it. Fangling's mastery of the essence of the Four Seasons flow was something he had not anticipated, so losing was simply losing. There was no need to find excuses.
Shall we see who can go further?
Lu Zhe lifted his gourd of wine towards Fangling.
Fangling glanced at Lu Zhe but said nothing. The scarred old swordsman scanned the area with hawk-like eyes and coldly declared, "Begin."
With a single command, the 100 students from the 5th batch stepped into the corridor in an orderly fashion. Lu Zhe smiled, set down the gourd, drew his sword and confidently stepped into the corridor.
Fangling took a deep breath, raised his fine steel sword and followed closely behind.
As he entered the corridor, he felt as if the world had changed amidst the dizzying chaos. It was as if the stars were shifting and the mountains and rivers were transforming. All that remained were the infinitely expanding corridor and the enormous sword suspended above it, radiating light with a single drop of blood upon it, eerie like a blood-red full moon.
An illusion. Fangling was stunned, sensing something unusual. Boom!
Suddenly the giant sword above quivered violently, this tremor shaking the earth and mountains as if releasing a strand of sword chi that could annihilate the world. The air became heavier than iron.
Fangling felt his movements becoming impossibly difficult.
Raising his head, he gazed at the colossal suspended sword, the very arbiter of this assessment. The sword emitted strange fluctuations. According to Jiang Linglong, this was the sword intent. In order to progress through the corridor, must one overcome the sword intent. Fangling pondered for a moment, having his suspicions, but the sword intent was too profound for him to fully comprehend. According to the descriptions and the teachings in the profession of sword cultivation, the 4th rank is the realm of sword intent, where sword cultivators begin to grasp their own sword intent.
Thus Fangling was still far from that point. However, this did not prevent Fangling from testing himself. His first attempt was to overcome the sword intent. As he had observed the previous 4 batches of students, whether it was Lin Yun or Jiang Linglong, they all chose to overcome it. This was because compared to the comprehension method, the overcoming method had a higher margin for error. After all, the comprehension method was fraught with risks, and once one stalled in comprehension, they would be unable to advance a single step in the corridor. However, comprehending the sword intent would surely yield greater benefits. Fangling contemplated and ultimately made a decision. System switch to dual bond mode. And activate the triple enhancement card. Fangling's mind surged with energy. Switch successful. In dual bond mode, the enhancement card's effect duration is reduced to 1 hour. Please take care of your health and enjoy your cultivation. A system notification appeared and gradually faded away. Fangling then sensed 2 ethereal shadows emerging beside him, the apparitions of Jiang Linglong and Niwen walking alongside him in the corridor. Fangling's mind became clearer than ever. With the triple enhancement and Niwen's 10% boost, Fangling had already surpassed old Jiang in terms of root talent. Boom! In Fangling's eyes, countless sword intents swept down, materializing into waves of air. The speed and direction of the air currents were distinctly visible. Fangling advanced with his fine steel sword, comprehending the sword intent like a fish swimming against the current in the river of sword intent. Outside, the 5th batch of students had begun to exit the corridor one after another. The number of those still persevering in the corridor started to dwindle. Lu Zhe moved quickly, fueled by his competitive spirit against Fangling. Entering the corridor felt like riding the wind and breaking the waves. Of course, his opponents were not just Fangling. Lin Yun and Jiang Linglong were also his targets. With competitive spirit ignited, his heart could no longer remain calm. Soon Lu Zhe reached 700 meters, challenging the 800-meter passing line. He gulped down some gourd wine, staggering slightly, using the drunken sword to resist the sword intent crossing 800. Continuing forward, he pressed on. Accompanied by wine, he gracefully charged through the corridor. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as Lu Zhe's gourd shattered, the wine turning into mist. Lu Zhe trembled, letting out a muffled grunt. Ultimately, he stopped at 890 meters. However, this result was quite impressive, second only to Jiang Linglong. Lu Zhe felt somewhat satisfied as he clearly understood Jiang Linglong's identity and roots, so he held no significant regrets. After all, in terms of roots, he and Jiang Linglong had a considerable gap. His root talent was merely Huang grade 88, not even Jin grade. Exiting the corridor, Lu Zhe was drenched in sweat, but he immediately looked back into the corridor and saw Fangling still positioned at 400 meters, filling him with great delight. Is that it? Only 400 meters. How long has it been? Just 400 meters. He originally thought he and Fangling would be rivals, equally matched, but unexpectedly he had thrown Fangling off by double the distance. It seems, this is all there is. Lu Zhe wore a smile of victory. Despite losing the match in this round, he had What are you laughing at? Get to the back, don't block the sword marks, the scarred old swordsman barked. He then ignored Lu Zhe and suspiciously looked towards the corridor. The old swordsman gazed at Fangling, who was leaning against his fine steel sword, azure robe billowing, moving slowly with closed eyes. The scar on his face twitched slightly. Is this comprehending sword intent? This kid is quite bold, choosing to comprehend rather than confront the sword intent. Comprehending sword intent is much more difficult than confronting it. However, relying on comprehension of sword intent to walk 400 meters in the corridor is quite impressive. The scarred old swordsman with keen insight recognized Fangling's method of progression, and in his heart he felt a hint of praise. Lu Zhe, who had just been scolded by the old swordsman, suddenly sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Why did his near 900 meters seem less significant in the old swordsman's eyes than Fangling's 400 meters? In the crowd, Jiang Linglong also suppressed her disappointment and focused on Fangling. She too realized that Fangling had chosen to confront the sword intent through comprehension. In fact, Jiang Linglong had also considered using comprehension, but she lacked confidence. The sword intent left by the Grandmaster of Taihua was too profound. If she chose comprehension, she surely wouldn't go this far. However, Fangling did what she dared not do. For a moment she felt a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. How far could Fangling go? Outside the sword gate, the instructors riding flying swords were utterly astonished. Fangling from Luojiang Academy, he chose comprehension instead of confrontation. The sword intent left by the Grandmaster of Taihua is exceedingly profound. He has chosen the most difficult path. What a pity! If he hadn't chosen comprehension based on Fangling's performance in the team battle, he might have had a chance to break the 800-meter mark and earn extra points in the assessment. The instructors exchanged opinions. Instructor Wen furrowed his brow, surprised by Fangling's choice, and let out a faint sigh. This kid is really reckless. The sword intent left by the Grandmaster of Taihua isn't something that can be easily comprehended. On a small tower leaning towards the small sword, a white strand of hair fell before his forehead with a wine cup in front of him, the liquid rippling. Dressed in white with white hair, he twirled a blue and white porcelain cup in his hand, his gaze reflecting the scenes in the corridor. A smile crept onto his lips, showing great interest. Goodness gracious. In a century you are the third to dare choose to comprehend sword intent to challenge the corridor. The first two went 910 meters and 900 meters respectively. Now one has become a drunken sword immortal and the other a sword saint. How far can you go? Inside the corridor, beads of sweat dotted Fangling's forehead. Under the dual bond state and the triple enhancement card's influence, he was sensing the overwhelming sword intent. As he comprehended, the oppressive sword intent flowed away as if it encountered stones in a stream, allowing Fangling to move forward little by little. However, every 100 meters the pressure of the sword intent would strike again. The profound and complex sword intent plunged Fangling into confusion once more. Outside, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at the corridor, not daring to breathe. The students from the 5th batch had mostly exited at this moment. Only one figure remained in the corridor. Fangling's silhouette moved forward towards the suspended sword at the end of the corridor, steadily advancing. 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, swaying unsteadily. It seemed as if he could topple at any moment. Though he was not fast, he was moving forward bit by bit. Even Lu Zhe fell silent, staring intently. At this moment he realized that Fangling had chosen a completely different method to challenge the corridor. It was hard. Really hard. So hard that it felt somewhat despairing. Fangling staggered, his azure robe soaked through. He had no idea how far he had gone. The road ahead was endless. He could only grit his teeth and keep moving forward. Finally Fangling advanced 800 meters in the corridor. The suspended sword suddenly trembled and an even more terrifying sword intent surged forth like a massive wave. Fangling felt as if he would be drowned by the ocean of sword intent. It was too difficult. He gasped for breath. He had originally wanted to push harder. But the chance to comprehend was only once, it would be a pity to miss it. Forget it. System, use the insight card. The enlightenment card, after use, the host's comprehension of cultivation will be enhanced 100-fold and can be stacked with bond states. Ding! The enlightenment card has been used with a duration of 2 quarters. In the next moment Fangling felt a flicker of white light around him, his mind suddenly clear and countless sword intents became organized in his eyes, instantly comprehensible. Then the overwhelming sword intent pouring from the sword suspended above his head transformed into a gentle breeze. The blue shirt fluttered in the breeze and the hair on his forehead danced lightly. To Fangling's left and right the phantoms of Niwen and Jiang Linglong opened their eyes as if a light shone within them. The pressure suddenly decreased. Fangling raised his hand, fingers grasping at the sword intent as if catching flowing water. Buzzing. Fangling felt he was witnessing a scene. At the sword gate. Behind the palace, a towering portal, a gigantic and menacing head emerged, as enormous as a mountain. With a mouth full of fangs, it opened wide and exhaled a surge of demonic energy. Before that enormous head, a figure gracefully wielded a sword, extending it gently. With a mere flick, endless demonic energy retreated and compressed back.
The world before the figure appeared as if it had been sliced in half, resembling a landscape painting.
The mountain split, the river severed.
On the gigantic demon's head countless purple golden lotus flowers burst forth, swaying beautifully unlike anything from the mortal realm.
As the demon's head was consumed by the purple golden lotus flowers, it disintegrated.
Yet a drop of thick crimson blood appeared on the sword held by the figure. This was the sword intent of Xianyuan Taihua, the master of the Jianshu sect.
The lotus sword.
A sword birthed from the lotus.
With the help of the enlightenment card, Fangling felt everything became unprecedentedly clear.
He sensed the enormous sword hovering above him, beginning to draw closer.
No. He was the one moving closer to that sword.
He walked quickly and countless sword intents seemed to dance around him. Beneath his feet purple sword energy lotus flowers bloomed. With each step the sword energy unfurled and spiraled. Step by step sword lotuses bloomed. It felt as though he was being supported, continuously approaching that enormous sword.
Fangling sensed a sword technique forming within his consciousness, born from the sword intent of Taihua. Countless lotuses sprang forth from the earth. Fangling stepped onto the lotuses as if ascending a heavenly ladder.
The enormous sword was now mere inches away, and he could even feel the sharpness emanating from the suspended sword.
Fangling extended his hand as if to pluck a star.
With a flick of his fingers he gently tapped the sword's body as if questioning whether the sword immortal in the heavens was there. A crisp sound reverberated, startling all the sword energy in the world.
The sword gate. Outside the corridor. A deathly silence.
The atmosphere was extraordinarily strange as everyone fixed their gaze on the swaying figure within the corridor.
Watching Fangling stagger his way through 800 meters.
The sword hanging at the end of the corridor unleashed an even more terrifying sword intent.
Everyone thought Fangling would not be able to endure. However, to everyone's astonishment, Fangling seemed to ride the wave of sword intent, shaking his whole body like a leaf in the wind.
Not only did his form stabilize, but his pace within the corridor quickened.
800 meters, 900 meters. 910, 920, 930. Not a moment's pause.
The young man floated further away in the corridor,
as if strolling leisurely, akin to a day out in the countryside.
Everyone was in shock and the discussion erupted instantly.
What is happening? Could the corridor be broken?
The scarred old sword cultivator who had carved sword marks on the ground had his scarred face twitch in disbelief, eyes wide, breath surging. He stared at Fangling's back, watching as the youth walked over 900 meters in the corridor without stopping.
Meanwhile, Fangling was getting closer to the suspended sword. Impossible. This cannot be.
Lu Zhe and Lin Yan trembled slightly, and the next moment they almost simultaneously shouted out loud.
Shut up. Yelling so loudly, do you want to die?
The scarred old sword cultivator suddenly turned, glaring at Lu Zhe and Lin Yun, and they instantly felt an immense force suppressing them, pushing them away for dozens of meters. The surrounding students fell silent as if frozen.
Yet they were extremely curious, not daring to breathe a word, their eyes glued to the corridor. Until, it was negative.
For the young man's hand grasped the sword. It was as if he held the entire world in his grip. At that moment the world fell silent. In the corridor the young man walked steadily, no longer staggering. He approached the inverted sword, the distance between him and the sword continually shrinking.
Until, it was negative.
For the young man's hand grasped the sword. It was as if he held the entire world in his grip. At that moment the world fell silent, the entire corridor, the entire sword gate was utterly quiet. Only the sound of the sword resonated in the world.
Crack!
The blue and white wine cup held by the small sword in his hand was instantly crushed. The clear wine splashed into a hazy mist.
He actually grasped the sword.
The sword chooses its master. Also, the person tames the sword. The small sword's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Impossible. From his experience, Fangling should not have been able to grasp that sword. Even 800 meters should have been his limit.
But Fangling held the sword. Who cares? Ha ha ha, good. No wonder he is the one I, the small sword, have my eye on. It's a pity I can't defeat the Tang Emperor, otherwise, this kid would be taken into the inner sect of Jinshu right now. What a pity.
The small sword suddenly laughed heartily, grabbed the wine jug, tilted the spout to his mouth, and the wine gushed forth as he drank heartily. While drinking, his expression suddenly stiffened.
Whoever can grasp the sword can take it away. The previous boastful scene echoed in his mind. That is to say. Damn.
The sword is gone.
Fangling lightly tapped the enormous suspended sword.
At the moment of tapping the sword, a surge of sword intent enveloped his body.
Suddenly, a roar echoed in Fangling's ears.
He saw a drop of crimson blood slowly sliding down the giant's suspended sword, the speed of descent increasing. Finally, in the reflection of Fangling's pupils, the drop of blood transformed into a blood-colored figure, terrifying and fierce, mouth agape, soaring down the sword toward Fangling.
The terrifying pressure made it hard for Fangling to breathe. His face turned pale. The blood on the sword. It was alive. Fangling instantly awakened, retreating from the illusion. Everything in the corridor became clear before his eyes. He saw himself clearly grasping the sword. And that drop of blood clinging to the sword turned into an illusory figure lunging toward Fangling. This was a test. Fangling instantly understood. If he couldn't resolve this demonic energy, it indicated that his life could not bear the weight of the sword and he would not qualify to take it away. An uproar erupted instantly. The students felt a chill run down their spines. The scarred old sword cultivator's hand had already landed on the sword hilt, his eyes sharp. A gust of wind blew. The white-haired figure of the small sword appeared as if teleporting above the corridor, staring intently at the interior. If Fangling could not withstand the demonic blood mist, he would act immediately. Just right, it would also allow him to naturally reclaim the sword. Boom! The blood mist surged. Fangling's left hand grasped the lotus sword without letting go, while his other hand held the steel sword, suddenly swinging it toward the blood mist. With dual bond states, a threefold enhancement card plus the enlightenment state. Fangling's current combat power surpassed that when he defeated Lu Zhe during the previous group battle. Sword drawing technique. The sword sang and whistled. Fangling's entire body surged with spiritual energy and the steel sword was drawn, suddenly twisting the air as it smashed toward the demonic blood mist. However, at the moment of collision, the steel sword in Fangling's hand exploded, instantly shattering into pieces, the fragments spinning rapidly, crashing into the corridor, ringing out, bouncing continuously. The demonic blood mist transformed into a demon's head full of fangs lunging at Fangling. At the moment the sword exploded, Fangling's heart sank. Around him exclamations erupted. The students looked on in fear. Jiang Linglong tightened her grip on Ji Shue's hand, her brows furrowed slightly, showing some worry. Above the corridor, the small sword's finger converged, letting out a sigh, preparing to act. The young man had done enough. What a pity. The small sword suddenly froze. In the corridor, a hint of madness appeared in Fangling's eyes as he discarded the hilt of the steel sword, raising his hand with his thumb against his middle finger, aiming at the incoming demonic blood mist. He curled his finger and flicked it. Flicking sword wave. Like throwing a stone into a mirror lake, creating ripples. The formless sword wave expanded. The air exploded. The demonic blood mist lunged forward as if time had stopped, then twisted in the ripples, exploding loudly. However, the demonic blood mist did not dissipate but rapidly condensed, becoming increasingly fierce as it lunged toward Fangling. Fangling's expression was resolute and wild, preparing to flick again, air currents swirling around the tips of his fingers. Suddenly, buzz! The sword song exploded. The quietly suspended lotus sword trembled suddenly as if acknowledging Fangling, no longer suspended, plunging fiercely into the ground. Everyone's vision blurred as they saw a sword energy lotus blossom around Fangling. It instantly engulfed the demonic blood mist, slowly grinding it away with a shriek. The sword lotus continuously expanded, filling the entire corridor, the walls and ground covered in countless sword marks. The corridor was destroyed. Around them everything was eerily quiet. And within this silence, Lu Bubi outside the corridor suddenly covered his mouth, letting out an untimely suppressed ugh sound. The will of lying down indeed descended. The corridor collapsed and the suspended sword was taken by Fangling. Did the sixth batch of students still have a chance? This time it was not a win by lying down. This is a total loss by lying down. Dust billowed and a howling wind swept through, stirring the fine sand and gravel on the ground. In the sword-scarred passage, Fangling stood still, holding a sword, his azure robe untainted by dust, resembling a straight bamboo that stood. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Outside the passage, many students gaped, their eyes fixed on Fangling, unable to look away. As the dense dust swirled, a strand of hair was blown back from Fangling's forehead. The young man wielding the sword exuded an inexplicable charm, embodying a profound realm. Fangling held the sword in his hand, its blade sharp, glistening with the distinctive luster of metal intricately engraved with dense, profound and mysterious patterns. The hilt was wrapped in leather resembling crocodile skin, and the sword pommel resembled a blooming black lotus. The sword was 3 feet long. When he waved it lightly, the air seemed to be sliced. With a soft hiss, the tip of the sword glided across the ground, effortlessly slicing through the passage as if it were cutting through tofu. It could slice iron like mud. So sharp. Fangling held it with great affection. He had always lacked a sword of his own, relying on various steel swords. Compared to this sword, those were entirely on different levels. Whoosh! 2 figures instantly stepped into the passage. The scarred old sword cultivator and Qiao Shaojian arrived almost simultaneously. Qiao Shaojian waved his sleeve and countless dust particles were blown away by a fierce wind. The scarred old sword cultivator bowed respectfully to Qiao Shaojian, who nodded and then looked curiously at Fangling, who held the sword. You actually managed to grasp the sword? Qiao Shaojian exclaimed. Fangling was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, is it that difficult? The Swordshu sect is filled with talent. Hasn't anyone else held the sword before? Qiao Shaojian fell silent. Fangling's heart tightened. No one truly had. No wonder Qiao Shaojian was so bold earlier. What Qiao Zongju said earlier still counts, right?
Whoever holds this sword, it belongs to them.
Fangling asked nervously while gripping the sword.
Cao Shaojian tilted his head saying, did I say that? This sword belongs to the Taihua sect master. What authority do I Cao Shaojian have to decide its fate?
Fangling's face darkened. You're such a scoundrel. Are you not going to honor your word?
You weren't like this when you were bragging earlier. Cao Shaojian felt a bit shameless himself, his lips twitching.
Alright, I Cao Shaojian am not unreasonable.
If you want the sword, you must join my swordshoe sect.
Inner sect. Fangling grasped the sword. Cao Shaojian replied indifferently, outer sect.
If you stick around for 3 years. No, 2 years will suffice, and you can directly advance to the inner sect without any assessment. In the Tang Empire we conduct affairs according to strict rules and laws.
The current Tang Emperor values these laws greatly, which weigh down all sects in the empire. Therefore, you still cannot directly enter the inner sect. Cao Shaojian found it odd. Although Fangling's aptitude was subpar, his talent for the sword path was undeniable. Logically, aptitude and talent should be proportional, but this kid seemed to defy common sense. However, since Fangling had taken the sword of the Taihua sect master, what else could he say? Perhaps this was destiny. Fangling had obtained the Lianqing sword through his comprehension of sword intent, and he had passed the swords test, repelling the bloodthirsty will upon it and earning the sword's recognition. This meant that Fangling was considered half a disciple of the Taihua sect master. Naturally, Cao Shaojian could not let Fangling slip away. Then I will formally choose to enter the swordshoe sect through the assessment. Fangling took a deep breath and said seriously.
Cao Shaojian rolled his eyes. With his poor aptitude, what competitiveness would he have in the assessment?
First, the aptitude test scores for the assessment were much lower than those of other geniuses. Moreover, the assessment was not solely based on sword skills. There were also written tests, talisman crafting, martial arts, and other vocational content with too many uncertain factors. This kid just had to show off.
Cao Shaojian didn't care. Since he had his sights set on Fangling, he would let this kid take a shot at the assessment. In the end, when he failed, he would just obediently return to the outer sect.
Alright, enough of the slogans. If you want to take the test, go ahead and try. If you can hold this sword, it'll give you a chance. If you fail, just come back to the swordshoe sect. Cao Shaojian waved his hand impatiently.
The treasured sword has spirit. If you can wield it, it is your fortune.
However, do not be too ostentatious. This sword box is for you, keep it safe. Cao Shaojian waved his hand and a yellow pearwood sword box flew out of his spatial ring. Fangling caught it and inserted the Lianqing sword into the box, causing its aura to vanish. Fangling was almost beaming with joy.
Thank you, Cao Zongju, for the sword. May you have peace throughout your life, and I wish you longevity.
Fangling said with a happy smile.
Cao Shaojian brushed aside a strand of hair that had fallen over his forehead, glancing sideways.
Are you cursing me? Fangling was taken aback.
Meanwhile, the students outside the passage began to stir.
Fangling had actually managed to grasp the Taihua sect master's sword. This was simply unbelievable. Jiang Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled, something she couldn't achieve Fangling surprisingly could.
This time she was genuinely shocked and astonished. Lu Zhe was also speechless, wondering where this freak Fangling had come from. They had personally traversed the passage and knew very well how terrifying the pressure released by the Lianqing sword was. To bear that pressure and walk 1,000 meters while holding the Lianqing sword was as difficult as ascending the heavens.
Yet, Fangling had done it.
Lin Yun's eyes flickered. His purpose for this trip was actually to fulfill his master's orders, aiming for the sword, but unfortunately he had failed. The passage gradually became a bit chaotic and noisy. The remaining 100 students from the 6th batch were somewhat bewildered, including Lu Bubi, who felt like crying yet had no tears.
Did they get eliminated without doing anything? So miserable.
Although they had some self-awareness, knowing they wouldn't get far if they stepped into the passage and might not even reach the pass mark of 800.
However,
to lose without even trying still left a sour feeling in their hearts. The scarred old sword cultivator had also mentioned this matter to Cao Shaojian.
Cao Shaojian glanced over, giving a barely noticeable nod.
He had initially wanted to bring his own sword into the passage, but after thinking it over he decided against it. Due to the assessment incident, the 6th batch of students will each receive a compensatory score of 3 points in the assessment. I will personally mention this to the Minister of Rights, so don't worry.
Cao Shaojian said calmly. For the 6th batch of students, receiving 3 compensatory points could be considered a free gain.
After all, Cao Shaojian glanced around and saw that there were no outstanding swordsmanship geniuses in the 6th batch. Those who attempted the passage mostly fell short of the passing line without scoring even 1 point.
Cao Ziojian's words made the students in the passage breathe a little faster.
The 6th batch of students was incredibly excited, their previous dejection swept away. As expected, the child who cries gets the milk.
Lu Bubi was stunned. How could one gain points without doing anything?
He thought he was lying down to lose, but ended up lying down to win instead.
Ultimately, he couldn't escape.
There were twists and turns. He felt a bit dizzy from the turning. However, he had learned a new way to win by doing nothing.
Wonderful. The sword challenge ended with Fangling pulling out the Lianqing sword and destroying the passage. The Swordshu sect used a transmission array to send the results of the sword challenge back to the Tang Empire's capital. Additionally, 2 disciples from the Swordshu sect rode flying swords swiftly breaking through the skies to deliver messages to Luojiang Academy. One conveyed the news of the team battle victory while the other reported the personal battle victory. This time both honors went to the same academy. Those students who managed to traverse more than 400 meters in the personal battle section were contacted by the sword cultivators of the Swordshu sect and offered olive branches. Many students chose to join the outer sect of Swordshu on the spot. Of course, some opted to refuse, wishing to take a gamble in the assessment. The Swordshu sect did not impose any compulsory requirements. The 6th batch of students received the compensatory points, but as for recruitment there was none. Lu Bubi felt somewhat regretful because he believed he could definitely walk 400 meters if he stepped into the passage. What a pity! He had no performance in the team battle and none in the personal battle, so he could only obediently return to participate in the assessment. With the end of the challenge, many students could no longer remain at the Sword Gate. The Sword Gate serves as the entrance to the Swordshu demon abyss, constantly facing danger. Venturing further in leads to a collision point between the Tang Empire and the world of demons, a place fraught with peril. Therefore Cha Shaojin once again took out a large luxurious flying sword, leading 600 students away from the Sword Gate and back to the Daping of Mount Shu. After a brief rest, the awards for the sword challenge began. Luojiang Academy, having secured first place in the team battle, received 5 admission slots for disciples into the outer sect of the Swordshu sect. Fangling received 30 points as a bonus, which was the most tangible benefit for him. Lu Bubi received a 13-point bonus, also delighted to have gained points without doing anything. Jiang Linglong did not want the bonus, she did not need such things. Therefore, she did not understand the joy that Fangling and Lu Bubi felt. Ding! Ding! At Luojiang Academy, the bell for the end of class was rung by the clockkeeper, the melodious sound of the bronze bell resonating throughout the academy. The previously quiet academy was suddenly noisy as students in every study building rustled to their feet, making their way down the hall to leave the buildings and embark on their enriching after-school lives. Those heading to the tavern went to the tavern while others went off to drink. The sunset blazed like fire, casting its glow over the academy as if it were ablaze. Niwen gathered her teaching materials, dressed in a loose blue shirt, stood up from her desk, glanced at the empty desk of Fangling, pursed her lips and followed the crowd out of the study building. Niwen. From a distance, Yang Zhengyi spotted Niwen playfully tossing his bangs and greeting her with a smile. Niwen, hearing his call, shrank her head slightly, barely responding as she lowered her head and turned to leave. Without Fangling, Niwen had no desire to engage with the flirtatious son of the Yang family. Her mother said that wealthy young masters were never anything good. Niwen thought that Fangling might be a bit of an exception. On the 3rd day without Fangling, she thought, Omega. Something's not right. Yang Zhengyi noticed Niwen's distraction but paid it little mind. If it weren't for the playboy, Yang Zhengyi and Niwen would have no interaction whatsoever. Besides, he had no interest in Niwen, the skinny girl. Isn't the courtesan of the tavern more appealing? Yang Zhengyi chuckled, flicking his bangs, and shot a glare at Lu Hao, who was a few positions behind Niwen. Lu Hao wore a sullen expression. He initially thought that with Fangling participating in the sword challenge he would have a chance to redeem his image in Niwen's eyes. However, this Yang Zhengyi was always looking for trouble. Lu Hao turned away in frustration, clenching his fists. This group of wealthy young masters. Just wait. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Do not underestimate. A terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the academy from above. The students in every study building felt as if they had frozen. They instinctively looked up and saw 2 streaks of light in the distant sky, tearing through the colorful clouds, rushing in swiftly from the horizon of the sunset. Boom! In an instant, a shockwave erupted. 2 figures in white robes rode on luxurious flying swords, surrounded by dazzling silver formations swirling and shining brilliantly. All the students were utterly astonished. What is this spectacle? Meanwhile, within the teaching building of Luojiang Academy, an aura burst forth. Many instructors cautiously stepped out of the teaching building. The elderly President Chui, hunched over, ascended step by step as if treading on an invisible staircase. The students in the academy, witnessing this dazzling scene, erupted in awe and envy. The old president's coarse robe billowed as he faced off against the 2 disciples arriving on flying swords from the Jianshu sect. I am a disciple of the Jianshu sect's inner sect, here to convey the news of the sword challenge. President Chui was taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he clasped his hands together, saying, I am the president of Luojiang Academy. We greet the president. The 2 Jianshu sect disciples hurriedly returned the gesture. Although they were disciples of a major sect, they dared not act arrogantly. It is well known that among the 3,000 academies of the Tang dynasty, the presidents of each institute are not to be underestimated. Who knows if they are retired high-level powerhouses? To have disciples of the Jianshu sect come personally to convey the message indicates that Luojiang Academy performed exceptionally well in this sword challenge. Moreover, it seems 2 disciples came to deliver the news, suggesting both team and individual competitions were victorious. President Cui's mood brightened immediately.
Ha ha, please both of you, he laughed heartily, naturally courteous to those bringing good news. One of the Jianshu sect disciples smiled, raised his hand and made a gesture with his fingers. Instantly countless sword lights blossomed like lotus flowers, rotating and dazzling. Congratulations to Luojiang Academy for winning the title of the top academy in this sword challenge team competition. According to the Ministry of Rights notification, Luojiang Academy will receive 5 recommended spots for disciples from the Jianshu sect's outer sect due to their excellent performance in the competition.
This disciple used spiritual energy and the voice echoed over the entire Luojiang Academy. Even the whole Luojiang city could faintly hear the announcement.
In the hands of the Jianshu sect disciples, after the dazzling sword lights faded, they transformed into a golden list. The golden list floated in the air, unfurling and descending. On the golden list the names of various academies shone brightly.
The top ranked was Luojiang Academy. Below Luojiang Academy were Beijiang Academy, Chang'an Academy. A clamor erupted.
Many students were unable to contain their excitement as they gazed at the golden list announcement from the Jianshu sect disciples hanging in the sky.
Even President Shui did not anticipate this. What position?
The top of the team competition.
The Jiang family's girl is so strong.
She can still get first place with 2 deadweights.
No wonder she has a golden grade constitution. President Cui's face was filled with smiles.
Meanwhile, many students of Luojiang Academy had already begun to excitedly discuss.
In the Jianshu sect's sword challenge, our academy actually came in first.
It seems the participating students were Lu Bubi from the first academy and Fangling from the 7th study building, as well as an unknown student.
Lu Bubi is amazing.
Even bringing along Fangling, a 5th rank sword apprentice, they still managed to come in first.
Lu Bubi is indeed a swordsmanship genius, ranked 7th on our academy's gold list. One word: awesome.
The students chattered endlessly.
And Niwen and Yang Zhengyi also showed expressions of surprise. Luojiang Academy's first place meant that Fangling could receive extra points in the imperial examination, which was truly good news.
Lu Hao sneered in jealousy. He felt he could do it too.
What could Fangling, a 5th rank sword apprentice, contribute?
Besides coasting to victory, what else could he do? In the sky the last rays of the sunset shone down. Another disciple of the Jianshu sect stepped forward, the sword light in his hand blooming, his voice high and resonant. Congratulations to Luojiang Academy student Fangling for defeating the swordsmanship geniuses of 200 academies in the individual competition, achieving the first place.
In the next moment the entire academy fell into a dead silence. Lu Hao's face froze in disbelief.
The other students were also stunned.
What the heck? Where's our Luojiang little sword immortal Lu Bubi?
The sword challenge had concluded.
Many academy students, led by their instructors, began their journey back.
Everyone hurried along as they had no time to linger, especially with the imperial examination approaching. Except for those who had already decided to join the Jianshu sect, the other students were eager to return and prepare. Instructor Wen activated the luxurious flying sword, fulfilling his promise.
Although Lu Bubi had coasted through the sword challenge, he still accomplished what he promised Lu Bubi.
Lu Bubi piloted Instructor Wen's trident-style flying sword without any psychological burden, racing around the airspace surrounding the Jianshu sect before finally landing, his face flushed.
Fangling and Jiang Linglong didn't say much.
Ever since Fangling obtained the Liansheng sword, Jiang Linglong hadn't spoken a word to him. This made Fangling feel awkward about engaging in deep discussions regarding cultivation with old Jiang.
Fangling knew Jiang Linglong needed the Liansheng sword.
If Jiang Linglong really asked for it, Fangling
might not give it to her.
Therefore Fangling was quite pleased that Jiang Linglong remained silent. The three sat on the luxurious flying sword with a circle of silver formations swirling around the sword's hilt. Lu Bubi's face was flushed as he controlled the sword, unable to keep his legs closed in delight.
Fangling and old Jiang were lost in thought. Ding! The effect time of the insight card has ended.
The host comprehended the intent of the Liansheng sword, experiencing a wonderful cultivation insight, and summarized the insight to obtain the secret technique Sword Lotus Sword Master Specialization. The secret technique Sword Lotus will be transmitted through muscle memory, resolving the authenticity of the secret technique from a causal level. Please rest assured to cultivate host.
Fangling's eyes flickered slightly. Secret technique.
He hadn't expected an unexpected gain. Such things are rarely taught even in the academy, because they are closely guarded secrets.
Fangling originally wanted to study the secret technique. However, Jiang Linglong finally spoke to Fangling.
Jiang Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. Fangling, I know if I ask you for the sword you might give it to me.
But I don't want the sword, I have a request.
Jiang Linglong said earnestly.
Fangling nodded seriously. You say it. Jiang Linglong continued, I hope after the imperial examination you can come to the capital with me to meet someone. Fangling looked at the sincere old Jiang and nodded.
It's just meeting someone. What is there to be afraid of?
That person.
Will they try to take my sword?
Fangling asked. Jiang Linglong replied. Rest assured they definitely won't.
This is the sword of the Taohua sex master in the Tang dynasty, few dare to take it.
Fangling smiled. That's good.
Old Jiang, if you ask, everything can be discussed.
Old Jiang. Jiang Linglong was taken aback, her long eyelashes fluttering as she blinked. Fangling's mouth twitched. He had said it casually. Actually, you don't have to wait until after the imperial examination. I will come to the capital during the palace examination.
I'm not familiar with the capital, so Jiang girl must take me around well when the time comes.
Fangling hurriedly changed the topic awkwardly. Jiang Linglong's starlight gaze was fixed on Fangling, and after a long while she smiled like a slender crescent moon. Good. The palace examination. Then I'll wait for you. Just as Jiang Linglong finished speaking, a prompt sounded in Fangling's mind. Ding. Achievement task activated. Achievement task cultivation is not just about the 3 cultivations but also about the relentless charge towards achievements in life. With the imperial examination approaching, please make an effort to cultivate and prepare for the exam. Achieving the golden list achievement in the imperial examination will reward you with the innate sword intent seed. The quality of sword intent depends on the host's ranking on the golden list and a silver reward egg. Fangling was taken aback, scanning through the task prompt.
The innate sword intent seed. The sword intent that only the 4th grade of the sword cultivation profession can master.
His breathing quickened.
Rewards or not didn't matter, he primarily wanted to make it onto the golden list.
It was deep into the night.
The stars filled the sky and the bright moon hung high. Master Wen skillfully maneuvered the luxurious flying sword, bringing 3 individuals back to Luojiang City.
Luojiang Academy. In the martial arts arena.
The flying sword descended and the formation gradually dissipated.
Fangling, Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong dismounted.
Master Wen drew the sword command from the sword hilt, retracting the luxurious flying sword into the spatial ring.
He looked at the 3 with a broad smile.
You performed well in this sword inquiry competition, especially you, Fangling.
You surprised me greatly. However, do not become complacent. There are only 21 days left until the examination. Since you have given up the chance to enter the outer sect of Jianshu, if you wish to excel in the examination, you must not let your guard down. Master Wen reminded.
I have always been diligent, Fangling replied, seriously carrying the Liansheng sword under the moonlight.
Master Wen nodded in acknowledgement.
He knew that Fangling's sword techniques such as the sword drawing technique, Lingshu sword steps and dual sword flow could not have been perfected without significant time, effort and dedication. Master Wen could not imagine how much hardship Fangling had endured to practice swordsmanship.
Fangling's inferior talent meant he had to exert more effort than others.
I believe there will come a day when you will achieve fame on the golden list, Master Wen said with a smile.
Alright, it's time for you all to return home early. Fangling, Lu Bubi and Jiang Linglong bowed and Master Wen smiled lightly, turning to leave, disappearing into the night.
The 3 turned and walked out of the academy, stepping onto the main street of Luojiang City. Lu Bubi was the first to bid farewell, leaving only Jiang Linglong and Fangling to walk together. In the stillness of the night, the main street felt somewhat desolate.
The 2 walked in silence for a while when from a distance the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, striking the blue brick pavement.
Zhao Wuji drove a remarkably luxurious carriage toward them. He dismounted and respectfully bowed to Jiang Linglong, saying, "Miss, the competition has ended, it's time to return to the imperial capital."
Understood, Jiang Linglong replied lightly. Then she turned to Fangling.
The night was hazy, the moonlight cascading down. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars.
If you come to the imperial capital, I will surely know. I will wait for you in the imperial capital. Jiang Linglong's eyes curved like a crescent moon, her smile making the vast night sky seem dim. Beside them, Zhao Wuji's body trembled. Wait. What? He glanced at Fangling and then cautiously stole a glance at Jiang Linglong. His honest face could no longer maintain its smile, and there was even a hint of panic in his eyes. Damn. Fangling. What have you done to the miss? How could this kid be so quick? It has only been 3 days. I was careless after all.
The smile on Zhao Wuji's face grew increasingly strained, and looking at the Miss' radiant face beneath her veil, he couldn't help but clutch his chest.
Miss. Please maintain the modesty befitting an ice queen.
However, Jiang Linglong ignored Zhao Wuji's expressive face, leaping gracefully, her flowing hair dancing as she entered the carriage. Zhao Wuji sat sideways in the carriage, gripping the reins, casting a complex glance at Fangling. With the miss having made her choice, what could he do? He could only choose to forgive him. Zhao Wuji shifted his gaze to the sword case Fangling carried on his back.
The sword was named Liansheng.
Had Fangling obtained the sword that the miss could not? Zhao Wuji's expression grew even more complicated. If Fangling had obtained this sword, the entanglement between him and the miss would deepen.
You lad. Sigh, the road ahead is long and arduous. The path you must walk is still long.
Since you have made a choice, you will face many difficulties and tribulations in the future, and you may even bear burdens that are hard for someone your age to carry.
Old Zhao sighed. I hope you won't give up easily. Zhao Wuji said. I look forward to seeing you next time.
After finishing, old Zhao suddenly cracked the whip and the steed neighed, raising its hooves high. Fangling saw that beneath the hooves of the gallant horse sword light burst forth, inscribed with a slowly rotating formation. Bang! The hooves trampled upon the sword light, shattering it into fragments that spilled starlight as the carriage soared into the wind, rising high as if galloping through the starry river. Inside the carriage, through a narrow window, the curtain gently fell. The girl's star-like eyes vanished completely. Under the dark night, Fangling stood alone on the empty main street. Watching the carriage ascend into the sky, he let out a slow breath. Throughout it all, Fangling had never seen old Jiang's face concealed beneath the veil. Only those star-like dazzling eyes left a deep impression on him. What a pity. Old Jiang is gone, I can no longer take advantage of her. Fangling sighed, feeling a bit regretful. He weighed the Lianshang sword on his back, turned around, and his blue robe fluttered, his sleeves billowing. There was a hint of elegance, a hint of rebelliousness. Parting is for a better reunion. Fangling believed that the next time he met old Jiang he would surely have more shared experiences and deeper exchanges in cultivation. Returning to the Fang residence, the maids and servants had all gone to bed. The night watchman, hearing the noise, came out dressed and greeted Fangling. Fangling casually inquired about old Fang's whereabouts and learned from the night watchman that old Fang was still at the Fang family market counting accounts and had not yet returned. Fangling paused, not rushing to return to his room. Instead, he exited the Fang residence, heading toward the market controlled by the Fang family. As he approached, he saw dim lights flickering in the night. Fangling drew closer and peered through the setup window, where he could see old Fang squinting his eyes, working on the abacus under the oil lamp, checking the account books. The dim light made it quite difficult for old Fang to see. Old Fangling called softly as he approached the house carrying his sword. Old Fang, who had been counting accounts, suddenly froze, putting down the account book. Upon seeing Fangling, he was filled with joy. Ah, my family's swordsmanship genius has returned. Old Fang was overjoyed and hurriedly walked out of the house. Why are you still counting accounts so late? Fangling frowned. Couldn't the accountant do it tomorrow? Old Fang waved his hand, his face glowing with excitement. You lad have brought glory to our family. When Principal Chui told me that you ranked first in the individual competition of the sword inquiry, I was stunned. Didn't you give up your outer sect quota at Jianshu to strive for the examination? I thought you would need spiritual crystals, so I adjusted the funds in the market, exchanging for 2 mid-grade spiritual crystals from the commercial bank under the Ministry of Revenue, and I was just reorganizing the accounts. Now, with 21 days left until the examination, those 2 mid-grade spiritual crystals should help you a bit. Your father doesn't have much ability to help you, but I can at least prepare some good quality spiritual crystals to make things a bit easier for you. Old Fang said with a smile. Fangling felt warmth in his heart. A father's love is like a mountain. Everything a father does for his child is unspoken. Although mid-grade spiritual crystals are better than low-grade ones and easier to absorb, their effects are not significant and they are expensive, making them a poor value. The disparity in talent cannot be erased simply by changing the quality of spiritual crystals, and old Fang knows this. Yet seeing Fangling working so hard, he still spent heavily to purchase mid-grade spiritual crystals. What did he strive to earn every night at the teaching office? Was it not for his child to have an easier life and a better future? Come, let's go home. Are you hungry? Were you nervous during the sword inquiry? Let's go, father will treat you to wontons. Old Fang extinguished the oil lamp, no longer burning the midnight oil to count accounts. He donned his outer garment, closed the door, and left with Fangling. The two of them seated themselves in a wonton shop that had yet to close. After eating the warm wontons, the two returned to the Fang residence. Old Fang encouraged him a few more times before leaving. Fangling returned to his own courtyard and room. On the table, the 2 mid-grade spiritual crystals that old Fang had purchased with great expense were displayed in a brocade box. A low-grade spiritual crystal fluctuates around a price of 100 gold coins, while a mid-grade spiritual crystal is equivalent to 100 low-grade spiritual crystals. Converted into gold coins, that amounts to 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins is no small sum. It would place a considerable burden on the cash flow of the Fang family. Fangling took a deep breath and stored away the heavy mid-grade spiritual crystals. Your spatial ring has received 2 mid-grade spiritual crystals. The spatial ring chimed. Fangling ignored it, took down the sword case, sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the remaining spiritual crystals from the system funds, switched to the bonding state, and began refining and cultivating. Outside the courtyard, old Fang did not return to his own room. He quietly approached, leaning against the courtyard wall, peering through the window, quietly watching Fangling diligently refining spiritual crystals in meditation. No one knows how hard my son has worked. Old Fang did not know how far Fangling could go in the examination, but he knew that Fangling would have no regrets because he had tried hard and fought for it. Old Fang smiled with satisfaction. He tiptoed away quietly, just as he had come, afraid of disturbing Fangling. Throughout the night, Fangling refined spirit crystals. The cultivation funds provided by the system were entirely consumed except for the gold coins, as Fangling completely refined all the spirit crystals. Boom! Above Fangling's head smoke swirled as the 8 streams of condensed spiritual energy within him boiled, rushing through his meridians like a floodgate opened.
8 segments.
In a state of dual bond, Fangling refined over a dozen low-grade spirit crystals, finally breaking through in his cultivation from a 7-segment swordsman to an 8-segment. His experience points also increased to 5,000, with only 5,000 points left until leveling up. This means that as long as he spends the 5,000 gold coins in his spatial ring on cultivation-related expenses, he can level up. The morning sunlight shone brightly.
Fangling opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air.
He felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration.
He was now an 8-segment swordsman.
Through his diligent training he had finally crossed from 3 segments to 8.
However, it's only 8 segments.
The resources needed to progress from 8 segments to 9 segments are far greater.
Fangling murmured, feeling not overly optimistic.
The demand for spirit crystals increases exponentially with the rise in strength. The higher the cultivation, the more spirit crystals are needed, potentially several times more than before. Previously 50 spirit crystals allowed Fangling to rise from 5 segments to 8, but from 8 segments to 9 segments he might need more than 50 spirit crystals.
Fortunately, Fangling didn't need to worry about resources.
As long as he upgraded the system, there would be ample system funds. Besides, he still had 10 low-grade spirit crystals and 2 mid-grade spirit crystals generously sponsored by Old Fang.
However, being an 8-segment swordsman did not allow Fangling to become complacent or lax. To truly excel in the examination, 8 segments
was still insufficient. At least 9 segments were needed to barely qualify.
After all, the examination was against students from all over the Great Tang. Standing up from the bed, Fangling twisted his body. In any profession, the first tier is the foundation.
Each increase in strength represents a subtle transformation, laying and enhancing the foundation of the body and meridians. It's time to find an opportunity to spend the system's funds.
Once money is spent, I can accumulate enough experience points for leveling up. Not only will there be new cultivation resources, but perhaps I will also unlock an additional bond slot. Fangling squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of anticipation. As for spending money, what could be difficult about it?
After changing into a new blue robe carrying the Lianqing sword box, Fangling had breakfast before leaving the Fang residence, heading towards the academy. Having not seen Xiao Wenzi for several days, Fangling missed her.
Eager to have a deep discussion about cultivation with her, he had just entered the academy. Pairs of eyes fell upon Fangling, filled with surprise, envy, and confusion.
Fangling was quite uncomfortable with the peculiar gazes of the surrounding students. After all, he was a modest person. Stepping into the 7th book building the moment he entered the floor, the students who had been chatting in small groups suddenly fell silent. Even the students in the 7th book building who had made it onto the academy's golden list quietly watched Fangling.
Is this the feeling of being regarded as a genius? Is this the sensation of being out of sync with the mundane world? How strange. But not unpleasant. Fangling found his desk and sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand and lightly tapping his fingers.
He looked towards Niwen's desk, but Xiao Wenzi had not yet arrived.
The whispers of classmates filled the floor once more.
After all, the 2 inner disciples from the Swordshoe sect had flown in on swords the previous day, loudly announcing that Fangling had secured first place in the Swordshoe sect's examination, leaving quite an impact. Now Fangling's reputation in the Luojiang Academy was likely comparable to that of the top 10 geniuses on the golden list.
Fangling is so formidable to actually win first place in the examination.
The sword examination does not consider cultivation level, only swordsmanship.
Fangling's swordsmanship is truly impressive. Having won first place in the sword examination, why is he even back at the academy?
Shouldn't he directly join the Swordshoe sect?
Is he back to participate in the examination, hoping to secure a better sect? But besides swordsmanship, what else can he do? He's getting too inflated with his strength. There's no hope for the examination. The classmates around him chatted while sneaking glances at Fangling. Although Fangling had secured first place in the sword examination, everyone still thought that his actions were not very wise.
After all, participating in the examination did not guarantee that he would reach the level to be selected by the Swordshoe sect. Even though he gained 30 points given Fangling's roots in cultivation level, aiming for a score high enough to be chosen by the Swordshoe sect would be exceedingly difficult with nearly no hope. If he ends up with a score that can only be picked by 2nd or even 3rd tier sects, or worse, fails altogether, that would truly become the laughingstock of the entire world. Clearly capable of entering the 1st tier sect of the Swordshoe sect in the Great Tang, yet he is overestimating himself.
Fangling was indifferent to the discussions of the surrounding students. Fangling's eyes brightened as he saw Niwen. Wrapped in a blue robe, she kept her head down as usual, appearing almost transparent, taking small steps into the building. Xiao Wenzi. Fangling called out.
Niwen abruptly raised her head, looking at the approaching Fangling, suddenly flustered, her heart racing after a long time apart. However, Fangling was already familiar, sitting cross-legged opposite her desk. Excitedly he began discussing cultivation issues with her.
Niwen's expression gradually softened, her anxiety calming.
She was still afraid that Fangling, having secured first place in the sword examination, might look down on her. Now that Fangling treated her as always, the stone in her heart was lifted and she felt a little flutter of joy and the special happiness of a young girl as she discussed cultivation-related topics with Fangling. This time Fangling took out the Great Tang art of sorcery. Previously he had a deep discussion with old Jiang and received a reward of a sorcery talisman related to the reverse turbine sword amplifying array. Fangling could only understand a little. After all, his main focus was swordsmanship and his understanding of sorcery theory was not deep. Each field has its specialization in Niwen being a study was quite interested in the array theory Fangling proposed. With a finger extending from her blue robe sleeve she began to doodle on the desk. While explaining to Fangling she was also deep in thought. Although Fangling's sorcery level was not high, it was not a big deal. Activating Niwen's bond state allowed them to communicate adequately and he gradually understood the sorcery talisman. Ding! The host has engaged in a shallow exchange about cultivation with the bond object Niwen, triggering a passive effect and receiving the reward fragment of breakthrough card 1. A system notification popped up. It was the familiar breakthrough card. Indeed, Xiao Wenzi was easier to extract rewards from than old Jiang. The fragments of the breakthrough card were quite valuable. They could offset the time bound to the bond object and Fangling did not mind having more. Soon as they were engrossed in conversation, Teacher Wen entered the floor and took his seat at the head table. Fangling reluctantly returned to his own position. Outside Luojiang City, 2 streaks of light rapidly approached. Flying swords soared through the air surrounded by a swirling silver sorcery array. On it, circles of arrays protected the figure seated on the flying sword. 2 swords, 2 people. One figure opened his eyes looking at the other carrying a rusty iron sword, slightly frowning and saying, Fangling has obtained the Lianqing sword. The Swordshu sect has already announced it to the world. Lin Yun, think carefully before acting. The figure with the iron sword chuckled. Stealing the sword? No, I'm not foolish. If I were to steal the sword from Fangling, it would mean offending the Swordshu sect and Xianyuan Taihua. The Swordshu sect would not allow a swordsman to take a sword out of Shu Mountain without reason. Offending Xianyuan Taihua, even a teacher might not be able to protect me. So, Lin Yun touched his chest, which had been mangled by Fangling. His fingers tightened suddenly and he opened his eyes, smirking as he looked down upon the entire Luojiang city. I am not here for the sword but for personal grievances. The bell for the end of class rang. After class, 2 figures rushed up the building. It was Yang Zhengyi and Lu Bubi. Lunzi, you're amazing. To actually secure first place in the examination, no need for further words. Tonight the brothel's courtesan will arrange a celebration for you. Yang Zhengyi excitedly flipped his hair back. Lu Bubi beside him shot an annoyed glance at Yang Zhengyi. Vulgar. The sword is much more interesting than women. Fangling, let's go practice swordsmanship together. Aren't you trying to break into the inner sect of the Swordshu sect through the examination? I will accompany you. My dad just rewarded me with a flying sword. After practicing I can take you out to play with the flying sword. Lu Bubi proudly raised his head. Although he was laid back after the examination, having gained 13 points for nothing. However, he maintained a good mindset and remained the proud little sword immortal of Luojiang. Fangling reluctantly declined Yang Zhengyi's invitation to the brothel. As for practicing swords with Lu Bubi, it was better to go to the brothel. Old Jiang was not around, and what was the point of 2 men practicing swords? Of course the main reason was that Lu Bubi's swordsmanship was too poor and Fangling had no interest. Old Lu, you can play by yourself, I have something important to do today. Fangling refused outright, leaving Lu Bubi with a face full of resentment. When needed he was called to be the reliable teammate, otherwise just old Lu. Ha! Fangling ignored the resentful Lu Bubi, said goodbye to Niwen and headed straight for the main street, making his way to Qianfei Pavilion where he could spend money. As soon as he stepped into Qianfei Pavilion, the alluring and graceful manager Yes eyes lit up as if she had seen a big client and she approached with a beaming smile. Once again he stepped into the Qianfei Pavilion. Treading upon the luxurious carpet laid on the floor, the softness beneath his feet constantly conveyed a sense of high-class elegance. Manager Yu approached with a beaming smile, her figure accentuated by the form-fitting cheongsam exuding a captivating beauty. Congratulations young Master Fang for surpassing many swordsmanship geniuses and winning first place in the sword challenge. Your youthful achievements are truly astonishing. He then began to contemplate what he intended to purchase at the Qianfei Pavilion, aiming for something related to his cultivation. While it sounded easy, it was in fact quite challenging. He couldn't buy pills, but he could exchange for a better spatial ring. However, Fangling was more inclined to try purchasing a flying sword. During his recent visit to the Jianshu sect, riding on Instructor Wen's flying sword, he felt a surge of longing. Whether it looked good or not was irrelevant, it was primarily for transportation. Manager Yu noticed the desire to buy shining in Fangling's eyes. He appeared eager to spend money but indecisive about what to buy. As she led him into the pavilion, she proactively asked, although Qianfei Pavilion mainly sells spatial rings, we also deal in pills, cultivation attire and other categories, young master. Fangling, after hearing Manager Yes' introduction, inquired, Sister Yu, does Qianfei Pavilion sell flying swords? Manager, you paused for a moment before smiling. Young Master Fang, to be honest, we do have flying swords for sale at Qianfei Pavilion. However, since we entered the flying sword market relatively late, there is still a gap compared to the luxurious flying swords produced by the Yunxiao sect Yuma Valley and Sihuan Tower. The main difference lies in the research of the flying sword formation. Therefore, if young Master Fang wishes to purchase a truly high-quality luxurious flying sword that can reach the speed limit, I would suggest choosing the Yunxiao sect or Yuma Valley.
However, in terms of comfort while using the flying sword, Qianfei Pavilion holds its own. Manager, you was quite honest, which was also the consistent principle of Qianfei Pavilion, putting the customer first. Nevertheless, she would not overly belittle Qianfei Pavilion as it did have its own advantages regarding flying swords. Fangling was slightly taken aback upon hearing Manager Yes' words, his brow raised without showing too much disappointment.
Seeing he didn't leave, a hint of joy flashed in Manager Yes' eyes as she led the way to the internal courtyard of the Qianfei Pavilion. In the courtyard's corridor, flying swords hovered, illuminated by the light of spirit crystals shimmering with brilliance. Fangling was captivated while Manager Yu smiled and introduced each flying sword to him. For each flying sword's performance and comfort, Manager Yu spoke with ease. Sister Yu, with a budget of 5,000 gold coins, could you recommend a flying sword?
Fangling smiled as he spoke. 5,000 gold coins.
Manager Yu wasn't too disappointed, although 5,000 gold coins could at most buy an entry-level flying sword.
However, since Fangling had expressed interest, it indicated he was considering a purchase.
Manager Yu selected a flying sword from among many. It was a sword 5 feet long and 2 palms wide with a fiery red body.
The connection between the hilt fittings and blade was seamless, resembling a burning flame.
It could adjust in size and accommodate up to 5 people flying together. This is the entry-level Liuhua series flying sword produced by Qianfei Pavilion, equipped with a direct suction enhancement formation inscribed by a third-grade technique cultivator. It guarantees stability during operation, accelerates quickly, and can reach maximum speed within 10 breaths. When fully operational, it can travel 2,000 miles each hour, and the formation provides a power source capable of absorbing the spiritual energy equivalent to 3 low-grade spirit crystals every hour. If young Master Fang is interested, you can test fly it in the illusion formation governed by the Sword Control Division connected to Qianfei Pavilion.
Manager Yu smiled. Upon hearing this, Fangling's eyes lit up. Then, shall we give it a try?
Manager Yu smiled, raised her hand, causing a spatial fluctuation, retracted the sword, and led Fangling toward the illusion formation area. The illusion formation area was vast. Qianfei Pavilion had dispatched many guards to oversee it, and Fangling even noticed several technique cultivators maintaining the formation. Manager Yu walked alongside Fangling and said with a smile, the illusion formation area not only allows for test flying. If young master truly purchases a flying sword, you can hold a sword control order to reside in the illusion formation area. You can even participate in the flying sword contest organized by the Great Tang Sword Control Division in the illusion formation area. If you can leave your name on the sword stele, you would also gain the opportunity to customize a flying sword from Qianfei Pavilion for free.
Fangling felt intrigued after hearing this. Manager Yu personally opened the intricately carved wooden door for Fangling.
Upon entering the room, he found it spacious, with the floor walls and ceiling all engraved with complex and intricate formations. Young Master Fang, do you have the sword control order with you? According to the laws of the Great Tang, one cannot control a flying sword without it, Manager Yu stated.
She needed to verify Fangling's sword control order. Fangling was not too anxious. He took the sword control order from his spatial ring and handed it to Manager Yu. Manager Yu smiled, carefully examined the formation on the sword control order, and then returned the token to Fangling. Subsequently, she took out the Liuhua flying sword from her spatial ring. Young Master Fang, this flying sword now belongs to you. Feel free to experience the unrestrained joy of flying. Manager Yu said with a smile before bowing out of the room and closing the door. Boom! The moment the door closed, the formations within the room instantly lit up. Fangling felt everything before him begin to change. Originally in the room, he suddenly found himself standing on a circular altar suspended in the sky. Everything felt surreal. Welcome to the illusion formation area. Would you like to change your name? Would you like to hide your true appearance? Would you like to participate in the flying sword contest? A melodious, mature female voice echoed. Fangling was taken aback. Although he had received guidance from the system, this was still his first time controlling a flying sword in reality. While his soul was experienced, his physical body was still a novice. Fangling recalled Manager Yu mentioning that participating in the flying sword contest could lead to rankings, leaving a name on the sword stele, and even obtaining the chance to customize a flying sword from Qianfei Pavilion. Getting a flying sword for free was certainly appealing, so Fangling decided to participate. He opted not to change his name but thought for a moment and chose to hide his true appearance. Fangling's thoughts rippled. Soon he received feedback. Liuhua 007, you are participating in the flying sword contest for the first time and are currently matching teammates. Teammate matching completed. Your first flying sword contest is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. The pleasant female voice gradually faded away. Buzz. The formation's light flickered, and beside Fangling a vague figure emerged who also chose to hide their true appearance. Fangling's gaze swept over to the figure's name, Luo Jiang, Little Sword Immortal. That name seems a bit arrogant yet oddly familiar. Luo Jiang City. Sihuan Tower Illusion Formation Area. Lu Bubi, who had been rejected by Fangling, did not practice swordsmanship but instead headed to Sihuan Tower. He represented Luo Jiang Academy in the sword challenge, achieving first place in the team battle and earning points in the individual competition. His father, delighted, specifically ordered a beginner flying sword from Sihuan Tower for him. Though it was merely an entry-level flying sword incomparable to Wen Ting's luxurious trident, it still cost several thousand gold coins. Lu Bubi wore a radiant expression as he confidently entered the illusion formation area of Sihuan Tower. Though he had never owned a flying sword, he frequently enjoyed visiting the illusion formation area of Sihuan Tower to indulge in the thrill of sword control. Although each experience required 10 gold coins, he could afford it. Entering the flying sword contest, he matched with his teammates. Lu Bubi's side soon revealed the silhouettes of his teammates. He used his spiritual sense to check their names. Flying sword matches. 0 matches. Lu Bubi's heart sank. Their names were unchanged and the production factions and sword models were all laid bare. Damn it, encountered a stubborn newbie. This luck is terrible. It seems this flying sword contest will be another loss and the hope of making a name on the sword steel is gone. Feeling frustrated, Lu Bubi could only hope this newbie would be somewhat reliable. Newbie, you are responsible for breaking wind. Do you understand breaking wind? Not really, 007 replied sullenly. To put it simply, you are responsible for fully operating the flying sword formation, flying at full speed. Clear the wind resistance and waves for me. Got it. I sort of understand. A little 007 chuckled. Lu Bubi, feeling hopeless, waved his hand. You don't understand anything. All right. Just don't talk. Lie down. I'll take the lead. This person wants to. Lie down. A familiar tone. A scene that feels reminiscent. Fangling looked at his teammate beside him with a strange expression. Lao Lu. Could it be such a coincidence? Fangling chuckled, not paying much attention. He focused his attention on the flying sword Liuhua, an entry-level flying sword that was Fangling's first flying sword. Flying swords are different from swords. They cannot be used specifically for killing enemies but rather serve as a means of transportation. Swords used for combat have their own distinct styles. Like the Lianqing sword made of top-tier materials, it cuts through iron like mud, nurtured by intention. Such a sword does not inscribe any formations, belonging solely to sword cultivators. In contrast, flying swords are inscribed with formations, and if the formations are damaged, the flying sword is ruined, making them unsuitable for direct combat. Gently stroking Liuhua, the streamlined blade gave a feeling of exhilaration, with the formations on the sword tip being both dazzling and intricate. Fangling had a shallow exchange of knowledge about formations with Niwen, and through osmosis he could discern the profundity of the formations. At the very least, for Fangling's level, deciphering such formations would be quite difficult. Newbie, stop dazing off, get on the sword quickly. You go ahead, I'll follow. You handle breaking the wind, just fully operate the formation to maintain flight and I will correct your mistakes on the route and guide you. I'll tell you to slow down, you slow down, I'll tell you to speed up, you speed up, got it. As long as you don't mess up, I'll lie down. On the other side, Lu Bubi confidently raised his head and said. That damn familiar expression. Fangling's mouth twitched. In this flying sword race, 50 teams set off simultaneously, totaling 100 people. Each team has 2 members with clear roles, one responsible for breaking the wind, the other maintaining stamina, spiritual sense and mental state, responsible for the final rush of the scene. Lu Bubi stated. Fangling simply responded. Lu Bubi felt exhausted. This newbie really seemed to understand nothing. However, Lu Bubi couldn't say anything as they were randomly matched. As Fangling inserted the sword control order into the flying sword formations core to activate it, Lu Bubi began to pay attention to the opponents in this flying sword race. Upon focusing, his expression suddenly turned grim. Oh, Luo Jiang, the Little Sword Immortal. So familiar, it's you again, the defeated. Taking the most flamboyant title, riding the most mediocre flying sword. Laughing to death. If I were you, how could I have the face to take this title? Mocking voices came from a rival called Chang'an Morning Little Sword. Lu Bubi often mingled in flying sword races, occasionally getting into verbal disputes, and he had quarreled with this guy many times, losing more often than not. Having matched with a newbie again and encountering this opponent, Lu Bubi felt increasingly gloomy. He initially wanted to relax before the examination, but now he could only expect the mockery that would come after losing this round. The mentality for the examination would inevitably be affected. He had been too hasty. At this moment, Fangling was also seated on the Liuhua sword, activating the flying sword. The silver formation on the sword tip transformed into a fiery red formation that enveloped the flying sword with a low-grade spirit crystal stuffed inside, constantly having its spiritual energy drawn by the formation's core. Fangling seemed to hear his teammate and opponents cursing. He turned his head to take a glance at the opponent's name and was instantly rendered speechless. Chang'an Morning Little Sword. Confirmed, this person should be a fan of old Chow.
Just like the title somewhere Pine Yuyan from his past life. Seeing the two insulting each other, Fangling couldn't help but smile. Their names were equally ridiculous. What was there to argue about?
Dong. The sound of an ancient bell resonated melodiously. Newbie. When the third bell tolls, set off quickly. You must start fast. Lu Bubi sat cross-legged on the flying sword behind, speaking gravely. All right. Fangling responded, sitting cross-legged on the sword formation, feeling the clicking sounds produced by the rotating formation, his lips curling upward with curiosity and anticipation. Dong. The third bell finally rang.
In the instant the sound faded, the sound of breaking air around surged. The flying swords began to accelerate. 50 teams set off almost simultaneously, darting out like swimming dragons crossing the river. Fangling's palm extended, forming a sword finger, tapping on the palm's-sized formation. I suspended before him, leisurely tracing circles with his sword finger as the spiritual energy from the spirit crystal was devoured, transforming into propulsion. The Liuhua beneath him began to fly out slowly. The moment Liuhua started to move, Lu Bubi also activated his flying sword, closely following Fangling. Faster. Accelerate. Accelerate. Lu Bubi kept shouting on the flying sword. However, his heart gradually sank into a valley. Indeed, a pure rookie. Fangling's start was simply too slow. That leisurely manner, did he think he was out for a stroll? In an instant, among the 50 teams, Fangling and Lu Bubi's team fell to the very last place. In the distance, mocking laughter from several opponents came unabashedly. Like a speeding rabbit turning back to ridicule a slow-moving turtle. Lu Bubi clutched his chest as if he had been stabbed in the back by his teammate. What kind of godly teammate is this? Are they purposely messing with his mentality? Fangling seemed to sense Lu Bubi's despondent mindset, his expression gradually becoming serious. Images of training related to flying sword control skills expert level surfaced in his mind. Fangling raised both hands, the formation in front of him flickering, his sword finger tapping on it, speeding up the rotation, then pushing forward. Ka ka ka. The formation circle of the Liuhua flying sword suddenly began to rotate at high speed, its lines turning fiery red like a branding iron. Whoosh. The airwaves were instantly shattered and the speed of Liuhua suddenly increased significantly. Lu Bubi, following behind Fangling, immediately stiffened. Ha! Something seems off. This newbie has some skills. Lu Bubi also began to control the flying sword, pointing his sword finger at the formation to accelerate. With Fangling breaking the wind ahead, he only needed to easily follow the trajectory of the broken airflow. Faster. It's really speeding up. Fangling piloted Liuhua, the speed increasing and the surrounding scenery rapidly vanished like a blur. Lu Bubi's eyes gradually lit up as he began to increase the formation's course consumption of spiritual energy, allowing the flying sword's speed to explode even faster. This newbie. While lacking in other areas, this technique for speeding up the flying sword was indeed on par with Lu Bubi. Teams were being surpassed. 14, 48, 47. The rankings gradually moved forward. Not bad. Keep it up. Lu Bubi praised. At this pace he would surely lead this newbie to a comfortable victory and show him the scenery from the mountaintop. Sitting on the flying sword in front, Fangling heard Lu Bubi's voice transmission and smiled slightly. This was just the beginning. Swords surrounded by formations flew through the high sky, weaving between towering mountain peaks that rose like swords. Fangling wasn't very familiar with the racecourse chosen this time, but Lu Bubi had introduced it to him. Continuous peaks, cascading waterfalls, lush forests and green pastures. These 4 racing scenes spanned a total of 2,000 miles. Even though it's an illusion, this illusion was developed by top-tier formations researchers from the Datang world, containing theories of forbidden spells level formations, making the environment incredibly close to reality. In such a realistic situation, the environmental factors had a significant impact on sword control. The first scene, continuous peaks, quickly came to an end. Immediately following was the scene transition. In the distance, Fangling could already feel the rising humidity. The second scene, cascading waterfalls, was approaching. The deafening roar of the waterfall had already resounded in his ears. Buzz. The surrounding sword wielders began to slow down their flying swords. After flying through the first scene, the spiritual crystal in the formation's core was nearly depleted and it was time to exchange the spirit crystals. This was common knowledge. Almost every sword wielder would slow down at this time to ensure they could replace the spirit crystal with the most stable and fastest speed. However, newbie, what are you doing? Slowing down to change the spirit crystal. Lu Bubi saw that Fangling showed no signs of slowing down. His eyes widened, quickly shouting a reminder. This newbie couldn't possibly be so high on flying that he forgot to change the spirit crystal, right? If the spirit crystal's energy was not replaced in time, the flying sword's speed would plummet and could even lead to a crash. Fangling still had a smile on his face. Change the spirit crystal. Of course he would change it, but why should he slow down to do so? A seasoned driver with expert-level sword control skills never slows down. Not only did he not slow down, but he also accelerated. The scene changed dramatically and a massive waterfall suddenly appeared before him, water waves crashing violently causing chaotic air currents. The speed of the surrounding flying swords suddenly dropped.
However, among them was one anomaly.
The Liuhua flying sword truly resembled a falling heavenly fire, showing no signs of slowing down as it rapidly crashed into the waterfall. The dozens of flying sword wielders who were continuously surpassed suddenly turned grim, cursing him as crazy.
Not slowing down. They would crash. Not changing the spirit crystal was one thing, but not slowing down during a scene transition. What? Slow down. Why are you still accelerating? Ah. No. Slow down. Lu Bubi gasped, his face turning pale, shouting loudly. Damn. Too fast. Please slow down a bit.
Watching the rapidly approaching waterfall, seeing Fangling not only not slow down but instead accelerate towards it,
Lu Bubi instinctively tightened his legs and clutched his chest. So thrilling. Is this the feeling of excitement?
The sensation of a heart attack.
So close. Closer and closer.
As they were about to crash into the waterfall, every pore on Lu Bubi's body opened up, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he gasped for breath.
He closely followed Fangling's trajectory of breaking the wind. Even the sword finger pressing against the formation was trembling.
The crashing waterfall became increasingly terrifying, like a vicious beast with its mouth wide open.
Getting closer to the waterfall, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters.
The droplets flying from the waterfall like arrows rained down in a dark cloud, crashing against the flying sword's defense formation as bursts of mist erupted. When Fangling was just 100 meters away from the waterfall, amidst the roaring airwaves, he suddenly transformed the sword finger pressing against the formation's core into a palm and slapped down. The rapidly spinning formation halted abruptly. The sword tip of the flying sword dropped, kicking up a large wave of airflow which smashed into the crashing waterfall, causing a burst of water splashes as it quickly descended.
Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey.
A wave of air followed closely, narrowly missing the crashing waterfall.
Lu Bubi's flying sword also followed Fangling's rhythm, rapidly diving due to the broken airflow.
The two flying swords spiraled down parallel to the waterfall. The fierce wind hit Lu Bubi's face, making him tremble uncontrollably.
It felt like jumping off a cliff. Slow down. He felt a bit urgent. Ah! The sound of Lu Bubi's screams surged amidst the waterfall.
The screams tore through the air,
coming closer and closer, startling a flock of startled birds.
Two flying swords like two beams of light plummeted in parallel alongside the waterfall.
The waterfall roared deafeningly. Even with Fangling's mastery in sword control, his heart raced violently. Boom!
Below the waterfall was the surging river, where the water crashed against enormous waves. The air currents above the river were chaotic, making it increasingly difficult to control the flying swords. Fangling's Liuhua sword rapidly descended, his hands moving with incredible speed to switch the spirit crystal. Then he pointed the sword at the array eye and suddenly pulled upward.
The sword tip lifted. It was as if a giant dragon raised its head. The air currents above the river were cleaved open by the Liuhua sword tip.
The flying sword shifted from a falling posture to being level with the river's surface, suddenly racing past.
Boom! Like an enraged dragon roaring at the river.
The water on the river suddenly sank under the pressure of the shockwave, as if countless fish were thrashing their tails in the water.
Following closely was Lu Bubi's distant scream, even breaking the sound barrier. Fangling showed no signs of slowing down, and Lu Bubi was left in a state of panic, trying to keep up.
The two flew side by side over the river, skimming the rushing waters in parallel. Originally at the back, they quickly surpassed many opponents who were slowing down due to scene transitions, reaching the top 10. Behind the overwhelming waterfall, the other sword wielders were dumbfounded. Fangling's control over the flying sword was like a textbook operation, piercing through the darkness like a long sword, tearing apart the endless gloom and showering them with brilliance that dazzled their eyes.
Is that a professional sword wielder? Absolutely.
That extreme dragon rising is simply spine-chilling.
I thought it was a newbie, but turns out it's a pro.
A group of people erupted into excited discussions.
Lu Bubi looked at the newcomer ahead, who skillfully controlled an entry-level Liuhua sword. This newcomer might be a professional sword wielder.
A sword wielder is a title that can only be obtained by those who have reached a high standard in the art of sword control in the Great Tang. It is a title that must be earned through rigorous assessments at the Great Tang's Sword Control Division. And the sword wielder assessment is notoriously difficult. Extreme tail whipping past the waterfall, extreme dragon rising level with the river surface, or rapidly switching spirit crystals, these are all standards and maneuvers that only professional sword wielders can demonstrate. At this moment, Lu Bubi's expression became complex as he recalled the sword contest and this fierce competition for flying swords.
It seemed Lu Bubi had unknowingly won again. This was not the life he wanted. Lu Bubi
had dreams, had goals, and wanted to be self-reliant.
Enough, this will definitely be my last time coasting. Lu Bubi's eyes flickered with determination as he secretly vowed.
However, to be carried along by a professional sword wielder
was quite exhilarating. Swish swish swish. The sound of breaking air echoed. In the dense forest a silver flying sword darted like a fish nimbly weaving through the trees, startling countless leaves that had been dislodged by the gusts. It was the team led by the Chan'an Morning Small Sword which had maintained the lead since the takeoff stage. At this moment the Chan'an Morning Small Sword smiled broadly at his windbreaker in front and said, "Bro, you truly are a man who is just half a step away from being a professional sword wielder." Ha ha ha. Calling you to help me, it was indeed so easy to take first place. The Chan'an Morning Small Sword laughed heartily. Sitting cross-legged on the front flying sword, a figure named Luo Yang said lazily with a hint of helplessness, "Luokiki, you silly girl, stop taking such a title. If you were to compare with such a senior like Morning Small Sword, you would be doomed. Change your title later. It's inappropriate for a girl to have such a name. Also stop playing with the flying sword and focus on preparing for the exam, otherwise if you fail the swordshoe exam you might cry your heart out. Moreover, if I wasn't worried that you would lose the race and it would affect your exam mindset, would I agree to help you crush the new challengers?" Luo Yang said helplessly. "Bro, you talk too much." Luokikyo rolled her eyes. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned around almost in disbelief. Someone is catching up. Impossible. I've already left behind the second place Trident flying sword combination by a distance of 1.5 scenes, almost 850 miles. How could they catch up so quickly? He slightly turned to the side, his gaze sharp. He caught a glimpse of a fiery red sword shadow in the dense forest moving in a serpentine trajectory, swiftly dodging the trees and approaching rapidly. Luo Yang was taken aback, his previously relaxed demeanor vanished. The second place has caught up. Ah. It's that arrogant little sword immortal. Bro. For the sake of your sister's reputation. I'm begging you. Fly fast. The Chan'an Morning Small Sword Luokiki said urgently. Luo Yang's eyes sharpened, pointing his sword at the array and suddenly accelerating. He controlled the flying sword beneath him, rapidly weaving through the dense forest, dodging branches and avoiding large trees. Towering trees rose from the ground beside him and swiftly passed by, soon disappearing from view. Ah. Bro. Slow down. Decrease speed. Fly slower. Then Luokiki let out a scream just like Lububi's. The flying sword transformed into a silver beam of light navigating through the dense woods. However, the fiery red sword shadow behind was still rapidly closing in. So fast. Insane. Is it not slowing down? It's still accelerating. With such speed, will there be enough time to dodge the trees? Luo Yang took a deep breath. Whoosh. The fiery red flying sword raced forward, surpassing the silver flying sword and taking first place. Luo Yang's expression turned extremely serious. This speed, this control. A professional sword wielder. The opponent is definitely a professional sword wielder. However, Luo Yang's eyes quickly sharpened, his body trembling with excitement, feeling a sense of joy as if he had found his prey. The opponent's flying sword is a Qianfei Liuhua, an entry-level flying sword. In the final sprint it definitely can't compete with me in speed. I haven't lost yet. What I need to do now is not to let him pull too far ahead. Luo Yang analyzed, already neglecting his sister's frantic screaming behind him. He focused his mind, pushing himself to the limit as he navigated through the dense forest, striving to keep close to the Liuhua ahead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Leaves were whipped away by the gusts. Fangling navigated through the dense forest with expert sword control, every pore of his body invigorated and exhilarated. What a rush! This feeling of freedom, unrestricted and flying at will, was truly exhilarating. As for Lu Bubi screaming at the top of his lungs behind him, Fangling completely ignored it. Scream all you want, even if you shout your throat raw, it won't cost you anything. After all, this is an illusion array and no one will die here. In fact, Fangling was already feeling a bit fatigued from controlling the sword. His spiritual energy and stamina were rapidly declining. It was about time to get serious and try out that array talisman. With a thought, he activated it. A warm jade green square talisman quietly rested in his palm, its surface intricately engraved with complex and detailed array patterns. Boom! Endless white light erupted at the dim end of the dense forest. Just when he was about to crash into a large tree, he suddenly accelerated. The sword's body tilted at a 90-degree angle, skimming past the great tree, missing it by a hair's breadth, speeding past. Whoosh! Countless leaves flew everywhere. Fangling rode the Liuhua out of the dark forest and burst into endless light. Lu Bubi felt everything in front of him rapidly dissipating. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and he felt like he had reached the peak of his life. His tightly clenched legs finally relaxed and he felt a warm current surging from below. Lu Bubi slumped on the flying sword array, his eyes glazed over. As for the final sprint on the racetrack, what is that? What does it have to do with him? Just lying down was enough. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the dense forest, a silver flash closely followed. The fourth race scene came into view. The sky was vast, the wilderness boundless, and the wind blew the grass low.
On the emerald grassland there were no more obstacles, just an open road.
Now's the time. Sprint. Luo Yang's eyes lit up, having held back until now. He began to accelerate with all his might.
He aimed to surpass with the crushing quality of the flying sword. Even though his spiritual energy and stamina had all declined significantly, Luo Kikyu behind him was already dazed and sprawled on the flying sword. Relying on her to complete the final speed sprint was impossible.
Luo Yang didn't want to lose, so he went all in.
The distance was closing. The silver flying sword surged forward with full speed, narrowing the gap with Fangling's Liuhua.
Fangling didn't look at the opponent.
He pressed the talisman into the array eye of the flying sword. The array surrounding the Liuhua flying sword abruptly halted. In the next moment, countless spiritual energies surged from the sword body, gradually converging into new array eyes and formations enveloping the original array. This formed two rotating arrays of different sizes. One turned forward while the other revolved in reverse.
Ka ka ka.
The sound of rotation.
A dual reverse pressure array for the flying sword.
However, before the explosion, Fangling suddenly slowed down the Liuhua sword, shifting to the left to position himself behind Lu Bubi's flying sword. The sword tip rested against Lu Bubi's sword handle.
The dazed Lu Bubi felt a chill from behind and suddenly jolted awake. Luo Yang was stunned.
Fangling turned his head, revealing a warm smile that was hard to make out through the haze. His 5 fingers spread and a brand new condensed array eye appeared before him.
He slapped down.
The spirit crystal just replaced in the array eye was visibly drained.
Instantly, the dual arrays of the Liuhua flew in reverse rotation.
It was as if a flame compressed for 1,000 years roared out, abruptly erupting. The airflow behind the Liuhua flying sword surged and exploded with terrifying propulsion. Like two raging white dragons, they tore through the sky, stirring above the grassland like a hurricane, bending the emerald grass and creating two large chaotic imprints of flattened grass. As if going from absolute stillness to extreme speed. The speed suddenly surged drastically.
Accelerate. Accelerate again.
Luo Yang's flying sword was instantly surpassed, and in Fangling's peripheral vision it quickly shrank into a black dot. Watching Fangling's sword transform into a fiery red dragon snake, breaking through the finish line with unimaginable speed.
Luo Yang. He was stunned. Entry level. This is insane. Stunned. Silent. Luo Yang's face still bore disbelief. When did this entry-level Qianfei Liuhua possess such terrifying acceleration?
The speed that erupted in that instant seemed to surpass even the top-tier luxury flying swords.
But how could a Liuhua worth 5,000 gold coins have such acceleration?
Luo Yang felt as if his common sense and worldview had been shattered.
Could it be? This is the latest acceleration technique array developed by Qianfei Pavilion. As if struck by a thought, Luo Yang's eyes brightened. Liuhua 007. Could it be that Qianfei Pavilion has invited a professional swordsman specifically to test the new technique array? Luo Yang's breathing quickened and he clenched his fist tightly.
It seemed he had grasped the truth of the matter.
Qianfei Pavilion has a great treasure. Swish. Swish. Swish.
The flying swords broke through the finish line in succession. In the illusion, array time was also frozen.
Fangling and Lu Bubi crossed the finish line, taking a total time of 1 hour and 15 minutes. Buzz.
The illusion array in the room dissipated. In the 4-ring tower, Lu Bubi collapsed to the ground, his eyes somewhat dazed, face flushed.
So exhilarating. Finally it's over.
So thrilling, so fast.
Is this the world of professional swordsmen?
After a long while, Lu Bubi finally got up from the ground, carefully putting away the flying sword. At this moment he finally had the leisure to check the time taken.
2,000 miles on the course, taking 1 hour and 15 minutes. Lu Bubi's mind buzzed as if it had exploded. This
has refreshed his personal record. Lu Bubi was so excited that his whole body trembled, his mind sinking into the sword tablet released by the Sword Control Office. Sword tablet rank 909, Etanin Luo Jiang, the little sword immortal.
He made it onto the list. Lu Bubi couldn't help but laugh joyfully.
Though he had laid down to achieve it, he was done pretending. Winning by lying down was not his intention. But what could he do when a professional swordsman carried him alone?
Fangling opened his eyes and exited the illusion array.
A smile appeared on his face and he felt a refreshing sensation all over. He glanced at the ranking on the sword tablet, 179th. Although Lu Bubi was the first to break through the finish line, the sword tablet rankings were based on operation, total time and performance on the course.
How strong could the 178 ahead of him be?
Not thinking too much, Fangling had no real concept. With specialized swordsmanship skills and the technique array talismans, it was somewhat surprising that Fangling ended up ranked only 179th.
How strong could the 178 ahead of him be?
Not thinking too much, Fangling had no real concept of this ranking.
Fangling was very satisfied with this Liuhua.
As he walked out of the test flight room, Manager Yu was already waiting. She wasn't quite clear about the test flight situation, but seeing the satisfied smile on Fangling's face, she knew this deal was secure.
Sister, you 5,000 gold coins, right?
"I'm buying it," Fangling said with a smile. Manager Yu smiled broadly and raised her hand, her slender fingers adorned with a spatial ring. Fangling also focused his mind, raised his hand and lightly touched the two spatial rings together. The 5,000 gold coins inside the spatial ring transferred to Manager Yu's ring.
This is the transfer function of the spatial ring. Ding.
The host has completed a transaction related to cultivation and received a random reward which has been issued to the item bar. Indeed, at the moment Fangling spent the 5,000 gold coins, a notification echoed in his mind.
Ding. Friendly reminder, experience points are full, level up.
The system prompted again.
A look of anticipation appeared on Fangling's face. Finally. He leveled up. Host Fangling. Cultivation 8th rank swordsman. Level LV3.
Experience 050000.
Root bone 36 white. Cultivation funds 25,000 gold coins, 150 low-grade spirit crystals, 1 mid-grade spirit crystal only for cultivation projects. Items fragment of rank up card 1 blue reward egg 1. Bonded objects Niwen 60 Jiang Linglong 60 vacant 60. Unique passive related matters with bonded objects in cultivation will yield extra rewards. Fangling glanced at the system panel and couldn't help but focus, his breathing slightly quickening.
He immediately noticed the changes in the bonded objects section.
The system upgrade clearly wasn't just about giving money.
The real benefit was the change in bonding degree. Originally the bonding degree was 50, but it had risen to LV3, reaching 60. Although it was only a 10-point increase, it was of immense significance to Fangling. It represented potential for growth. This system upgrade gave Fangling great hope. It also provided Fangling with a stronger incentive to strive harder. He would work even harder in his cultivation next. Everything was getting better. Fangling came back to his senses, and Manager Yu did not urge him, her face displaying a gentle smile as she watched him. "Young Master Fang, to thank you for supporting Qinfei Pavilion's flying sword business, this is a spatial ring gifted to you by Qinfei Pavilion with an internal space of 10 cubic meters specially for storing flying swords.
We welcome young Master Fang for the next flying sword and to continue choosing Qinfei Pavilion."
Manager Yu handed over a fiery red spatial ring, smiling as she spoke.
Fangling's eyes brightened. Buying a flying sword comes with a spatial ring. Qinfei Pavilion, one of the 3 major business establishments of the Tang dynasty, truly knows how to do business. However, for Qinfei Pavilion the cost price of spatial rings is not high, so giving them as gifts is no burden at all. If they can attract a customer to purchase a flying sword and expand their flying sword business, they would make a profit. Fangling smiled and did not refuse. He put on the fiery red spatial ring and stored the Liuwa flying sword. As the night sky began to drizzle, the rain fell softly like a veil of mist covering the world. In Luojiang City, by the banks of Luojiang, the teaching bureau was brightly lit with flower boats stretching across the river like brilliant flowers blooming in the night. The light rain fell gently, dark clouds piled up, accumulating for a heavy downpour. The teaching bureau was located close to the banks of Luojiang, occupying a vast area with 12 independent courtyards belonging to the 12 renowned courtesans of the teaching bureau. As for the flower boats, as long as one could afford the gold coins, they would light up the flower boats every night. In the courtyard of Chunmei Courtyard, wine flowed along the winding water with leisure gardens, long corridors and poetic scenery. In the center of the courtyard stood a pavilion with a table set for wine, beautifully arranged with delicacies. As the light rain fell, droplets cascaded down the eaves and tiles, flowing silently along the edges. Inside the pavilion, lanterns hung high, illuminating the place as if it were daytime, with shadows flitting about. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, guqin pipa, and even a woman's shy scolding of annoying could be heard. Every sound was distinct. Amidst the clinking of cups, old Fawn was chatting with several other family heads from Luojiang City about upcoming collaboration projects among the families. Pata pata. The sound of footsteps splashing through rainwater was distinctly audible in the silent night. At the entrance of Chunmei Courtyard, 2 figures wearing bamboo hats and cloaks paused, one of them carrying a rusty iron sword, arms crossed. The guards of Chunmei Courtyard came to stop them, but the burly figure emitted a terrifying pressure of a cultivator. The guards coughed blood, collapsing into the mud, unable to move. The 2 figures strolled in leisurely. Inside Chunmei Courtyard, the clinking of cups began to gradually lower in volume. At the wine table, the courtesans of the teaching bureau changed color, and the other family heads also looked pale. Everyone fell silent. The 2 figures carrying the unique terrifying pressure of cultivators walked into the pavilion and removed their bamboo hats. Lin Yun, carrying the rusty iron sword, smiled and poured himself a glass of wine, looking with a half smile at Fang Beha at the wine table. "Boss Fang, I've long admired you. I am Lin Yun and I am a very good friend of your son Fangling. Come drink with me while we wait for Fangling." It started to rain. Standing in front of Qinfei Pavilion, Fangling looked up, watching raindrops whistle down from the sky, slowly exhaling a breath. In the illusion array, he had wielded his sword with great pleasure, unaware of the passing time. Fangling opened the oil paper umbrella borrowed from Manager Yu and stepped into the rain curtain.
However, as soon as he took a step, a figure appeared in the distance, braving the rain, stepping through the water, hurriedly heading towards Qianfei Pavilion.
Are you young Master Fang?
The figure, clad in a cloak and bamboo hat, pale in complexion, upon seeing Fangling hurriedly spoke. Fangling was taken aback, initially thinking the person was just passing by, but was surprised that they were coming for him.
Fangling nodded.
The figure quickly added, I am a guard from the teaching bureau's Chunmei courtyard. Young Master Lin Yun asked me to convey a message to you, inviting you to a gathering at Chunmei courtyard.
Lin Yun.
Fangling was taken aback, recalling the arrogant student from Donglu Academy Lin Yun who had been so brash during the sword inquiry grand competition.
Fangling frowned, wondering why this Lin Yun had come to Luojiang City.
He had no good feelings toward this Lin Yun, who was overly arrogant and had a rebellious glint in his eyes. I have no time, I'm not going, Fangling said flatly. The night was as dark as thick ink and the rain kept falling.
Fangling held an oiled paper umbrella, following the escort as they made their way towards the Jiaofang division.
Manager Yu stood gracefully at the entrance of the Qianfei Pavilion, the curtain of rain blurring her vision. She watched as Fangling and the escort disappeared into the distance, her red lips pursed, lost in thought.
Manager Yu overheard the conversation between Fangling and the servant. Is young Master Fang being threatened?
Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, she waved to the two escorts standing at the distance. Both were practitioners of the martial arts, ranked as second-tier warriors.
Follow them to assess the situation.
If possible, lend a hand to young Master Fang and help him resolve some trouble, Manager Yu said, her red lips parting slightly as her bright eyes gazed through the rain curtain.
Understood. The two warrior escorts bowed and turned to don their hats, disappearing into the rain curtain. Manager Yu didn't pay them any more attention and gracefully turned to walk towards the illusion array area. The reason for sending warriors to assist was not only because she was in a good mood after selling a flying sword today, but also because of the mysterious girl from the imperial capital. As for whether they could ultimately help Fangling, she couldn't care less.
Turning back to the building, her long legs subtly revealed beneath the slit of her fitted cheongsam. However, just as she turned around, a fourth-tier magic practitioner responsible for maintaining and recording information in the illusion array rushed over in a hurry.
Yu Shao.
Where is the person who just tested the flying sword in the illusion array? Manager Yu was taken aback, wondering what could make this master so anxious.
He even called her by name. Just left, what happened? Manager Yu asked in confusion. That person during the first test actually made it onto the sword monument. Moreover, they ranked in the top 200.
The master spoke excitedly, his words flowing out in a rush. Manager Yu was momentarily stunned. In the next moment she snapped back to reality, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment.
Controlling the Qianfei flowing fire.
To ascend the sword monument. Manager Yu felt a mix of shock and disbelief. This
was impossible.
The top 200 of the sword monument were mostly professional swordmasters. How could Fangling manage to reach the top 200 with a beginner-level flying sword? Flowing fire is merely a beginner-level flying sword. Even a true professional swordmaster would find it hard to reach the top 200. Manager Yu's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling. She seemed to have grasped a crucial opportunity, a chance for the Qianfei Pavilion's flying sword industry to rise.
Quick! Activate the time reversal array and see young Master Fang's journey back. A dragon has a reverse scale. Once touched, it will incite the dragon's wrath. There is also a reverse scale in the hearts of men. Fangling's reverse scale is Lao Fang. Lao Fang is Fangling's only relative in this world, holding significant importance in his heart. Not only because Lao Fang's paternal love is like a mountain of gold, but also because Lao Fang's affection for Fangling comes from the heart. Thus, when the escort from the Jiaofang division mentioned that Lin Yun was drinking with Lao Fang, an unstoppable surge of anger erupted within Fangling. Using Lao Fang to threaten him. Fangling's heart couldn't help but clench. He hadn't expected Lin Yun to find him in Luojiang City. Without a doubt, Lin Yun was coming for him. But for what reason? The lotus sword. Fangling held the umbrella, walking through the dark rain, his expression solemn, deep in thought. Or perhaps it was because Fangling had defeated Lin Yun in the sword challenge and Lin Yun, unwilling to accept this, was seeking revenge. Both possibilities existed. However, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yun's use of Lao Fang to threaten Fangling had thoroughly touched the reverse scale in his heart. A fire brewed and surged within Fangling's chest. He was very angry, but the more angry he became, the calmer he grew. He inquired of the escort and learned that Lin Yun was not alone. Fangling had anticipated this. This was Luojiang City and Luojiang Academy was nearby. Lin Yun dared to come personally, suggesting he had some confidence. Evidently the other person was his source of confidence. The rain fell faster, droplets splattering on the umbrella, bursting apart and creating a misty veil that cloaked the earth and the world. They soon arrived at the Jiaofang division. Fangling stood at the entrance where several figures emerged, their legs weak as they were sent off by women dressed provocatively. One figure, upon seeing Fangling, paused in surprise. Oh, it's the prodigal son.
Yang Jingyi with lipstick marks on his neck and disheveled bangs met Fang Lang's bright gaze. However, Fang Lang showed no signs of joy. His cold gaze met Yang Xingyi's, causing the smile on his face to gradually fade. "Old Yang, do me a favor. Go to the academy and summon Teacher 1 to the Jiaofang division," Fang Lang stated. Something had happened. The serious expression on Fang Lang's face immediately made Yang Jingyi understand without needing to ask why. Without inquiring further, Yang Jingyi simply nodded. He opened the oiled paper umbrella and dashed into the rain. Fang Lang knew he wasn't foolish. He had to learn to secure an escape route. After all, he was just a sword apprentice. Watching Yang Jingyi disappear into the rain, Fang Lang's mind stirred as he made his second plan. System: smash the egg. A green reward egg appeared before him, and without hesitation he smashed it with a hammer. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained a 5-fold amplification card, a leveraging card, and an enchanting card. The system notification popped up and Fang Lang glanced at the items in his inventory, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. The escort slightly bowed the edge of his hat. "Dripping water, young Master Fang. Please." This was Fang Lang's first time in the Jiaofang division, yet he didn't expect it to be so unromantic. A sense of regret welled up in his heart. His first time had been so carelessly lost. Lin Yun, our enmity has only deepened. The tranquility of the night had long been shattered by the patter of rain. Fang Lang followed the escort to the Chunmei courtyard, where the courtyard was brightly lit but eerily silent. Fang Lang's heart suddenly sank. The escort, drenched in his raincoat, stood sideways at the entrance. Fang Lang held the oiled paper umbrella given by Manager Yu and stepped into the Chunmei courtyard. As soon as he entered, numerous gazes swiftly turned towards him, landing on Fang Lang. In the pavilion, Lin Yun squatted on a chair with a broad smile, holding a greasy chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth, washing it down with a sip of fine wine, eating with great relish. Lao Fang sat opposite him next to a beautifully dressed woman. Upon seeing Fang Lang, Lao Fang's flesh trembled slightly and he growled, "Langer, hurry and leave." He clearly knew that Lin Yun was coming for Fang Lang. When Fang Lang saw that Lao Fang was unharmed, the pent-up anger in his heart gradually exhaled. He clearly knew that Lin Yun was coming for Fang Lang. When Fang Lang saw that Lao Fang was unharmed, the pent-up anger— "It's raining and a bit chilly, how about a drink to warm you up?" Lin Yun said. "Look, I'm having a great time chatting with your father, even getting the courtesan to keep him company. Isn't that quite loyal?" Lin Yun jumped off the chair, stretched lazily and smiled at Fang Lang. Fang Lang shifted his gaze from Lao Fang to the burly figure quietly drinking 2 spaces away from Lao Fang. Just one glance made Fang Lang's pupils constrict, as if an endless gloom were surging from the horizon to fill his chest. Closing his eyes to sever the view, that sense of dread and pressure vanished instantly. Feeling apprehensive, Fang Lang turned away from the burly figure and looked at Lin Yun. "Did you come for the lotus sword?" Fang Lang asked while folding the oiled paper umbrella and casually throwing it aside. Then he extended his hand, long fingers grasping the hilt of the lotus sword, which pointed towards the rainy night sky. Lin Yun stepped closer to the edge of the pavilion, the raindrops falling like pearls, cascading off the eaves and hitting the ground with a sound tearing apart the night silence. Through the beaded curtain, Lin Yun looked at Fang Lang with a half-smile, shaking his head. He raised his hand to cover his chest, slightly clenching it. "The lotus sword was given to you by Xiao Jian. How could I dare to snatch it? I came here solely for personal grievances," Lin Yun said earnestly. "I've always thought the rules of the sword challenge were nonsense. Can swordsmanship without the support of cultivation be called swordsmanship? Last time I didn't use spiritual energy or cultivation. You stabbed me with 9 swords in my chest. This time I shall stab you with 9 swords. Let you know what true sword." However, his words were not finished. In the rain curtain, Fang Lang's figure swayed, his blue robe fluttering. Countless raindrops clinging to it were shaken into water mist, creating a hazy fog. With swift steps, water splashed up to 3 feet. Under the spirit void, sword steps shadows were left in their wake. He leaped into the air, tracing an arc as the shadows returned to his form, already appearing in front of the pavilion. From the sheath he drew his sword. The sword light flashed like lightning, suddenly slashing out. At this moment the youth's cold words, devoid of worldly warmth, drifted from the rain curtain. "Threatening me? What a foolish thing." As soon as he finished speaking, the youth drew his sword and the killing intent of the rainy night surged forth. The falling raindrops seemed to sense the chilling, murderous intent, silently swaying away. No drop of rain dared to fall upon the youth. The rain seemed to be frightened into a sudden halt. A killing intent surged in the air. The young man radiated a murderous aura, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In the darkness of the night, a sudden burst of light erupted. It was the gleam of a sword emerging from its wooden sheath, like a strand of hope shining through the endless darkness. Within the sheath the sword was drawn. Standing before the pavilion, Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. At that moment a surge of excitement coursed through him, making his blood rush faster as he felt his pores open. Buzz. The sound of the sword's hum was dazzling and deafening. Accompanied by the sharp blade slicing through the rain curtain, it cut each droplet of rain in half with a resounding echo. The speed was swift. The strike was fierce. Within a single sword strike the killing intent was palpable. The suddenly shifting atmosphere of the pleasure district became suffocatingly tense. The treasured sword possessed a spirit, especially a sword like Lianshang, which had been wielded by the legendary Shen Yuan Taihua. It seemed to sense the undeniable killing intent radiating from Fangling, causing the Lianshang sword to tremble lightly, its edge no longer concealed amidst the rainy night. Sword drawing technique. The killing intent and sword momentum that Fangling had accumulated from his journey through Qianfei Pavilion to the pleasure district and now to this Chunmei courtyard erupted completely at this moment. Like thunder striking from a clear sky, it stirred chaos throughout the courtyard. The flower girl clinging tightly to Old Fang's neck screamed as her delicate attractive face turned deathly pale. Old Fang instinctively wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the flower girl. Her skin felt soft and smooth, but his eyes were fixed intently on Fangling, who was drawing his sword. Boom! Inside the pavilion, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with sharpness and excitement. Seeing Fangling proactively draw his sword, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, crashing through the curtain of rain falling from the pavilion's eaves. His body vibrated rhythmically with spiritual energy, every inch of his skin trembling, shattering the raindrops that landed upon him into a mist. He gripped the rusted sword's hilt strapped to his back, pulling it out forcefully. Ding! The sound of the swords clashing resonated out, causing the raindrops falling from the skewed night sky to swerve slightly. Two swords clashed together, their blades scraping against each other, sending sparks flying. A wave of energy radiated outwards, cracking the blue stone beneath. I cultivate the Eastern Lu Tyrant sword path. My sword is the most tyrannical. Strike suddenly smashed down onto the bluestone in front. A wave of energy radiated outwards, cracking the bluestone beneath. I cultivate the Eastern Lu Tyrant sword path. My sword is the most tyrannical. I remember you are a 7th stage swordsman, right? I will defeat you using my 7th stage strength. Defeating you will slay my inner demon. Lin Yun remembered Fangling was a 7th stage. He had previously mocked the lazy student from Luojing Academy and had introduced Fangling when supporting that lazy student. Lin Yun rarely faced defeat, let alone being defeated by someone like Fangling, who was clearly much weaker than him. He truly could not afford to lose the feelings of discontent and dissatisfaction twisted in his heart, becoming an inner demon. Thus his so-called personal grudge this time was genuinely aimed at slaying his inner demon through Fangling. Only by doing so could his future cultivation path be unobstructed. Fangling raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, then made a move with his spiritual steps, cutting through the rain-soaked courtyard ground and creating a ripple. Lin Yun stepped forward, swinging the rusted heavy sword once more. The water droplets clinging to the rusted sword shot out, exploding into a fine mist. Fangling's gaze turned colder regardless of Lin Yun's intentions this time. Fangling not only wanted to see blood blossom on Lin Yun's chest. Using Old Fang to threaten him, touching the reverse scale deep within him. He was not afraid of killing, only of trouble. However, that did not mean he was afraid to kill. Inside the pavilion, a burly figure sat quietly pouring himself a drink while silently watching the battle beneath the rain curtain. He had great confidence in Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun had lost in the swordsmanship competition on the platform, that did not mean Lin Yun's strength was inferior to Fangling's. On the contrary, if he used spiritual energy, Lin Yun, who was a disciple of the Eastern Lu Sword Saint, would experience a terrifying increase in combat power. He did not intervene. This was Lin Yun's battle to extinguish his inner demon. If he intervened deliberately, it would ruin everything. The burly figure took a sip of his drink, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. In fact, Lin Yun's arrival in Luojing City this time was backed by a complex web of relationships, even involving the Eastern Lu Sword Saint, who had tacitly approved Lin Yun's actions. The entire Tang dynasty knew that the Eastern Lu Sword Saint was now supporting the third prince in the struggle for the crown prince, while the third prince had issues with the Jiang family, and the conflicts in the imperial capital had gradually come to the surface. Why would the Jiang family's heavenborn girl specifically come to Luojing City? Fangling and Jiang Linglong were so close, practicing the Four Seasons sword technique while also wielding the Liansheng sword, which had deep ties to the Jiang family. All these factors naturally drew the attention of the third prince's faction, suspecting that this Fangling was a backup left by the Jiang family outside the imperial capital. Therefore, Lin Yun's entry into Luojing City was not only to resolve his inner demon but also to probe into the Jiang family's true intentions. As for the Swordshu sect, as long as they did not seize the Liansheng sword, the Morning Sword would not dare to offend the Eastern Lu Sword Saint for someone like Fangling, who was not even a disciple of the Swordshu sect. One could see that this time during the confrontation the local officials of Luojing City remained completely silent, which spoke volumes. There would always be sacrifices beneath the collision of two giant vessels. If Fangling were to blame, he could only blame that heaven-born girl from the Jiang family. Slurp, he drained his cup of wine, watching the sword shadows flicker beneath the rain curtain with narrowed eyes and a smile. Good wine. A good play deserves good wine. Ding ding ding. The two swords clashed continuously. In the dark rainy night they erupted into a flurry of sparkling sparks. With spiritual energy bursting forth, Lin Yun continuously swung his sword momentum becoming increasingly tyrannical. Fangling had previously purely compared swordsmanship with Lin Yun and had some impression of Lin Yun's skills. However, now with the enhancement of spiritual energy, Lin Yun's sword momentum's power grew exponentially. This was Lin Yun's true swordsmanship, no wonder he felt so dissatisfied with his defeat. Lin Yun did not underestimate him at all, his spirit was taught to the utmost, unleashing the fierce determination he had when venturing into the Eastern Lu demon abyss. Each swing of the rusted iron sword carried a deadly killing intent.
Fangling was the inner demon.
Lin Yun could not allow this inner demon to exist, he had to personally crush it.
Thus he sought out Fangling even though he knew
many factors were involved in this, but since his teacher had tacitly approved and supported him, he had come.
He did not care about anything else. What he cared about was simply to slay the inner demon. 7th stage against 7th stage. I will definitely defeat you.
Lin Yun shouted fiercely.
Splash.
The rusted iron sword swept horizontally, the smooth swing cutting through the rain curtain, falling from the sky, its trajectory exceedingly beautiful, powerful yet containing a reserved strength. Fangling leaped up, his spiritual energy rapidly circulating within him, the tips of his feet pressing against the raindrops, exploding into a billowing spray of mist. Fangling's expression was devoid of emotion, drenched from the rain, the tips of his hair trembling as he shook off the raindrops, glaring fiercely, originally gripping Liansheng with one hand, now wielding the sword with both hands. In a brief moment of suspension, the sword in his hand sliced through the air, radiating a brilliant light as it cleaved down toward Lin Yun. The rainwater seemed to come to a standstill and time appeared to freeze. Lin Yun's pupils dilated in the next moment, excitement spread through his nerves, the scene was reminiscent of the past. Back on the Shushan platform, Fangling had also leaped into the air, subsequently turning the tides and thoroughly suppressing him. The same scene, but this time Lin Yun would not lose again.
Tyrant sword. Thunderclap.
The spiritual energy within Lin Yun, suppressed to the 7th stage, erupted with a thunderous sound. On the rusted sword, arcs of lightning flickered. This was the Eastern Lu Sword Saint's renowned sword technique, Tyrant Sword Thunderclap.
Boom boom.
It was as if two muffled thunderclaps reverberated from the dark clouds and rain curtain of the night. Arcs of lightning exploded forth from the rusted sword.
2 thunderclaps continued to echo.
One sound overshadowed the other. This was already the limit achievable by a 7th-stage swordsman. With a sudden powerful horizontal slash, he swept out a series of fan-shaped sword surfaces amidst the rain curtain, carrying roaring thunder toward Fangling's waist. If it struck, Fangling might be severed in two, blood spilling all over the ground.
Fangling's gaze was sharp.
In his pupils reflected Lin Yun's tyrannical sword, in boundless killing intent surged forth.
He had been waiting for this moment.
Lin Yun had pushed his 7th-stage swordsman's strength to the ultimate limit, unable to rapidly shift his cultivation.
Fangling's spiritual energy operation speed suddenly accelerated.
Having been suppressed to the 7th stage, he guided Lin Yun's cultivation to explode at this moment.
No longer concealing it, he became an 8th-stage swordsman, switching to Jiang Linglong's bond state.
His strength surged dramatically, hiding Fangling's killing intent within that contrast.
Fangling needed to kill Lin Yun while also guarding against that burly figure in the distance, thus this calculation was necessary. Boom.
The Liansheng sword pressed down against Lin Yun's rusted sword. Fangling raised his other hand, his thumb pressing against his middle finger, flicking a sword wave. A drop of rain fell, and Fangling's middle finger suddenly flicked out, shattering the raindrop that had just fallen. The hazy mist spread, the invisible sword wave twisted as it collided against Lin Yun's sweeping sword curtain.
Boom.
The swords clashed, followed by the collision of sword waves and thunder. The endless raindrops pouring from the night sky shook at this moment. Inside the Chunmei courtyard, it was as if thousands of raindrops exploded into a mist.
Within the mist, Lin Yun was shocked, bewildered, and eventually transformed into a gaze of shame and anger. Damn. Aren't you a 7th-stage swordsman? You Fangling. Don't play by the rules. Yet Fangling remained indifferent and expressionless. When did I say I was still a 7th-stage swordsman? Thud.
The ground trembled slightly. Lin Yun's thunder on his sword was extinguished by the sword wave, and the Liansheng sword pressed Lin Yun's rusted heavy sword forcefully down onto the ground.
Fangling light as a swallow kicked down on Lin Yun's heavy sword, causing it to drop and strike the ground.
His body was like a snake, inching closer, raising his hand with his thumb pressing against his middle finger like the Buddha pointing a flower, hovering before Lin Yun's forehead.
Facing Lin Yun's shocked and furious expression, Fangling showed no hesitation.
With a flick of his finger, he aimed for a fatal strike.
Put. A muffled sound.
The sword wave exploded. Lin Yun's head snapped back from the impact, countless raindrops exploded mixed with shooting blood and flesh, his body flew back, crashing to the ground and splashing up a 3-foot wave of water. As Fangling landed, he turned his body, his blue robe billowing as he shook off countless raindrops, dragging the Liansheng sword expressionless as he rapidly dove toward the still sliding Lin Yun. A single blow to the head was not enough. It was not secure enough. He needed to deliver another strike. Within the entire Chunmei courtyard there was a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the shocking scene under the rain in the courtyard. Inside the pavilion, Old Fang's eyes widened as he saw Fangling taking advantage of the situation, a hint of flush appearing on his face. The hand that wrapped around the waist of the courtesan tightened excitedly, causing her to feel pain, and she playfully punched Old Fang's chest. The burly figure holding the wine cup froze, staring at Fangling being drenched by the torrential rain. The sudden turn of events left him somewhat bewildered. He initially thought that Lin Yun's use of the overbearing sword with thunderclap should ensure a steady victory over Fangling. He hadn't probed Fangling's cultivation level with his spiritual sense earlier, not expecting that Fangling had hidden his strength and turned the tables. Lin Yun had let his guard down again. Buzz. A powerful spiritual sense spread out, detecting Lin Yun's increasingly furious aura. The burly figure relaxed and continued drinking. Interesting. No wonder he could defeat Lin Yun in swordsmanship. His mind is indeed cunning. He had always guided Lin Yun to use his 7-segment strength, but at the moment of the deadly clash he unleashed his 8-segment cultivation, catching Lin Yun off guard. Bang! The wine cup was slammed hard onto the table by the burly figure. However, what Fangling was about to face next would be the thunderous wrath from a 5-segment swordmaster. A raindrop the size of a mung bean gathered along the curve of his jaw, then fell. In such a brief moment Fangling made a decision. The flick of the sword didn't kill Lin Yun. Despite the head injury and drawing blood, not killing him meant not killing him. He must quickly follow up with another strike. Fangling felt no significant regret gripping the lotus sword with one hand. He executed the spirit void sword steps, moving like a wraith, the sword tip plunging into the puddle on the courtyard's ground, dragging through, pulling the constantly bouncing water surface into a rolling tide. Draw the sword. Splash. The sword was pulled from the water, raising thousands of howling white snakes. The sword's light burst forth, dazzling like an electric arc. Fangling leaped up, his legs taut, and bent back like a skilled long jumper, smashing through the rain curtain. With both hands gripping the lotus sword in a reverse grip, he thrust downward with fury. Fangling. In the courtyard drenched with rain, Lin Yun's furious roar exploded. An oppressive aura rose from him like a colossal wave. From his body spiritual energy surged, forming a vague spiritual energy garment. This was the symbol of a second-tier sword cultivator. Lin Yun no longer concealed his cultivation, he was thoroughly enraged. His forehead was split open, revealing bone, and had he not forcibly endured the internal injury at the moment Fangling flicked his finger, unleashing his 5-segment sword master cultivation, he might have indeed been killed by Fangling's flick. He might have truly been killed by Fangling's flick, resulting in his head exploding, leading to his ultimate demise. Put. Lin Yun bent down from the puddle, rising. With both hands he seized hold of Fangling's lotus sword. Blood gushed forth. The rainwater instantly washed it away, leaving only a thick bloody stench. Lin Yun gripped the sword that Fangling had thrust down the sword tip mere inches from his throat. The cold chill of death made Lin Yun's hair stand on end. Fangling truly wanted to kill him. He really dared to kill him. Just moments ago he had almost died, but now, with the true cultivation of a sword master unleashed, Fangling could not possibly kill him. How could an 8-segment sword disciple kill a sword master? Lin Yun's face was covered in blood, the twisted blood making his appearance look extremely grotesque. Such a pity. Lin Yun said coldly, his voice somewhat hoarse. All around were the roaring sounds of rain. Fangling looked at the sword he held, feeling Lin Yun's immense strength and the sword that could not be pulled free. His heart sank. A sword master. Troublesome. However, even a sword master must die today. Fangling had no intention of conversing with Lin Yun. The rain and wind slapped against his face as he revealed a hint of a sinister smile. Whoosh. His head collided violently against the horrific wound on Lin Yun's body that had been blasted open by the sword wave. Damn. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout Lin Yun's body. Bang bang bang. Fangling continuously crashed into him, blood gushing forth. Just hitting your wound. Let's see who feels the pain more, you or me. Fangling's forehead was also covered in blood. However, just as he was about to crash again, Lin Yun suddenly stood up. The swordmaster's unique immense force erupted, sending Fangling flying 50 steps away. Fangling landed, his legs forming a horse stance, spinning across the puddled ground of the courtyard, causing a torrential wave of water to surge. In the downpour, Lin Yun covered his head, blood flowing profusely, continuously growling. Fangling stepped down, dragging the lotus sword, diving out again. However, during the dive he caught a glimpse of the burly figure in the distant pavilion, ominously standing, staring at him intently. Fangling's heart sank. He had a trump card. He smashed the green reward egg, resulting in 3 item cards, 2 of which were combat type cards. One for borrowing power, one for enchantment. Power borrowing card. After use, the host can temporarily borrow all the cultivation of the bound counterpart. Note: this card cannot be used simultaneously with enhancement cards. This new combat item card was Fangling's trump card. Additionally, with the use of the other 2 cards, Fangling was confident he could completely annihilate Lin Yun. However, Fangling dared not use them. Once used, that burly figure would undoubtedly intervene. Killing Lin Yun was out of the question. The only variable was that burly figure. So Fangling was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. The rain continued to pour, growing ever louder. In the heavens a haze seemed to wash away all the world's sins and slaughter.
Fangling dragged the lotus sword staring intently at Lin Yun who was struggling to rise dizzily from the ground. Suddenly, Fangling turned his head looking outside the teaching workshop. In the rain curtain of the sky, a figure holding an umbrella stood atop a luxurious flying sword rotating in a formation drifting over. Fangling's eyes flickered staring outside the teaching workshop letting out an excited shout Teacher 1. Whom? In the pavilion the burly figure also focused suddenly raising his head alertly looking towards the sword-using newcomer. It was at this moment. Fangling's body suddenly leaned forward stepping rapidly the puddle on the ground exploding with each step. Fangling dove towards the head covering Lin Yun. System. Use the power borrowing card. Borrowing target. Jiang Linglong. Fangling roared in his heart. Ding. Power borrowing card activation successful duration half a quarter of an hour. Wish you a pleasant battle. The system prompt vanished. Fangling felt a thunderous surge as if at this moment he had transformed into old Jiang. At the Dantian position a vortex suddenly formed. Constantly swirling. Old Jiang's cultivation. 8-segment sword master. The aura from his body continuously shattered shackles and barriers the spiritual energy surged wildly forming a spiritual energy garment even more exquisite than Lin Yun's. However this spiritual energy garment appeared somewhat slender resembling women's clothing. Of course Fangling didn't care about these details. He was never fighting alone. Enchant card. Using both combat cards simultaneously. Boom. The aura surging from Fangling caused Lin Yun who was covering his head to feel an overwhelming chill. He suddenly raised his head blood staining his eyes. And saw Fangling thrusting out a sword the rain was borrowed just like when Jiang Linglong executed the 4-season sword technique each raindrop transformed into terrifying sword energy. Beside Fangling a vague figure of Jiang Linglong seemed to appear striking together. However Fangling was not using the 4-season sword. He raised his sword extending it horizontally. Splash splash. The sword tip acted like a magnet attracting the torrential rain. Countless raindrops gathered at the tip of the lotus sword transforming into a bud of a lotus flower ready to bloom. Secret technique sword lotus. The feeling of death instantly clung to Lin Yun's whole body. Inside the pavilion the burly figure instantly reacted his eyes wide his whole body turning cold. You dare. A secret technique. Fangling actually understands secret techniques. Using a secret technique to forcibly elevate his sword master cultivation. All the killing intent is contained within this one sword. The burly figure felt an immense chill. Fangling shook his hand and it was only at that moment that the absolute killing intent erupted. Boom. The burly figure's reaction was still extremely quick letting out a roar as the wine table before him was instantly split in two by the sword energy. He stepped forward. In an instant it was truly just an instant. He dashed out of the pavilion appearing in the rain curtain. A thick heavy sword emerged from the spatial ring which he grasped thrusting it out like thunder splitting the courtyard's rain curtain attempting to block Fangling's sword. However, just as his sword extended out a slender figure appeared like a ghost suddenly blocking in front of him extending two long fingers to clamp the heavy sword sent by the burly figure. The hurricane howled scattering the myriad raindrops. You youngsters fighting what are you meddling in? Teacher 1 with a scraggly beard held the umbrella lazily. Gentleman's sword when ting. The burly figure's heart sank. Meanwhile the lotus bud instantly enveloped Lin Yun. Fangling gripped the lotus sword piercing through Lin Yun's protective spiritual energy garment stabbing into his left chest piercing through the heart coming out the other side. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was going to die. Blood continuously dripped onto the lotus sword. Fangling looked at him turning the sword instantly transforming the lotus bud enveloping Lin Yun into a blooming lotus. In an instant Lin Yun's entire body was covered in sword energy being cut suffering hundreds or thousands of sword strikes. Blood was everywhere not a single part intact. In the depths of his pupils only the last blooming sword lotus remained intense pain surged and then. Darkness enveloped the world his breath extinguished. A lotus in the world. The entire courtyard was devoid of rain. I am not afraid of killing I merely fear the trouble it brings. Fangling once said. Although he knew that killing Lin Yun would undoubtedly lead to countless troubles he had no regrets. Lin Yun had threatened him using Old Fang and although Lin Yun did not harm Old Fang in the slightest and even had a courtesan accompany him Fangling still resolved to kill. Lin Yun was arrogant and overbearing his humiliation of Lu Bubi on the arena was evident. Who knows how crazed he would become after losing this battle again. Thus Fangling decided to send him off to the afterlife. With a swift motion he drew his sword and Lin Yun's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground drenched in rain blood mingling with raindrops in a grotesque manner. The corpse was stripped of warmth assimilated into the cold rain. Fangling withdrew his sword and to be safe he severed Lin Yun's head. Looking at Lin Yun's mangled body dismembered and bloodied Fangling finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first person he had killed in this other world but it certainly would not be the last. Cultivation has never been about romance or beauty. Spring May courtyard. Silence. Only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground creating ripples. The burly figure stared blankly at Lin Yun's fallen body, disbelief written all over his face. Lin Yun was dead. A five-stage swordsman killed by a mere sword apprentice. In a ridiculous and laughable manner he became a casualty in the collision between the Jiang family and the third prince's faction. The burly figure felt a chilling sensation. He never expected such an outcome. Lin Yun had sworn he would win without a doubt. He thought it was nearly certain. After all, Lin Yun had always excelled. Moreover, before he even took the imperial examination he was taken in by the third prince as a confidant who had high hopes for him. The third prince even prepared vast resources for his cultivation, promising that as long as Lin Yun shone in the examination he would soar to great heights. However, before Lin Yun could soar, he was slain, dying in the small town of Luojiang at the hands of a previously obscure youth. Boom! The burly figure's hand holding the sword trembled. Wen Ting. It was this gentleman's sword that stopped him. When Jiaoxi casually flicked out a thin sword, shattering countless sword lights, unleashing sword chi as brilliant as the stars, the courtyard filled with swirling sword chi that exploded every raindrop. The burly figure stepped back, his face filled with anguish. Lin Yun was dead. He would surely be punished. Whether it was the sword saint of Donglu or the third prince, neither would easily forgive him. Damn brat! The burly figure glared at Fang Lang, his eyes blazing with fury as if he wanted to devour Fang Lang. And in the rain, Fang Lang leaned on Lianqing's sword, casting a glance at the furious figure and smirked. Staring won't help. It was you who came here with such fervor. What could he do? He could only choose to fulfill them. Wen Ting was also quite surprised, looking at the gruesomely dead Lin Yun, momentarily silent. Secret techniques. That fleeting glance just now, the sword chi blossoming like a lotus with Fang Lang's one strike, had a hint of the flavor of Xianyuan Taihua, the sect master of the Swordshu sect. This kid not only withdrew the Lianqing sword but also comprehended secret techniques. Did I hear that you can buy one and get one free? Wen Ting. Hand him over to me or... The burly figure gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat grim. When Jiaoxi, holding an umbrella, interrupted without hesitation, "Are you trying to make me laugh to death so I can pass on my 8 silver coin salary as a teacher?" While saying so he stepped forward. The sword in his hand was thrown out, floating on its own, humming with a sword song, lightly trembling, shattering raindrops. When Jiaoxi waved his hand and the sword transformed into 10 swords suspended in midair, their tips pointing to the ground, emanating the sound of swords singing. A unique aura emanated from Wen Ting as the rain in the sky spiraled and swirled around him. In the small courtyard, Fang Lang leaned on his sword, his eyes wide, feeling as if the world was filled with countless sword chi in an instant. He could see countless raindrops transforming into swords converging around Wen Jiaoxi. 4th grade sword cultivator, sword intent realm. Fang Lang murmured. This was the first time in this life he had seen a 4th grade sword cultivator act. Fang Lang was mesmerized, his mind filled with 2 words. So flamboyant. Fang Lang is my student, I will naturally protect him. Moreover, private fights in cultivation, life and death, are not to be debated, as clearly stated in the Great Tang's iron laws. What can you do to me? I, Wen Ting, am not afraid of threats in Chagan, let alone in Luojiang. What are you even worth to threaten me? Holding the umbrella, Wen Ting had 10 swords suspended before him, strolling leisurely in the rainy alley. He extended his hand and waved slowly. The 10 swords instantly pointed their tips up, aiming at the burly figure, shooting forth. In the process of shooting out, each sword trembled and split into sword shadows, 10 becoming 100. The burly figure's expression grew serious. One person controlling 100 swords. This was the pinnacle of the 4th grade sword intent realm. The burly figure did not retreat. He raised his sword, wielding a heavy sword without a sharp edge, effortlessly facing the flurry of swords shooting through the air like wild bees. He had only one sword. Donglu, the dominant sword. Boom! The explosion erupted, countless sword chi rampaged, stirring up a fierce wind. The burly figure's sword was knocked away, his palm stained with blood. Staggering back, he stumbled in the spring May courtyard, each step crushing the bricks into pieces, stirring up muddy water. When Jiaoxi flicked his hand, the sword surged again, continuously slashing toward the burly man, who became like a drenched chicken, constantly being cut and beaten, blood splattering. He was being beaten up. The burly man was bloodied and in a dreadful state, gritting his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness as he stared at Wen Ting, a talisman appearing in his hand without him realizing. Suddenly he crushed it. A powerful aura erupted from the burly figure, soaring higher and higher. Boom! The desolate night was torn apart and an enormous sword shadow seemed to manifest over the entire Luojiang city. A hint of domineering sword intent spread out. Wen Ting's eyes narrowed, his face darkened, a trace of sword chi from the sword saint of Donglu. This is too much. Just as the words fell, the sword shadow had already descended, the sword chi's aura cutting through the surrounding raindrops. Wen Ting held the umbrella with one hand while raising the other to grasp. 100 swords immediately shot back, stacking in front of him, the clash of metal ringing out, forming a sword shield. Thud! The sword shadow struck the sword shield. A surge of white waves spread out.
The entire spring May courtyard seemed to be turned upside down, the pavilion being swept by energy instantly covered in fine cracks. Inside the pavilion old Fang held the screaming courtesan tightly, continuously patting and comforting her shoulder. Meanwhile Wen Ting held the umbrella, the sword shield spinning before embracing against the pressure of the sword shadow sliding across the flooded ground for 100 steps. Seeing this, the burly figure seized the opportunity, instantly diving out, shattering the torrential wind and rain, charging towards Fangling's sword intent. Pressing down the 4th grade sword intent realm was not something Fangling could stop. Fangling felt as if the world had become a cage, with the surrounding wind and rain turning into shackles. With Lin Yun dead, the burly figure did not wish to bear the wrath of the sword saint and the third prince. He had to capture Fangling to take the blame. Otherwise he too would surely die. Fangling's expression changed slightly, but it seemed he sensed something and suddenly looked up. A howling sound descended from the sky. A fierce and domineering aura surged outward, clearing the rainwater from the ground. Like a primordial beast leaping down from a high cliff. Thud! The ground trembled as if it were splitting apart. A figure stood before Fangling. The surging aura made the burly figure's eyes narrow and he shouted in horror, Zhao. Zhao Wujin. Fangling is indeed deeply connected with the Jiang family. Zhao Wujin landed, and at this moment he was entirely different from the honest figure Fangling had seen before. With sharp eyes full of pressure, the surging aura was overwhelming. A punch swung out as if smashing through the air. The burly figure was struck, blood spraying from his mouth and nose as if shot like a cannonball, creating a massive trench in the ground. What a miserable person, constantly being beaten. In a pool of blood, the burly figure, filled with despair, crushed the life-saving talisman he had saved for emergencies, transforming into a beam of sword light, instantly fleeing towards outside the Spring May courtyard. Zhao Wujin, sturdy as a mountain, turned back to glance at Fangling, who looked somewhat dazed, then contemplative, his expression complex, filled with apology. The young lady is worried about you and sent me to come. The Jiang family has implicated you. Don't worry, there will be justice and compensation for you. Zhao Wujin said. Then he glanced at Lin Yun's corpse on the ground, paid it no mind, and shot out, quickly pursuing the fleeing burly figure. On the main street of Luojiang City, washed by pouring rain, a horse-drawn carriage moved slowly. A copper bell hung from the eaves of the carriage, ringing crisply as the carriage moved forward. The ringing sound drowned out the hoofbeats, the creaking of wheels, and the sound of wind and rain. On the main street, heavy breathing and running sounds echoed, disrupting the night silence. It was the burly figure who had been gravely injured by Zhao Wujin's punch, escaping from the Spring May courtyard with a talisman for evasion. He coughed, blood drenched in rain, fleeing. Suddenly his steps halted, his body stiffening. The wind and rain fell silent. Before him the carriage also came to a stop just 10 paces away. The torrential night rain pattered down on the carriage, creating a hazy mist. Occasionally the wind would lift the curtain, revealing two figures sitting opposite each other inside, one in a blue robe and the other with a strand of white beard. The copper bell hanging on the carriage shook violently, producing a crisp sound that drowned out the wind and rain. 10 shying away, neither too far nor too close. The burly figure coughed up blood, gazing at the distant carriage, his hair standing on end. He clutched his wound, drenched by the rain like a drowned rat, a dignified 4th grade sword cultivator reduced to such a miserable state. The sudden return of Zhao Wuji caught him off guard. For the sake of Fangling, Jiang Linglong actually had Zhao Wuji, one of the 5 tigers of the Jiang family, come back personally. Indeed, the relationship between Fangling and the Jiang family is too deep. The burly figure turned his head, sensing the boiling blood and energy surging behind him like a blazing sun. That was the terrifying aura of a 5th grade martial artist in the chi refinement and spirit transformation realm. In his heart he cursed the deceased Lin Yun numerous times. A 5th grade sword master was actually killed by a mere sword apprentice, Fangling. If Lin Yun had not died with his status and the backing of the third prince, there would have been some caution from all sides. But with Lin Yun dead, he would definitely not be able to leave Luojiang City. Cough cough. You came to Luojiang City primarily to find me, right? But why trouble a child? He is just an ordinary child with no connection to the Jiang family. Right, Jiang girl? A hoarse and aged voice came from the carriage. The burly figure trembled all over. In the next moment he looked in disbelief at the carriage, where a corner of the curtain had been lifted, revealing an elderly face, and opposite the old man was a graceful young girl with starry eyes veiled. The president of Luojiang Academy, Cui Chang. Ah. The Jiang family's jewel, Jiang Linglong. Grandpa Cui, I beg you. Jiang Linglong's light voice rang out, carrying a coldness that sealed the fate of the burly figure. The burly figure's eyes narrowed. He suddenly understood. The Jiang family's jewel came to Luojiang City for Cui Chang, not for Fangling at all. Fangling perhaps truly has no ties to the Jiang family. This probing led to Lin Yun's death at Fangling's hands, which is simply tragic to the extreme. However, there are no remedies for regrets in this world. The burly figure resolutely took out several steel swords from his spatial ring and hurled them like streaks of light towards the carriage. Taking advantage of the moment, his body leapt like a swallow, picking up several falling raindrops, using their force to soar, crashing through the rain curtain and darting toward the houses on the main street, intending to escape by jumping onto the roof. Inside the carriage, the old man extended his hand, resembling an aged root of a bitter herb, and gently pointed. A strong wave of spiritual thought spread out, seemingly distorting the entire world. The burly figure just leaping onto the roof suddenly froze. In the world it seemed as if the rain had ceased. No, every drop of rain hung suspended in the air, and his body also froze as if turned into a statue of ice eternally frozen. Sigh. Why bully a child? A faint sigh echoed, distant and profound. In the eyes of the burly figure, each suspended drop of rain appeared frozen like crystal, elongated into fine needles. Puff, puff, puff. Countless raindrops transformed into fine needles, piercing down. The hurled steel sword shattered, turning into swirling iron powder. Many black tiles on the roof disintegrated into tile dust. Yet the burly figure could not even utter a muffled groan before being pierced into a pulp by the countless rain needles. The rain resumed, transforming into a dense curtain washing every corner of the world. Is Jiang girl not going to see him? No, seeing him may not be beneficial for him. You specifically returned from Chang'an to save him, yet you don't even want to meet him. The feelings of young people are just complex and willful. Ha! Grandpa Chui, what did you say? Linglong doesn't understand. What I mean is your sincere friendship. Dingling, dingling. The carriage turned around, the sound of the copper bell melodiously ringing, their words gradually fading away, disappearing into the main road under the rain night. Zhao Wuji hurried over only to see the ground covered in blood and mud, then turned to look in the direction the carriage had left, grinning and bowing slightly. Mount Shu. Sword Shu sect. On the vast mountain peak, clouds and mist swirled. A figure lay sideways holding a blue and white wine cup, the liquid inside thick and shimmering. Zhao Xiaojian, with white hair and white clothing, closed his eyes and recited poetry, lying casually on the clouds, exposing his chest and stomach, carefree and unrestrained. Suddenly a sword aura like entwined silk shot out from the clouds, wrapping around his fingertips. Sensing it slightly, Zhao Xiaojian slowly opened his eyes. I knew it, the lotus sword would cause trouble as soon as it appeared. The sect leader's senior sister has been deeply involved in the demon territory, missing for over a decade, leaving only the lotus sword. Many in the world are restless. The Eastern Lu sword, Saint Nan Yehua. What boldness! Yawning, he crushed the entwined sword aura. Zhao Xiaojian lifted the blue and white porcelain wine cup and splashed it forward. Still lying sideways, his fingers stretched out, suddenly grasping. The splashed wine solidified, transforming into a semi-transparent soft little sword. Zhao Xiaojian flicked it with his finger and the soft little sword was instantly shot out, falling high through the clouds. At the moment it broke through the clouds suddenly. The transparent little sword stood firm, shooting out silently and swiftly. The speed was so fast that it seemed to cut a white line across the vast Tang dynasty from west to east. Donglu Academy. Donglin Mountain, Flying Sword Peak. A figure dressed in a red shirt stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the vast sea of clouds. Nan Yehua opened his eyes and looked up at a 45-degree angle, staring at the boundless sea of clouds outside Flying Sword Peak. Suddenly the sea of clouds was torn apart, a white line rolling and roaring through the cloud sea like a white snake. Nan Yehua's brows furrowed slightly. In his pupils a semi-transparent sword could be seen howling from the other side of the sea of clouds. Heaven and earth were cut by a sword. Nan Yehua reached out his hand to grab, and countless layers of clouds surged, transforming into a gigantic cloud sword, slashing towards the semi-transparent sword that seemed to come from the sky. Puff! The cloud sword dispersed. Nan Yehua reached out his hand, catching a semi-transparent small sword, and his brows fluttered in the wind. The small sword lost its sword intent and finally fizzled out and splashed wine all over his face. Come at me for anything, don't bully a child. In today's sword shoe you can't provoke me, and besides, I can't defeat the Tang Emperor, let alone you. The arrogant voice contained in the wine gradually faded. Only Nan Yehua gazed at the sea of clouds, expressionless as a drop of murky wine dripped down from his brow. In the spring plum courtyard the rain continued to fall. Fangling, however, sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath in a precarious pavilion. Old Fang finally abandoned the courtesan, opened an umbrella and hurried toward Fangling. Seeing the lively old Fang, the heavy stone in Fangling's heart instantly fell and he smiled. When Jiaoshi approached looking constipated, he no longer carried his previous carefree demeanor. His clothes were shredded by a strand of sword energy, revealing quite a bit of fair skin. Are you all right? When Jiaoshi first nodded at old Fang, then looked at Fangling, his expression complex as he asked. Fangling waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. In fact, aside from slightly overextending when using the secret technique Sword Lotus, Fangling was completely unscathed. He had been suppressing Lin Yun the entire time. Sai, I can only say that you kid encountered a woman you shouldn't have. Your fate has this peach blossom calamity. When Jiaoshi shook his head with a sense of experience. Fangling. Get up, go wash up and have a good sleep in bed. Come to the academy tomorrow for class. When Jiaoshi yawned as he spoke. Are you really fine? I killed someone. Fangling got up. It was just a private fight among cultivators. He brought it upon himself and the Tang laws won't interfere. Moreover, you have witnesses. When Jiaoshi glanced at the two warriors from Qinfei Pavilion peeking from outside the courtyard. Don't worry, you won't have any trouble in Luojiang City unless one day the Jiang family is gone or the third princely Lianqing becomes the Tang Emperor. When Jiaoshi stated. The situation of the Jiang family is somewhat complicated. You were caught in the crossfire because you got too close to that Jiang family member.
Sigh women.
You don't need to know too much about the matters of the big shots in the imperial capital.
You are just a child, still a minor character.
Anyway, just know that in Luojiang with the president here you won't have any trouble before the imperial examination. Even the Eastern Lu Sword Saint won't touch you. But if you fail the imperial examination. When Jiaoshi said this, glancing at Fangling with a smile, then everything will be uncertain.
Fangling's brow furrowed instantly. When Jiaoshi patted Fangling's shoulder with a meaningful tone, said, "So you kid. Don't hide, show your worth in the imperial examination. Of course, if you can become the top scholar, that would be the most secure.
Under the spotlight of the top scholar, all problems are no longer problems." When Jiaoshi smiled, wanting to become the top scholar. That would truly be very difficult. In the Tang dynasty there are 3,000 academies, countless talents, and even Jiang Linglong may not be able to strive for the top scholar right. As for Fangling, he had everything in his dreams.
So he could only hype it up verbally.
Hearing Wen Jiaxi's words, Fangling quietly bathed in the sounds of the rain around him, falling into deep thought. Old Wen's words made a lot of sense.
Top scholar, huh? Fangling murmured, his eyes gradually showing determination.
It seemed it was time to work hard.
The continuous downpour began to gradually cease, with only a few raindrops stubbornly diving toward the earth from the clouds.
Zhao Wuji had returned, dragging a pile of dripping blood-soaked corpses. He did not exchange much with Fangling, but instead inquired about Old Fang's well-being, soothing his emotions. Zhao Wuji assured Old Fang that as long as they stayed in Luojiang City they would be safe.
With Zhao Wuji's guarantee, Old Fang finally felt at ease.
Then Zhao Wuji picked up Lin Yun's disfigured corpse and cast a deep glance at Fangling. Little one, strive to grow stronger. The Jiang family can protect you, but they cannot ensure your safety for a lifetime.
By becoming stronger, Old Fang will no longer worry for you, and the young lady will also be at ease. Zhao Wuji said.
After speaking, a mix of emotions filled his heart. Such a wonderful girl like the young lady.
Sigh. Fangling supported himself with the Lianqing sword and solemnly nodded.
Zhao Wuji's expression was complex as he sighed, carrying Lin Yun's corpse and leaping into the air, breaking through the raindrops with great speed, disappearing into the night. The heavy rain continued to wash away the blood on the ground, diluting it and flowing in the ditches, erasing all traces.
Teacher Wen yawned, holding an umbrella, waved goodbye and also vanished into the rainy night.
After dealing with the matters, they left with umbrellas. Outside the courtyard, the two martial artists from Qianfei who had just been onlookers also hurriedly left as Yu Guanxi told them to act according to the situation and provide help as they could, but the previous battle involved 4th grade sword cultivators, which was beyond their scope, so they could only watch.
The quiet night began to regain its clamor. Old Fang held an umbrella, slowly escorting the somewhat weak-legged Fangling away from the gradually re-emerging noise of the teaching office.
The blood that had pooled in the courtyard of Chunmei Courtyard was gradually washed away by the continuous rain, leaving behind the last traces of humanity.
The father and son returned to the Fang residence.
Old Fang went to the kitchen personally to prepare a bowl of hot porridge for Fangling, dispelling some of the coldness. The events of the night impacted Old Fang greatly, but he could not panic. He needed to give his son some reassurance.
Old Fang understood that the impact on Fangling was even greater.
It was Fangling's first time killing someone. How could his heart remain calm? Outside the window the rain continued to fall, pattering on the rubble, producing a crisp sound. Inside the room, Fangling quietly scooped the porridge with a blue and white porcelain spoon, blowing away the steam rising from the white porridge before slurping it down. The two sat in silence, neither of them speaking. The oil lamp flickered after a long while. Old Fang looked at Fangling and asked, "Do you have enough spirit crystals?"
Fangling nodded.
"You, my son, are not at all like me. I only have mediocre roots, so I lost interest in cultivation."
"I didn't expect you, my son. Might have a chance."
Old Fang said with a smile. "If we have no hope, that's fine, but since we have hope we must strive with all our might, push forward.
If you run out of spirit crystals, just tell me.
I may not have much, but I can sell a few shops, taverns and fields to gather the resources you need for your cultivation. Your mother passed away early. I promised her to take good care of you and will give everything I have." Old Fang said heavily. That night he spoke a lot, pouring out words he had never said to Fangling before. He could feel his son's growth. And the growth of his son meant his own aging.
Fangling silently drank his porridge, nodding repeatedly.
Old Fang looked at Fangling with a smile as the flickering oil lamp danced, and stood up, patting Fangling's shoulder. "Don't worry about my safety. I've already spoken to old Zhao and he assured me that tonight's incident will not happen again. With him around I feel quite secure. Old Zhao is a childhood friend of yours and is extremely capable. He seems to be a 5th grade martial artist.
He's quite impressive. He can charm several young ladies whenever he visits the teaching office TSK."
As Old Fang chatted, the topic drifted somewhat. Fangling smiled, but he saw Old Fang's smile fade and he spoke earnestly, just as Teacher Wen said. "There is only half a month left until the imperial examination.
Don't hold back, charge forward boldly.
If you stand at the peak of the mountain, I will clap for you at the foot of the mountain, proud of you." Old Fang said with a smile, then collected the empty bowl from Fangling and left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Fang Lang got up, walked to the window and gazed at the rain-soaked night, watching old Fang leave with an umbrella, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air.
Just as teacher once said, if I want to make all problems non-issues, then I must become the top scholar. Fang Lang's eyes shone with brilliance. Yet even with the system's assistance he felt that becoming the top scholar would be quite challenging. The system had just released an achievement task aiming for the golden list. But that was merely making the golden list. The two concepts were entirely different. Being at the end of the golden list was still being on the golden list. Clearly in the system's prediction, striving for the top scholar was indeed a very difficult task. Fang Lang got up and climbed onto his bed. According to old Zhao Linyan, sought him out not only for her own reasons but also due to a hidden hand behind the scenes, seemingly the third prince from the Chang'an Imperial Palace. The third prince, Jiang family, Donglu sword saint and the Jianshu sect. Fang Lang exhaled, slowly realizing that as a small character he had inadvertently been pulled into a terrifying vortex. The sense of crisis was intense. However, Fang Lang felt no regret. Every cause has an effect. From the moment he chose to bind with old Jiang, he had already stepped halfway into the vortex. Subsequently, having overwhelmed various swordsmanship geniuses at Jianshu sect and taken the Lianqing sword, he could no longer extricate himself. Sitting cross-legged, Fang Lang cleared his mind of distractions. Just as teacher Wen said, what he needed to do next was to prepare for the imperial examination. If he could shine in the exam, he might even become the top scholar of the Tang dynasty. Then all problems and obstacles before him would vanish into thin air. It was truly time to work hard. System switched to double bond state. Fang Lang's eyes suddenly sharpened, casting aside distractions and focusing his mind. Ding! Bond state switched successfully. However, Fang Lang suddenly paused. Having just completed the system upgrade, he now had one vacant position among the bond objects. Since Fang Lang aimed to strive for the top scholar, he must utilize all available resources. He could not wait to encounter a new unparalleled talent to bind. That would waste too much time on bond slots. Moreover, the system would expand the slots upon each upgrade. Therefore, Fang Lang felt he should focus on efficiency and make use of the current slots. As the saying goes, the earlier you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. Let's bind another genius and enter a triple bond state for simultaneous cultivation. This should significantly speed up the progress. But who should I bind as the third bond object? Fang Lang furrowed his brow. Although he didn't want to be too picky, he couldn't just randomly bind someone. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Fang Lang's mind, as if a shadow violently plunged into his consciousness. Old Lu. Fang Lang's eyes sparkled. Lu Bubi ranked 7th on the golden list at Luojiang Academy, a 9th-tier sword practitioner. This was the boy who once wanted to help him win effortlessly but had been dulled by reality. Despite Lu Bubi seemingly coasting through life, his talent was not lacking. After all, Lu Bubi's background was indeed much better than Niwen's, but this boy was entirely focused on flying swords, spending less time on cultivation than one might expect. Mainly, Fang Lang thought of something old Lu loved to play with: flying swords. Wasn't that a coincidence? With Fang Lang's advanced flying sword techniques, binding old Lu and taking him flying each time would count as a deep exchange related to cultivation, right? One should not underestimate flying sword mastery. It's a form of unique cultivation that hones one's mental prowess. Thus it saved him the trouble of finding topics related to cultivation. Indeed, a man's joy is purer than a woman's. Fang Lang's eyes grew brighter like the morning star rising in the eastern sky. This boy was born for bonding. What was there to hesitate about? Bind him. System: bind the bond object Lu Bubi. Fang Lang gritted his teeth. Ding. A moment of pause. Host: are you sure? Fang Lang. System: are you serious about hesitating for a second? Bind. Ding. Binding bond object. Ding detected that the binding object is a 9th-tier sword practitioner, similar in cultivation to the host. Expected binding time 15 minutes. Fang Lang tightened his grip on the fragment of the breakthrough card. Is that all? Old Lu, you are way too quick. 15 minutes later. Under the double bond state, Fang Lang absorbed 2 low-grade spirit crystals. The system alert chimed in his mind. Ding. Bond object binding successful. As the night deepened, it became slightly chilly. Liu's residence. On the bed, Lu Bubi, who had changed positions while hugging his flying sword, suddenly woke up drenched in cold sweat. Turning to look out the window at the drizzling rain, he wore a confused expression. What was happening? Why did he feel an inexplicable emptiness in his heart? Could this be the aftereffects of winning too easily? Bond Lu Bubi. Age 15. Cultivation 9th stage sword apprentice, 1st rank sword cultivator. Bone quality 13 yellow. Cultivation speed 3 low-grade spirit stones hour. Quickly, Fang Lang accessed Lu Bubi's panel data. Unexpectedly. It wasn't too bad. Lu Bubi actually had yellow bone quality, the same as Xiao Wenzi, though Xiao Wenzi had a top score for yellow bone quality while Lu Bubi's score was slightly lower. However, at least for Fang Lang it was a pleasant surprise. After all, his main purpose for binding Lu Bubi was not based on bone quality.
With a thought he took out the spirit stone provided by the system. The system upgraded to level 3 and the cultivation funds increased significantly. Not to mention the 25000 Great Tang coins the spirit stones provided increased to 151 including 1 middle grade spirit stone.
1 middle grade spirit stone is worth 100 low grade spirit stones.
However, in reality absorbing a middle grade spirit stone does not equate to truly absorbing the chi equivalent of 100 low grade spirit stones. It is merely because the quality of the chi in middle grade spirit stones is high and easier to absorb, making the absorption process significantly quicker. Additionally, the production of middle grade spirit stones is relatively low, which is why their market price appears high.
Fangling did not treat this middle grade spirit stone as a treasure, he used it as needed.
After taking it out he held it in the palm of his hand. It was about the size of half a fist, smooth and glossy, and through its crystalline surface one could faintly see the rich spiritual energy swirling within. He covered it with his other palm. Fangling slowly closed his eyes.
Switch to 3 bond state. Fangling focused and spoke.
The double bond state is primarily based on Jiang Linglong's golden bone quality supplemented by a 10% boost from Niwen. In the 3 bond state with the addition of Lu Bubi, who also possesses yellow bone quality, the boost becomes 10%, meaning an additional 10% cultivation speed on top of the double bond.
Boom.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, the middle grade spirit stone in Fangling's palm began to emit a brilliant light, a phenomenon caused by the rapid absorption of spiritual energy from within the stone.
Fangling felt a torrent of spiritual energy like a flowing river wildly rushing into his body,
filling his meridians.
But this was still not enough. System. Use the 5-fold amplification card. Fangling said solemnly. Ding.
The 5-fold amplification card cannot be used in multiple bond states. Please confirm the target.
Fangling was taken aback but did not hesitate much. Jiang Linglong. Ding. Switching begins. Switch completed.
You have gained cultivation insights and speed equivalent to Jiang Linglong 60, and using the 5-fold amplification card grants you insights and speed equivalent to 300 lasting for 1 hour.
Wishing you a pleasant cultivation experience. 5-fold amplification. It's as if 3 elder Jiangs were exerting their strength simultaneously. The moment the amplification card took effect, Fangling's eyes suddenly opened wide and his pupils constricted. In the next moment Fangling felt every pore in his skin transform into a vortex, drawing in the spiritual energy inherent in the world, while the middle grade spirit stone he held began to emit crashing waves of sound as spiritual energy rapidly surged into his meridians. Pain. Bone deep pain.
The rapid influx of spiritual energy crashing against his meridians caused a throbbing pain. Above Fangling's head green smoke billowed, constantly surging as if he were on fire. Even following the cultivation method discussed with Niwen to alleviate it, the suffering remained immense. However, Fangling gritted his teeth, showing no signs of slackening. Cultivation is always accompanied by pain. Without effort, how can there be rewards? Buzzing. In the 3 bond state, the phantoms of Jiang Linglong and Niwen and Lu Bubi appeared around Fangling, moving and breathing in sync with him. Half an hour later, the middle grade spirit stone in Fangling's hand turned to fragments, completely shattered, scattering all over the ground. Fangling's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, grabbed a low-grade spirit stone and began to absorb it. The absorption speed of low-grade spirit stones was much faster than that of middle-grade ones. Within a quarter of an hour he drained 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones. An hour quickly passed. The effect of the 5-fold amplification card faded. Spiritual energy dispersed within Fangling and spirit stone remnants littered around him. He looked as if he had just been pulled from the water. However, Fangling only rested briefly. After getting up to drink some water, he continued grabbing spirit stones to absorb and cultivate. Outside, the sound of rain had seemingly ceased without notice. As night deepened, silence enveloped all. The next day, the sky, having rained all night, appeared as clear as washed blue. Fangling took a refreshing morning bath, feeling revitalized. Although a night of intense cultivation left him mentally fatigued, the exhilaration from his cultivation progress along with the overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through his body was undeniably invigorating. Unfortunately, Fangling still had not stepped into the 9th stage. The spirit stones required to advance from the 8th stage to the 9th stage were simply too numerous, leaving him uncertain if the system's cultivation funds would be sufficient for him to cross into the 9th stage. After having breakfast with old Fangling left the Fang residence with his textbooks, heading towards the academy. The commotion from last night seemed like a passing cloud, leaving no lingering impact. Qianfei Pavilion. Illusion Array Zone. Yuxiao's chest heaved as she exited the time reversal scene, her enchanting face bearing a hint of shock. She watched Fangling's trial flight footage, and his adept and thrilling sword control skills truly astonished her. The exhilarating maneuvers on the brink of falling swords were at the level of a professional swordmaster. What delighted her most was Fangling's impressive sprinting feat in the final scene. At first she couldn't quite understand it, but after spending an entire night observing, she finally discovered the trick. Fangling had actually altered the sword formation of Qianfei Liuhua during the final sprint. After changing the formation, the small Liuhua unexpectedly unleashed an astonishing sprinting speed. This was an acceleration formation that even Qianfei Pavilion had not mastered. Not far from her, the formation master was so excited he was practically dancing. Yu Shao. This is a flying sword formation from the Tang dynasty that has never been seen before, filled with whimsical ideas.
You must get this formation.
No, it would be best to invite this young man to become a guest elder for the flying sword formation research at Qianfei Pavilion. If we can master this formation, the flying swords of Qianfei Pavilion will have the potential to compete with established sects like Sifang Building and Yuma Valley that specialize in flying swords. The formation master said excitedly.
Manager Yes eyes sparkled, also realizing this was an opportunity for Qianfei Pavilion to soar.
Two martial masters she had sent out returned informing Manager Yu about the fierce battle that occurred at the teaching bureau last night.
Upon hearing this, Manager Yu felt regret and disappointment. She missed an opportunity.
If she had seized this chance, she might have gained Fangling's favor, making it much easier to have him become a guest elder for the flying sword formation at Qianfei Pavilion. Compared to providing timely assistance, the effect of embellishing something already good is far less impactful. With the sound of the clock teacher ringing the bell, the academy was filled with the fragrance of books.
A day of cultivation began anew.
Teacher Wen held a porcelain cup filled with hot tea with a few wolfberries floating in it, sitting at the desk and giving a lecture.
In this lesson we will review demon language and explain the demon language that frequently appears in the imperial examination. Remember to circle them, they will be on the exam. Teacher Wen said lightly.
Below, the students in blue robes listened intently, occasionally gripping their inkwells to circle and draw on their textbooks. As the imperial examination approached, a sense of tension spread in every student's heart and no one dared to relax too much.
Even Fangling listened attentively.
His goal was to be the top scholar, and to achieve that he had to excel in every subject. Therefore both martial and literary examinations were equally important to Fangling.
Soon one class ended.
Teacher Wen lightly tapped the wooden board, glanced around and smiled. 3 days from now, Luojiang Academy will conduct the final academy examination, which will be your last examination in the academy after 3 years of cultivation. Among the students, many were excited about the upcoming end of class and quickly quieted down to listen to Teacher Wen's words. Teacher Wen pointed at the desk and said, the final academy examination serves as a warm-up before the Tang Dynasty imperial examination. I have good news to share. The principal personally went to the capital to request the Yunling Tower from the Minister of Rites. This time the top 50 of the academy examination will have access to the Yunling Tower. The Yunling Tower is constructed from top-grade spirit stones and engraved with a gathering spirit formation, constantly gathering spiritual energy from heaven and earth.
The internal spiritual energy is extremely abundant.
Each academy can only apply for it once every 5 years from the Minister of Rites.
This application for the Yunling Tower is the last support Luojiang Academy can offer you before the imperial examination. So for the final academy examination, everyone should not hold back. Only by astonishing everyone can you obtain ample resources. Little ones, the road of cultivation is long, seize every opportunity. Teacher Wen smiled, took a sip of the hot water in his cup, chewed on a wolfberry and cast a meaningful glance at Fangling among the students, still pretending and hiding.
Even Lin Yun could be killed. This boy is hiding deep enough that even he finds it hard to see through.
With the Yunling Tower's emergence, it should force this boy to reveal his limits, right?
Teacher Wen swallowed the wolfberry, hummed a tune and turned to leave. The students in the library watched him as he stepped down from silence to an immediate uproar. Within the library hall, students buzzed with excitement, some even suppressed the urge to cry out in elation.
The spirit enriching pagoda.
It was a coveted cultivation resource sought by every academy across the realm. Though applications were nominally permitted once every 5 years, certain academies had petitioned the Ministry of Rites for decades, yet still failed to secure approval. And this year Luojiang Academy had somehow secured access to the spirit-enriching pagoda, an extraordinary, unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Especially among the commoner-born students, fists clenched tightly in fervent anticipation for the academy examination. 3 days hence they would exert every ounce of strength. They would treat it as if it were the imperial examination itself, the ultimate trial of destiny.
Commoner-born students had long suffered scarcity of resources. Even spirit crystals, essential for cultivation, were rarely within their reach.
Most relied solely on the biannual academy stipend for such precious crystals, making this chance all the more precious and profound. Amidst the crowd, Lu Hao, who bore a grudge against Fangling, clenched his fists, eyes blazing with fierce ambition. This was his chance to soar beyond all limits. From afar, Yang Zhengyi watched Lu Hao flicking aside a strand of hair from his forehead. What's all this fuss about? As if any of you stand a chance at ranking among the top 50 on the academy honor roll. His voice was low, but in that instant the roaring enthusiasm of the academy fell utterly silent. Lu Hao's chest heaved violently, his eyes burned crimson, yet in the end he wilted like a frost-burnt eggplant, deflated and mute. Many commoner-born and noble-born students alike felt a sudden hollow disenchantment.
Yang Jingyi's words carried little direct harm, yet their contempt cut deep. Fangling couldn't help but smile faintly. Old Yang's remark, though blunt, held undeniable truth.
With a quiet chuckle, Fangling rose from his desk, thoughtful, suddenly grasping the unspoken meaning behind Master Wen's final lingering glance as he departed. The approval of the spirit-enriching pagoda may well be tied to the Jiang family.
Fangling found the possibility highly plausible, and thus Master Wen's subtle hint became clear: do not hold back, take full advantage. The spirit-enriching pagoda was in essence a colossal spirit crystal, precisely what Fangling needed as he'd been fretting over insufficient spirit crystals for his cultivation. Ding! Challenge quest activated. Challenge quest cultivation is not merely passive alignment with nature, it is defiance of one's own limits. To be reborn anew within the crucible of extremity, to rise phoenix-like from the ashes of limitation. Upon surpassing his personal threshold within the spirit-enriching pagoda, the host shall receive both an immediate reward and a dividend reward. Immediate reward: all spiritual energy absorbed by the host inside the spirit-enriching pagoda shall be converted entirely into system experience points. Dividend reward: 10% of the spiritual energy absorbed by any bound companion within the pagoda shall be distributed to the host as dividend. Accept quest. Fangling raised an eyebrow. To challenge one's own limits. That held a certain allure. Of course Fangling wasn't drawn merely by the generous rewards, he simply craved the test itself. Such a quest demanded acceptance. Hesitation was weakness resolved, the only path forward. Even without the system's directive, Fangling would never let this opportunity slip away, not when he aimed for the title of Imperial Examination Top Scholar. To miss it would render that aspiration hollow. Ding! Challenge quest accepted. Countdown begins the moment the host enters the spirit-enriching pagoda. A surge of determination flooded Fangling's heart. He sprang up at once, determined to find Xiao Wenji. He must arrange the dividend reward first, offer motivation to Xiao Wenji and Lu Bu Bai. They must not falter. And just after binding Lu Bu Bai, such a beneficial quest appeared. Truly fortune arrived without effort. Could the greatest benefit of binding Lu Bu Bai be inheriting his effortless reclining will? Fangling approached Niwen's desk with practiced ease, settling cross-legged before her. This time Niwen no longer shrank from his gaze, she met it steadily. Xiao Wenji. Rally your spirit. Together we'll enter the spirit-enriching pagoda and drain it bare. This is your turning point, the moment your fate shifts forever. I told you once, your future stretches across stars and oceans. This pagoda is where your ascent begins. Fangling's eyes gleamed with unwavering conviction. Niwen's long lashes trembled, a flush of exhilaration bloomed across her pale cheeks. Clenching her small fists, lips pressed tight, she nodded firmly, yes. We will go together. Nearby Lu Hao scowled bitterly, his sneer sharpened upon hearing Fangling's words. You. Acting as if a mere 5th-rank sword disciple could possibly rank among the top 50 on the Academy honor roll. His tone dripped with icy derision. True, he himself could not enter the pagoda. But could Fangling truly claim that privilege? Fangling's swordsmanship was formidable, even award-winning, but his cultivation foundation remained insufficient. Extra points from the Imperial examination held no weight in the Academy exam. Fangling ignored Lu Hao's barbs entirely. Ranking among the top 50 posed no obstacle, for him it was already assured. Words were meaningless now, only irrefutable proof would settle the matter. Turning away, Fangling retrieved his cultivation manual and began exchanging insights with Niwen. Once immersed in her favorite subject, cultivation theory, the usually shy girl blossomed, speaking with newfound clarity and fluency. Meanwhile Lu Hao, ignored and humiliated, flushed crimson, then stormed out of the library hall in silence. Ding! The host has engaged in light cultivation-related discourse with bound companion Niwen, earning foundation-breaking card fragment 1. Another fragment acquired, yet Fangling did not linger long. Niwen soon packed her things and hurried off, likely to assist her mother selling tofu pudding. Fangling left the library hall and found Lu Bu Bai practicing sword forms alone in a corner of the martial training ground. Come on Fangling, let's exchange a few moves. Lu Bu Bai's eyes lit up the moment he spotted him. Fangling accepted without hesitation. A warm smile crossed his face as Lianqing's sword unsheathed, its blade shimmering with rippling radiance. Moments later Lu Bu Bai leaned heavily on his sword, limbs trembling, breath ragged, yet his gaze held the dawning spark of profound sword insight. Ding! The host has delivered advanced sword instruction to bound companion Lu Bu by triggering deep cultivation-related discourse and activating the passive cultivation trait. Reward granted: body forging card 1. A system notification flashed. Fangling's eyes gleamed, another rare artifact card unlocked. Body forging card, one-time use item. Upon activation, the host's physical body gains the equivalent of 1 year's rigorous body forging training. Note: intense discomfort accompanies the process, use at discretion. An exceptional artifact. Body forging enhanced corporeal resilience, a discipline traditionally reserved for martial cultivators. Fangling, devoted wholly to the sword Dao, had neither time nor capacity to pursue it. Martial cultivators required immense dedication and time. Indeed, throughout Luojiang Academy, Fangling often saw them pounding their own bodies with heavy training implements upon the martial ground, relentlessly forging flesh and bone. Yet this body forging card offered unparalleled efficiency, strength gained effortlessly as if by divine grace. Fangling glanced sidelong at Lu Bu Bai. Could the reclining will transmit across space? The Academy exam occurs in 3 days. Only those ranked within the top 50 gain entry to the spirit-enriching pagoda. You are aware of this. Fang Lang asked. Lu Bubai rested his chin atop his sword hilt. Of course he knew.
I'm nearing breakthrough. I intend to use the pagoda to shatter the barrier into second-rank swordmaster.
Lu Bubai spoke with solemn focus. Fang Lang smiled faintly in response.
Indeed, the imperial examination loomed a pivotal juncture shaping every cultivator's destiny.
No one dared slacken.
With Lu Bubai preparing to ascend to swordmaster, the two parted ways swiftly.
Fang Lang returned home to Fang Manor, retreating directly to his chamber to resume cultivation.
Master Fang appeared briefly outside the courtyard before departing, choosing not to disturb him. He instructed a maid to prepare meals and reheat them every half hour. Inside the room, Fang Lang activated his triple-bound state, seated cross-legged upon his bed, and withdrew spirit crystals to begin absorbing their spiritual energy. 2 hours later, exhausted Fang Lang concluded his absorption session, surrounded by a heap of spent crystal shards.
He opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. System activate body forging card. With focused intent, Fang Lang prepared to test its power.
Resources existed to be used, especially now as he pursued the title of top scholar.
Ding.
Activating the body forging card will suspend the bound state and induce severe pain.
Confirm activation.
The system prompted.
Fang Lang hesitated not.
Pain meant nothing when the prize was the crown of scholars.
Ding. Body forging card activated. Countdown 3 seconds. Forging commences, duration 10 breaths. Boom.
At the countdown's end, Fang Lang realized, too late, that he had gravely underestimated the system's description of severe pain. An excruciating agony erupted, instantly surging from every fiber of his being. Meridians, bones, skin, every organ, every cell felt as though flayed by countless blades.
Ha, ha.
Within just 2 breaths, sweat erupted across his entire body in torrents.
He had to endure, anchoring himself with sheer willpower and spiritual awareness. 10 breaths stretched into an eternity, yet Fang Lang refused to yield. For the crown. Endure.
In the suffocating silence of the chamber, Fang Lang's eyes blazed crimson, his breath ragged, jaw clenched tight, sweat cascading like rain, throat emitting guttural horse roars. His body convulsed uncontrollably, curling inward, trembling violently. 10 breaths passed swiftly.
The room fell into a deathly silence.
After a long while, Fang Lang curled up in bed, slowly rose, his body drenched in sweat. He leaned against the bed frame, extending his hand and slightly clenching it. Faint sounds of blood and chi surging echoed in the air. A body refining card contained the pain of an entire year's worth of training for a martial apprentice compressed into just 10 breaths. That sensation left Fang Lang with lingering dread. However, the rewards were sweet. His physical body strengthened, as did his meridians, blood, and overall power.
This enhancement would also benefit his cultivation. A smile appeared on Fang Lang's face. After the body refinement, he gained considerable insights into the process. These insights would significantly aid his martial studies. Among the 3 subjects of the martial examination, swordsmanship being Fang Lang's forte required no further explanation. He was incredibly confident in his current skills. With the dual turbine reverse flying sword pressure talisman from earlier combined with his discussions with Xiao Wenzi, Fang Lang gained substantial insights into the art of techniques. Only the martial arts subject was Fang Lang's weak point, but with the help of the body refining card he was gradually compensating for this deficiency. The body refining card extracted from Lu Bubi was quite good. He turned to look out the window at the dawn sky. Fang Lang decided not to continue his cultivation and lay down for a short rest to alleviate the pressure on his spirit. For the next 3 days, Fang Lang was completely immersed in his cultivation. At night he absorbed spirit crystals, and during the day he diligently studied strategy, demon language, and more. As Fang Lang worked diligently each day, the spirit crystals in the system's cultivation funds dwindled to just a few. After the body refinement, Fang Lang's physical body enhanced his capacity to absorb spiritual energy significantly, making the absorption process last much longer. Previously he could barely absorb spiritual energy in a state of resonance for 2 hours before reaching his limit. However, now he could endure 3 hours or even longer. The benefits of body refinement were thus revealed. Consequently, Fang Lang became increasingly fixated on the body refining card. Despite the painful process, the rewards were sweet and gratifying. Thus, after classes each day, Fang Lang kept an eye on Lu Bubi, dragging him into swordsmanship guidance sessions to extract more body refining cards. Unfortunately, Lu Bubi did not come to the academy on the 3rd day. He was at home preparing to break through to the swordmaster realm. In 3 days, Fang Lang only managed to extract 2 body refining cards. Fang Lang did not plan to use these 2 body refining card fragments immediately. He intended to use them within the spirit cultivation tower to maximize the absorption of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Fang Lang did not forget about Niwen. Under the principle of equitable sharing, he engaged in shallow exchanges with Xiao Wenzi, resulting in 3 additional body refining card fragments. Fang Lang was not one to despise the fragments of body refining cards. After all, they could offset the binding time and were extremely effective. 3 days passed, slipping away like sand through fingers. The final academy examination for this batch of students began. As autumn set in, the city of Luojiang gradually took on an autumnal hue, with one autumn rain after another intensifying the seasonal chill. The sky was as blue as a wash, untouched by dust.
The lazy sunlight spilled over the academy's entrance as energetic students in blue robes crossed the ancient threshold and made their way to the martial arts arena. In their blue robes like leaves the students were spirited. There were 3,000 of them, each filled with anticipation for their cultivation. In the martial arts arena the students were arranged in formations between the buildings, while on the main stage the instructors stood with their arms crossed, their expressions solemn. Fangling stood in the formation of the 7th building, chatting and laughing with Niwen, drawing the attention of many students nearby. Niwen's face flushed with embarrassment, her head tucked into her blue robe, yet she listened attentively to Fangling, nodding and occasionally responding. On the main stage Dean Shui, hunched over, had a frost-dusted beard blowing gently in the wind. He looked kindly at the bustling students in the martial arts arena. 3 years and 3 years the faces of the students changed one after another. To Dean Shui 3 years felt like a cycle. After this batch of students left, a new group of youthful students would step into the academy, forging their paths in cultivation. But isn't this the very essence of their academy's purpose of educating and nurturing? Dean Shui cleared his throat and the students promptly quieted down. The elder's speech was simple, yet it contained encouragement for the students. He said little, not wanting to waste too much of their time. The simplest and most effective motivation and mobilization was to reveal the spirit cultivation tower. Dean Shui's fingers, resembling dried yellow roots, lightly tapped and spiritual energy suddenly flowed through the air. Under the astonished and excited gazes of the students, the sky above the academy seemed to shed its dust, revealing a magnificent 9-story pagoda suspended in the air. The mere aura emitted by the pagoda was filled with the fragrance of spiritual energy. The spirit cultivation tower had truly been approved. The students were beyond excited, their spirits soaring. Even Fangling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After the mobilization, the next step was for the instructors to randomly distribute examination tickets to the students in their respective buildings. The examination tickets contained information about each student's examination location within the building. Fangling received the ticket handed to him by Instructor 1. Instructor 1 glanced at Fangling with a half-smile but did not offer any encouraging words. In fact, he was very curious about how Fangling would perform, considering Fangling's previous impacts during the sword-asking tournament and his actions in the teaching department against Lin Yun. He wondered if Fangling could make it into the top 10 of the Academy's gold list in this final examination. Indeed, making it into the top 10 of the gold list was Instructor Wen's greatest expectation for Fangling. Fangling smiled warmly at Instructor Wen and glanced at the examination information on his ticket. 3rd building, 2nd floor, position 18. Ding! The bell tower of the Academy rang. The students in the martial arts arena immediately scattered like fish swept away by a current, each heading towards the marked location on their examination tickets. Fangling arrived at the entrance of the 3rd building, where Instructor 1 stood checking the examination tickets. Coincidentally, he was in charge of Fangling's examination site. Understood. Fangling nodded, put away his ticket and stepped into the building. The students in the academy sat upright. Although this examination was not a formal subject test, the atmosphere remained serious. Understood. Fangling nodded, put away his ticket and stepped into the building. The students in the academy sat upright. Although this examination was not a formal subject test, the atmosphere remained serious. A quarter of an hour passed. Instructor 1 scanned all the students and announced the examination will last for 2 days. Today is the written test covering poetry strategy and demon language. Today's first examination is poetry. Write a poem or compose a prose piece within an hour, Instructor 1 stated. He then began distributing the exam papers. During the distribution of the exam papers, some candidates closed their eyes to breathe deeply, while others furrowed their brows, grinding ink, each with different expressions. Over the past 3 years, the academy students had undergone numerous examinations, yet the prospect of an exam that could change their life trajectory still left them restless. Fangling felt a surge of excitement, closing his eyes and slowly exhaling. A waft of paper fragrance drifted as Instructor 1 placed the exam paper in front of him. Fangling opened his eyes, stared directly at the paper and began to read. He had always excelled in written tests as a transmigrator. Despite his poor aptitude, he still had some foundation in written examinations. Now that he had decided to stand out, Fangling would no longer hold back. His gaze fell on the paper as he scanned the exam question. In the 198th year of the Great Tang, the Tang Emperor led his army to conquest, ascending the Tianyue mountain in Shilu, flattening the demon stronghold, slaying countless demons and overlooking the world with heroic spirit. Please write a poem on this theme. After reading the question, Fangling slightly closed his eyes to ponder, gently grinding the ink, its fragrance enveloping his senses. East Lu Tianyue Mountain. Did the Tang Emperor gaze upon Tianyue? After a while, Fangling's lips curled into a smile. The wolf hair brush absorbed the ink as he rolled up his sleeves and began to write on the paper. The opening line, how does the Mount Tai compare? The green of Qi and Lu remains unbroken. Fangling deliberately chose a graceful and flowing script, splattering rich ink across the page. With dozens of characters flowing effortlessly, he concluded with a flourish. I will stand atop the peak, looking down at all the mountains small. Fangling finished, set down his brush and looked around. The other students were still contemplating how to compose their poems. Fangling had already stood up to submit his paper. Just as he sat down, Instructor 1 raised his eyebrows, surprised at how quickly he was done.
Is this kid really writing poetry?
Instructor Wen took a sip of goji berry tea, brushed off Fangling's paper and glanced at the verses. In the next moment he couldn't help but spray tea everywhere.
Damn.
You were hiding your poetry skills all this time.
Just how much have you been hiding?
After reciting the poem silently, the verses shone like a sword exuding a spirit that could consume mountains and rivers. Instructor Wen raised his head, his eyes sparkling as if he saw that blue-robed youth akin to a 3-inch sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. On this day the youth drew his sword. His robes fluttered free and unrestrained.
It was the last week.
It started on the 24th of last month and now it is the 17th. It can stay on the new book list for another week.
This is also the final week before it drops off the list.
The author still wants to linger on the rankings. Therefore a serious request for the necessary recommended votes to rise in the rankings. Of course it seems that the weight of recommendations on the new book list is higher for rewards, so I quietly ask for some rewards. I promise that I will deliver explosive updates once the book is on the shelves. Everyone knows how fast and intense the updates will be after it is published.
So I earnestly request those freshly minted recommendation votes. Additionally, I will answer a few questions from the book. 1.
Why not bind to a famous master? Answer: everyone please read the book carefully. Binding to a bond object depends on cultivation level.
The higher the cultivation, the longer the binding time.
If the binding is to a minor sword, it might take 100 or 80 years to succeed. Of course, if the protagonist's cultivation improves, the binding time will shorten.
2.
Why does the protagonist level up so quickly while other geniuses take 3 years to reach the 9th stage? Answer: firstly, the protagonist has a good foundation. Secondly, he has ample cultivation funds.
The system provides spirit crystals for him to use lavishly, often in dozens at a time, and he uses them day and night. Meanwhile, commoners can only receive 1 spirit crystal from the academy each month, so the speed is naturally different. 3. Is the author short? Answer: the author is not short.
4. The protagonist bound to a bond must also consider the cultivation passives and engage in exchanges, whether deep or shallow, with the bond object to maximize benefits. Such exchanges are the key.
Alright, that's mostly it.
These points are specifically mentioned in the book, and if anyone hasn't understood them clearly or is threatening to abandon the book, I can only say as long as you're happy.
Fangling was confident in the poem he had written.
After all, it was a work of a renowned poet from his past life. In this world where cultivation was revered, poetry was also cherished. Nevertheless, Fangling believed that the works of those esteemed poets from his past life could also shine with their own brilliance in this world. Like the poem Fangling had just written, despite lacking ornate language and using ordinary words, it still created a profound impact. In order to make his mark, Fangling truly began to delve into the treasures of his heart. During the usual examinations at the academy, Fangling had never revealed these treasures, mainly because he only had the poems he had memorized from his past life left, and he had to be prudent about presenting them.
Fangling left the examination hall of the 3rd book building.
The entire academy was silent. Poetry was a meticulous craft, with every line and every word needing to be revised and scrutinized. It was quite rare to see a student like Fangling who submitted his paper in less than a quarter of an hour.
The autumn chill was beginning to creep in. Fangling walked to the training ground, gazing at the ancient book buildings, his expression complex.
Soon he would have to bid farewell to the academy. Stepping out of the small comfortable circle of cultivation, he was heading towards the greater world of the Tang dynasty.
However, the memories of his cultivation in the academy would be hard to forget.
After a moment of melancholic reflection over autumn, Fangling found a secluded corner, took out a spirit crystal and began to absorb its energy for cultivation. The spiritual energy within him was abundant, nearing the peak of the 8th stage, ready to break through the shackles of the 9th stage at any moment.
Fangling actually hoped to become a 9th stage swordsman before entering the spirit tower.
That way he could maximize his chances of breaking through to become a sword master within the tower. Of the 150 spirit crystals provided by the system, only 8 remained.
Fangling switched to the 3-bond state and took this opportunity while other students were writing poetry to absorb the remaining 8 spirit crystals clean. It was like pouring a small spoonful of water into a bucket that was almost overflowing.
Sitting cross-legged in a corner of the training ground, Fangling suddenly felt a surge of energy stirring within him. Above his head, green smoke swirled, accompanied by a rotating vortex of spiritual energy.
Boo! 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 The meridians within Fangling's body produced sounds like crashing waves akin to an angry river roaring.
He was on the verge of breaking through.
Fangling opened his eyes, a glint of surprise flashing beneath them. But
the system's spirit crystals are used up.
Fangling's gaze sharpened.
In the next moment he took out a mid-grade spirit crystal that Old Fang had purchased for him. This spirit crystal was infused with Old Fang's expectations for him. Since it was a spirit crystal, it was meant to be used, and now was the perfect time. However, absorbing this spirit crystal did not grant experience points, which felt like a small loss. The spiritual energy within the spirit crystal was frantically absorbed by Fangling. He activated the basic techniques described in the Great Tang sword classic, channeling the spiritual energy to gather in his dantian.
He condensed the scattered spiritual energy into a vortex within the dantian.
Under the three-bond state, Fang's level of comprehension and cultivation was equivalent to two-thirds of an old master, making it easy to form the vortex.
Bang! A muffled sound emanated from within him.
Suddenly Fangling felt a jolt throughout his body as if the meridians within him had been connected.
The gas vortex in the dantian took shape. He seamlessly stepped into the ninth stage of swordsman. Fangling's eyes sparkled and a stream of turbid energy resembling a sword of air burst forth from his mouth, piercing through the air for over 3 feet before dissipating. Ninth stage swordsman. Finally achieved. Ding! The bell signaling the end of the first poetry examination rang.
Within the book building a sudden clamor erupted.
The students in blue robes under the watchful eyes of their instructors put down their pens and exited the building.
The expressions on the students' faces were varied, some were excited, some were despairing, while others were gripping their heads.
This was the many facets of life after an examination. Like a poignant gamble.
As the poetry examination just concluded, Instructor Wen transformed into a beam of light carrying a stack of students' papers and rushed out excitedly. Scanning with his spiritual sense, he found Fangling, who was calming his energy in a corner of the training ground. Seeing Fangling, Instructor Wen was taken aback. After all, Fangling had just broken through and his aura was still unstable, clearly revealing the cultivation of a ninth-stage swordsman.
Damn! This kid! How did he become a ninth-stage swordsman?
What cultivation did this kid have when he asked about the sword competition last time? Even if he had a yellow-grade root with spirit crystals piled up, it shouldn't be possible to break through so many stages in such a short time, right? Could it be that this kid's root was previously mismeasured? A hint of suspicion flickered in Instructor Wen's eyes, but at this moment,
none of that mattered.
He stared at Fangling, his eyes bright. You little rascal. Have you been hiding your talents this whole time? This poem, Wangyue, how did you write it in such a short time? Seeing Instructor Wen's excited demeanor, Fangling stood up, brushed off his blue robe, and with a warm smile could only provide a cliché response. The article is born from heaven, obtained by chance.
His calm words matched Fangling's serene expression.
The atmosphere was light and breezy, as though writing a widely acclaimed poem was as effortless as casually catching a leaf stirred by the autumn. Instructor Wen was momentarily stunned, savoring Fangling's words. After a long while he gazed deeply at Fangling, sensing the brilliance radiating from him.
In the examination of the teaching department, this kid.
Was he about to reveal his sword?
Indeed, he was aiming for the top of the examination. What a pity the timing is not right.
If this poem had been written during the examination, it would surely earn you high marks. However, it appeared too early, wasting its brilliance in the Academy's assessment.
Instructor Wen sighed.
Then narrowing his eyes, he patted Fangling on the shoulder. In these 3 years, are you satisfied with my teachings? Fangling was taken aback, realizing he stood straight and bowed, replying earnestly, thank you, Instructor, for your guidance over the past 3 years.
You've worked hard, Instructor.
Instructor Wen smiled gently. Indeed, this little rascal of yours lives up to my teachings.
Work hard in the upcoming subjects. The Spirit Tower is a rare opportunity, don't miss it. Almost every top scorer of each examination has stepped into the Spirit Tower. Instructor Wen said. Fangling nodded solemnly.
Then Instructor Wen hurriedly left.
Fangling didn't know what Instructor Wen was going to do, but he was genuinely grateful to him.
After 3 years of guidance, the teacher's grace was as heavy as a mountain. In the instructor's building, Instructor Wen, glowing with joy, took out Fangling's paper and handed it to several old examiners. The old instructors studied it carefully, and the room gradually fell into silence. Suddenly the old instructors slammed the table in surprise, breaking the silence.
A great poem. Truly a great poem.
In just a few words it vividly describes the grandeur of Mount Tianyue and Shilu, depicting the mindset of the Tang Emperor overlooking the world.
Incredible. The transcendence of the opening line alone is enough to make a name for itself. With this poem, all other works in the Academy's examination pale in comparison.
The old instructors stroked their beards, expressing their admiration, each word filled with astonishment.
Was this the level of poetry that a student from the Academy could produce? Simply put, a poetic genius.
Instructor Wen was beaming, chuckling, the works of my diligent student are indeed remarkable.
Suddenly,
several old instructors noticed the last part of the paper where an unfinished line was written. In the 276th year of the Great Tang, coinciding with my esteemed teacher Wen Ting supervising the examination, inspired by his presence, I wrote this poem with a stroke of luck.
The room went silent.
Several old instructors were taken aback, as if something had intruded.
The handwriting was different.
What is this?
Shameless. Is he trying to ride on someone else's coattails? After a brief pause, the second round of the Academy examination began. Fangling entered the book building with his examination ticket, taking part in the theoretical assessment. After finishing the assessment and taking a short break, he would proceed to the monster language examination. The first day's theoretical examination concluded without a hitch. Returning to the Fang residence, Fangling unusually did not engage in arduous cultivation that night.
Instead he consolidated his recent breakthrough to the 9th stage of swordsman, maintaining the stable rotation of the gas vortex, and additionally organized his thoughts on the techniques of both martial arts and spells, preparing for the next day's assessments in swordsmanship technique and martial arts.
He had a good dream that night.
The next day, after eating the white porridge and eggs personally prepared by Old Fang, he headed to Luojiang Academy ready for the martial arts examination. The martial arts examination consisted of 2 parts of theoretical paper and practical combat. If the main subject scored 100, then both the theoretical and practical components would each account for 50 points, with the same logic applying to the secondary subjects. With the sound of the bell from the exam proctor, students swarmed into the examination hall. The proctor distributed 3 papers to each candidate. Each of the 3 papers corresponded to sword technique and martial arts, with each subject containing both main and secondary questions. If a student specialized in swordsmanship, they would answer the main questions for swordsmanship. Those who were secondary would answer the corresponding secondary questions. Of course, if someone was confident in themselves, they could choose to answer all main questions. The Academy's examination rules closely followed the examination standards. If all 3 were main questions, then they would be counted according to the main score. However, the main questions were more difficult, making it harder to score. Due to the specialization in skills, most students would not choose this unconventional path. This was only set up for some geniuses to score high. Inside the 3rd book building, Fangling received his exam paper with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Savoring the strong ink fragrance emanating from the paper, Fangling took a deep breath, dipped his pen in ink, and began answering the questions. With his current level of swordsmanship, the theoretical questions in the sword examination were essentially trivial, and he wrote with fluidity. He finished writing everything in just half an hour. Then Fangling's gaze fell upon the questions for technique and martial arts, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. Finally, Fangling gritted his teeth and flipped to the main questions, determined to aim for the top. Thus all 3 subjects would be assessed based on the main questions. This way the scoring could be maximized. Time flowed slowly, and choosing to take the main questions for all 3 subjects was quite difficult. Fangling furrowed his brows, immersed in answering the complicated questions. Ultimately, just about a second before the proctor's bell rang, he managed to finish and submit his paper. The theoretical assessment for the martial arts examination concluded. All students gathered at the training ground, waiting and preparing for the upcoming practical assessment. Bang! 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 Suddenly an old instructor carrying a gong hammered it, followed by several young instructors. They approached the announcement wall at the edge of the training ground and affixed 10 red papers, each listing 300 names, showcasing the rankings of 3,000 students in the theoretical examination. As soon as it was posted, the excited students rushed towards the announcement wall. The results of the theoretical examination had been revealed. As with the usual courtyard examinations, the results of the literary test would be announced before the practical martial assessment. In fact, the martial test scores are largely set for the students unless there has been a recent breakthrough in their cultivation, otherwise there won't be much change. Thus the literary test holds significant weight in the overall scores. Beneath the announcement wall there was a bustling crowd. Students eagerly searched for their names on the red paper of the announcement wall, some anxious, others excited. Fangling arrived with the flow but did not push through, he simply observed from a distance. Upon seeing Fangling, Xiao Wenzi quietly approached, shyly smiling at him. The 2 stood outside the crowd watching the bustling students, feeling somewhat out of place. Lu Hao squeezed into the announcement wall, and after a while he emerged with a radiant face filled with excitement. In this literary test he performed exceptionally well, scoring 115 points, ranking 136 in the academy, which was significantly better than his past literary test scores. Lu Hao was thrilled with his good start, but he did not rush to leave. His eyes were fixated on the announcement wall, searching for Fangling's literary test score. If Fangling's score was lower than his, he could mock him freely without restraint. Lu Hao's face was filled with smiles as he searched around his ranking. When he couldn't find it, he looked further back, searching and searching, until his eyes began to blur. Yet he couldn't find Fangling's name. The surrounding students had dispersed, but Lu Hao continued his relentless search. Fangling approached, seeing this, feeling somewhat moved by his determination, and softly said, "Try looking further ahead." Hearing this, Lu Hao forced himself to look ahead despite his blurred vision. Finally he found Fangling's name and saw his ranking. His face stiffened, the smile began to fade bit by bit as if his emotions were gradually extinguished. Fangling score 145, literary test, ranking first. Lu Hao was stunned. First? How could he be first? And, what kind of devilish score is this? Lu Hao turned to see Fangling giving him a warm smile. However, to Lu Hao that smile seemed like the sinister grin of a demon turned away from the sun. Lu Hao's lips trembled. Due to his blurred vision from staring at the announcement wall, coupled with the shock and immense contrast, finally, tears welled up at the corners of his eyes and fell uncontrollably. Once the surrounding students had dispersed, Fangling and Niwen approached, instantly bewildered. "Why is Fangling first? Why are you, Lu Hao, so emotional?" "I, Fangling, am first, and you, Lu Hao, are so moved." "Feeling so emotional that I can't continue to target you anymore." Lu Hao wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes, feeling utterly ashamed, and turned to leave.
Fangling, how could he get first? His previous literary test level was clearly on par with Lu Hao. Fortunately, like Lu Hao, Fangling was also a fifth-tier swordsman. This was the only comfort in Lu Hao's heart at this moment. The surrounding students also gasped. Fangling's first place in the literary test, scoring 145, was simply terrifying. The literary test had a total score of 150, which meant Fangling only lost 5 points. Moreover, those bookworms who specialized in the literary test were even more indignant, crying foul. In the past 3 years, the Luojiang Academy had conducted numerous examinations, but such a high score had never appeared in the literary test. However, just as everyone was indignant, Teacher Wen floated over and posted Fangling's poem on the announcement wall. Commonly known as a perfect poem. Teacher Wen was in excellent spirits, nodded at Fangling and floated away again. A poem that would be remembered through the ages made him walk as if he were floating. The students once again swarmed to the announcement wall, scrutinizing the first literary test, a perfect poem that had appeared for the first time in 3 years at the academy. Soon the noise gradually ceased. Critique. What critique? After a half-hour break, the practical martial assessment began. The students received their examination slips and lined up by teams led by the supervising teachers, heading towards the academy's combat building. The combat building was not usually open, only being accessible during examinations. Inside there were formations inscribed with 4th grade techniques, matching opponents from weak to strong until defeat, allowing for practical martial scoring. Fangling held his examination slip quietly, lining up at the entrance of the combat building. Next, Fangling. The supervising teacher flipped through the examination slip and spoke blandly. Fangling stepped forward. The supervising teacher checked him for any cheating talismans. The spatial rings also had to be temporarily removed for the teacher to keep. After taking off his 2 spatial rings, Fangling strode into the combat building. Upon entering, the lighting was dim and the walls and ceiling were inscribed with intricate formations. The practical assessment begins. With the calm voice of the supervising teacher echoing, Fangling noticed everything around him changing. He appeared on a ring paved with green bricks. 5 steps in front of him, a vague figure materialized. This was his combat target, with the cultivation level marked above its head. 1st grade profession, 1st stage. This combat target possessed a comprehensive strength, combining swordsmanship techniques and martial arts. The battle began and Fangling wasted no time. With a slap, he shattered his opponent. Next, he conjured a 2nd stage combat target. Fangling still used a slap, easily defeating the opponent with his current strength. 3rd stage, 4th stage, 5th stage. The strength of the combat targets kept increasing. However, it did not put much pressure on Fangling. He easily crushed them, mastering his swordsmanship. With the sword technique unleashed, the sword energy of the Liansheng sword surged. When the 9th stage combat target was cleaved by Fangling, the combat building fell into silence. After about half a moment, a new combat target materialized in front of Fangling. 2nd grade profession, 1st stage. This combat target was a 2nd grade profession possessing comprehensive combat strength as a swordsman, martial artist, and technique master. Holding the Liansheng sword, Fangling's eyes sparkled. He did not switch to a bond state but dove in to engage in a fierce battle. The two were evenly matched. Fangling also detected that if he switched to a bond state, he should be able to fight a 2nd grade 2nd stage. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a finger sword wave. The 2nd grade 1st stage combat target's head was directly shattered. After about 5 breaths, a 2nd grade 2nd stage combat target materialized. Even when switching to a bond state, Fangling felt extreme difficulty. Previously, he could easily slay Lin Yun, primarily thanks to the energy card effect from Old Jiang, which allowed him to break through easily. But now Fangling, who could only exert the power of a 9th stage swordsman, found it not easy to break through a 2nd grade profession's defense. Under full force, Fangling ultimately exploded the combat target's head, but he was also pierced through the heart by the opponent's sword. Buzz. Fangling opened his eyes and the formation vanished. Please leave the combat building after the assessment. Outside, the calm voice of the supervising teacher floated in. Fangling put away the Liansheng sword, his brows furrowed, lost in deep thought, and turned to leave the combat building. He was not satisfied with his performance. As Fangling stepped out, a group of students waiting outside all turned their eyes to him, especially since Fangling, as the first in the literary test, had attracted the attention of many talented students. Now Fangling shone brightly. The talents from Luojiang Academy, who had never regarded him highly before, had no choice but to acknowledge this extraordinary figure. Lu Hao clenched his examination slip, watching Fangling walk out of the combat building with a furrowed brow and a troubled expression. He smiled. Your sorrow is my joy. The heavy stone in his heart instantly fell. Fangling looked like he surely didn't perform well in the practical assessment. Indeed, no matter how excellent the literary test was in martial assessments, Fangling still cannot perform. Next, Lu Hao, what are you dazed about? Hurry up. The supervising teacher said blandly. Lu Hao hurriedly entered the combat building. Ding. The bell-ringing teacher struck the bell tower, seemingly shaking the autumn atmosphere throughout the courtyard as golden leaves danced gently on the ground in the breeze. The setting sun blazed, painting the sky with a splendid evening glow.
The 2-day examination period ended. Tired students returned to their respective study halls, all resting their heads on their tables, quietly waiting for the final results to be announced. The scores for the literary test had already been released. As soon as the martial test scores were out, the two would be combined to determine the final results. Moreover, the academy did not plan to delay the release of the examination results because the Spirit Gathering Tower could only stay at Luojiang Academy for 2 days after applying through the Ministry of Rites. Therefore, the academy had to hurry to select the list of students entering the Spirit Gathering Tower. In the evening, the sunset blazed, reflecting the rosy cheeks of every student in the study halls. In the 7th study hall on the 3rd floor, Fangling also sat down heavily at his desk, his brow furrowed. The martial test had sounded the alarm for him, cooling the excitement of reaching the 9th stage. Just being at the 9th stage was not enough. He had to enter the swordsman rank. The noisy study hall quickly quieted down. Teacher Wen entered the study hall holding a stack of red papers recording each student's examination results. The students' gazes flickered, some eagerly clutching their fists in anticipation of their scores. Teacher Wen smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping across the room, landing on the furrowed brow of Fangling. She couldn't help but be stunned. "This kid, what are you worrying about? If I hadn't known your score in advance, I would have thought you had done poorly," Teacher Wen thought to herself. Then she began distributing the red papers, reciting each student's scores. Some students were excited, some were saddened, and others cried with their faces covered after their hopes were shattered. Teacher Wen remained unmoved. Next, Niwen. Literary test 120, martial test 155, total score 277, academy ranking 4th. Niwen stood up and under the gaze of many shyly accepted the red paper from Teacher Wen, who wore a gentle smile. "Keep up the good work," Teacher Wen encouraged gently. Niwen pursed her lips and nodded earnestly. Next, Fangling. As soon as Niwen sat back down at her desk, Teacher Wen called out the next name. Once Fangling's name was announced, all the students in the study hall focused intently, and the noise instantly swelled. This name had become quite famous lately. First in the sword asking competition, now first in the literary test. Thus, as soon as this name was called, many were curious and eager to know Fangling's examination results. Especially Lu Hao, whose eyes shone like copper bells. He was ready with a full belly of mockery. His joy relied entirely on Fangling's disappointing performance in the martial test. Teacher Wen cleared her throat, her calm voice lingering. Fangling literary test 145, martial test 240, total score 385, academy ranking 1st. The noise gradually diminished. The entire study hall fell into a dead silence, many slowly widening their eyes. It was as if the serene beauty of autumn filled every corner of the study hall. Only 240 points in martial test. Fangling furrowed his brow, lightly sighing. Indeed, being a triple major was still too much of a stretch. Fangling's sigh, reminiscent of autumn leaves falling, broke the silence, echoing like a swan song in the completely silent study hall. This evening was destined to be extraordinary. On the 3rd floor of the 7th book building, the silence was as beautiful as autumn leaves, only interrupted by a slightly melancholic sigh lingering in the air. At the main seat, Teacher Wen was rendered speechless. A mere score of 240 points. How could one even utter such a word? Named Fangling. Martial exam. Swordsmanship 100 points. Technique 80 points. Martial arts 60 points. Literature exam. Poetry 50 points. Strategy 45 points. Demon language 50 points. Total score 385 points. Ranking at Luojiang Academy, 1st place. Teacher Wen stared at the results repeatedly, finally confirming that Fangling could exceed the standard because he treated swordsmanship technique and martial arts as his main subjects for the examination. Importantly, besides swordsmanship, Fangling's scores in technique and martial arts were surprisingly decent. It should be noted that choosing all 3 subjects as main subjects would lead to a more comprehensive evaluation of one's actual combat capabilities. Under such circumstances, it was astonishing that Fangling was able to achieve high scores. This score shattered the historical record of Luojiang Academy's examinations. The book building remained immersed in silence, with all the students in a daze. 385 points. Is that even a score achievable by a person? Yang Zhenjia's mouth hung open as if it could fit an egg, his bangs drooping over his forehead, eyes wide in disbelief, feeling that Fangling seemed so unfamiliar. What was it like to see the class dunce suddenly turn into a top student? It's irreversible. The wayward son has lost his charm. Yang Zhenyi sighed. Meanwhile, Niwen's eyes sparkled. Fangling's score was terrifying. Fangling. So strong. So impressive. With this, they would be able to enter the Spirit Tower together tomorrow. How delightful. After the initial silence in the book building, a thunderous noise of excitement and shock erupted. Impossible. Lu Hao's eyes widened as he stood up. The total score for the academy exam was only 350 points. How could this score of 385 possibly be real? Wrong. This score is absolutely incorrect. Lu Hao was agitated. He had been defeated by Fangling and lost face intending to regain it through the academy exam, but now with Fangling's score how could he reclaim his dignity? His martial exam score was even higher than his total score. What a ridiculous situation. As Lu Hao questioned, the noise in the book building rose sharply. Even many wealthy students voiced their doubts. However, several talented students remained silent, their expressions complicated. Because they understood well how Fangling achieved such a score. This monster practiced all three paths. This was a level only accessible to genius scholars, something ordinary students couldn't even comprehend. Teacher Wen glanced at Lu Hao, slightly furrowing his brow. What are you so excited about? Teacher Wen had no desire to explain. He knew best that Fangling's results were achieved through his own talent and effort. Having reached the 9th rank of sword apprentice and with the experience of killing Lin Yun in the teaching division, it was entirely normal for Fangling to score high in actual combat. Are you questioning the rules of the academy exam? If that's the case, then after class write out the Luojiang Academy's examination regulations 10 times and you will understand why Fangling could achieve this score. Lu Hao was momentarily at a loss. He opened his mouth wanting to refute something. But facing Teacher Wen's stern gaze, he backed down and sat down heavily in front of the desk. However, Teacher Wen did not let him off easily, adding, I will check your written work once you're done. Lu Hao. Fangling paid little attention to Lu Hao. Rising, he walked forward, retrieving the red paper amidst the incredulous and somewhat fervent gazes of countless students. In the previous academy exam, Fangling had been inconspicuous, retrieving the red paper without anyone paying attention, standing in the corner watching those talented individuals who were the center of attention like a mere follower. Yet just over 10 days later, Fangling, like a dragon emerging from the depths, broke the examination record and stood at the pinnacle of Luojiang Academy. Back at his seat, Fangling looked at the red paper, his brow still tightly furrowed. That earlier exclamation was not pretentious. He genuinely felt that a score of 240 points in the martial exam was insufficient. To contend for the top scholar, this score was far from enough. After all, every single point in the competition for the top scholar was fiercely contested. Fangling still had an additional 30 points from the sword challenge, but other geniuses certainly had their own additional scoring opportunities as well. For instance, in technique training there were various technique formations competitions similar to the sword challenge. Martial training also had similar martial arts competitions. 30 points of extra credit did not offer much of an advantage in the competition for the top scholar. Fangling could not afford to slack off just because he had some additional points. The top 50 students in this academy exam will be qualified to enter the Spirit Tower tomorrow. Other students not entering the Spirit Tower will continue with their studies in the book building to sprint towards the examination. Teacher Wen announced after distributing the red paper, giving a serious look around at all the students in the book building. Yes. The students responded in unison. Afterwards, Teacher Wen declared the end of class. Before leaving the book building, he fixed his gaze on Lu Hao. Make sure to neatly write out the academy examination regulations and hand it to me. He ultimately did not forget about Lu Hao. Meanwhile, the students in the book building dispersed, and the news of Fangling being the first in the academy exam would spread like wildfire, creating an uncontrollable storm among the students. Fangling stood up, neatly folding the red paper and tucking it into his sleeve pocket. He had once envied those talented students who topped the academy exam, fantasizing that if he were to achieve the top score he would carefully display the red paper. However, when he actually achieved first place in the academy exam, he found that the envious feeling he once had could no longer be reclaimed. It turned out that the feeling of being first was nothing special. He had a higher goal to strive for, the top scholar. This red paper was just an ordinary piece of paper. Fangling took out the textbook of the Great Tang technique and approached Niwen wearing a warm smile, engaging her in discussions about cultivation, both deep and shallow. Tomorrow they would enter the Spirit Tower. Fangling had a bold idea. He wanted to break through the shackles and step into the sword master level using the Spirit Tower. He also had a challenge task that required him to push his limits. The spiritual energy absorbed in the Spirit Tower could be converted into system experience points. This was the best time to reap benefits. How could Fangling easily waste it? Thus Fangling needed to make thorough preparations for this. First, he had to arrange the segment card properly. Although the segment card could exchange for bound connection time, Fangling still remembered the original purpose of the segment card, which was to break through the segment. Tomorrow he could use the segment card to break through the shackles of the Swordmaster. Therefore he needed to squeeze every bit of potential from Little One. Little One was a treasure. Although they usually only triggered shallow exchanges, the pieces of segment cards obtained were very useful. Secondly, Fangling planned to spend all 25,000 gold coins tonight to buy a precious sword, making up for the deficiencies of dual wielding while also earning experience points to complete the system upgrade. When the time came, spending money would also yield a guaranteed reward egg. This fixed consumption to obtain a reward egg was only triggered once per level, and it could not be repeatedly farmed, which made Fangling feel a bit regretful. Ding! The host engaged in shallow dialogue related to cultivation with the bonded entity Niwen, triggering the cultivation passive and obtained segment card fragment 1. Ding! Detected that the host already possesses segment card fragment 5, which can be fused into a complete segment card. Would you like to fuse it? Finally, when Fangling asked Niwen a question about technique cultivation that left her blushing with excitement, he received the prompt and extracted the 5th segment card fragment. Fuse. Ding. Fusion complete, you have obtained segment card. The system prompt faded away. Fangling checked the newly acquired segment card, instantly smiling, looking at Niwen with eyes full of affection. This girl is truly a treasure. Niwen, seeing the look in Fangling's eyes, turned even redder, like a burning ember. She softly mentioned that she had to return to help her mother sell tofu pudding, quickly packed her textbook and with small hurried steps left the book building, running away from the academy under the setting sun. Fangling smiled as he stood up, watching Niwen's retreating figure stretching contentedly. After leaving the academy, he leisurely strolled along the main street of Luojiang City. Reaching the end of the main street, he took 3 right turns and walked 100 steps into a relatively quiet alley, finding a blacksmith shop at the end. Although he had the lotus sword, Fangling mastered dual sword techniques and he still needed a precious sword. This was the perfect opportunity to spend money and also compensate for his shortcomings in combat. This blacksmith shop was specifically recommended to him by teacher when after Fangling inquired about where to buy swords. It was neither the Qianfei Pavilion nor a large commercial establishment. Instead, it was a small unnamed blacksmith shop in an alley at the street corner. Teacher Wen even specifically reminded Fangling that the owner of this blacksmith shop had a strange temperament. The swords forged were very expensive, and moreover, to buy a sword one would have to pass his test. With many quirks, yet teacher Wen spoke highly of the swords crafted in this blacksmith shop. Clang. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the blacksmith shop, a young man wielded a massive iron hammer, striking the glowing red sword blank on the forging table. Sparks flew like stars in the night sky. As Fangling walked in, he was met with a wave of heat. Not far from the young blacksmith, an old man sat in a rocking chair covered with a blanket, napping. "Excuse me, do you sell swords?" Fangling asked the old man softly. The young man continued to forge and the old man kept dozing. "It's Wen Ting, mister. Wen recommended me to come and buy a sword." Fangling thought for a moment and mentioned old Wen's name. As soon as he spoke the name, Fangling felt a sudden awareness and an instinctive chill ran down his spine. Something felt off about the atmosphere. Inside the shop, the young blacksmith abruptly stopped his hammering. The old man sitting in the rocking chair suddenly opened his eyes. An invisible, terrifying aura swept through the blacksmith shop in an instant, causing every hanging sword to vibrate with a clanging sound. The wooden door behind Fangling slammed shut with a loud bang, even locking itself. At this late hour, why was the door being closed? What exactly did old Wen do? Did he steal someone's sword? Fangling's cautious retreat suddenly froze in place. How careless. In the realm of the Great Tang, the capital city of Chang'an is drenched in a gentle autumn rain tonight, enveloping this ancient city with a poetic mist that lingers in the air. Accompanied by the sound of ancient temple bells echoing from outside Chang'an, the night deepens. The autumn rain falls silently. A flying sword carrying a letter pierces through the desolate night sky, tearing apart the curtain of rain and diving into the misty Chang'an. In the Jiang residence, deep within a small courtyard, Zhao Wuji's eyes glimmer like 2 flames in the darkness as he reaches out and swiftly grabs the descending flying sword. "Miss, this is news from Luojiang City. It should be related to Fangling." Zhao Wuji glanced at the letter carried by the flying sword, turned around and bowed towards the house in the courtyard. Within the tightly shut courtyard walls, the long, quiet, vermilion carved wooden windows suddenly opened and the fragrant sandalwood wafted out from inside the room. "Oh. The Luojiang Academy has just finished its final examination to select candidates for the Spirit Tower. It seems results have come in." A languid voice like silver bells floated out from within. Jiang Linglong, dressed in colorful garments, stepped out of the room with her delicate snow-white feet stepping on the plush carpet, gazing at the rain-drenched city, her eyes sparkling like stars. She no longer wore a veil, her exquisitely beautiful face was exposed to the air, seemingly making the autumn night fall in love with her. Zhao Wuji handed the letter to Jiang Linglong. Jiang Linglong took it, unfolded the letter and smiled as she read, her dimples blooming like a stunning pear blossom in the spring rain. "At the top of the peak one can overlook all mountains." Jiang Linglong recited softly, her voice reverberating in the quiet courtyard. After a long while, she put away the letter, lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and laughed softly. "That little rogue seems to be serious. He has drawn his sword." The girl, draped in a white cloak, stood in the fragrant room wearing a radiant smile, looking out. She suddenly saw a young man outside the city stepping through the mist, pointing his sword at the rain-soaked Chang'an. Beside the fiery stove, sparks danced restlessly while a kettle filled with boiling water on the fire emitted steam and a sharp whistle. Fangling no longer retreated but remained slightly vigilant. "It's just buying a sword, does it really need to feel this tense?" The young blacksmith stopped forging and glanced at Fangling. His bronze skin glistened with beads of sweat as he set down the hammer and approached the boiling kettle, pouring hot water into a teacup with tea leaves already sprinkled inside. Then the young man held the porcelain cup and handed it to the old man sitting in the rocking chair. The entire process was silent. The old man took the tea and the lid lightly brushed against the rim of the cup, his murky aged eyes half open, staring intently at Fangling. After sipping a mouthful of tea, the old man slowly spoke. "Wen Ting sent for you," sensing the rich spiritual energy in the air. And there hanging on the wall were swords floating, their tips aimed at him.
Fangling wore a harmless and warm smile, saying yes indeed.
The old man raised his hand, lightly flicking it as if the air held an ancient zither, and with a flick the sound of zither music echoed.
Around Fangling's swords floated like necklaces, their tips inward surrounding his neck.
That boy Wen Ting promised me he wouldn't tell anyone else my whereabouts. He broke his promise, the old man stated flatly. If I kill you, I'll go and take care of that Lustund Wen Ting afterward.
Fangling took a deep breath and said, Wen Ting is my teacher and I am a student of Luojiang Academy.
The old man's eyebrows raised, filled with malice.
A finger like a dry aged root pointed in the air.
Instantly every suspended sword drew closer to Fangling, with one sword's tip pressing against his jaw.
The academy managed by that old man Shui. Do you have any relations with that old man Shui?
The old man said coldly.
Fangling almost cried out, Senior, do you have enmity with the whole world?
If you have grudges with anyone, just say it. I'll do my best to avoid stepping on any minds.
However, although my heart is racing, Fangling still maintained a radiant smile, looking at the old man, saying, Senior, I just want to buy a good sword.
What is your name? The old man took a sip of tea, chewing on the tea leaves, and asked.
Fangling. Fang is in the one who achieves it all, Lang is in the wayward son who returns.
Whom?
Fangling had just finished introducing himself.
In the distance a bare-chested young man moved his eyes slightly, saying, Are you Fangling? The one who killed Lin Yun?
Fangling was taken aback, thinking, have I already become so famous?
But the young man simply grinned with a simple smile, saying, There are plenty of rumors about you in Shadan. Many geniuses in Chang'an Academy and the National Academy are watching you, threatening that if you dare to step into Chang'an they will surely break your legs. In the entire Great Tang there is only one Jiang Linglong, the best Jiang Linglong. For you, Linglong returned to Chang'an 2 hours late and faced 18 assassination attempts, perilous situations they all say. What virtue do you have?
Fangling's smile gradually faded and he fell into a momentary daze.
Then silence fell upon him as he recalled the girl with eyes like a galaxy. In Chang'an there was now a reason he had to go. Just as Fangling was pondering, the old man let out a soft gasp, saying, You're Fangling, the one who drew Lianshang. The old man snapped his fingers and all the swords returned to their hanging positions as if nothing had happened, restoring silence to the shop with only the sound of sparks from the stove still crackling.
Clang. The sound of a sword being drawn.
The Lianshang sword from the sword box behind Fangling flew directly towards the old man, hovering 3 inches in front of him. The old man's trembling hand wanted to touch it but hesitated. What a fine Lianshang sword! Its intent restrained Xianyuan Taihua. To cultivate such a treasure with a woman's body I must concede. The old man sighed with emotion. The next moment, with a flick of his hand, the Lianshang sword returned to Fangling. That boy Wen Ting was bold enough to let you come. It seems he has some reasoning.
On account of this, Lianshang will give you a chance to buy a sword.
Suddenly the tense atmosphere in the shop dissipated and Fangling also felt the pressure on him lift. Abruptly, before Fangling could relax, he found himself moving involuntarily towards the old man, who raised his hand, grasped Fangling's palm and gently stroked it, feeling the calluses on his hand.
Whom?
Such thick calluses at such a young age! You possess such sword calluses. It seems you've endured quite a bit, remarkable for a youth. A rare trace of appreciation appeared on the old man's face.
As if he could see Fangling diligently practicing swordsmanship.
I specialize in double-handed swords, and with Lianshang I still need a left-hand sword, hence I came to buy a sword. The old man raised an eyebrow, saying, Few can wield double-handed swords in the Great Tang. You have some ambition.
But holding Lianshang, your other sword, cannot be subpar. At the very least it shouldn't be overwhelmed by Lianshang's sword intent, otherwise
your double-handed sword will become uncontrollably imbalanced. The old man said casually. Then, sitting in the rocking chair, he raised his hand, fingers grasping. A clear melodious sword chant resonated from deep within the shop. It seemed like a surge of sword intent impacted every corner of the shop. The next moment a sword as black as ink shot out like a fierce black dragon, pouncing.
Ding!
The old man pressed his fingertip against the hovering sword body and the black sword finally quieted down. This sword is called Black Yao, forged from the reverse scale of a demon dragon slain during the Great Tang's attack on the Southern Sea Demon Citadel. The Lianshang sword has a gentle nature, while the Black Yao sword is fierce, akin to yin and yang, complementing each other. The old man caressed the black sword's body.
Fangling's eyes were completely captivated by this black sword. Kid, if you want to buy a sword, this one is the most suitable. Spend whatever you wish, but the old man has but one test.
The old man said. Upon hearing this, Fangling straightened up and clasped his hands, saying, Senior, please speak. That boy Wen Ting came to buy a sword from me and managed to endure 5 strikes from me, half dead. Only then did he pass the test.
You are too weak. I have no interest in striking.
So? The old man pointed at the burly young man with fingers like gnarled roots, saying, This is my disciple preparing to participate in the imperial exam. He studies at Chang'an Academy and is an 8th-tier martial artist, 2nd place in this year's martial arts competition held by the Ministry of War. They'll have him suppress you to the 9th-tier martial apprentice. If you can last for a tea's worth of time, you pass the test.
If not, you can leave. Black Yao, you are not worthy of possessing it. Lianshang. You are also unworthy. Do you dare? Fangling felt a surge of blood rising within him. He looked at the young man scratching his head and grinning at him. First place in the martial arts competition. A peerless genius. An 8th-tier martial apprentice at 15. Ah. Fresh vegetables. I Fangling. Love to communicate with geniuses the most. Fangling's eyes brightened as he smiled warmly. The old man snorted, grasping the black Yao sword in the rocking chair beneath him suddenly shifted to the corner of the shop, clearing the space for Fangling and the simple young man. Brother, I Fangling love making connections. May I ask your name? Fangling asked with a smile. However, the simple young man remained silent, only grinning and scratching his head. Suddenly, amidst the grin, the young man unexpectedly pulled out a long knife from behind his head and slashed down the air, seemingly tearing apart. Fangling's eyes narrowed as he also drew Liansheng. The knife and sword clashed. Sparks flew. The terrifying power surged along the young man's knife, crashing towards Fangling's sword-wielding hand. The young man's eyes burned like fire as he pressed against Fangling, who stepped back, repeatedly retreating. One pressed forward while the other retreated. Bang! Fangling's back slammed hard against the wooden door of the shop, and the force generated from the young man's knife, fueled by his blood and energy, roared like a black thorn flower, blooming violently, causing the wooden door to explode into splinters. Luojiang Academy. In the depths of the night, the bright moon hung high like a silver plate. Teaching building. Wen Ting stood on the rooftop, dressed in a cloth shirt, as a gentle breeze fluttered his clothing. In front of him rested a sword bound with coarse cloth, at the handle concealed within a leather sheath, its sword intent repressed. His stubbled face and deep-set eyes gazed out at a secluded alley in Luojiang City. Suddenly footsteps sounded from behind, and a hunched old man appeared beside Wen Ting, his white beard and hair framing a face adorned with a warm smile, kindly and amiable. Dean. Wen Ting greeted him. Did you send Fangling to that old rascal's shop to buy a sword? Dean Shui chuckled. Aren't you afraid that that capricious old rascal will kill Fangling? Wen Ting lifted the sword, cradling it in both hands with the hilt angled toward the moon above the Milky Way, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Fangling won't die with the Liansheng sword in hand. That old rascal wouldn't dare to strike. Sigh, that old rascal is just like me. Dean Shui squinted. That old rascal is a notorious figure wanted by the Ministry of War. Are you wanted too? Wen Ting exhaled a breath of stale air and said, Dean, that joke isn't funny. That old rascal's sword forging skills rank among the top 10 in the Tang dynasty, and his shop Fangling can find a sword worthy of Liansheng. Otherwise Fangling's dual sword technique will never reach perfection. I am doing it for his own good. Wen Ting stated. Dean Shui tilted his head and glanced at Wen Ting. Are you sure it's not because you want Fangling to let that old rascal take a look at Liansheng to settle the debt for the sword money you owe? Wen Ting's lips twitched. Holding the sword, he gazed at the bright moon, feeling the weight of time. Dean, we can't chat about this anymore. Bang! The wooden door shattered, splinters flying. Fangling had his heel pressed against the threshold, his body leaning back as the blade arced through the air, suddenly unleashing a blade aura that spread for several feet, scattering the dust on the ground. Fangling launched forward with a sword step, sending sword chi crashing toward the naive-looking youth. The youth slammed the back of his blade against Fangling's sword chi, shattering it into pieces. Then a surge of overwhelming blood vitality erupted from the blade, resembling a roaring tide, as a dragon surged upward with a blade light, following a thunderous strike aimed at him from above. Fangling's hair stood on end. He executed another sword step, attempting to create distance. The youth, though only at the 9th stage of martial training, exuded a suffocating pressure that made Fangling feel cornered. So strong. No wonder he is a martial arts genius from Chang'an Academy. Bang! Fangling turned his body, his blue robe fluttering as the descending blade narrowly missed striking the threshold instead. Fangling raised his leg high, swinging it down fiercely toward the youth. The Liansheng sword pressed against the ground, the blade bending as it burst forth with power. This was a sword technique previously demonstrated by Lu Bubi, which Fangling had stealthily learned. The naive youth, seeing this, grinned broadly, a sword cultivator grappling with a martial artist. You're not very wise. The youth's palm transformed into claws, not dodging but directly receiving Fangling's downward kick, his 5 fingers gripping Fangling's leg. Suddenly he swung the dark long knife from below with great force. If Fangling couldn't evade, he might be cleaved in two. However, Fangling's lips curled into a grin. After using the body refining card, his physical body was not weak. Channeling all his blood vitality, Fangling's leg exploded with power akin to a raging river crashing forth. The youth was momentarily stunned, and the next moment a strange light flickered in his eyes. Fangling's leg came crashing down, pressing against the youth's palm that gripped his leg, colliding with the youth's shoulder. The youth slightly bent his knees, and within a radius of several feet around him the dust and wood shavings seemed to freeze for an instant, suspended in the air. A moment of stillness before the world erupted into chaos. Thud! Fangling's foot propelled like a frog's kick, slamming hard against the youth's chest. The impact forced the youth to step back, the dust erupting, flowing back along an invisible arc. As Fangling thrust out the Liansheng sword, it collided with the youth's swinging blade, igniting sparks. Then Fangling's body floated, landing back in place, executing the ethereal sword step, creating a mystic distance.
Fangling's expression grew serious, the Liansheng sword raised, gathering sword intent. Time seemed to stand still as the dust and wood shavings before the two floated up and down under the cold moonlight. In the corner of the blacksmith shop, the old man sipped tea, calmly observing the fierce exchange between the younger generation.
Fangling and the naive youth's perilous moves and counters resembled pieces falling upon a smooth intersecting chessboard.
Black pieces and white pieces caused ripples across the tranquil board. Not bad, your sword is much more durable than Lu's. A sword cultivator, yet also proficient in martial arts, the youth remarked.
Fangling also sensed the naive youth's rising strength. The aura around him was gradually shifting.
No longer testing, he resembled a once crouched fierce tiger slowly rising into a hunting stance. Switching to old Jiang's bond state. Fangling's eyes sparkled like a star, piercing the night, his aura climbing steadily, surprisingly not weaker than the naive youth. The naive youth felt this change, the grin on his lips widening, his body trembling slightly.
He was heating up, feeling invigorated.
Fangling slightly tilted his hand and said, "Old man, lend me a sword." Once the words fell, the old man pointed and a steel sword shot toward Fangling. Fangling grasped it, holding the sword with both hands, his figure instantly vanishing, executing the ethereal sword step, appearing elusive. The naive youth tilted his head slightly. Crack! The spine sounded like a dragon, shattering the silence of the night. The next moment the youth's body swelled and writhed, clearly defined muscles shimmering under the moonlight, his stature rising, blood vitality surging. The dark long knife swung out, slicing toward the side.
Bang! A piercing sound.
Fangling felt an overwhelming force that nearly shattered his grip. Had he not refined his body, the strike might have crippled him. What a tyrannical strength! What kind of devilish power is this? Fangling's body landed, his toes tapping the ground repeatedly, using the force to leap again, his dual sword swirling down fiercely. Sword disciples specialize in the dual sword style.
Fangling's swords moved so quickly they were nearly invisible, descending upon the youth with rapid thrusts, leaving behind only after images in the darkness. The naive youth held his blade defensively, struggling to keep pace with Fangling's speed, sparks flying amidst the clash. After enduring dozens of strikes, the youth's gaze sharpened and he swung a blade as if to uproot a mountain. It seemed as if the air itself was split apart, the terrifying force and blade light radiating with the horror of a landslide and tsunami. Fangling crossed his swords to defend against the strike. With a crisp sound, Fangling was nearly smashed into the ground, the brute force too terrifying. In the next moment the youth closed in again, surprisingly not striking with his blade, but instead he threw a punch directly at Fangling, his blood vitality surging like a tidal wave, causing the dust around them to flow upwards, reversing against the current gathering upon his fist. Boom! The ground's bricks caved in, cracking deeply. Fangling barely evaded under the pressure of the youth's punch, using the ethereal sword step, but as the youth drew back his fist, the shattered bricks from the ground were hurled towards Fangling like cannonballs. Fangling swung his dual swords like a waterfall. He cleaved through all the debris, the dust erupting before him as if he had opened a path of light in the darkness. So strong. Excitement flickered in Fangling's eyes. Was this person also participating in the imperial examination? Truly, one should not underestimate the Tang dynasty's examinations. All the outstanding talents of the world gathered, and any one of them was terrifyingly strong. It was as if a prelude to the competition of the imperial examination. The peak level of sword disciples, a clash between sword and martial arts. Both had unleashed their true fire. The naive youth did not pursue Fangling. Instead he gripped his knife with both hands, his gaze fixed tightly as he thrust the dark long knife into the ground. Secret technique, Earth Fury. The youth's blood vitality erupted, appearing like a blazing bonfire in the night. The dark blade turned. Bang bang bang. Fangling suddenly felt the earth tremble, and in the next moment the ground's bricks exploded like a spiderweb, with waves of dust and energy surging upwards, swirling endlessly. An intense, overwhelming sense of crisis approached. There, from the exploding ground, the youth transformed into a shadow, moving at an unimaginable speed. Fangling could only defend himself with his dual swords as the youth's attacks came from all directions, as if shadows surrounded him from every angle. It was as if the domain of the youth encompassed a radius of 10 feet. Gritting his teeth, Fangling channeled all his spiritual energy into the Liansheng. Facing the approaching shadows, he thrust out a sword. Countless sword chi surged faintly, forming a lotus bud illusion encasing the youth's fist. Secret technique against secret technique. A lotus in the world. Sword lotus bloom. Boom. Blood splattered as the naive youth blocked the sword lotus with his dark knife, his fist bearing the sword lotus chi continued to smash down, instantly littered with sword-inflicted wounds, blood spraying. Fangling struck out with his left hand, the steel sword colliding with the youth's fist, the sword shattering into pieces. However, amidst the dust scattering like a storm, Fangling's face emerged from the swirling dust, nearing the youth's visage. The youth squinted while Fangling smiled. Fangling released the grip on the steel sword's hilt, his thumb pointing toward the youth's head. With a snap of his fingers he unleashed a wave of sword energy. The youth, exchanging old strength for new, swung his fist again. The sword wave collided with his fist's spiritual energy, detonating, forcing the youth's fist aside as the swiftly flowing dust cascaded backward.
Underneath the veil of dust Fawn Lang's eyes sparkled, gritting his teeth as the sound of bones clashing resonated like thunder from behind the clouds.
He snapped his fingers again, blood blooming between his fingers. But sword wave double flick. If one finger flick doesn't win, then 2 fingers. Bang.
The swirling dust was torn apart, revealing the robust youth's figure, his head thrown back, blood arcing under the moonlight as he flew backward, crashing into the ground and sliding over 7 feet.
On the long street the blacksmith shop returned to tranquility.
In a corner of the shop the old man opened his eyes slightly, a bit astonished. Holding a cup of tea, he unconsciously rubbed the cup's rim with its lid and took a sip. The tea in the cup had unknowingly grown slightly cold.
The moonlight poured down silently and coldly, illuminating the old desolate street. Intense gasps filled the air.
Fangling leaned on his sword, blood dripping from his left hand, yet a smile adorned his face.
In the distance a young man lay on the ground, his forehead torn and bruised, gazing blankly at the starry night sky as if reminiscing about the taste of failure. A faint sound of footsteps echoed.
An old man emerged from the forge, standing tall, holding a black sword with a hint of surprise and admiration. He flicked his wrist and 2 porcelain bottles shot towards Fangling and the young man. The young man propped himself up from the ground and caught the bottle.
This is a healing medicine, it works well, don't worry, it won't affect the examination.
The old man said casually. The young man promptly uncorked a pill and swallowed it, the wounds on his forehead scabbing instantly.
I lost.
The young man was straightforward, his sturdy frame slightly shrinking.
Fangling grinned, thank you for your kindness.
What is your name, brother? We may consider ourselves friends now, it is fate that brought us together.
I Fangling love to converse with geniuses.
The simple-minded young man scratched the back of his head and chuckled, forget it, losers have no right to leave their names. When you reach the imperial capital we shall get to know each other.
Fangling's expression stiffened.
What kind of twisted reasoning is that?
Why does a loser get no right to leave a name?
Afterward the young man ignored Fangling, picked up the black sword, turned and returned to the forge, continuing to swing the heavy hammer on the sword blank.
Fangling with no other choice swallowed the pill given by the old man, not worried about poison.
After all, with the old man's strength he wouldn't need to resort to poison to kill him. After a few breaths the injuries on his palm began to heal, and this pill's effect was indeed remarkable. The old man handed the black sword to Fangling. Not bad, your sword technique is solid, you must have endured quite a bit of hardship in your sword practice. Fangling's hands were covered in calluses from sword training, and coupled with the solid sword techniques he just displayed, the old man had a good impression of him, a diligent, earnest and hard-working boy. Much better than that scoundrel Wen Ting who never repays debts.
Fangling took the black sword, which was as dark as ink, reflecting no light even under the moonlight, slightly heavy.
Senior, how much is this sword? The old man waved his hand and turned to re-enter the forge. You can decide. I only sell my swords to those who have passed the test, as for the price it's up to you. Just don't be like that stingy kid Wen Ting.
Hearing this Fangling's mouth twitched.
No wonder the old man's face darkened like he was constipated when he heard Wen Ting's name. So it turns out that Wen Jiaoshi really is a scam.
Fangling would never be like Wen Jiaoshi. When it comes to spending money, Fangling is serious.
He walked to an empty table, a thought crossing his mind. He threw out the 25,000 Tang gold coins stacked in his spatial ring.
Clink clink.
The moonlight shone and the golden light dazzled, illuminating the entire street. Senior, here are 25,000 Tang gold coins.
This black sword is extraordinary, its value cannot be measured by money.
Thank you for the gift of the sword.
Fangling held the black sword and cupped his hands in thanks.
He concealed both swords into the sword case, turning to leave, instantly disappearing into the misty night.
The street fell into silence.
Inside the forge the young man's hammering action froze as he looked at the pile of gold coins on the table, swallowing hard.
So many gold coins.
The old man turned around with no hint of worldly concerns, flicking his sleeve, making the pile of gold coins vanish. Wei Sheng, this young man Fang is quite earnest. I heard many people in Chang'an want to break his legs. When he goes to Chang'an you should help him. The old man said.
Understood, teacher.
The young man nodded and dropped his hammer. The old man returned to his rocking chair, its creaking sound filling the air, and he even hummed a cheerful tune. It had been a long time since he had seen such a diligent and earnest boy.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing a consumption related to cultivation, earning a random reward which has been issued to the item bar. Walking down the quiet cold street the system's prompt echoed in Fangling's mind.
Ding! Friendly reminder, experience points are full, level up. Everything was as he expected. He called up the system panel. Host Fangling. Cultivation Night Stage Swordsman. Level LV4.
Experience 0100000.
Root bone 36 white.
Cultivation funds 50000 gold coins, 300 low-grade spirit crystals, 2 mid-grade spirit crystals, only usable for cultivation projects.
Items segment card X1 blue reward egg X1. Bonded objects Niwen 60, Jiang Linglong 60, Lu Booby 60, vacant 60.
Unique passive related matters with bonded objects in cultivation can earn extra rewards. The bond level with bonded objects had not increased, still at 60, which made Fangling somewhat regretful. However, he did not dwell on this upgrade too much. He was more concerned about the cultivation in the Yunling Tower tomorrow. The tower's challenge tasks as well as actions that convert all absorbed spiritual energy into experience. It seems, tomorrow he must work twice as hard. System, smash the egg. Fangling commanded. He smashed the blue reward egg from the item bar. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a triple amplification card, leverage card, and root bone card. Ha! Looking at the rewards from this egg smash, Fangling frowned. This time the blue reward egg seemed only to yield general rewards, just the triple amplification card, no quintuple, what a pity. Additionally, a new card, the root bone card, was generated. Root bone card, permanent card, can be overwritten after use. It can change the host's root bone data from both surface and causal aspects. Fangling's eyes narrowed slightly. A permanent card. A treasure has appeared. This card seems to be something significant. Fangling didn't study it in the street but hurried back to the Fang residence. Upon returning to the Fang residence, old Fang had gone to socialize at the teaching bureau, so Fangling went straight back to his own room. He felt slightly excited. The root bone aspect had always been a sore point for him. In the examinations with such root bone he wouldn't even qualify for extra points. His competitiveness was greatly diminished. Most importantly, Fangling was still somewhat worried that if he performed too outstandingly it would seem odd when paired with his root bone, leading others to suspect foul play. Therefore the appearance of this root bone card was incredibly timely. Suppressing his excitement, Fangling took a deep breath and said, "System, use the root bone card." Ding. The root bone card will change the root bone data from both surface and causal aspects. Once used, the root bone data will change permanently. To change again you must wait until the next usage of the root bone card to overwrite. Do you wish to proceed? The system prompt popped up. Fangling fell into deep thought and pondered for a while. He calmed down, understanding that the root bone card would not change his inherent root bone. He still needed to rely on switching bond states to enhance his root bone. However, it would change the data, making it appear unusual to outsiders. Although somewhat regrettable, the emergence of the root bone card could at least solve a tricky problem Fangling was currently facing. Moreover, now that he had a higher system level, would there be a chance to obtain the ability to completely change his root bone? Fangling was still somewhat looking forward to it. Use it. Ding. Root bone data is being modified. Estimated time 24 hours. Please be patient. The system prompt popped up and then fell silent. Fangling closed his eyes, slowly exhaling. Next he would wait for good news. Then Fangling opened his eyes and his gaze appeared calm in the dark room. He took out a spirit crystal provided by the system and began to absorb it slowly. The segment card, body refining card, and triple amplification card were all prepared. To obtain the final capital to impact the top scholar in the examination, it all depended on tomorrow. This night was very calm. Yet it was destined to be anything but calm. For every student in the top 50 of Luojiang Academy, the cultivation in the Yunling Tower tomorrow could be seen as a crucial turning point on their cultivation journey. Thus they were excited and restless. Even Fangling was no exception. The system issued tasks for him to challenge his limits, but Fangling understood that he was not merely doing it for the task. He wanted to strive for the top scholar in the examination and must break through his limits. This night the battle with the simple-minded young man in the forge made Fangling truly understand that he was still far from those geniuses who had the qualification to aspire for the top scholar. He didn't even possess the qualifications to strive for the top scholar because he wasn't even a swordsman. It was precisely for this reason that Fangling understood the gap and recognized the importance of the Yunling Tower to him. In the darkness, Fangling opened his eyes, releasing his grip, and fragments of the spirit crystal scattered across the ground. He gazed at the dim horizon, gradually brightening with the first light of dawn. In Fangling's eyes there was a spark of determination, as if preparing to ignite a great fire. Everything was ready, just waiting for the dawn. On a morning thick with autumn's essence, the temperature had dropped slightly, bringing a hint of chill. In the dilapidated wooden house, Niwen had changed into an old academy blue shirt that had been mended many times. Sounds were already coming from the kitchen, where her mother was preparing the tofu pudding to be sold at the market today. Niwen walked into the kitchen, where a woman dressed in coarse cloth stood up and wiped her hands on her apron. "Wenzi, are you awake?" The woman smiled, her face beautiful with a pleasant demeanor, yet time had left indelible marks on her features, diminishing her beauty and adding a hint of life's hardships. The lovely woman took out a boiled egg that had been kept warm all morning. "Wenzi, are you going to that Yunling Tower today? You must work hard. Your mother lacks the means to earn you spirit crystals for your cultivation. However, I know that only through cultivation can one change their destiny. If you can achieve top marks in the imperial examination, our lives will improve and we won't have to get up early to sell tofu pudding anymore." The beautiful woman brushed back a few strands of hair that had playfully escaped from her bun, and in her eyes, dulled by life's tribulations, a rare light of hope flickered. Niwen bit her lip and took the warm egg from the woman, who had kept it warm to prevent it from cooling in the autumn chill. "Mother, I will work hard." Niwen said firmly. She had always been diligent. The lovely woman looked pleased and helped Niwen tidy her hair. Go on, remember, don't get too close to the rich boys. Your primary goal now is the imperial examination. Upon hearing this, Niwen's eyes flickered with a hint of panic and she quickly responded, clutching the warm egg, and hurriedly left the dilapidated wooden house. Fangling changed into a neat blue shirt, pushed open the door and stepped outside. The cool autumn weather was pleasant. Stretching, Fangling walked toward the main hall of the Fang residence. Last night old Fang had socialized in the teaching office until late, so he was still sound asleep and had yet to rise, but he had instructed the maid to prepare breakfast. After eating, Fangling strapped on his sword box, which contained the black jade and lotus birth swords, and walked out of the Fang residence along the bustling main street, stepping on the fallen leaves swept up by the autumn wind, heading toward the academy. Ding! The bell ringer struck the bell. The many students surrounding the martial arts arena reluctantly returned to the school building. In the center of the arena stood a gigantic glazed tower soaring 9 stories high, each level appearing to be crafted from spirit crystals exquisite and radiant. Around the glazed tower invisible formations spiraled, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making the entire academy seem much fresher. Under the glazed tower in the martial arts arena 50 students in blue shirts stood scattered about. Dean Shui, Instructor Wen and 2 officials also stood beneath the tower. The 2 officials wore stern expressions dressed in official robes, their energy solidified as they were responsible for escorting the Yunling Tower. Their cultivation levels were naturally not weak. Dean Shui, it's about time you may allow the students to enter. The Yunling Tower will only be open for 2 days, after that it must be returned to the Ministry of Rites. One of the officials bowed to Dean Shui. Despite holding an official position, they dared not be too arrogant towards the elderly man. Dean Shui smiled broadly, his white beard swaying slightly in the autumn breeze. Then let us begin. The 2 officials each revealed a talisman, and powerful waves of spiritual intent surged forth, activating the formations within the talismans. 2 beams of light shot out from the talismans, casting onto the entrance of the glazed tower. The entrance of the Yunling Tower began to slowly open, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth, causing an uproar among the students. The 2 officials turned around, their expressions serious as they faced the 50 students in the martial arts arena. You are the chosen students from Luojiang Academy to enter the tower. The Yunling Tower is your opportunity. Once inside, absorb the spiritual energy and cultivate diligently. Do not damage anything within the tower. Any destruction will result in disqualification and imprisonment according to the laws of the Tang dynasty. The official spoke sternly, outlining the precautions for entering the Yunling Tower. Inside the tower there are 9 levels, each with different concentrations of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual pressure also varies, so find the appropriate level for your capacity to absorb the energy. Remember, act within your limits. The 2 officials then stepped aside, clearing the path to the Yunling Tower. The students in the martial arts arena immediately burst into excitement. Niwen and Fangling stood together, whispering to each other with a hint of excitement flashing across Niwen's delicate face. Lu Bubi approached, looking at Fangling and slightly lifting his chin. Lang Zi, when we enter the Yunling Tower later, stay behind me. I've been holding back for days, finally ready to unleash my potential. In the Yunling Tower I will definitely aim for the Sword Master level. During the breakthrough much of the spiritual pressure from the levels will converge on me, so if you stay behind me you can bear less pressure. Lu Bubi explained. Then Lu Bubi turned to Niwen beside Fangling, furrowed his brow, raised his chin and said, you should come along too. Just stay behind me and you'll become stronger effortlessly. Lu Bubi exclaimed his motto. He had sworn never to be lazy again, so this time he was determined to help. Fangling's eyes flickered slightly and he smiled, saying, then I'll ride on your coattails. Niwen thought for a moment and also quietly said, then. Thank you. Lu Bubi raised his head proudly. Gratitude was just right. Helping others was his specialty. Children, go and relax your minds, act within your limits, and remember, do not be greedy. Dean Shui, hunched over, kindly reminded them. Subsequently the students began to enter the Yunling Tower in an orderly manner. Lu Bubi held his head high and led the way. Fangling and Niwen followed suit. Under the gaze of Instructor Wen, Dean Shui and others, the 50 top students from Luojiang Academy stepped into the Yunling Tower. Upon entering the first level of the Yunling Tower, the rich spiritual energy assaulted them, creating a slight pressure on their shoulders. This was the spiritual pressure formed by the energy. Fangling looked up, gazing at the top of the Yunling Tower, where a dazzling spirit crystal bright as the sun hung like a luxurious chandelier, surrounded by 8 formations, dazzling and mesmerizing, illuminating the tower brightly. This was the foundation of the Yunling Tower, crafted using top-grade spirit crystals and powerful formations. There were 9 levels in total, with increasing spiritual pressure. As the pressure became more intense, the closer one got to the top. As soon as the many students entered the tower, they took a deep breath and countless streams of spiritual energy surged into their bodies. The walls of the Yunling Tower were inscribed with intricate patterns filled with mysteries, as if containing various profound truths. Cultivating here would make it easier to break through the difficulties and shackles of cultivation. This was the significance of the Yunling Tower. Boom! Once all the students had entered the tower, the entrance of the Yunling Tower tightly closed. The escaping spiritual energy was immediately sealed off. Many students suppressed their excitement and began to ascend the ancient staircase towards the higher levels of the Yunling Tower. Lu Bubi also suppressed his excitement as he stepped forward climbing the stairs. After taking 2 steps he suddenly noticed that Fangling had not followed and he looked back in confusion.
Lang Zi, keep up. We're heading to the 4th floor where the spiritual pressure is just right for me. When I break through I can step into the 5th floor. Lu Bubi said. Fangling simply smiled and glanced at Niwen beside him saying, you all go ahead. I'll prepare something on the 1st floor and we'll catch up shortly. Lu Bubi and Niwen did not say anything further. The spiritual energy concentration on the 1st floor isn't high. We have a time limit in the Yunling Tower, so don't waste precious time. Lu Bubi reminded them, then lifted his head and strode up the stairs. Niwen glanced at Fangling and with his chin slightly raised she followed Lu Bubi to the 4th floor. Fangling stood at the base scanning each floor, noticing that below the 5th floor students had already begun to sit scattered around. Ding! Detected that the host has stepped into the Yunling Tower. Challenge task activated. Current spiritual energy absorption 0. Low-grade spirit crystal. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Fangling did not move and sat down cross-legged.
Many students from the higher levels looked down at Fangling sitting on the 1st floor, casting strange glances.
No one would waste time on the 1st floor. What was the top student of the academy doing? Everyone ignored Fangling's odd behavior and hurriedly began absorbing spiritual energy. Especially those commoner geniuses who were even more eager for spiritual energy. Fangling closed his eyes, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. In the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes. Using the 2 prepared body refining cards. The spiritual pressure on the 1st floor wasn't strong, perfect for refining the body. If the pressure were too strong it could harm his body during the process, so Fangling chose to refine on the 1st floor first. Ding! The body refining cards will be used consecutively. Expected duration 20 breaths. Wishing you a pleasant cultivation experience. At the moment the system prompt finished, a sharp pain instantly spread from his spinal marrow like a spider web covering his entire body. Excruciating, like being cut. Endless pain poured down like a torrential rain. Outside the Yunling Tower, instructor Wen Dinshui and the 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites looked towards the tower. In their eyes subtle glimmers of light flickered as they perceived the situation inside the tower. Why is there someone sitting on the 1st floor? One official asked in confusion. Utterly foolish. Once inside the Yunling Tower one must seize every moment to absorb spiritual energy. Naturally it's best to move higher. Stopping on the 1st floor indicates fear of the pressure. This youth shows no ambition and is wasting this opportunity. The other official replied coldly. Instructor Wen frowned. He recognized the figure sitting on the 1st floor and raised an eyebrow. Fangling. Din Shui's gaze grew profound and his smile slightly faded. Jiang Nizi used the Jiang family's connections to get the Ministry of Rites to approve the Yunling Tower application for Luojiang Academy. All for you, Fangling. So Fangling, what exactly do you intend to do? Inside the Yunling Tower 20 breaths felt long to Fangling, but in reality it was fleeting. Fangling's body trembled, gradually ceased. Having used 2 body refining cards successively the pain doubled and almost caused him to faint. However, the effect of refining was remarkable. Every inch of his skin, every cell in his body became tough and resilient, and most importantly, incredibly thirsty. Having used 2 body refining cards, Fangling now felt like a sponge that had been wrung dry, desperately in need of spiritual energy to replenish his bodhis consumption and strengthen his physique. Fangling opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling like stars. Next, it was harvest time. Switching to 3 bond states using the triple amplification card. The chi in his dantian began to swirl. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire 1st level of the Yunling Tower surged towards Fangling like a whirlpool. Outside the spirit gathering tower, Teacher Wen Dinshui and 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites all fixed their gazes on the interior of the tower. They no longer paid attention to Fangling, who remained on the 1st floor, but instead shifted their sights, scanning the various levels of the spirit gathering tower. The faces of the 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites showed a hint of interest as they smiled at Dinshui, saying, Dinshui, it seems the quality of students from Luojiang Academy this year is rather lacking. The last academy to receive approval from the spirit gathering tower was Nanyuan Academy, which is on par with Luojiang Academy. However, this year a genius emerged from there, reaching the 6th floor of the spirit gathering tower and inscribing his name on the honor roll. As for the students of Luojiang Academy, judging by this situation it seems none of them will make it to the 6th floor, remarked one of the officials. This was not meant to be mocking, but rather an analysis based on the situation within the spirit gathering tower. Dinshui remained calm and composed, saying, let us wait and see. I have quite a bit of confidence in my students. The 2 officials chuckled as well. Suddenly their smiles froze. They suddenly looked at the array talisman tightly held in their hands, which was the key to opening the spirit gathering tower, and could sense the absorption of spiritual energy within. At that moment the array talisman they held emitted a warning. What? Their gazes quickly swept to the 1st floor. The warning from the talisman came from the 1st floor. What was happening? The expressions of the 2 officials changed slightly.
Dean Shui stroked his white beard observing the spiritual energy rapidly gathering around Fangling on the first floor and smiled saying, "Do you need this old man's assistance?"
"No.
"No need," the two officials hurriedly replied. They frowned, focusing on the first floor where their spiritual sense activated the array talisman, causing the walls of the first floor's formation to generate spiritual energy.
While they supplemented a bit, Fangling absorbed a bit, supplementing and absorbing. Damn. Is he insane?
This guy nearly drained all the spiritual energy from the first floor, almost causing the formation to collapse. With such an ability to absorb, why not go to higher levels instead of staying on the first floor to toy with them?
This guy is not acting like a human. Teacher Wen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the spirit-gathering tower, knowing that Fangling was not the type to be content with mediocrity. Just like before when he took the sword in front of the Swordshoe Demon Peak. It had that flavor. This kid. So wild and flamboyant. Truly deserving of being taught by Niwen. Absorb. Absorb crazily. Inside the spirit-gathering tower, the closed room suddenly stirred up, a raging wind swirling the spiritual energy violently towards Fangling's body. Fangling's body fluctuated like a parched surface of the sea, absorbing ample moisture. 20 breaths of time spent on body tempering granted Fangling an additional 2 years of tempering experience, akin to a diligent martial apprentice possessing a solid foundation. Although Fangling had never practiced martial arts, with the help of the body tempering card, 3 years of tempering were compressed into 30 breaths. Now Fangling's body was akin to that of an 8-segment martial apprentice. The spiritual energy on the first floor surged violently. Fangling slightly tilted his head back as the spiritual energy flowed into his body like tributaries merging into a main stream. Before Fangling's eyes, a line of system prompts floated. Current spiritual energy absorption 15 low-grade spirit crystals. Fangling grinned, operating the spiritual energy absorption method from the Great Tang sword classic, absorbing with the strength of 2 old gingers. Inside the spirit-gathering tower, with an abundance of spiritual energy, Fangling naturally let loose and absorbed. 20, 30, 40. In just about a quarter of an hour, Fangling's insatiable body, combined with the strength of 2 old gingers, managed to absorb nearly 40 low-grade spirit crystals worth of spiritual energy. Fangling suddenly frowned as he felt that the spiritual energy on the first floor, which was nearly depleted, actually began to diffuse a bit. No matter how much he absorbed, it wouldn't completely deplete. There was always a little bit left. Forget it, leaving some spiritual energy for the first floor, just like leaving a line for a person to live. He was always so understanding. Thus Fangling abandoned the first floor and walked towards the second floor of the spirit-gathering tower. With the body tempering completed, he didn't need to worry about the spiritual pressure affecting the tempering effect. Upon entering the second floor, stepping onto the ancient wooden stairs, Fangling's muscles trembled slightly and he suddenly burst forth with an absorbing force. The rich spiritual energy on the second floor surged towards him once again. The body is about to break through. Fangling murmured. Crack! Crack! From within Fangling's body came sounds akin to frying beans. Having used 3 body tempering cards under the ample spiritual energy, his body broke through to the 9th segment martial apprentice. In an instant, the previously slowing absorption speed of his body reignited with new vigor. Buzz. The spiritual pressure of the second floor weighed down. The spiritual pressure present within the spirit-gathering tower is meant to help students absorb and solidify the spiritual energy they have taken in, preventing any hollow spiritual energy issues. On the second floor there was already substantial spiritual pressure. For Fangling, this spiritual pressure was nothing easily repelled. The closer one got to Fangling, the less oppressive the spiritual pressure became. At that moment many students were getting restless. Fangling opened his eyes, glancing at those eager students wanting to approach, slightly taken aback, then realized with a smirk he closed his eyes again to continue absorbing spiritual energy. Some students stubbornly refused to approach Fangling, wanting to compete with him in the speed of spiritual energy absorption. After all, the students allowed into the spirit-gathering tower were all top 50 geniuses of Luojiang Academy, possessing their own pride. I'm furious. Absorbing spiritual energy and a low-grade aptitude can actually absorb more than me, a red-grade aptitude. Brothers, I think we are all classmates, why bother to be serious? I'll absorb first as a show of, I'm furious. Absorbing spiritual energy and a low-grade aptitude can actually absorb more than me, a red-grade aptitude. Brothers, I think we are all classmates, why bother to be serious? I'll absorb first as a show of respect. Some students couldn't hold back any longer, moving close to Fangling, suddenly feeling the speed of spiritual energy absorption soaring without the spiritual pressure. Each one was delighted, eating with their mouths full. Ah, how delightful. We are all classmates, why compete? Let's all progress together. Soon the other students who were still holding on also gave up, ultimately becoming the very image they once despised. The students gathered together and the training scene on the second floor of the spirit-gathering tower instantly became very harmonious. The 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites felt the rapidly flowing spiritual energy on the second floor and their mouths twitched violently. This pace seems off. Indeed, it's not right. The speed of spiritual energy depletion is too fast. What is that kid trying to do? Does he want to drain the second floor's spiritual energy after exhausting the first floor?
Fangling bore the spiritual pressure alone, liberating the other students on the second floor, significantly increasing their absorption speed of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy on the second floor was indeed about to be drained.
Of course Fangling absorbed a much larger amount.
Originally the two officials thought that Luojiang Academy might not produce a top genius capable of reaching the sixth floor, but now they were wrong.
Luojiang Academy does have such geniuses. It's just that this fellow doesn't play by the rules.
The officials from the Ministry of Rites could only predict uncomfortably, saying if this child had started absorbing spiritual energy directly from the fifth floor, perhaps he could have made it to the sixth floor. But starting from the first floor, absorbing too much spiritual energy, now his body is saturated with spiritual energy and he has no chance of reaching the sixth floor.
Teacher Wen remained silent, holding back a smile. You do not understand Fangling. With his body stabilized, Fangling could not improve further at the ninth segment martial apprentice level.
Fangling stood up from the second floor and the gazes of the surrounding students immediately fell upon him.
He did not say much, turning to walk towards the third floor.
A dozen students who were originally absorbing spiritual energy on the second floor hesitated for a moment and then followed suit, ascending to the third level in a grand procession like a swarm of locusts.
Upon reaching the third floor, Fangling sat cross-legged.
The breakthrough of his body was complete and the enhanced spiritual energy absorption speed was no longer significant.
However, Fangling had prepared other means.
Next he planned to pile the spiritual energy of the 9-segment sword apprentice to perfection and then challenge the swordmaster.
Flipping his palm, he took out a talisman. It was the turbo reverse-style flying sword pressure talisman. This was Fangling's trump card, prepared for the spirit gathering tower. Martial arts, sword techniques and talismans, all three methods were to be employed. This was a one-time opportunity to exploit, and Fangling had to reveal all his cards as a sign of respect. Fangling consumed a large amount of spiritual sense, carefully projecting the array from the talisman above his head. This was the method of talisman cultivators to gather spiritual sense.
This was a technique Fangling self-taught after multiple in-depth exchanges with an Niwen. Although he had not fully grasped this formation, it did not hinder him from directly projecting through the talisman.
In an instant, two blurred arrays floated above Fangling's head. As the arrays intertwined, the spiritual energy on the third floor was crazily drawn by the formation, which then sprayed towards Fangling sitting below, akin to nitrogen being released. It was like a shower-style spiritual energy absorption method. Fangling was showered with the sprayed spiritual energy, feeling refreshingly cool.
This was only possible due to his greatly enhanced meridian endurance after body tempering.
However, despite this, Fangling's skin was flushed bright red from the intense spiritual energy spray, as if branded by a hot iron, absorbing spiritual energy from within while bathing in it from outside. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. Is he crazy? Using the talisman like this, does Fangling want to die? A madman. A genius. Everyone was shocked and frightened by Fangling's madness.
Under Fangling's overwhelming absorption, the spiritual energy on the third floor began to show signs of exhaustion from excessive extraction.
Without hesitation, Fangling, with the formation above his head, stepped onto the fourth floor.
Many students wanted to follow suit and grow stronger by lying down, but their bodies could not withstand it. They could only regretfully stop.
They couldn't even lie down properly. Cultivation is truly tough.
The moment Fangling stepped onto the fourth floor, he immediately spotted Lu Bubi, who was building up strength, straining to absorb spiritual energy, repeatedly challenging the swordmaster realm. In the distance, Niwen felt something and opened her eyes, looking over curiously.
Fangling smiled at her.
Manipulating the formation above his head, the spiritual energy on the fourth floor, just like that on the third floor, was drawn by the formation and surged towards him. The cyclone in Fangling's dantian spun rapidly, thoroughly filling the spiritual energy required for a 9-segment sword apprentice. He finally touched the threshold of the swordmaster.
Fangling opened his eyes, bathed in the torrent of spiritual energy cascading down like a waterfall, grinning broadly. All preparations culminated at this moment. System, use the breakthrough card. Ding. Breakthrough card has been used. Wishing you a pleasant breakthrough.
A system prompt appeared.
In the next moment, Fangling stood on the fourth floor.
At the instant the breakthrough card was used, it was as if a bubble had been popped and a hot flow surged from his dantian, spreading to every corner of his body effortlessly. A vague spiritual energy robe slowly materialized.
Second grade sword cultivator. Sword master realm achieved.
And at the moment Fangling successfully broke through, the massive spiritual pressure on the fourth floor instantly shifted its target, bearing down on Fangling like a mountain. In the distance, Lu Bubi, bearing the spiritual pressure, suddenly felt the weight lift from his shoulders.
This lazy sensation made him blink awake.
But halfway through opening his eyes,
something's wrong. Lu Bubi's drowsiness disappeared completely and his eyes widened in shock. Lu Bubi's eyes widened in disbelief.
He was breaking through, having struggled for half a day, still battling against the barrier of the sword master level with wit and courage.
Yet Fangling stepped onto the 4th level, breezing through as if effortlessly piercing a membrane, entering the realm of the Swordmaster. This was unreasonable. Lu Bubi felt shaken. Fangling was only at the 5th or 6th tier when they participated in the sword challenge together. Ah. It seemed he was a 7th tier sword apprentice. Damn. This guy had been hiding his strength. Lu Bubi's trust had ultimately been misplaced. The only pride he had left in front of Fangling was gone. The 4th level was filled with rolling spiritual energy, and the spiritual pressure there was already quite strong. Without the cultivation of a first grade 9th tier, one could easily find it difficult to absorb spiritual energy. There were very few students on the 4th level, and with Fangling just having arrived there were only about 5 or 6 scattered around. They all looked at Fangling with uncertainty. As Fangling stepped from the 3rd floor to the 4th, he seemed like a deity descending with an array above his head, bathing in the violent spiritual energy that washed over him, his aura swelling continuously. Although his spiritual attire was simple and blurry, it was incredibly dazzling. This meant Fangling had successfully broken through to become a swordmaster. Several former top geniuses of the Luojiang Academy felt a bit surreal. Before participating in the sword challenge, Fangling had been obscure, not even worthy of their notice, not on the same level as them. Yet since returning from the sword challenge, Fangling had transformed like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. The geniuses felt somewhat defeated. However, this feeling came quickly and faded just as fast. They were not discouraged. After all, they still had paths to walk. The academic examination was about to begin. Jealousy and envy were meaningless. What they needed to do was seize the opportunity to maximize the chances offered by the spiritual tower. Fangling successfully broke through, eyes closed, arms outstretched, bathing in the rain of spiritual energy. With the aid of the phase transition, the breakthrough became smooth and seamless with no obstacles. In one breath he broke through. The exhilaration and comfort made Fangling unable to hold back a shout. Feeling the thickened spiritual energy flowing through his meridians and the swirling sharp sword energy contained within his dantian, Fangling understood that he had finally stepped into a new realm, now qualified to challenge those geniuses aiming for the top of the academic examination. With his eyes closed, Fangling slowly savored the different sensations of this new realm. The sword master level was entirely different from that of a sword apprentice. First, the amplification of power was significantly stronger. Second, the lethality of his attack sword, and finally the defensive capabilities provided by his spiritual attire. The sword master level was truly the beginning of the path of cultivation. According to the records in the Great Tang sword canon, the cultivation at the sword master level involves transforming all the spiritual energy in the dantian into sword energy, allowing the sword energy to flow through the meridians. Ultimately, by condensing the sword energy into sword aura, one can step into the 3rd tier of the sword cultivation profession, the sword aura realm. The cultivation process of a sword master is not easy. While maintaining the absorption of spiritual energy, it also tests the conversion rate between spiritual and sword energy. This is akin to grinding an iron pestle into a needle. It requires a significant amount of time and energy, and it is greatly dependent on innate talent. Becoming a sword master allows one to choose cultivation methods which can enhance the rate of conversion from spiritual energy to sword energy. According to the sword canon, upon reaching the sword aura level, one must choose a cultivation method. This is also why selecting a sect is necessary, because cultivation methods, techniques and secret arts are strictly controlled by the court and sects. To cultivate, one must join a sect or enlist in the military. Moreover, a cultivation method determines a practitioner's future growth potential, significantly impacting their entire life. Thus, the importance of the academic examination is self-evident. Fangling maintained a state of 3 entanglements, absorbing spiritual energy with the dense spiritual energy around him transforming into a hazy mist. His gaze gradually became steadfast and sharp. Just having broken through to the sword master level, the energy in his dantian expanded. Fangling sat cross-legged, stabilizing his cultivation, enduring the spiritual pressure. Through this pressure, he gradually compressed the spiritual energy absorbed into his dantian, eliminating impurities and purifying the energy. This is the benefit of the spiritual tower. Absorbing spiritual energy is not the key is that the absorption of spiritual energy does not lead to superficial cultivation. Time passed gradually. On the 4th level, Fangling did not rush to ascend further but focused on consolidating his cultivation. In the distance, Lu Bubi also calmed down. Fangling's earlier breakthrough to sword master had become a fait accompli. He had ultimately been surpassed. What could he do about it? He glanced at Niwen beside him, slightly taken aback, noticing a strange energy fluctuating in the center of her brow, indicative of magical power. Around Niwen, wisps of spiritual energy dissipated, soon forming a semi-transparent shield. The spiritual shield was a symbol of a sorcerer. Niwen had also broken through. This ordinary girl, not lacking in talent, had finally revealed her brilliance under the nourishment of sufficient spiritual energy. Lu Bubi felt hurt. Clearly he was the one who had boasted about breaking through before entering the tower, and he had shouted the loudest. He seemed to have been stimulated, gritting his teeth to continue battling against the barrier of the sword master level. Even if he had to lie down, he would do so with dignity. The spiritual tower returned to tranquility. Fangling spent half a day consolidating and adapting to the sword master level of cultivation.
During this time the other students had taken breaks but Fangling had never rested.
Because his spiritual sense had long been accustomed to enduring such high-intensity absorption of spiritual energy.
In the distance Lu Bubi broke through after such a long struggle, nearly shedding tears of joy. At that moment Fangling stood up and stretched. In front of him the system prompt still hovered.
Current spiritual energy absorption amount 800 lower grade spirit crystal. Fangling frowned. Had he only absorbed this little?
He had exhausted all means, working hard for half a day, becoming a 9th tier martial apprentice and breaking through to a 1st tier swordmaster, yet the system couldn't even elevate him a level.
Wasn't that awkward? Moreover, the task was to challenge his limits and Fangling was nowhere near his limits. Not enough. Far from enough. He could still absorb more. Thus Fangling looked towards the 5th level.
Rumor had it that from the 5th level onwards the spiritual tower would become extraordinary, with a name board on each level that allowed one to leave their name. The name board is updated every 3 years, so those who can leave their names are the most elite geniuses from every academy.
They are the most promising talents in each academic examination.
Hence, beginning from the 5th level, leaving one's name on the board is the correct way to unlock the spiritual tower.
Fangling dissipated the array above his head and the rapidly converging spiritual energy began to vanish.
On the 5th level, continuing to maintain this formation would be tantamount to seeking death. Niwen pursed her lips and stood up, her face resolute, closely following Fangling.
Lu Bubi had just broken through and was feeling proud. Upon seeing Fangling challenge the 5th level, he too was unafraid and followed.
The three made their way to the 5th floor of the spiritual tower while the other students on the 4th level did not move. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, but they had already failed to break into the 5th level.
At this moment they could only become spectators.
Outside the spiritual tower, 2 officials from the Ministry of Rights' eyes lit up as Fangling stepped onto the 5th level. That kid finally made it to the 5th level.
Beside them Dean Shui and Instructor Wen exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with both seriousness and anticipation. The officials from the Ministry of Rights took a deep breath. How much spiritual energy did this kid absorb in the first 4 levels? Absorbing too much spiritual energy in the first 4 levels is not a good thing. I wonder which powerful presence's spiritual sense in the spiritual tower will be stirred to temper his will. The more he absorbs, the stronger the spiritual sense he will attract. The weaker ones might be the 8th tier sect masters of ordinary sects, while the stronger ones could be spiritual senses comparable to the nobility of the Great Tang, like the Little Sword of the Court or the Southern Flame. Stronger yet. Even.
The official from the Ministry of Rights did not dare to continue changing the subject. That kid finally made it to the 5th level.
Starting from the 5th level, the test is not just about the level of spiritual energy absorption but also about willpower, persistence and belief.
However, he absorbed too much in the first 4 levels. I dare bet that this kid will definitely not make it past the 5th level. On the 5th level, the spiritual pressure crashed down like a vast ocean wave, striking a reef, erupting in splashes of water. Starting from the 5th level, one cannot share the burden of spiritual pressure. Everyone must endure the spiritual pressure they should bear.
In the distance at the staircase leading to the 6th level, there was a notice board with a brush and inkstone ready beside it, serving as the name board for the 5th level. The path ahead was not easy. The moment Fangling and Niwen and Lu Bubi stepped onto the 5th level, they felt a wave of disorientation. Not only was the overwhelming spiritual pressure crashing down, but their minds also felt as if they were being drawn. Strange phantoms began to emerge in their minds.
The phantom in Niwen's mind was that of a gracefully robed female sorceress leaning on a staff, her powerful spiritual sense pressing down, making it difficult for Niwen to move her while feeling as if it had taken a heavy blow. The phantom that appeared in Lu Bubi's mind was that of a white-haired figure dressed in white, vaguely resembling the Little Sword of the Court. Though Niwen and Lu Bubi struggled, they at least continued to move forward. However, Fangling stood completely still. In his mind a phantom also emerged, high and radiant like the blazing sun.
That phantom
radiated golden light, majestic and imposing, seated on a golden chair engraved with dragon patterns, as if overlooking the universe, presiding over mountains and rivers.
The dragon throne, supreme imperial might. Fangling finally understood what the system meant by challenging.
Under the gaze of that supreme phantom, it felt as if there were only a pair of dome-like eyes in the universe overlooking the tiny figures like.
Fangling shuddered all over. The spiritual energy within him seemed to stagnate.
His body felt as if it would uncontrollably kneel down. The spiritual tower, which had remained quiet in the training grounds, suddenly trembled violently.
Countless golden lights resembled a blooming golden lotus.
Then the entire tower began to quiver slightly. The 2 officials outside the tower, still discussing Fangling's limits, suddenly froze, their eyes brimming with spiritual sense, gazing at the spiritual tower. They witnessed the phantom Fangling faced. In the next moment their expressions changed drastically, filled with disbelief, shock, anxiety and fear.
This.
The 2 officials' faces trembled, their minds quaking. Lifting the hem of their official robes, they suddenly knelt before the spiritual tower. Wen Ting and Dean Shui also turned pale, bowing deeply.
Yet they were filled with immense shock and confusion. What had that kid done?
The Luojiang Academy was shrouded in silence. The autumn wind blew, carrying with it the withered yellow leaves resembling a sorrowful rain of fallen leaves. In the library, students stealthily diverted their gazes filled with envy as they looked towards the many disciples at the martial arts arena beneath the spirit tower.
Suddenly they were taken aback, and some even expressed their astonishment, breaking the tranquility of the academy. Kneeling. They actually knelt.
In front of the spirit tower, those two proud officials from the Ministry of Rites actually knelt down.
What is happening?
In the Great Tang, the status of officials was revered. One must achieve top marks in the imperial examination and possess impressive abilities to become an official.
Who would have thought that these two officials would kneel before the tower? Who within the spirit tower could possibly warrant such deference?
Yet the two officials had no choice but to kneel.
The court serves the emperor, and the emperor holds the highest authority.
The most esteemed person in all of the Great Tang was neither the peerless sword immortal of the Swordshu sect, nor the esteemed Chancellor Lu Taixian, nor the invincible General Jiang Wang of the Jiang family. But rather it was the emperor of the Great Tang who resided deep within the palace, wielding the imperial edict that could suppress countless powerful cultivators with a mere thought. Even if the emperor did not personally appear, just a wisp of his spiritual thought commanded respect.
Could Fangling have drawn forth the emperor's spiritual thought?
It is known that over the years the emperor's spiritual thought had only manifested twice within the spirit tower.
The last occurrence was 200 years ago for the extraordinary Shen Yuan Taihua. Inside the spirit tower,
Lu Bubi could no longer withstand it. After taking a few steps forward, he retreated and fell out of the 5th level under the pressure of Xiao Jian's spiritual might.
Niwen, however, persisted.
Though her face was pale, she as a commoner student deeply understood that the spirit tower represented her only chance to change her fate. Thus she continued to endure, never yielding. She bore the weight of that great spiritual presence pressing forward. She heard the mountains crumble and the seas roar, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. She wanted to change her own fate. She did not wish for her mother to continue to toil. She aspired to become strong, to achieve commendable results, and to provide her mother with a better life. She wanted that man who abandoned his wife and daughter to regret. This was her conviction. Under the relentless pressure of the spiritual thought, Niwen's frail body was nearly crushed. The white azure robe clung tightly to her form, outlining her delicate figure. She trembled yet continued to move forward. Finally she reached the staircase leading from the 5th level to the 6th. Grasping the inkwell brush, she bore the pressure and, under the gaze of the great spiritual master with a wooden staff, inscribed her name on the honor roll. In the year 276 of the Great Tang, Niwen of Luojiang Academy hereby leaves her name.
Niwen finished the last character.
Instantly she felt the pressure on her body ease, and a surge of abundant spiritual energy flooded into her limbs and bones. Much of the spiritual energy in her dantian transformed into magical power. This was the reward for surpassing the 5th level. A wave of ethereal power pushed her out of the 5th level. As she was ejected, she glanced at Fangling, who trembled and knelt, a flicker of concern shining in her eyes. From the moment he stepped into the spirit tower to absorb spiritual energy, Fangling had never truly approached his limits. He was simply methodically showcasing what he had prepared. The body tempering card strengthened his physique, allowing his ravenous body to absorb spiritual energy. Then, using the array talismans to project, he intensified the absorption of spiritual energy, cleansing himself with chi from within and without. Finally, using the breakthrough card, he smoothly completed the transition from a 9-stage swordsman to a swordmaster.
Although the process was not easy, he was still far from touching his limits. Thus Fangling thought that this trip to the spirit tower was merely the system making a big deal out of nothing.
But now he realized he was wrong. It turned out that the ethereal figure before him was the true test of the spirit tower, the pressure that would challenge Fangling's limits. He could guess who the figure was in the entire Great Tang who would dare to sit on the dragon throne. Who could gaze down upon the world like this?
Only that supreme emperor.
Thus was the trial beginning from the 5th level of the spirit tower, truly the spiritual thought of His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang.
Indeed. The emperor who personally established the cultivation imperial examination did not disappoint.
He truly placed great importance on geniuses.
Fangling took a deep breath, struggling under the overwhelming pressure. The imperial authority was immense.
Just a glance from that exalted being felt as though it rendered him unable to resist.
However, Fangling could not kneel.
Once he did, he understood that his journey on the 5th level would come to an end.
Not to mention reaching the 6th level, he wouldn't even be able to leave his name on the 5th.
So difficult. Such powerful spiritual pressure.
Fangling gasped for breath, struggling to straighten his body, gritting his teeth to persevere.
Murky sweat oozed from his pores, collecting into beads that slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground, shattering like broken mirrors. Fangling desperately wanted to take a step forward, but under the gaze of those supreme eyes he felt that all that remained in his heart was fear.
Fangling smiled bitterly in his heart. Indeed, he had underestimated the spirit tower and the pride of the world. He was after all feeling a bit overconfident.
At this moment, under the suffocating pressure, Fangling truly understood how exceptional and monstrous the true pride of the world was. Facing such imperial pressure, how could those geniuses surpass the 5th, 6th and 7th levels, even leaving their names at the 8th?
Fangling had to concede. You are all remarkable individuals. The pressure was overwhelming, as though the weight of the entire nation bore down upon him. Fangling felt a tension in his heart, fearing that if he relaxed he would be cast out of the 5th level. Time trickled by and Fangling maintained a single posture without moving. Sweat pooled on the ground beneath him, forming puddle after puddle. Outside the spirit tower, time also flowed slowly as the 2 officials finally rose from their kneeling position. After all, inside the tower was merely a wisp of the Tang Emperor's spiritual thought. A brief kneeling was sufficient to show respect. Remaining kneeling for long would appear undignified. At this moment the 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites shook their heads, gazing at Fangling, who stood frozen like a wooden statue in the 5th level, feeling a myriad of emotions. I never expected that I too would have a day of misjudgment, said one of the officials. However, this also indicates that he will not step into the 6th level. His Majesty's spiritual thought is here to temper his will. This is both an honor and a kind of tragedy. He is destined to remain nameless. Under the Emperor's pressure, Fangling would surely fall at the 5th level. Instructor Wen furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the official. Was it the young Taihua sect master who previously invoked the Tang Emperor's spiritual thought? At that time, how many levels did the Taihua sect master reach? The official from the Ministry of Rites smiled and said, according to the records in the library, the Taihua sect master barely ascended to the 7th level of the spirit tower and left his name there. The 7th level. Under the Emperor's pressure he reached the 7th level. Truly worthy of the unparalleled sword immortal who reached the peak and shocked the world with a single stroke of his lotus sword. Instructor Wen couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the pressure of His Majesty the Emperor's spiritual thought, the Taihua sect master might have ascended to the 8th level and even challenged the 9th. The official from the Ministry of Rites also felt the same. Instructor Wen stroked his stubbly beard and smiled. Then why do you believe Fangling cannot surpass the 5th level? The official smiled faintly. How can this child compare to the Taihua sect master? He raised his hand and pointed at the spirit tower. Just look at this child, he has not moved a single step for an entire hour. He has already reached his limit. And back then the Taihua sect master bathed in imperial might climbed the steps leisurely as if walking on flat ground. The gap is like a chasm. So I dare to bet that this child cannot pass the 5th floor, but the fact that he could provoke the Emperor's spiritual thought is still commendable. Had it not been the Emperor's spiritual thought, he might have stepped into the 6th level. The official shook his head with a smile. However, no sooner had he spoken than the immobile Fangling, like a statue in the spirit tower, moved. Step by step, as though bearing the weight of a mountain. The smile vanished from the official's face and he couldn't help but want to slap himself. Gambling, damn it. In this life I swear off gambling. Fangling finally took a step, moving slowly in the 5th level. Although every step required all his strength. Even if under the pressure of the Emperor's spiritual thought he could collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, Fangling did not give up. He himself could not understand why he was so persistently moving forward. Perhaps it was the rebellious spirit within him. Other geniuses could ascend to the 6th, 7th and 8th levels. And he was unwilling to fade into mediocrity at the 5th. Or perhaps in this life he did not wish for a mundane ending. Having been exposed to cultivation from a young age, Fangling had an infinite longing for this magnificent world, making every drop of blood in his body love cultivation. In his past life he learned from childhood school, dormitory, youth palace, then back to school. These 4 formed a cycle that enveloped his entire childhood. As he grew up, drinking, parties, clubs and treachery also became a cycle. Ultimately leading to a mundane conclusion. He felt powerless to change his destiny, like squandering a life. Yet in this life he encountered cultivation. Even after realizing his innate talents were lacking, he never gave up. He worked hard for 3 years, cultivating day and night. Though the gains were not substantial, he cherished the feeling of growth and fulfillment. Now, having gained access to a system that compensated for his deficiencies and exposed him to broader vistas, he found no dullness in his path. Instead, he grew increasingly enamored with cultivation. Having witnessed the vast scenery, he did not wish to stop here. He wanted to see even more vistas. People are always like this. When you conquer one peak and gaze into the distance, seeing the white clouds curling with higher peaks hidden at the end of the earth, you wish to break limits, suppress exhaustion and continue conquering the next peak to see more unseen vistas from the summit. He desires to appreciate the infinite vistas of the world and to behold the myriad flowers of humanity. I only wish that this life will not be squandered. Fangling raised his head drop. He desires to appreciate the infinite vistas of the world and to behold the myriad flowers of humanity. I only wish that this life will not be squandered. Fangling raised his head, droplets of sweat flying from the tips of his hair, and his conviction solidified, his eyes shining with brilliance. The pressure of the Emperor's spiritual thought seemed to weaken slightly. No, it was Fangling who had grown stronger. A smile appeared at the corner of Fangling's mouth as he straightened his body. Every inch of his skin trembled, yet he became incredibly calm and composed. He finally understood the purpose of the Spirit Tower's existence. It was to help him clarify his true heart. To shape and forge his heart for cultivation. To help him complete the final piece of the puzzle, bridging the gap with the true pride of the world. Within the 5th level it was empty, only the sound of Fangling's footsteps echoed. At last he reached the honor roll next to the 5th level. With the wolf hair brush fully inked, he awaited the moment to hold the pen. Yet he did not stop. A warm smile graced his face, standing tall with his back like a dragon stepping into the 6th level. Moving towards even higher vistas. Fangling bypassed the name list of the 5th floor as if weaving through a thicket of flowers without touching a single petal. Although the pressure remained, Fangling was not unable to move forward. He trudged with difficulty as if his entire body were filled with lead. He crossed the 5th floor and stepped onto the 6th floor. The moment Fangling set foot on the 6th floor, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from the tower base crafted from superior spirit stones at the top, enveloping him like a beam of light, flooding into his limbs and rushing into his Danshan cyclone. This spiritual energy was extraordinarily pure and easy to absorb. Within the Danshan cyclone, numerous strands of spiritual energy began to transform into sword energy. Fangling, who had just broken through to the 1st level of a swordmaster, started to stabilize and slowly ascend. Current spiritual energy absorption 1200 low-grade spirit crystals. Fangling stood at the staircase leading from the 5th to the 6th floor, his eyes narrowing slightly. Taking a deep breath. Goodness. This wave of spiritual energy was equivalent to nearly 400 low-grade spirit crystals. It was exhilarating. Taking a deep breath. Goodness. This wave of spiritual energy was equivalent to nearly 400 low-grade spirit crystals. It was with both mental and material incentives, how could he not strive hard to climb higher? Thud. The moment he stepped onto the 6th layer, Fangling felt he was closer to the majestic phantom seated on the dragon chair, and in the next instant an overwhelming pressure descended from that phantom. Fangling felt as if his waist was being crushed under immense weight. His once straight spine seemed on the verge of breaking. However, the spiritual energy that Fangling had just absorbed seemed to boil within him at that moment, rapidly being absorbed by his flesh and blood, and the speed at which the Danshan's spiritual energy transformed into sword energy increased. Fangling's cultivation realm was advancing towards the 2nd level of swordmaster. This filled him with joy. This would save him a lot of arduous training. Perhaps before the examination began he would be able to catch up with many talented individuals. As for catching up with Lao Zhang, Fangling dared not even think about it. An 8th level sword master was far too difficult. On the 6th floor, Fangling was drenched in sweat and his pace had become painfully slow, sometimes taking a quarter of an hour just to lift his foot for a single step. However, Fangling calmed himself. He could not rush, as a hasty move might send him flying. His spiritual sense was operating at high capacity. Gritting his teeth, Fangling maintained the state of 3 bonds. The phantoms of Jiang Linglong and Niwen and Lu Bubi appeared beside him, accompanying him as he advanced. At this moment the switching root bone frantically drew in spiritual energy, while Fangling's spiritual sense and physical body were quietly undergoing a transformation while bearing the pressure brought by the Emperor's lingering spiritual sense. The phantom sat high above on a golden patterned dragon chair, its eyes like the stars in the vast sky, immense and surveying Fangling below, who was struggling as if climbing over one mountain after another. Faintly the expression within those eyes seemed to waver slightly. Outside the spiritual tower, 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites watched Fangling step into the 6th floor, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Especially the official who had repeatedly bet that Fangling could not ascend to the 6th floor, whose face turned awkward. Teacher Wen and Dean Shui wore smiles. At least Fangling did not bring too much shame to Luojiang Academy. The official took a deep breath. This kid has struck it rich. By drawing out His Majesty's spiritual trial and enduring His Majesty's spiritual pressure to step onto the 6th floor, the spiritual energy reward he earned on the 5th floor must be quite substantial. It was the highest quality spiritual energy reward from the spiritual tower. Such energy, purified through numerous formations, was free of impurities and side effects, capable of accelerating the process of converting spiritual energy into sword energy. Truly a fortuitous encounter. Teacher Wen and Dean Cui's smiles grew wider. Although they were not the ones benefiting directly, witnessing their student gain such benefits was still immensely satisfying. The 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites had slightly grim expressions. Mainly because Fangling was absorbing far too much. The spirit crystals within the spiritual tower were all provided by the Ministry of Rites, but the crystals given by the ministry had quotas. Any excess might require them to pay, causing them some distress. And Fangling continued to move forward. Was he planning to charge for the 7th floor? Impossible, he can't do it. The official who had previously been proven wrong clenched his fists and murmured. What a ridiculous bet. He wouldn't openly bet, he was secretly placing his own wager. After all, he didn't believe Fangling could reach the 7th floor. What a ridiculous bet. He wouldn't openly bet, he was secretly placing his own wager. After all, he didn't believe Fangling could reach the 7th floor. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, unknowingly passing, day turning into night. In the blink of an eye 2 days had almost come to an end. On the 6th floor, Fangling was still moving at a tortoise's pace, stopping every few steps as if in contemplation. And just like that, unknowingly, on the evening of the 2nd day, as the sun set in the west and colorful clouds filled the sky, Fangling somehow managed to gradually grind his way to the name list of the 6th floor. The official who had been silently betting felt a chill in his heart. Inside the spiritual tower, 6th floor, Fangling stood at the corridor leading from the 6th floor to the 7th, staring at the deep stairs leading to the 7th floor, glancing once more at the name list of the 6th floor.
To his astonishment there were dozens of names on the 6th floor's name list.
Fangling deeply understood how arduous it was to reach this point while bearing the pressure of the Emperor's lingering spiritual sense.
Had it not been for his continuous activation of the 3 bond state, Fangling would not have even been able to ascend to the 6th floor. However, there were so many geniuses leaving their names here. How could they be so remarkable?
Fangling scanned the list. Nanyuan Academy Luo Chiohon leaves their name here. Donglu Academy Lin Yun leaves their name. Beijing Academy Song Qingyun leaves their name here. Fangling's eyebrows raised involuntarily. He did not expect to see familiar names with just a glance.
The already deceased Lin Yun and his neighbor Song Qingyun, who had questioned him during the sword competition. So they were all this monstrous.
Fangling suddenly felt that his lack of genius was why he felt out of place with them.
Originally he planned to leave his name on the 6th floor's name list, but now seeing Lin Yun's name which he had killed, he dismissed the thought.
No way, leaving my name on the 6th floor alongside Lin Yun's would be unlucky. I must go to the 7th floor. I must reach the 7th floor. A newfound obsession compelled Fangling to grit his teeth and head towards the 7th floor.
His spiritual sense was almost bursting, his skin flushed all over. Thud. His foot trembled as it landed heavily, splattering sweat everywhere.
Fangling finally set foot on the 7th floor, and in an instant a torrent of spiritual energy blessings descended once more, making him feel as if he had been elevated. Boom. Another surge of spiritual energy was absorbed, causing Fangling's Dantian cyclone to spiral even more violently, with about 10% of the spiritual energy fully transforming into sword energy. Second level sword master. And not just that, Fangling felt his physical body trembling, every cell roaring. His physical body was on the verge of breaking through to the martial master level. With the breakthrough in cultivation, Fangling sensed the pressure from the Emperor's phantom had weakened, though not significantly. But it was enough for him to make several strides on the 7th floor. Luojiang Academy Martial Arts Arena.
A profound silence enveloped the area. The sunset blazed like fire, igniting the solitude. The 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites breathed rapidly, rendered speechless, especially the one who had been secretly betting. He had long since vowed to truly quit gambling from this day forth. Suddenly the other official's eyes flickered. With 2 days up, we should allow these students to exit the tower. The gambling official's eyes brightened.
"I'm going," he exclaimed happily.
Subsequently he placed a frantic bet in his heart.
Although he admitted that Fangling was indeed excellent, he still wagered that Fangling would absolutely not be able to leave his name on the 7th floor's name list. He just didn't believe it. This time how could he lose? Because there was no time for Fangling to dawdle.
Teacher Wen and Dean Shui looked at Fangling, who was just a few steps away from the 7th floor's name list, their faces filled with regret.
What a pity.
The official from the Ministry of Rites clenched a talisman, his official robe billowing as he stepped forward, floating towards the entrance of the spiritual tower. He eagerly extended his hand, about to push the tower door open. However, the moment his finger barely touched the tower door, inside the spiritual tower an unparalleled aura suddenly erupted, as if a voice descending from the heavens reverberated through his ears.
Step back.
The gambling official was stunned.
Put.
Blood spurted from his nose and he staggered back in fright, hands crossed over his forehead, kneeling on the ground. His voice trembled. This humble official obeys the order. Fangling felt a bit dizzy. In front of him the summit was within reach as he struggled to lift his lead-filled legs, slowly moving, aiming to cross this peak and admire the scenery he had never seen before. He didn't know how much time had passed, countless beads of sweat soaking through his blue robe. He trembled as he grasped the ink-soaked brush beside the name list of the 7th floor. It was as if he raised his hand to pluck the stars from the sky. The brush fell like a storm.
Fangling traveled here.
On the 4th floor, Lu Bubi and Niwen and several talented students from Luojiang Academy's top 10 on the gold list had ceased their training. They gathered together, staring at the corridor of the 5th floor with expressions of utmost peculiarity.
How long has it been? Lu Bubi said 2 days. Why hasn't the prodigal been brought down yet?
Indeed, Lu Bubi was the one who had been struck down by the spiritual sense of the small sword.
Could it be? He is still continuing to ascend. And Niwen bit her lip. But hasn't it been too long? Enduring the pressure from such an existence, Fangling had not rested for 2 consecutive days. Would he collapse? Niwen was somewhat puzzled as to why Fangling persisted more than she, a common genius. In the distance several talented students squinted their eyes and said, in 2 days, to which floor has Fangling climbed? One even sourly remarked, maybe he's deliberately stalling on the 5th floor, unwilling to come down. What a shame. Even if you shamelessly stall, it won't help. You can't leave your name on the list and you won't get any rewards. Stalling too long will only add to the ridicule. However, just as this person's words fell, the entire spiritual tower trembled slightly, and suddenly an imposing voice began to resonate down from the top of the tower. Like a grand drum, it announced to the entire world, in the year 276 of the Great Tang, Fangling of Luojiang Academy bears the heavenly might and leaves his name on the 7th floor, travels here. In 200 years only 2 people. This act deserves congratulations. The voice was grand and magnificent, echoing throughout the martial arts arena, the academy, and even Luojiang City. In an instant. Inside and outside the tower. Everyone was rendered speechless. The world fell silent. Only the vast colorful clouds remained in silence, rolling and shifting. The sound like the ringing of evening drums and morning bells gradually faded away. The entire city of Luojiang was enveloped in silence with only echoes reverberating. Beneath the setting sun amidst the colorful clouds. Within the library, students poked their heads out, filled with confusion and astonishment. What was that sound that resonated throughout the entire academy and even the city of Luojiang? Many students were somewhat bewildered. The 7th floor's name announcement. Was this some sort of celebratory announcement for the world? They were somewhat familiar with the Yangling Tower, but they had never encountered such a situation. Was Fangling doing something special? In the martial arts arena, only the autumn leaves drifted. 2 officials from the Ministry of Rites wore expressions of awe and disbelief, as it was also their first encounter with such a way of celebration. Teacher Wen and Director Chui had smiles on their faces. In the past 200 years, only 2 individuals had achieved this. This evaluation was certainly not low. Moreover, it came from the most esteemed existence in the Tang dynasty. 200 years ago it was Xianyuan Taihua. 200 years later it was Luojiang Fangling. Although both ascended to the 7th floor, the two were different. At that time Xianyuan Taihua had at least 5 segments of swordmaster cultivation. And Fangling? What level of cultivation did he have? Teacher Wen, with his scruffy beard and bright eyes, initially thought Fangling had hope for success, but now it seemed that perhaps Fangling had a chance to become the top scholar, completing a nearly impossible challenge. Luojiang City. In the Fang family's market, a clamor arose. Fang Beiha, who was counting accounts in the office, suddenly looked up, his face revealing a hint of joy as he seemed to hear his son's name in a daze. My son, is he shining again? Is there even a citywide announcement? The hurried footsteps were wrapped in autumn's chill rushing. Several business owners from the neighboring market hurried over, grinning as they congratulated Fang Beiha. Fang boss is really fortunate to have such a good son. Tonight let's head to the academy and collaborate on a few business dealings. Old Fang and Old Yang have booked the Chunmei courtyard for tonight. Let's drink to celebrate our talented nephew. A group of well-fed merchants came with smiles on their faces. These merchants were exceptionally sharp, sensing that the Fang family seemed to have produced a prodigy. Coupled with the events from a few days ago and today's citywide celebration, it was evident that the Fang family's future was promising. The probability of Fangling achieving top scholar status was extremely high. When that time came, wanting to rely on the Fang family wouldn't simply be a matter of treating the academy to a meal. Old Fang wore a beaming smile, feeling happier than if he had earned 10,000 gold coins. He welcomed all congratulators, engaging in lively conversation. At the end of a quiet long street in the blacksmith shop. Inside the shop sparks flew, but it was also a scene of silence. A simple-minded youth was covered in beads of sweat, straining to listen to the sound like evening drums and morning bells. The gently swaying rocking chair also came to a stop as the old man half opened his sleepy eyes. Wei Sheng, how many floors did you climb in the Yunling Tower back then? For a long time the old man spoke. Wei Sheng scratched his short hair and grinned, saying, Teacher, I reached the 8th floor back then. Oh. The 8th floor. Was there such a resounding announcement? The old man raised an eyebrow and, no, not just me. There were several other prodigies who also stepped onto the 8th floor, but none caused such a celebratory uproar. Even the one from the royal family who reached the 9th floor did not receive such treatment. Wei Sheng spoke earnestly. The old man stood up and walked to the front of the shop, gazing at the colorful clouds in the sky, smiling. Now this is interesting. In 200 years only 2 individuals. The connection is ineffable. No wonder this child can achieve a lotus bloom. Wei Sheng, you should set off back to Chang'an tomorrow. Prepare well. Aiming for top scholar in this examination brings considerable pressure. Those prodigies in Chang'an might face a formidable opponent now. Interesting. The old man resumed rocking in the chair, laughing. Wei Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly and he bowed slightly, saying yes. Fangling stepped out of the corridor on the 6th floor, returning to the 5th floor. Though his ascent had been quite awkward, his descent was very graceful. As he left his name on the board on the 7th floor, Fangling absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy. This not only helped him reach the full mastery of the 2nd segment of swordmaster cultivation, but also refreshed his mind. It felt exhilarating. It was like hitting the jackpot just by signing and making Fangling wish he could repeatedly enter and exit the Yunling Tower for a decade. When he emerged, he'd be invincible in the world. As he left his name on the board on the 7th floor, Fangling absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy. This not only helped him reach the full mastery of the 2nd segment of sword, the system's prompt sounded. Fangling pondered for a moment, deciding not to settle immediately, planning to do so after returning to the Fang residence. On the 5th floor, Lu Bubi and Niwen and others were delighted to see Fangling descending, and Niwen's worries also dissipated. Both of them were quite surprised, primarily because Fangling actually prompted a celebratory announcement from the Yunling Tower. What an impressive feat.
Other geniuses looked at Fangling with mixed feelings, feeling quite sour. Seeing Fangling full of spiritual energy and brimming with vitality, how many benefits had he gained in the Youngling Tower?
Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. The crowd did not linger any longer in the Youngling Tower as officials from the Ministry of Rites had already begun calling everyone out. 50 students exited the Youngling Tower one after another. In just 2 days everyone had benefited greatly, increasing their confidence for the upcoming examination. The expressions of the two officials from the Ministry of Rites were quite complex, especially that official who had repeatedly lost bets on Fangling. To be able to trigger that individual spiritual test, you did well. I hope to see you on the examination's honor roll. Do not let today's honor be tarnished. The official's tone was complex. He looked at Fangling, his eyes filled with admiration and expectation. If Fangling performed poorly in the examination, today's celebration from the Youngling Tower would be a laughingstock. At that time it would be a slap in the face for that individual. The two officials from the Ministry of Rites said little more. In fact, they were honored to witness a feat that occurred only once every 200 years. With hopes for Fangling, the two officials collected the Youngling Tower into a formation and left, flying back to Chang'an.
Director Cui looked at Fangling with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration.
The journey to the Youngling Tower has ended. Your next goal is the national examination. Do not slack off. Focus on your cultivation.
Strive to be recognized on the honor roll of the examination. Do not waste the enhancements gained from the Youngling Tower. After encouraging the students who exited the Youngling Tower, Director Cui and Teacher Wen allowed everyone to return home to digest the spiritual energy and benefits acquired within the tower. They did not treat Fangling differently. Their expectations for him merely deepened.
After bidding farewell to Niwen and Lu Bubi, Fangling hurried back to the Fang residence. Today the Fang residence was particularly lively, adorned with lights and festoons, bustling with visitors and brimming with joy. Old Fang was chatting with numerous guests in the hall. When Fangling returned, many guests instantly approached him with joy, wanting to get to know Fangling, but Old Fang hurried over to block the crowd. Everyone with the examination approaching Langer wishes to continue his cultivation. Please move to the academy. Old Fang will treat everyone well. Tonight we won't return until we're drunk.
Old Fang said with a smile. Then he personally led Fangling back to his room.
You just focus on your cultivation, I'll handle the trivial matters of socializing. Old Fang patted Fangling's shoulder. Fangling felt warmth in his heart, smiled, and then turned to enter the room, eager to check the system's rewards.
Old Fang closed the door behind him, then carefully left the courtyard, patting his face and putting on a smile as he greeted the many congratulating guests in the hall.
Fangling sat cross-legged on his bed, exhaling slowly. System settle the rewards. Ding.
Reward settlement in progress. Host has gained a total of 2,000 spiritual energy low-grade spirit crystals convertible to 200000 system experience beginning conversion.
Ding. System upgrade.
The voice of the system prompt echoed in his mind, making Fangling feel a rush of comfort throughout his body. The sound of upgrading was the most delightful sound in the world.
Ding.
Friendly reminder: the system upgrade will not open slots for bond partners to unlock new features.
Host Fangling. Cultivation second segment, Sword Master second grade. Level LV5.
Experience 0150000.
Root bone 36 white. Cultivation funds 50,000 gold coins, 500 low-grade spirit crystals, 5 mid-grade spirit crystals, limited to cultivation projects. Items: power card X1. Equipment none. Bond partners: Niwen 60, Jiang Linglong 60, Lu Bubi 60, vacancy 60. Unique passive related matters with bond partners yield additional rewards. Fangling was stunned.
This upgrade seemed to have brought slight changes to the system. Beneath the items section there was now an equipment slot.
Was there a difference? Fangling inquired about the system, which explained straightforwardly. After the host acquires equipment, they can gain effects from the equipment which are unique and provide permanent benefits. Fangling's eyes instantly lit up.
The items section was primarily for drawing cards and random items with effects that were short-lived and most were one-time use.
However, equipment was different. The effects from equipment were permanent.
Ding, detecting the 200000 system experience converted by the host. 100000 experience will be used for the upgrade. The remaining 100000 experience can be converted into a random equipment draw opportunity.
Would you like to draw? Draw. Fangling squinted, saying.
Experience could be refined from spirit crystals, but he didn't know how to obtain draw opportunities.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing the equipment Ancient Spellcaster's Instant Spell Staff.
Instant Spell Staff equipment effects 1.
The host can instantly activate any spell array or spell effect ceases upon changing equipment.
2. Spiritual defense, granting 1 chance to resist a spiritual attack with invincible defense after use, cooldown of 3 days. This equipment. Fangling was dumbfounded. This system was planning something big.
Why was it a spellcasting equipment? Was the system intending for him to become a three-occupation master?
In battle.
On the surface, a sword cultivator, secretly a martial cultivator, and the real trump card.
A spellcaster. Wow. I am so cool.
The system's newly unveiled equipment function proved an unexpected boon for Fangling. Acquiring it for 10,000 system experience points was at the very least no loss. As Fangling himself observed, he had now attained the rank of second-stage sword cultivator, while his martial cultivation had likewise reached the first stage. With this new equipment function, he had finally bridged the gap in his arcane cultivation, a long-standing deficiency. Though it offered little advantage for the imminent imperial examination, one must look beyond the immediate horizon. A cultivator's life extends far beyond mere scholarly tests.
Ding. The Bone Essence card has been consumed. Bone Essence data updated. Would you like to review it?
A system prompt echoed once more within Fangling's mind after he finished examining the equipment function.
The moment the chime faded, Fangling snapped upright, his eyes alight with anticipation and exhilaration. Finally complete.
He silently prayed it wouldn't worsen, though given that his original Bone Essence was merely white rank, the only way lower would be black rank. And judging by the system's temperament, such deliberate humiliation seemed highly improbable.
Fangling immediately summoned the system interface, his gaze locking onto the Bone Essence stat.
Bone Essence 36 white, modified Bone Essence 66 purple. His smile slowly dissolved from his face.
Not red. Not yellow. Not gold. Purple rank Bone Essence.
What in the world was this?
Fangling had spent 3 years studying diligently at the academy, yet he had never once heard of a purple rank Bone Essence. Was the system mocking him?
A gold rank Bone Essence would have sufficed. After all, even without enhancement cards, his cultivation speed already matched 2/3 of Lao Zhang's during the imperial examination's Bone Essence screening. Such a rate would easily mask any anomaly, entirely plausible. But purple. That sent shivers down his spine. Would he be seized, dissected, and studied like some rare specimen?
Fangling furrowed his brow. He had underestimated the stakes.
The system's sudden audacious twist had left him reeling.
What now? Fangling felt genuinely stumped, not merely perplexed, but confronted by something utterly beyond his existing knowledge. Tomorrow I'll subtly probe Master One for insight, perhaps he knows something. Fangling drew a deep breath.
This Bone Essence business truly unsettled him. Setting aside the vexation, Fangling resolved to seek something uplifting, to dispel the gloom.
System settle the dividend rewards, he declared, brimming with expectation. Ding. Dividend reward calculation in progress. Calculation complete.
Dividend bonded companion Niwen 50 units of spiritual energy low-grade spirit crystals. Dividend bonded companion Lubu by 30 units of spiritual energy low-grade spirit crystals.
Dividend spiritual energy is automatically channeled into the host's Dantian, enhancing sword cultivation. The system notification gradually faded. Fangling felt a surging torrent of spiritual energy erupt within his Dantian vortex, accelerating its rotation.
80 low-grade spirit crystals worth of spiritual energy, no trivial amount, and combined with the abundant spiritual energy he had absorbed while ascending to the 7th floor of the spirit-nurturing pagoda.
This influx propelled Fangling's cultivation to the very apex of the second-stage sword cultivator realm, just one threshold away from the third stage. Night deepened, autumn's chill thickened.
Countless stars scattered across the heavens like luminous fireflies dancing through a shadowed forest.
Moonlight cold as hoarfrost streamed through the window, bathing Fangling in its silvery glow. Fangling slowly opened his eyes, savoring the explosive surge of spiritual energy within him. In just 3 days, from ninth-stage sword disciple to peak second-stage sword cultivator, lay the true marvel of the spirit-nurturing pagoda. Of course, his own relentless perseverance played its part, and so did the ascension cards. Throughout the night, Fangling labored ceaselessly toward breaking through to the third stage, striving to transmute sword chi within his Dantian vortex, aiming to convert 30% of his Dantian spiritual energy into pure sword chi. Though he stood on the very brink of ascension, the barrier held firm, like standing at the edge of an abyss unable to leap across. Fangling exhaled slowly. Yet disappointment did not take root.
Retrieving spirit crystals, he activated the triple bond state once more and resumed absorption, determined to wear down the barrier through patience and time. At dawn the sky hung heavy and gray, the scent of autumn rain lingered in the air. A penetrating chill settled over the land, seeping deep into bone and marrow.
After breakfast, Fangling made his way directly to the academy.
Already the main thoroughfare bustled with students hurrying past, tense-focused, preparing feverishly for the approaching imperial examination. Upon arriving at Luojiang Academy, Fangling found the morning still early. Instead of heading to the library, he strode purposefully toward the instructor's building, and quietly roused Master One, who had just awakened and was brewing gojiberry tea. Master One cradled a delicate blue and white porcelain cup, unshaven and yawning, regarding Fangling, who had appeared so early, with quiet bemusement.
No visitor comes without purpose. Speak plainly, what knowledge do you seek? His lips parted slightly, gently blowing across the steaming goji infusion. Truly, Master, you see straight to the heart.
You've discerned my burning thirst for wisdom.
Fangling exclaimed, voice laced with earnest flattery.
Master One took a slow sip, then rolled his eyes. If you had nothing pressing, you'd be clinging to an Niwen right now.
Fangling responded with an disarmingly warm guileless smile, as if caught red-handed.
Indeed, Xiao Wenzi was a treasure beyond measure, exhaustively gloriously productive. Her yield, fragments of ascension cards, proved astonishingly effective.
Speak quickly, old Yang will ring the bell shortly. Then back to class without delay.
Master Wen urged.
Fangling nodded, then launched into a seemingly earnest inquiry about technical intricacies of swordsmanship.
Master Wen raised an eyebrow, untroubled, offering incisive analysis and guidance.
Suddenly Fangling shifted tone with seamless subtlety. By the way, Master, have you ever heard of bone essence changing postnatally? Master Wen froze mid-sip. In the next breath he narrowed his eyes.
So this is the real question you've circled around all morning.
Fangling smiled faintly, offering no denial. After all, his current purple rank bone essence could not remain concealed indefinitely.
Master Wen studied Fangling, intently lost in thought, sipping his goji tea, and chewing thoughtfully on a stray berry that had slipped into his mouth. After a long pause he spoke deliberately. It is common knowledge that the Great Tang categorizes cultivators' bone essence into 5 ranks: black, white, red, yellow and gold. Yet in truth other ranks exist beyond these. Above gold lies the starlight bone essence. When tested with the bone essence compass it emits radiant starlight rather than gold hue. Such bone essence signifies prodigious unseen millennium talent. Master Wen continued.
Fangling blinked in astonishment. Wasn't purple above gold? And above starlight? Is it purple, he asked, genuinely curious. This was knowledge absent from any textbook. Master Wen glanced at him. Purple? Certainly not.
Above starlight lies the supreme sage bone, the ultimate blessing of heaven itself, the pinnacle of celestial favor.
Such a lineage. I've never encountered one. What bloodline could possibly birth it?
Perhaps
the one residing in Chang'an Palace might be.
At this Master Wen fell silent, his expression tightening as if constrained by unspoken dread, unwilling to utter that name aloud.
As for your question, whether bone essence can change postnatally, it is documented in classical texts. Master Wen took another sip. Bone essence can shift through environment, latent bloodline awakening or transplantation, among other means.
The first 2 conditions are extraordinarily demanding. Transplantation, however, is abhorrent, cruel, unnatural, forbidden by heaven's law and strictly prohibited under Tang imperial decree.
Bone essence altered by environment or bloodline carries a formal designation: mutated bone essence. Mutated bone essence. Fangling drew a sharp breath.
Mutated bone essence varies widely, some yield unparalleled genius, others degenerate into utter mediocrity. As Master Wen spoke his gaze sharpened, fixing intently upon Fangling.
In the next instant Master Wen moved. Fangling offered no resistance, hands open, eyes half-lidded, submitting willingly to the Master's probing touch.
He had expected precisely this.
Master Wen held his teacup in one hand while pressing firmly against Fangling's scapula with the other, guiding his fingers with practiced precision along Fangling's spine.
Master Wen's eyes flickered, then widened.
Something was wrong. You're not right.
Your bones, they're altered. Master Wen sensed the shift, the very texture of bone had changed. He hadn't examined Fangling's bones before, but in the Sorchu sect Cao Shao Jian had done so. With Cao Shao Jian's cultivation level, misjudging a sword disciple's bone essence was unthinkable. Back then Fangling possessed white rank bone essence. Now, this tactile feedback was unmistakably not white rank. It felt, almost like gold rank. Yet something remained off. Master Wen himself bore gold rank bone essence, and he knew instinctively that Fangling's essence differed subtly yet profoundly from his own. Then what was it? From 3rd stage sword disciple to peak 2nd stage sword cultivator in under a month, enduring heaven's wrath up to the 7th floor of the spirit nurturing pagoda, displaying extraordinary sword aptitude. HSS analyzing it yielded shock. Master Wen's gaze blazed with revelation. This boy's bone essence had mutated. Understanding dawned, the sudden meteoric rise made perfect sense at last. No wonder he'd crept here at dawn skulking like a ghost. Root essence testing preceded the imperial examination. The boy must have been trembling inwardly, unable to contain his anxiety any longer. Mutated bone essence falls into only 2 categories: peerless genius or absolute fool. Judging by every sign, Fangling leaned decisively toward the former. Wait here, don't move an inch until I return. In a flash Master Wen dissolved into a streak of swordlight, vanishing instantly. Moments later he reappeared, holding a palm-sized exquisitely crafted instrument, the bone essence compass. Beside him stood Dean Shui, eyes gleaming with bright eager curiosity, like a spectator awaiting a spectacle. Dragon or pig, only the test would tell. The root bone compass is a device specifically used to detect the quality of root bones. Every academy possesses one allocated by the Ministry of Rites, making it exceedingly precious, and it is only utilized during the academy's admission assessment held once every 3 years. Fangling did not expect that Teacher Wen would actually bring this instrument. It seems that his purple root bone might not be some worthless bone, as Teacher Wen's astonishment suggests that its quality should not be too poor. Fangling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The issue of his root bone was finally resolved, eliminating the greatest hidden danger for the upcoming examination. This is the root bone compass borrowed from the Dean. You should be quite curious about your own root bone, right? It's just the right time to measure it and have some certainty in mind, Wen Ting said eagerly. Dean Shui also smiled kindly, stroking his beard. I heard from Wen Ting that your root bone might have mutated, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. Mutations in root bones are quite rare and I would like to broaden my horizons.
Fangling, relax, Wen Ting said.
He then held the root bone compass against Fangling's back and slowly slid it. The spoon on the compass began to slowly rotate with a faint light starting to emanate from it. Buzz.
The purple intense spread, a beam of purple light radiated from the center of the spoon, ultimately dazzlingly bright.
The compass was engraved with markings and the spoon stopped at the 6-mark position, indicating the quality level of the root bone at this tier. Wen Ting was struck in the face by the purple light bursting forth from the compass.
His pupils constricted, utterly shocked. Purple root bone. Damn, it really is a mutated root bone.
Teacher Wen inhaled sharply. Even the well-informed Dean Shui showed signs of astonishment. While mutations from white to red or from red to gold are relatively common, this ancient mutation that exceeds the classification of root bones is exceedingly rare. Perhaps there is only one such individual throughout the entire Tang dynasty. Wen Ting looked at Dean Shui and gasped, Dean, have you ever seen a purple root bone? Dean Shui shook his head, stroked his beard, looked at Fangling with curiosity and smiled. I haven't seen one, but I have read the record of strange bones which does mention purple root bones. 3,000 years ago during the 8 Dynasties period, a monstrous talent with a purple root bone was born, but unfortunately that talent ultimately fell to a 9-grade demon in the demon realm. But it can be confirmed that a purple root bone is surely exceptional, likely not inferior to a golden one.
Dean Shui concluded.
His murky aged eyes sparkled with light. He truly was someone appreciated by Jiang. The investment Jiang family made in this young man
certainly was not a loss.
Dean Shui smiled. With a purple root bone combined with your performance in the Spirit Tower,
as long as you don't perform poorly in the examination, top sects across the realm will be vying to select you.
Furthermore, you even have the chance to break into the top 10 of the examination rankings. You might become the first person to enter the top 10 since I have been in charge of Luojiang Academy. With that, Dean Shui burst into hearty laughter.
Wen Ting also put away the root bone compass, sizing up Fangling with amusement.
Zhao Shaojian is still up on Mount Shu, anxiously waiting for you to fail the examination and then immediately join the Swordshu sect. What if your suddenly mutated root bone gets you snatched away by other sects?
Wouldn't Zhao Shaojian regret not securing you sooner?
A purple root bone ranking 7 in the Spirit Tower, unparalleled swordsmanship among peers. TSK.
Once the examination concludes, you will definitely become a hot commodity. It rivals my Junzi sword's glory back in the day. Wen Ting laughed. Upon hearing this, Fangling also broke into a smile, realizing that unbeknownst to him he had indeed qualified to select a sect. However, Fangling did not wish to stop there. Autumn's chill gradually deepened. The third autumn rain since the onset of fall poured down upon the ancient city of Chang'an. The rain fell gracefully like willow fluff dancing in the wind. Chang'an was enveloped in a misty rain. The melodious sound of bells echoed throughout every corner of the ancient city, resonating upon every brick and stone like silhouettes concealed in an inkwash painting. The ancient city of Chang'an, the center of the Tang dynasty's protection, had a central imperial road extending over 20 miles. The imperial road served as the axis, with the palaces laid out on either side as symbols, making the ancient city appear as though it rested upon a talismanic array harmonizing with the universe's essence, solid and archaic. Within this precious land, an exceedingly luxurious carriage slowly advanced, its wheels crushing the autumn rain underfoot, heading deep into As the examination approached, even the lofty Guozijian was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. The carriage entered the inner palace and came to a halt. The carriage curtain lifted, and with her own hands Jiang Linglong opened an oiled paper umbrella. Dressed in the robes of Guozijian and veiled, she stepped out from the carriage and walked towards the palace. Unlike Chang'an Academy, the students in Guozijian were all from affluent families, being the offspring of officials within the Tang court, thus holding noble statuses. However, according to the iron laws of the Tang dynasty, they must participate in the examination if they wish to enter the court as officials in the future. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Linglong handed the oiled paper umbrella to a maid, who then drained the autumn rain. Inside the palace, the gazes of numerous young nobles swept over Jiang Linglong, possessed a cold and ethereal demeanor akin to an ice mountain, forbidding entry. She slowly walked to her desk, flipping through her textbooks. Many students withdrew their gazes and a murmur of discussion began to resonate. A handsome young man, animatedly chatting with his companions, spoke loudly, seemingly trying to draw Jiang Linglong's attention. My father returned home yesterday and mentioned something you all surely do not know. This is first-hand news. Yesterday an interesting event occurred at the Spirit Tower allocated to Luojiang Academy. A student who reached the 7th floor actually triggered a congratulatory sound from the Spirit Tower. The handsome young man said with sparkling eyes. Many students nearby, upon hearing this, were also curious. The Spirit Tower triggered a congratulatory sound. That shouldn't be the case. Many have reached the 7th floor in our Guozijian, but the Spirit Tower has never made a sound before. Your father is the Minister of Rights, he should know the inside story, right? The handsome young man, feeling all eyes on him, chuckled. My father didn't explain, perhaps he doesn't believe it.
I think this news is simply ridiculous. Maybe that person deliberately set up an amplification array outside the tower to attract attention. Who triggered the congratulatory sound from the spirit tower?
A Guozijian student asked with a frown.
The handsome young man glanced over at Jiang Linglong, who was quietly reading her textbook in the distance, and suddenly slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. It's that Fangling. Instantly there was an uproar among the students in Guozijian, many glancing at the serene Jiang Linglong. Is that the Fangling who wrote "I will stand at the peak and gaze at the mountain small"?
A few young ladies from noble families in Guozijian asked curiously. The handsome young man scoffed. My father said that this person's performance is debatable. I think he is just seeking attention with disgusting antics. Whether this poem was written by him is even questionable. Suddenly a cold autumn wind swept through the palace. The handsome young man's voice dwindled as Jiang Linglong, veiled and appearing behind him at some unknown time, locked her starlit gaze upon him. Linglong.
The handsome young man revealed an elegant smile. However, as he began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted.
Be quiet. To the training grounds, follow me. Jiang Linglong said coldly, and after speaking she turned to leave.
The handsome young man's face changed dramatically, yet after receiving a frosty glance from Jiang Linglong he had no choice but to muster the courage to follow. A quarter of an hour later the young man returned, bruised and limping, with a missing tooth and whimpering, no longer daring to spread rumors recklessly. Meanwhile Jiang Linglong appeared calm and collected, returning to her desk to continue reading. Many students in Guozijian trembled slightly, growing increasingly curious about the young man named Fangling. The ancient city was drenched in rain. The young man's name had already begun to spread before he even reached Chang'an. In the streets and alleys of Luojiang City, greenery peeked out, its branches tinged yellow by the autumn's influence.
Time unknowingly approached the end of the month.
As the examination drew near, the atmosphere grew increasingly severe. Students returning home from the academy wore expressions of solemnity and gravity. Even the business of the pleasure quarters was 3 points quieter than usual. Since the last test of his root bone, a huge weight had lifted from Fangling's heart. Now he was fully immersed in extracting from Niwen and Lu Bubi.
During this period he extracted 4 cultivation cards from Niwen and 5 body refining cards from Lu Bubi.
The frequency of extraction had decreased compared to before, as with the improvement of his cultivation some ordinary cultivation exchanges were difficult to trigger passively. Additionally, the previous methods and actions that had triggered passives could no longer do so, resulting in fewer extractions. There was also good news. Through his gradual honing he finally broke through the barrier that had him stuck at the peak of the second-rank swordmaster, converting 30% of spiritual energy into sword energy and entering the third-rank swordmaster. Fangling was also growing more confident about the examination. At least making it onto the gold list was not an issue, but what Fangling wanted was not merely to be listed.
Within Luojiang Academy.
In the 7th library on the 3rd floor, students were quietly writing their examination submissions to the Ministry of Rights at their desks. Once the submission was completed they qualified to participate in the examination.
Fangling was also focused on writing, his handwriting quite free-flowing, gliding smoothly across the rice paper.
After finishing the submission, the students submitted their examination applications and received examination tickets from their teachers which contained details about the examination venue.
Fangling also received his examination ticket and tucked it into his sleeve.
He returned to his desk, sitting upright with a complex and solemn expression. At the main desk in the library, Teacher Wen had particularly tidied himself up today and shaved his stubble. He looked at the 100 students in the floor with a smile, his eyes rarely showing a hint of warmth.
Below, the previously noisy students quieted down.
From today on you will truly conclude your 3 years of cultivation at Luojiang Academy. The road of cultivation is long and arduous. Thank you all for your companionship over these 3 years. I Wen Ting wish you all a smooth path in your future cultivation. I Wen Ting wish you all the best in passing the examinations. As his words fell, every student rose from their desks, clasping their hands and bowing respectfully to Wen Ting. Thank you, teacher, for your teachings over these 3 years.
Your grace is as heavy as a mountain.
Their voices were loud and in unison, shattering the deep autumn ambience that enveloped the entire academy.
The sunset was like blood.
Fiery red clouds spilled over the long street and between the alleys. Yang Jingyi and Lu Bubi had long parted ways, returning to their respective homes to prepare for tomorrow's examination. And Niwen this time did not hurriedly leave, instead walking slowly, trailing behind Fangling like a little tail. On the bustling main street of Luojiang City the flow of people was constant, faces hurried.
Niwen's cheeks were illuminated by the sunset, appearing as if she wore a blush.
She looked at Fangling, biting her lip, and softly asked Lang.
Where will you go after the examination?
To the sword shoe sect. Fangling was taken aback, turning to glance at her, and seeing the anticipation in her eyes he felt a surge of emotion. The examination was a turning point in life. This farewell might lead to a lifetime without further interaction.
Fangling smiled gently and said, don't think too much, focus on preparing for the exam and give it your all. Let there be no regrets in life.
That year, that day, that sunset. Niwen bit her lower lip, her eyes wavering violently, her small hand hidden in her sleeve turning pale from gripping tightly.
No regrets.
Fangling smiled carefreely, reaching out to pat Niwen's head gently, tousling her hair like cascading green silk flowing through his fingertips.
Clang.
Suddenly the sound of a shattered porcelain bowl disrupted this rare tranquility. In the distance a beautiful woman carrying a shoulder pole and wearing a headscarf stared blankly at the scene illuminated by the afterglow of the sunset. Her complexion was pale.
There are 7 days remaining. This chapter is to explain the questions about the upcoming release.
If all goes well, it will be launched on February 1st. In response to the question of whether there will be explosive updates upon release, though the new year is approaching, Oldly will probably deliver with 5 updates guaranteed. After all, each chapter will not be short. Just look at the chapter lengths in the new book. Oldly is not being brief at all. As for whether there will be more, it is hard to say, as Oldly has never stored drafts. Whether the updates after the release will be stable or not is clear to those who have followed Oldly's previous books. It is quite steady. As for whether there will be filler, in fact Oldly has put great effort into this book. The world building and characters have been carefully depicted. The few words sketch out complete characters, bringing them vividly to life on paper. Oldly has not yet reached that level of filler. He can only try his best not to ramble and to depict well.
Moreover, if some things are briefly mentioned, he will be criticized.
In the past, writing about crafting young masters and gourmet chefs producing 2,000 to 3,000 words in an hour was no problem. But for this book he is basically grinding out the writing and may not even produce 1,000 words in an hour. He starts writing at 8 in the morning, aiming to finish before 11 and upload, then writes from 2 to 5 in the afternoon, and at night works on outlines and studies. The main reason is that the performance of this book is truly important. It can be said to be a turning point significant enough to make Oldly tread carefully, watching the recommendation books, collections and chapter reviews every day, seeking feedback from readers, completely unlike a veteran author with years of writing experience. Every day he wakes up early, washes his face and gets down to work earnestly.
So he hopes that friends won't raise books, because some books may disappear or be forgotten while being kept omega.
Additionally, regarding the female lead issue, Oldly may try to explore some different elements in this book. It might be an improvement, or perhaps he will be criticized heavily, but changes need to be made. In reality, Oldly has tried new things in every genre. He wants to learn something, and this book is no exception. Furthermore, regarding the criticized book title, the title was rejected countless times by the editors before this final decision.
Originally Oldly wanted to name it Different Paths for the Great Tao. Haha, that would definitely draw even more criticism. Alright, no more to say, still the same line.
Everyone read slowly and Oldly will write slowly.
Lastly,
it's Monday again. Although I dropped in the new book rankings, I'd still like to ask for some fresh recommendation votes.
Thank you all.
The setting sun cast its glow over the street, painting the sky with vibrant hues. A shattered porcelain bowl lay beside a pale-faced woman. It resembled a realistic oil painting, beautiful and flawless, yet upon closer inspection it revealed the countless scars beneath the canvas.
Fangling glanced at the beautiful woman with confusion.
Niwen was lost in a daze, her mind buzzing chaotically, and the panic in her eyes spilled forth like tea from an overturned cup.
Ah! Mother!
Niwen shrank her head back, her lips trembling slightly as she timidly called out to the beautiful woman.
Fangling was stunned. Mother! Is this beautiful woman Niwen's mother?
The people around flowed like water and the horses galloped like dragons, as if the fast-forward button had been pressed, transforming into a spectrum of neon lights.
On the main street only Fangling and Niwen and Nima remained. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward.
Fangling instinctively withdrew his hand that had been ruffling Niwen's hair. It felt somewhat inappropriate to mess with someone else's daughter in front of Nima.
Why does it inexplicably feel like a scene of catching something illicit?
Fangling glanced at Niwen, who appeared terrified, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably. Looking at the beautiful woman who was fixated on Niwen, Fangling displayed a harmless, warm smile.
Auntie, I am Niwen's classmate. I am Fangling Fong of Fong de Zhong and Lang of Lang Ji Tianya. Fangling smiled.
First he had to remain calm, not panic, and show an open and unashamed demeanor. The beautiful woman met Fangling's warm smile with a cold expression.
Girl, come here.
Nima commanded in a hushed tone. Despite her countless reminders, why does this girl refuse to listen?
Still entangled with wealthy young masters.
She had dressed Niwen so plainly and so conservatively. Why did it still turn out this way? The scene of Fangling ruffling Niwen's hair under the setting sun pierced her heart like a steel needle, marking the beginning of her nightmare. Yet, must all this now be presented again through her daughter?
Why must heaven treat us mother and daughter this way?
Endless sorrow surged within the beautiful woman. The hardships of life had not crushed her, nor had they brought her to tears, but at this moment they struck her heart heavily, causing the tears in her eyes to roll down uncontrollably. She did not question or scold. All she felt was helplessness against fate.
Mother! Don't cry.
Seeing the overwhelming sadness in the beautiful woman's eyes under the setting sun, Niwen panicked completely. She rushed to the beautiful woman, helped tidy up the dishes, picked up the burden and led her mother away, disappearing into the long street. The setting sun drew out the shadows of the mother and daughter, making them appear long, very long. Fangling stood in a daze, feeling somewhat down as he watched the mother and daughter disappear into the flowing crowd. The moon was bright and sparse, with crows flying south. The autumn air was crisp and the moonlight cast a cold frost over the ground.
Fangling no longer pondered the matters of Nima and Niwen, as there was no use in overthinking.
Under the moonlight he sat cross-legged on his bed, holding a spirit crystal in his palm. In the state of three bonds, the spiritual energy within the crystal flowed and was drawn out like water.
Currently Fangling was a three-stage sword master. The influx of spiritual energy from a low-grade spirit crystal had little effect on him.
At the sword master level, absorbing spiritual energy was one thing, but the more important aspect was the conversion of spiritual energy into sword energy. Once the spiritual energy in his dantian transformed into full sword energy, it would mean he had the qualifications to challenge the third rank of sword cultivator.
Fangling focused his mind and summoned Jiang Linglong's system panel. Bond Jiang Linglong. Age 15. Cultivation 9-stage sword master, second rank sword cultivator. Root bone 55 gold. Cultivation speed 15 low-grade spirit crystals hour. Conversion speed 10 strands hour spiritual energy to sword energy.
Most importantly, as Fangling's cultivation reached the sword master level, a new field appeared in the bond object panel concerning the conversion speed of spiritual energy to sword energy. The binding of the bond object also contributed to this. However, it's a pity that even with some enhancement, the lack of cultivation techniques hindered the conversion speed of sword energy, which remained very slow.
Fangling calmed his mind, intending to continue his training.
However, a faint knocking sound came from the door. Old Fang called out softly outside, and Fangling got up to open the door, where Old Fang entered with a steaming bowl of dumplings, smiling as he came in.
Combining work and rest and maintaining balance is the way of cultivation. Come and have a bowl of dumplings.
With the exam approaching, relax a bit, don't put too much pressure on yourself, we just need to do our best. Old Fang said with a smile.
Fangling did not hold back and sat down to eat.
Old Fang watched him eat with a grin. He had been observing Fangling's hard work during this period. He didn't know exactly why Fangling was working so hard, but as a father he could only support his son unconditionally. Despite this, Old Fang felt that even if Fangling failed the exam, he could still provide him with a fortune to live on. After Fangling finished eating, he felt a warm sensation in his belly. Old Fang did not hurry to clean up the dishes and chatted casually with Fangling, clearly trying to help ease his nervousness.
Fangling chuckled softly but did not resist too much, engaging in a lengthy conversation with Old Fang.
As the moonlight deepened, the stars twinkled, dotting the night sky. After Old Fang left yawning and carrying the dishes away, Fangling sat cross-legged again on his bed, gazing at the sky brightening with dawn, slowly exhaling a breath, taking out a spirit crystal to continue absorbing spiritual energy.
In the year 276 of the Great Tang, on the 9th day of the 8th month, it rained.
The Anseveri 3 years Great Tang Imperial examination arrived, accompanied by a long autumn rain as scheduled.
The autumn wind and rain were sorrowful. The drizzling autumn rain formed a vast net, trapping the entire city of Luojiang.
In front of the door, Old Fang had long instructed the carriage driver to prepare. Today was the day Fangling would participate in the examination, and he could not afford to be careless. He had gone to bed early the previous night, specifically cancelling all business engagements just to personally send Fangling to the examination venue today.
Old Fang held an umbrella for Fangling, his face full of tension.
The autumn rain dampened half of his shoulder, but he paid it no mind, repeatedly urging Fangling not to be nervous.
Fangling felt somewhat helpless. Clearly Old Fang was more nervous than he was.
To be honest, he wasn't worried about the examination in Luojiang City. What he cared about was the palace examination after entering the capital.
As for whether he could enter the palace examination, Fangling was somewhat confident in his current strength.
The wheels of the carriage crushed the autumn rain and leaves, moving along the main street of Luojiang City. The street sides had grown much quieter, with patrolling officers braving the autumn rain to disperse some vendors occupying space indiscriminately, bringing a tranquil environment for the examinees.
Luojiang Examination Hall. The examination hall is exclusively for imperial examinations, opened once every 3 years.
Most cities do not have examination halls, so many scholars from other regions rush to the nearest city with an examination hall before the exam. As the Fang family's carriage slowly approached the examination hall, it was already a sea of people in front of it, parents sending their children off, accompanying attendants, and examinees totaling about 20,000. It was no small number, resulting in a congested and noisy scene at the Luojiang examination hall, veiled in the hazy autumn rain. Fortunately, the officials personally intervened to clear a path for the examinees leading directly to the examination hall entrance, stabilizing the order considerably.
Son, relax, just do your best and we won't leave any regrets. If you really can't pass, well, go home. I've prepared vast fields, 5 taverns and 3 market streets for you. Don't feel too burdened. Old Fang said, tightly gripping the umbrella in excitement and anxiety. After his words, several parents accompanying examinees glanced over silently. Fangling smiled back at Old Fang, then dusted off a drop of autumn rain on his blue robe and strode towards the examination hall. At the vermilion entrance of the examination hall, he took out his examination slip. After it was confirmed by the officials, he entered the preparation room. Old Fang did not leave but stood outside the examination hall, braving the autumn rain, eagerly waiting.
When Ting stood atop the teaching building of the academy, wearing a bamboo hat and dressed in simple clothes, holding a sword with the sword handle pointing towards the darkened sky. Dean Shui floated over, stepping through the autumn rain, smiling as he looked toward the examination hall. According to reports from the capital, this examination is said to be the hardest in 200 years. The Chancellor Lu Taiyuan personally set the questions, and there are even rumors that someone from the inner palace also contributed a question supposedly related to the Jiang family. Dean Shui picked up a drop of autumn rain, his gaze profound. The Emperor's intentions are inscrutable. Is this a signal?
When Ting did not respond, merely adjusted his hat as rainwater dripped from the edge.
He gazed in the direction of Luojiang examination hall, and in a daze he could see the students entering the examination hall in droves. Even the slightly cold autumn atmosphere could not overshadow the youthful energy of the students, a group of young fish leaping towards the Dragon Gate to change their fates. He had taught them for 3 years, only hoping that at this moment these youngsters could harvest something, not wasting 3 years of their effort.
Dong! The deep resonant bell of Luojiang examination hall rang out, echoing throughout the entire city of Luojiang.
The examinees entered the hall with their examination slips. In the main hall of the examination hall, dozens of vermilion doors opened simultaneously, with officials standing watch, their expressions serious, while various examination rooms were overseen by proctors with hawk-like gazes. Each door had a formation slowly rotating. Examinees had to pass through the formation to reach their assigned seats, which was used to check whether they had brought any cheating elixirs or talismans into the examination hall. After Fangling passed through the formation, he found his examination desk and sat down cross-legged. The surrounding examinees took their positions either in contemplation, exhaling, or grinding ink to calm themselves. Once all examinees were seated, the supervising officials read out the examination guidelines. Then with a wave of their minds they formed seals with their hands. The curtains of the corridor in the examination hall fell, activating a soundproof formation isolating the noise and the sound of rain on the tiles. After activating the monitoring formation, the chief examiner and the accompanying officials awaited the ringing of the opening bell, and the entire examination hall fell silent, the atmosphere solemn.
Dong! The second bell rang.
The chief examiner, dressed in official robes, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shining with brilliance.
The examination begins, he declared. The accompanying officials began distributing the examination papers.
The rustling of paper echoed endlessly, resembling the sound of torrential rain.
Fangling ground the ink, his wolf hairbrush soaking up the ink, his gaze falling upon the examination paper, the rich fragrance of ink wafting towards him, and he fell into silence.
From past life to this life.
2 lifetimes, 2 individuals. This might truly be an examination that changes one's fate.
In the imperial capital Chang'an examination hall, Jiang Linglong's brows and eyes were like a painting as she rolled up her sleeves and began to write.
And Niwen bit her lip, her pale complexion revealing determination as she too began to write.
The imperial examination of the Tang dynasty lasted a total of 3 days.
The first 2 days were similar to the examinations held in the academies.
The first day was the literary examination covering poetry, essays, and questions about demons, with the only difference being that there was no intermission.
As soon as the examination began, 3 sets of questions would be distributed to the candidates, who had to complete them within the designated time. The second day was the martial examination, consisting of written questions and practical combat. The third day was for the assessment of innate talent, and the results of the examinations would be announced the following day.
It was not very complicated. In fact, it was quite similar to the academy examinations that the students had experienced over the past 3 years. However, the imperial examination was more grand and determined the future of the cultivators. The brush glided over the pristine rice paper, producing a rustling sound akin to the sound of a snake slithering through the sand.
Fangling was focused on writing. In truth, he felt little tension. Perhaps this was just his nature, he remained calm even in urgent situations.
On the exam paper he answered some historical questions about the Tang dynasty and general knowledge about demons. These were easy questions, and as long as he had spent time memorizing them before the examination, they could be answered without difficulty.
Fangling answered them with ease, making no mistakes. He exhaled lightly, shifting his gaze to the next poetry question. He could write poetry or essays. However, the sole requirement was that he must address the topic directly. If he strayed from the topic, he would hardly score any points out of the 50 allocated for the literary examination.
Fangling focused intently, his gaze fixed on the question paper as he chewed through the text word by word. In the year 266 of the Tang dynasty, the Lolian demon fortress erupted in chaos, with 10,000 demons emerging from the forbidden grounds of the fortress, causing rivers of blood to flow across the western borders, and countless Tang border guards perished like rain. King Jiang led his troops from Chang'an to confront the demons of the Lolian fortress, engaging in fierce battles, and invited the sword immortal of Taihua to join him in slaying the enemies, defeating the demons and forcing them back to the Lolian fortress beyond the Jade Gate. However, while pursuing the demon commander into the fortress, King Jiang was gravely injured, and the sword immortal of Taihua has yet to return. The Lolian fortress remains unsettled, and the Tang swordsmanship is now in turmoil. Please write a poem or essay based on this context. Fangling stared at the question, furrowing his brows slightly. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes.
Who set this question?
This is bound to stir trouble.
King Jiang.
That Jiang family member.
Jiang Linglong's father. Fangling did not expect that the examination question would involve King Jiang, and the amount of information within the question was immense, leaving one uncertain whether to praise or criticize. However, presenting this question in the imperial examination was not good news for King Jiang.
Allowing the students of the Tang dynasty to evaluate it was akin to magnifying and publicizing King Jiang's mistakes in the battle of the Lolian fortress.
Fangling did not answer immediately.
He rested his elbow on the desk, his hand cupping his cheek, his eyes filled with contemplation. Surrounding him the gasps of other candidates could be heard, but they were quickly silenced by the cold, unwavering command of the chief examiner to be quiet.
Could it be that this reflects the current attitude of the Tang dynasty toward the Jiang family?
The appearance of this exam question suggests that the Jiang family's position in the imperial capital is not as aloof as one might imagine.
Fangling exhaled slowly.
He had offended the third prince and the sword saint of Donglu, which meant that once he entered the imperial capital he would face an environment potentially worse than he had imagined. Fangling closed his eyes, gradually calming himself while organizing his vocabulary and poetry in his mind.
He could not evaluate the merits and faults of King Jiang.
As a general he had no faults. After all, he led the expedition against the Lolian fortress, killing countless enemies and avenging the many Tang cultivators who died tragically. As a friend he had made a grave mistake, causing the sword immortal of Taihua to fall into the fortress and remain missing.
He could not escape responsibility. However, the question asked to base the response on this context.
If he critiqued King Jiang's faults from the perspective of friend, he might fall into the trap of the question. Despite the question revealing a sensational scandal, if he focused on this scandal he might enjoy it while writing, but when the scores were released he could end up crying in the restroom.
Thus the key point was to break the topic. Writing poetry on this background, Lolian foreign tribes demons.
This could be seen as a question about frontier poetry. For many candidates, writing frontier poetry is not easy as they lack such experiences. However, Fangling was different. He had the support of 5,000 years of history behind him. The Lolian fortress is located deep within the western borders in an oasis with a lake named Xinghai connected to the heavens by snow-capped mountains. Fangling pondered for a while, rolled up his sleeves, dipped his brush in dark ink and let it fall onto the rice paper, the ink spreading beautifully. The long clouds of Xinghai darken the snow-capped mountains. A lone city gazes afar at the Jade Gate.
Through 100 battles in golden armor I will not return until Lolian is broken.
With the poem completed he let the brush fall heavily, then lifted it gracefully to finalize the line. The merits and faults of King Jiang could not be judged by Fangling at present, but the focus of this background should not be solely on a king. The countless Tang border guards who defended the Lolian fortress and stained the Jade Gate with blood were the true essence of the topic.
Fangling set aside the completed poetry paper to dry the ink and took out the essay question paper to continue answering.
Perhaps due to the smooth writing of the poem his thoughts became extraordinarily clear. The essay was essentially a discussion paper evaluating current events. Compared to the poetry questions, the essay topics were much more standard, but the difficulty was still considerable. The discussion was about matters closely related to the current Tang dynasty. Currently the Tang dynasty unified the realm and foreign tribes have submitted to the Tang for over 100 years. Many of these tribes have personally established bases in the Demon Fortress, achieving remarkable military accomplishments, leading to discussions in court about the treatment of these tribes. Some officials proposed promoting great cultivators from these tribes to governmental positions to help defend the borders, using one tribe to oversee another to stabilize the frontier.
This time the essay question was about exploring this proposal.
Fangling frowned in thought, taking up his brush to draft his conclusions on the draft paper. The entire examination hall was eerily quiet under the silence spell. Only the soft scratching of brushes could be heard, even the gentle sounds of rain on the tiles became inaudible. The chief examiner stood with his hands behind his back, wearing the official robes of the Tang dynasty, his face stern as he sat at the head of the table. Several officials circulated between the candidates' desks, imposing intimidation to prevent any covert actions. One official approached Fangling from behind and happened to see the poetry paper drying beside him, unable to help but take a second glance. After all, it had only been a short time since the exam started and this candidate had already completed a poem. Could writing poetry really be this smooth? The official paused in his inspection, not daring to take the paper or move. He could only watch quietly, but the poem Fangling wrote was not long. Through 100 battles in golden armor I will not return until Lolian is broken. This line expressed the sentiments of countless Tang soldiers guarding the fortress. The gaze of the official turned hazy as he recalled the scenes of fighting alongside his comrades at the Demon Fortress. Like a thunderclap tearing through his mind, he instinctively exclaimed, "Wonderful." In the silent examination hall the praise from this official fell like a thunderbolt. In an instant, the echo reverberated. All the candidates lifted their heads in shock, surprise, or anger. Even Fangling was startled, nearly dropping his brush and causing a large blot of ink on the paper. The official realized he had made a mistake, his expression slightly changing as he glanced at the chief examiner, who was glaring at him as if his eyes were about to spit fire. "What do you mean by wonderful?" The chief examiner's eyes seemed to speak. However, just before this official was pulled away he cast an appreciative glance at Fangling, almost giving a thumbs up. "This poem, I like it. This student has the potential for success in the imperial examination." The official was reprimanded silently as he was led away, and he soon vanished from the examination hall. Nevertheless, the imperial examination continued. Fangling's thoughts returned to the essay question about foreign tribes. Promoting foreign cultivators to government positions to manage their own people. Fangling frowned and dipped his brush in dark ink. After a long while, his eyes firm, he wrote down his viewpoint: "Those who are not of my kind, their hearts will surely differ. The ambitions of foreign tribes do not align with those of the Tang. The autumn rain falls on the tiles, each sound crisp and clear. The chief examiner personally surveyed the room, his hands behind his back, walking past Fangling. Realizing that Fangling was the one who caused that official to lose composure, he couldn't help but feel curious. A glance revealed Fangling's opening line for the essay. Those who are not of my kind, their hearts will surely differ. The chief examiner was stunned, his eyes seemingly lighting up like the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness, growing ever brighter. It felt as if blood surged within him, overwhelming. Good. Good. A voice of praise echoing like thunder drew the angry gazes of all the candidates in the hall. Even Fangling's face darkened. Here we go again. Is this ever going to end? Are we not allowed to take the exam in peace? Many candidates glared at the chief examiner, whose face twitched under the burden of suppressed emotions. It was hasty. Although the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. However, the chief examiner remained impassive, calmly continuing, all right. That candidate will not participate in the patrol and supervision. Everyone should focus on the exam and refrain from making noise. Do not look around. After speaking, he acted as if nothing had happened, maintaining his composure while continuing his patrol. In the distance, the candidate who had been pulled away with the initial outburst pouted. No wonder you can be the chief examiner, you truly are a cunning old fox. The chief examiner sported an enigmatic smile as he passed by Fangling without glancing at his exam paper even once. Nevertheless, he was quite curious about how Fangling would approach the upcoming essay question. As the chief examiner of the Luojiang Academy, he was somewhat aware of the underlying issues of this examination. This essay question had been proposed by Li Pu, a minister from the faction of the Third Prince, and was brought into this examination by the Chancellor Lu Taixian. The mere discussion of this question had already sparked considerable controversy in the court regarding the employment of foreign races and the intention to establish regional governors to suppress the border demons. Of course, the Tang Emperor had yet to respond to this theory. The chief examiner was part of the opposition. Upon seeing Fangling's opening, he sensed a different implication and felt somewhat hopeful. Fangling gathered his thoughts and continued to write. By starting with this sentence, he clearly indicated his stance. After all, in essay questions one cannot be a fence-sitter. Fence-sitters often score the lowest. Even though this was a different world, the Tang under heaven was not the same as the Tang of his previous life. There were still some similarities, at least in this system. It is not unfeasible for foreign cultivators to manage the border troops, but once the foreign cultivators grow strong, local foreign leaders may promote their own kind out of self-interest, leading to a trend that could heavily undermine the court's authority. The situation in the Tang may differ from that of his previous life, but it is still necessary to be cautious. Just as he wrote in the beginning, those not of our race must have different hearts. It cannot be guaranteed that foreign cultivators, once powerful, will not harbor ulterior motives, hence the importance of checks and balances. What concerns Fangling primarily is that besides the foreign races there is also the issue of the demon world. According to the teachings, most foreign races have been affected by the demon world, with many of them possessing bloodlines mixed with demons. Thus the issue becomes even more complex. It is not merely a matter of foreign races and the Tang, but rather a matter of two worlds. Fangling dipped his brush and wrote profusely, providing arguments from various angles. As time passed, Fangling devoted himself to writing this essay. After completing the essay question, he took a short break before continuing with the demon language exam. This question was not difficult and Fangling answered it leisurely. As the autumn sun rose from the horizon and slanted westward, candidates in the academy began to hand in their papers, leaving the examination hall under the guidance of officials. Fangling also finished the last question of the demon language exam. After carefully checking his paper, he chose to submit it. The fellow official glanced at Fangling, inspected him up and down, then took the paper and placed it into a specially sealed bag. Fangling left the examination hall and stepped beyond the range of the soundproof array. The sounds of rain hitting the rubble and the chatter of those waiting outside rushed into his ears, adding a touch of worldly flavor. The written exam was essentially over and Fangling was unsure of what his score would be, making it hard to estimate, primarily because the essay question's grading was unpredictable. If the grading official appreciates his answers, he may receive a high score. If not, his score may be lower. However, he has his own thoughts and isn't a fence-sitter, so even if his score is low, it shouldn't drop too much. Upon exiting the academy, the noisy sounds outside were deafening. As candidates poured out of the examination hall, the accompanying personnel outside erupted into a frenzy, crowding around. Many candidates wore distressed expressions, with some even kneeling in despair. It was so difficult. This written exam was really hard. I filled out the entire paper, but I don't even know what I wrote. I'm finished. How are we supposed to answer the questions about the foreign races? The instructors didn't teach us about that. Candidates expressed their despair, their lamentations echoing everywhere. In an instant, the accompanying personnel also changed their expressions, frowning in concern. Fangling followed the flow of candidates out of the academy and coincidentally encountered Lu Bubi, who carried himself with a strong confidence that screamed, "I am a genius." Lu Bubi was very confident and happy. Mainly because of the Tang Imperial examination, he felt that no one could carry him to victory without the will to coast on easy street. He found his thoughts clear and his writing inspired. That sense of genius returned to him. Longzi.
How did you do?
This written exam was surprisingly difficult. The poetry and prose topics were manageable, but that essay question was particularly tough.
Absolutely confounding. But I am very confident. I am certain I will make it onto the honor roll. Lu Bubi looked at Fangling exuding confidence. Fangling raised an eyebrow. Oh. How did you interpret the essay question?
The two walked together, beginning to discuss the essay question. Lu Bubi raised the corner of his mouth, tilting his head, and laughed. Naturally, I disagree. Our Great Tang, why must we rely on foreign races? Why should we employ foreign soldiers? Are our Tang soldiers not strong enough? The one who proposed this theory and system is simply foolish.
They lack confidence in themselves and in the Tang. Trash. Fangling.
What you said is so simplistic and blunt. I have no idea what kind of score the examiner will give for that answer. In the crowded throng, Fangling spotted Lao Fang, who was being jostled around like seaweed.
After saying goodbye to Lu Bubi, Fangling found Lao Fang and the two squeezed out of the crowd and took a carriage back to Fang's residence.
Upon returning home, Fangling dove back into his room to continue his cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit crystals to enhance his cultivation level and prepare for the martial arts examination the next day. 3 flying swords spinning in a formation tore through the hazy autumn air, resembling shooting stars as they traversed the night sky. The chief examiner of the Luojiang Academy, along with 2 accompanying presiding examiners, rode flying swords, escorting the written exam papers of the candidates from Luojiang Academy swiftly towards the capital city of Chang'an. The city of Chang'an was brightly lit even in the deep of night, earning it the title of city that never sleeps. The flying swords escorting the exam papers from various academies raced in from all directions of Chang'an, tearing through the misty rain like fireworks that had rained in their bloom over the passage of time. 10,000 swords returned to Chang'an. This was a spectacle unique to the Tang Empire's imperial examinations, only seen in the capital city of Chang'an.
The grandest tavern in Chang'an, Wanyue Tower, boasted layered eaves, intricately carved railings, and an extravagant opulence.
In a private room on the top floor of Wanyue Tower, 2 figures sat at the railing with a chessboard placed before them. They were engaged in a game while admiring the flying swords racing in from all corners of the Tang Empire. The written exam has concluded. This year's essay questions were quite interesting, weren't they? One man dressed in luxurious robes exuded an indescribable air of nobility, while his opponent, an elderly man with a slight paunch and long beard, squinted, his eyes occasionally sparkling with brilliance. The old man moved a piece, placing it on the chessboard with a smile. The matter arranged by the third prince has already been instructed. That young man named Fang is indeed unfortunate, caught up in the turmoil of the Jiang family, a true case of undeserved disaster. The man with the noble air smiled faintly. This Fangling can kill Linyan. He has some skills. With such talent, he naturally deserves the examiner's close attention. If he truly has the ability, he will surely stand out.
The imperial examination is ultimately a rule set by the emperor. It is a strict law that cannot be violated.
However, raising the standards for reviewing the written exams is within the rules and allows more genuinely talented students to shine. This is a blessing for our Tang. The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. What the third prince said is true. I believe it makes sense.
Raising the review standards is no harm.
Then the man continued to discuss matters with the old man. Fangling's affairs were merely trivial matters not worth worrying about. How to deal with the Jiang family was the significant issue discussed between the man and the old man. The third prince smiled faintly, dropped a piece onto the board, and gazed out at the vast misty Chang'an, his pupils reflecting countless flying swords blazing like fire.
Tang Dynasty Ministry of Rites.
As the flying swords descended, the formations dissipated and the chief examiners in official robes walked down, entering the brightly lit palace. Inside the palace, many waiting examiners were already prepared. After a brief regional division of the papers, they began reviewing the written exam questions under the lights. Lock the academy, search, supervise, anonymize, and avoid conflict of interest. No communication, no noise. The chief examiner of the Ministry of Rites said sternly. Then the vermilion gates of the palace closed tightly and the tense reviewing began. The exam papers from Luojiang Academy were distributed to the reviewing officials. The chief examiner responsible for Luojiang's papers was quite aged but had sharp eyes. Acting under the orders of the right minister, he reviewed Luojiang Academy's papers with stricter grading standards. For the chief examiner, this was nothing. Such occurrences were common in exam reviews and did not violate any rules. If one had true talent and learning, even under the strictest grading, they could still stand out. The lights flickered gently and the candle flames danced. Inside the palace, desks were lined up, yet it was eerily quiet, with only the sound of page turning echoing like rolling waves. Time flowed slowly. The eastern sky of the night began to brighten slightly. In the Luojiang Academy area, the reviewing examiner frowned, took a sip of tea, and felt somewhat fatigued after a night of grading. However, due to the orders from the chief examiner to raise the review standards, many papers that teetered on the edge of passing were discarded by this examiner. What nonsense is this? They didn't even grasp the theme of the poetry question. Evaluating King Jiangwu. Do these immature candidates think they can critique the merits and faults of the martial king? The level is too poor, reject. The poetry does not adhere to the topic, do not take, do not recommend. As for the essay question, it was even more varied, and at times this examiner nearly choked in anger. He flipped to another paper and began assessing it, going through each question one by one with the recitation questions all correct. The examiner's expression remained unchanged. Those who answered all the recitation questions correctly were not non-existent. Then his gaze fell on the poetry question.
Military march.
The angle of this poem seems different. It is no longer evaluating King Jiang. The examiner raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and continued reading.
Through 100 battles in golden armor. Not returning until I have conquered Lulan. After finishing the poem, the examiner's eyes widened and his body trembled slightly.
This poem shattered the gloom of his all-night grading like a beam of light illuminating his heart. He suppressed his excitement and continued reading, turning to the essay question. After finishing it, his face turned red, his blood surged, and he trembled uncontrollably. It was like tasting a mouthful of aged wine amidst a pile of cheap fakes.
Suddenly this examiner let out a howl.
Good. The silence of the palace instantly erupted. Many reviewing officials were startled. Trembling all over, tea was sprayed and pens dropped. This examiner, regardless of everything else, held the paper tightly, his face flushed, seemingly mad as he looked at the chief examiner.
He shouted incessantly. Recommend. I want to recommend.
A pair of eyes swept in from within the closed palace, curiously observing the overly excited examiner. The examiner reviewed the papers, and if he encountered something he appreciated, he could recommend it to the chief examiner. However, most of the time the examiner would carefully compare and ponder before making a recommendation. It was rare to see an examiner so excitedly making a recommendation like this.
Silence.
The chief examiner inside the palace said sternly. Write down the reasons for the recommendation and submit it to the chief examiner responsible for this area, and then submit it to me.
This is the process of recommendation, and even the chief examiner cannot casually violate it.
Yet he was also very curious about what kind of paper could provoke such excitement from this examiner. Choosing to recommend indicated that this examiner wanted to rate the paper with full marks.
The chief examiner in charge of the Luojiang Academy looked very grim.
He had just received an order from the right minister to impose the strictest standards on the papers from Luojiang Academy, and yet a perfect paper emerged. This was a slap to his face. This chief examiner was well aware that this should be the intention of the third prince. This made him determined to thoroughly review this paper and apply the strictest standards. Silence returned to the palace as many examiners continued to review the papers. Meanwhile, the excited examiner was seriously writing the reasons for the recommendation. In the eyes of this examiner, the poetry was excellent, and while it excited him, it had not reached the point of losing composure. What truly made him unable to suppress his emotions was the candidate's responses to the proposed questions. The visionary thoughts flowing like clouds during the responses to the proposed questions were what excited this examiner. He presented this paper along with the recommendation letter to the chief examiner responsible for Luojiang Academy, and facing the chief examiner's unfriendly gaze, he returned to his post. The chief examiner snorted coldly, displeased. He dusted off the paper, his gaze falling upon it, wearing a critical expression. He intended to apply the strictest grading standards to this paper. The questions on memorization and historical facts are acceptable, but they are all mere rote memorization, making it difficult to find errors. The chief examiner's expression remained indifferent as he continued to read. Gradually his expression began to change. After reading the poem, he couldn't help but exhale. This poem exhibited a grand style, and he couldn't find any major mistakes. Continue. The chief examiner's face darkened as his gaze fell on the proposed questions, but even the opening line made him change color. Unknowingly he was immersed in the dialectical argument presented in this proposal. After a long time he sighed deeply. The right minister. The third prince. In the face of the imperial examination, what are you all? If this paper doesn't pass, I would be ashamed before the emperor. The poetry was secondary. What was revealed in the proposed questions was a visionary thought that even if he wanted to suppress it, he couldn't. This was truly a competent paper. The chief examiner took a deep breath, dipped his pen in ink, and wrote a single character pass on the paper. The night was deep, and within the palace, a figure reclined before a desk on which sat a wine jar. The figure grasped the jar, pouring the wine into a cup, causing ripples. With a slurp, the wine flowed down the throat. The figure exclaimed in admiration. Then, picking up the sword placed on the desk, he drew it from its sheath and admired the patterns on the blade under the dim light. Outside the door, the chief examiner approached respectfully and bowed. Minister Lu. The figure who was examining the sword put it down, took a sip of wine, and smiled. What is it? The chief examiner took out a paper and said, this paper is the top-scoring work of this literary examination. Minister Lu is responsible for this imperial examination. Please take a look. Lu Taiyuan raised a hand and the paper fell into his hand. He opened it and began to read it slowly. After a while, Lu Taiyuan suddenly grabbed the wine jar and tilted it toward his mouth. Good poetry, good wine. Good article. Below, the chief examiner was also pleasantly surprised, lifting his head with sparkling eyes. Since Minister Lu appreciated it so much, it seemed that the proposed questions could be set in stone. After the chief examiner left, he returned to the palace and informed the many examiners of the established standard for the proposed questions, using it as a grading criterion to reject the proposed responses of the regional governors, all of which would receive extra points.
On the 10th day of August, the day of the martial examination.
After a night of autumn rain, the temperature dropped a few degrees, hinting at the arrival of early winter snow.
Fangling, drenched in sweat, slowly opened his eyes, breathing heavily.
He had used another body refining card to enhance his physical strength. However, as the martial artist's cultivation reached the martial master realm, the effect of the body refining card had become less efficient than before, and the pain was also greatly reduced. Stretching lazily, Fangling got up, changed into a clean blue shirt, pushed open the door and faced the rising sun, exhaling a breath of turbid air. After breakfast, he rode in a carriage with old Fang to Luojiang Academy. Just like yesterday, today the academy was still crowded with people, with candidates and their companions already waiting outside the closed academy doors for the martial examination to begin.
Ding!
The bell of the academy rang and another rustling sound echoed as candidates showed their examination slips to enter the examination hall. After bidding farewell to old Fangling also arrived at the same spot he was at during yesterday's literary examination and sat cross-legged. The assessment method for the martial examination was the same as the previous academy examination, consisting of written questions and practical combat.
The morning was for written questions and the afternoon was for practical combat. For ordinary candidates, a whole morning for the written exam was absolutely sufficient. But for Fangling it might not be the case. After all, he wanted to contend for the top scholar, and he had to answer all questions in the main subjects. He needed to seize every moment and make full use of every second. As the bell for the examination rang, the chief examiner took out a stack of papers from his spatial ring and ordered the examiners to distribute them. Each candidate would receive 3 large stacks of papers, with each stack corresponding to a main and supplementary subject. Each candidate must choose one subject to answer as the main subject, otherwise they would not receive scores for the martial examination paper. Fangling picked up his pen, dipped it in ink, first took out the swordsmanship paper and began to write rapidly, his pen moving like a spirit.
Like the literary examination, the difficulty of this martial examination paper had also increased a level. Inside the academy examination hall, many candidates were facing stressful situations. In the cool autumn temperature, many candidates were sweating profusely, some were even on the verge of tears, while others bit down on their pens, their eyes rolling as if they were about to faint. Unlike the literary examination, if they couldn't answer, they could write nonsense to fill the paper. But the martial examination questions were highly specialized. If they couldn't answer, even if they were anxious enough to wet their pants, pulling their hair out wouldn't help. Time ticked away and some candidates, unable to bear the torment, chose to submit their papers. Others completed the questions selectively before submitting. Fangling kept working on his questions. From the moment the bell indicated the start of the examination, he had not stopped writing. His spiritual thoughts were in motion, his mind flowing continuously, answering questions. For the swordsmanship main subject paper there were a total of 108 questions, and Fangling completed them all. The entire paper was filled with his graceful and elegant handwriting. Then he took out the main subject paper for the technique path, which also had 108 questions.
Fangling took a deep breath and continued writing.
The autumn sun gradually rose, slowly climbing to the top of everyone's heads, casting sunlight that dispelled the chilling autumn cold. In the examination hall where Fangling was, the candidates were mostly leaving sporadically. This year's examination questions were too difficult and most candidates chose to give up, placing their hopes on the upcoming practical assessment. As a result, within the vast academy palace, only Fangling in his blue shirt remained still fervently writing. Inside the examination hall there was a deathly silence, with only the sound of the youth's pen scratching on the paper.
Several candidates shared tea, occasionally glancing at Fangling.
All 3 sets of questions selected the main subject. This young man
had quite an ambition. However, biting off more than one can chew is risky.
After all, each subject requires expertise, and choosing all 3 as the main subjects could backfire, leading to poor evaluations.
Moreover, in previous examinations no one had been able to complete all 3 main subject papers. No one. Ding! The bell rang.
The chief examiner immediately stood up and announced, "Time's up, put down your pens." Fangling paused at the last stroke, slamming his pen on the desk with a bang and slowly exhaling. He stood up, bowed to several candidates, and the chief examiner then turned and left the examination hall, which was now empty except for him. The examiners came to collect the papers but found he had completed all. The results of the literary examination were released in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty. Zhao Wujie drove the carriage to the front of the Hall of Rites. As the carriage curtain was lifted, a tall and stunningly beautiful lady gracefully stepped down. Zhao Wujie respectfully followed the beautiful lady into the Hall of Rites, where they happened to encounter the noble and imposing third prince and right minister Li Pu. The third prince smiled gently at the beautiful lady princess. The princess Pei, the mother of Jiang Linglong, smiled and curtsied before leading Zhao Wujie into the Hall of Rites. In the sky a streak of sword light tore through the autumn atmosphere and clouds rapidly descending. The white-clad, white-haired Cao Shaojian strode boldly into the Hall of Rites. The appearance of Cao Shaojian astonished both the third prince and the princess. This guy was usually carefree and had never cared about the imperial examinations, yet today he actually came to check the literary examination results.
In just here to see that little guy's joke.
That little guy rejected my swordshoe sex recommendation quota, so I want to see how he performs in the examination.
If he gets a terrible score, I can laugh at him.
Zhao Xiaojian with hair as white as snow squinted and smiled. Hearing his words, the third prince smiled faintly. According to his arrangement, that little guy
probably had no hope.
As footsteps approached, the Minister of Rites accompanied by several examiners brought out the results of the literary examination. The results were slowly unfolded. Zhao Wuji's gaze fell on the top position of the list and his eyes widened in shock, his hair standing on end as he emitted an astonished shout typical of martial artists.
Zhao Xiaojian exclaimed, feeling inexplicably flustered. Could this little guy actually become the favored one? Fangling Luojiang Academy 150 points.
The literary examination list bore the name Fangling, who leapt to the top.